Liao had always considered herself an ordinary university student, until that fateful day when she noticed an inscription atop her roommate's head. Rebirth of the true daughter in the apocalypse. She washed her face, rubbed her eyes, and even attempted to numb herself with a nap. Yet no matter how much time passed, those words remained firmly imprinted on Qin Wenyu's head. Could it be a consequence of last night's all-night gaming session? At that moment, Qin Wenyu, whom she had been observing intently, finally opened her eyes. Qin Wenyu furrowed her brow, a trace of pain still lingering in her gaze, but it quickly transformed into profound astonishment. Sitting up, clutching her chest, she scrutinized her own hands in disbelief. I really have been reborn? Li Yao's pupils constricted. Heavens, could it be that Qin Wenyu has truly been reborn? What does the apocalypse signify? I have truly returned from that voracious apocalypse. In this life, I shall make those who wrong me pay dearly. Qin Wenyu murmured, a fleeting glint of ferocity flashing in her eyes. Her entire being radiated an aura of ruthless determination, clearly indicating that she was no longer the gentle and soft-spoken Qin Wenyu of the past. Liao trembled at the palpable aura of menace, frozen in place. Qin Wenyu lifted her head, gazing at the gentle drizzle outside, her expression gradually turning grave. It's raining. What's the date today? Qin Wenyu instantly realized, frantically rummaging for her phone. Upon unlocking it with facial recognition, she beheld the date displayed on the screen, disbelief washing over her. How can it be today? Does that mean the apocalypse is imminent? Without hesitation, Qin Wenyu leapt out of bed, slipped on her shoes, and charged toward the dormitory door. Liao felt a shiver run down her spine, too frightened to ponder the meaning behind Qin Wenyu's words. Feigning a fresh awakening, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and climbed out of bed. You're awake. Where are you off to? You haven't recovered from your cold. Qin Wenyu abruptly halted. She turned back in surprise. You're in the dormitory? Where are the others? Liao blinked in confusion. I just woke up. I know my presence is often overlooked, but you can't simply ignore me, a living person. They went to class, and you took sick leave. As for me, I stayed up all night gaming and didn't get up. After speaking, she nimbly descended from the upper bunk, yawning innocently as she approached Qin Wenyu. Are you hungry? Shall we order takeout? Qin Wenyu regarded her, her eyes slightly reddening, grasping Li Yao's wrist. A chill ran down Li Yao's spine, but she dared not reveal her discomfort. Yao, can you trust me? Qin Wenyu's grip was surprisingly strong, causing pain in Li Yao's wrist, yet she endeavored to overlook it, offering a soft and harmless smile. Of course. I trust you. Qin Wenyu's expression grew even more peculiar, as if she were on the verge of tears, yet striving to hold them back. Accompany me to the supermarket. There are things I need to say that you might find hard to believe, but danger is approaching, and we must stock up on supplies. Li Yao's pupils trembled in disbelief. She never anticipated that Qin Wenyu would confide in her so openly. Having perused numerous disaster and apocalyptic narratives, the current predicament compelled her to accept the reality, despite her skepticism. Qin Wenyu had already begun to stride towards the exit when Li Yao hastily grasped her wrist. Furrowing her brow, Qin Wenyu questioned, Do you not believe me? I understand your urgency, but please, hold on a moment. It is still raining outside. Even if we must go out, we need to change into appropriate clothing and grab an umbrella otherwise. We risk catching a cold, she pointed out, gesturing to her own short-sleeve pajamas and Qin Wenyu's white robe. Qin Wenyu paused, her expression darkening significantly. You are right, we must take precautions. Remember, we absolutely cannot allow ourselves to come into contact with the rain. The two quickly changed their attire and, armed with an umbrella, hurriedly made their way outside. The rain seemed to intensify, and the campus was deserted at this hour. Everyone was either attending classes or resting in their dormitories. Liao made a point of glancing at others, reassured to find them behaving like ordinary humans. However, only Qin Wenyu appeared different even under the umbrella. The ominous words above her head remained visible. Moreover, it seemed that others were oblivious to these words, only she could see them. Why was that? The true daughter of the apocalypse, rebirth apocalypse. Could this rain be the harbinger? Natural disasters? Zombies? Or perhaps an endless loop of challenges? Even more alarming, was it akin to the King's Game or the Squid Game? Li Yao pondered aimlessly, her heart racing with apprehension. Though she relished apocalyptic games, The actual arrival of such an end was far from her desires. Yet, witnessing Qin Wenyu's demeanor and the enigmatic words hovering above her head, even her disbelief was gradually giving way to acceptance. Soon, they arrived at the supermarket, and upon seeing the array of food items, Qin Wenyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Yao swallowed hard, finding Qin Wenyu's fervor somewhat unsettling. In no time, Qin Wenyu hastily pushed 2 shopping carts, handing one to Li Yao with instructions, "Quickly gather high-calorie sustenance. I will handle the checkout." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Li Yao's heart sank, but her hands moved with deft precision, akin to the speed of a pro in rhythm games, as she rapidly cleared the shelves, filling an entire shopping cart. Concerned that Li Yao might hesitate, Qin Wenyu glanced back only to find her pushing a cart overflowing with goods, a bag of cat food weighing 10 pounds dangling from her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Wenyu handed her another cart. The two of them shopped frantically, much like characters in a video game. But when Li Yao approached the checkout with 2 overflowing carts, she found herself at a loss. With so many items, how will we carry them back? Should we request delivery from a supermarket? Qin Wenyu had just completed the transaction, the total nearing 3,000 yuan, yet her eyes betrayed no hint of concern, her wealth astonishing. She coldly replied, "No way." Li Yao sighed in resignation. "And shall we call for help? They can come assist us, class will be over soon." Qin Wenyu's expression brightened at the suggestion, and she promptly reached for her phone to make the call. After completing their errands, Qin Wenyu gazed at the shopping cart, still feeling it insufficient. Thus, she tugged at Li Yao and dashed back into the supermarket. "Instant noodles grab. Self-heating hot pot grab. Noodles grab." By the time Li Yao received a phone call, the two had filled 4 shopping carts to the brim. 8 neatly arranged shopping carts stood at the entrance of the supermarket, encircling Qin Wenyu and Li Yao, rendering them seemingly small and helpless. Yet, this scene appeared extraordinarily terrifying in Han Xian's eyes. She tiptoed and pulled her roommate, turning to leave. Unfortunately, she was spotted by the sharp-eyed Qin Wenyu. "Yuan Bao, you finally made it." With escape thwarted, Han Xian resignedly approached the line of shopping carts. "Ancestors, have you both gone mad? Buying so many snacks, you could never finish them in a lifetime." Li Yao knew that just moments ago, while waiting, Qin Wenyu had also purchased a considerable amount from a certain app on her phone. One could only wonder how dreadful this impending apocalypse must be for Qin Wenyu to be so anxious. Qin Wenyu frowned. "Indeed, it's rather excessive. Let's have the supermarket deliver it downstairs, and we shall take it up." After deliberating for a while, she decided on a compromise, turning her body to contact the supermarket owner. At that moment, only Li Yao and Han Xian remained, exchanging glances. Han Xian, clad in a plain printed t-shirt, with short hair and large black-framed glasses, appeared to be an utterly ordinary college freshman, yet atop her head were emblazoned several conspicuous words. "Miracle Xian System." It was baffling she had left home that morning with a completely clean slate atop her head. Chapter 2. The need for a complete set. Li Yao stood in a daze, then turned to observe the others in the supermarket. Realizing that her head was utterly devoid of anything, she glanced at Han Xian once more. The Miracle Xian System, still adorned in pink cursive, exuded an impressive aesthetic appeal. Where are the others? She swallowed the question she yearned to ask and inquired about the rest. Aren't they at the entrance? Han Xian turned her head to see the doorway empty, and with a swift roll of her sleeves, she prepared to dash towards the exit. This group of rascals. They actually snuck away. I must retrieve them. Li Yao silently reached out and grasped Han Xian's sleeve. They've all fled. You cannot run after them. Han Xian, with a righteous demeanor, pounded her chest in assurance. Am I the kind of person who lacks loyalty? Yao Yao, if others do not understand me, surely you do. It is precisely because I know you that I am aware of your character flaws. Li Yao fixed her gaze upon Han Xian's eyes, striving to avert her attention from her head. 5 days ago, you ditched me for the comic convention. 3 days ago, you promised to bring me lunch. Yet due to the long queue, you only bought food for yourself. Yesterday, you vowed to stay up gaming with me, but fell asleep halfway through. Li Yao grew increasingly assertive, even letting out a cold laugh. In any case, do not think you can escape. Han Xian had no retort, indignantly picking up her phone. Then I will call them back. That should suffice. She made a call, but the phone rang for an extended period, unanswered. Perhaps they are preoccupied? I shall call again. Before she could dial, Qin Wenyu hurried back, I spoke with the manager. There is no need to call just yet. The rain is intensifying. Let us return to the dormitory for now. With that, she opened an umbrella and stepped out first. Han Xian stared in astonishment, unable to restrain herself from tugging at Li Yao's sleeve in a hushed tone. What is up with her? She looks incredibly furious. It's quite frightening. Li Yao shook her head in silence. I do not know either. The two exchanged glances and hurried to catch up. It was the end of class time. And despite the rain, the number of people outside had evidently increased. Li Yao heightened her vigilance, scanning the tops of heads. However, after a thorough look, she found nothing amiss. Aside from the two people beside her, everyone else appeared as usual, without any discernible difference. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Li Yao relaxed her guard. But at that moment, a fleeting glance upward revealed a line of black characters cutting through the throng of people, catching her attention. Retired Soldier King. Li Yao's pupils constricted. It has appeared. The third individual with a distinctive label has emerged. At the dormitory entrance, a crowd huddled under umbrellas, watching the unfolding drama. While at the center of the commotion, two men and a woman were entangled in a dispute. One man, shouting in anguish, exclaimed, "You are breaking up with me over this deceitful green tea?" The woman, shielding the man behind her, argued fiercely, "You arrogant fool. I have told you countless times that Ning Ning is not a green tea. He even hugged your waist." The man, his eyes blazing with fury, unleashed a torrent of insults, exclaiming, "You pathetic male mistress, can you refrain from hiding behind women like a coward? If you possess any semblance of manhood, step forward and face me. How dare you steal my woman, yet lack the courage to confront me?" This captivating scene left Li Yao utterly astonished. Stop cursing, stop cursing. You have no idea who you're insulting. That is a retired Soldier King. Beware of inciting his wrath, or you might find yourself picking up your teeth. Li Yao, brimming with excitement, observed the short play, even retrieving a handful of seeds from her pocket to offer to Han Xian. He habitually accepted them, but then seemed to recall something, nudging Li Yao. "Yao Yao, that girl appears to be the younger sister of our boss." Li Yao, stunned, rubbed her eyes and scrutinized the man behind the girl. Hesitantly, she remarked, "That male mistress's head resembles our boss's." Han Xian also stood in shock. The two of them resembling sluggish sea sponges and starfish, slowly nodding in agreement. Today, their boss was indeed attired in a white shirt and black trousers. They exchanged a glance, simultaneously erupting with exclamations of disbelief. "No way. It really is the boss." In stark contrast to their astonishment, Qin Wenyu stood with her arms crossed, her expression decidedly aloof. Had she not been waiting for something to be delivered, she likely would have ascended the stairs without a second thought. Meanwhile, compared to Han Xian, Li Yao's emotions were far more intricate. 3 individuals, all from her dormitory? Could this truly be happening? Li Yao swallowed hard, her demeanor transforming into one of calm acceptance in the face of overwhelming revelation. Wenyu Meirin and the others returned. Even if they were crowned with the title of savior, she would accept it without hesitation. As the two of them were grappling with their shock, the argument inside had reached a fever pitch. The girl, having endured her frustration for far too long, finally raised her hand and landed a resounding slap on the man, shouting, "Can't you comprehend human language? I want to break up with you. It has nothing to do with anyone else. We've been together for 3 months, and you even demand money for milk tea, not to mention the hotel fees. You're a money grubber. I must have been blind to have been with you." Gasps filled the crowd as they regarded the man as if he were an extraterrestrial being. In this world, could such an absurd man truly exist? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers, the peculiar man's face flushed crimson as he attempted to defend himself with lofty rhetoric. "Isn't it something you should also contribute to? And even so, you cannot cheat. This is a matter of morality." At that moment, the boy shielded by the girl finally stepped forward. He possessed an exceptionally handsome and clean-cut visage. Not the overly flamboyant kind of attractiveness, but rather a beauty that blurred the lines between genders. It was none other than Li Yao's roommate, the strikingly handsome Ji Zining. "Yaya has not cheated. I am a girl, and she has simply grown weary of your stingy ways." The peculiar man, disbelieving and on the verge of collapse, shouted, "You effeminate coward. You're all liars. You cannot possibly be a woman." Among the crowd, someone familiar with Ji Zining couldn't help but interject. "She is indeed a girl, residing on the 6th floor." The peculiar man shook his head vigorously, clearly overwhelmed. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." At that moment, a melodious voice resonated. "I can attest, she is indeed a girl, and also my roommate. Li Yao parted the crowd and stepped forward, standing beside Ji Zining, while Han Xian approached. Suddenly enlightened as he pointed at the peculiar man. I remember now, you are the stingy guy that the boss mentioned before. Did Ye's previous life lead her to slay your entire family? How could she possibly be in a relationship with you? Han Xian exclaimed, giving Sun Ye a thumbs up. Sister, you are like a ninja turtle. The peculiar man's expression darkened considerably. This man is truly miserly. It's laughable that he even requires a set. I finally understood why you all had boyfriends. Your capacity for endurance is truly remarkable. Do you see? Those who have never experienced hardship should try dating. The surrounding crowd could no longer contain their chatter, and their biting remarks penetrated his mind, driving him to a state of despair. Enough, you gold-digging women. I would never find you appealing. Unable to withstand the various gazes around him any longer, the peculiar man uttered a harsh retort and fled in disarray. Li Yao paid him no heed, fixated instead on the top of Ji Zining's head, lost in thought. Just then, the supermarket delivery person arrived, carrying several large boxes. As the boxes were lined up before them, the residents of room 603 fell into collective silence. What is this? Upon hearing another roommate's voice, Li Yao swiftly turned around. Yumarin, could you lend a hand? In the dormitory, Yumarin Yusitong was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, possessing looks that could be likened to that of a campus goddess. Yet at that moment, a line of text was displayed above her head. World Stream Broadcaster, Chapter 3, Jiang Yueming has a fever. Li Yao had grown accustomed to this. Even pondering what sort of text would appear above the last roommate's head. Yusitong, holding a teal umbrella, gracefully wove through the crowd. Glancing at the array of large boxes, and succinctly inquired, moving? No, the instigator Qin when he replied. These are my purchases, please help me carry them upstairs. With so many items, transporting them to the 6th floor without an elevator was rather perilous. The others hesitated slightly. The soldier, Ji Zining, approached, appraising the situation. He first placed a smaller box atop the largest one, then without a word, effortlessly hoisted a box taller than himself and ascended the stairs. Li Yao stared in awe. With such physical prowess, it's no wonder he's a soldier. She suddenly recalled that all the heavy lifting in the dormitory, such as carrying water buckets, was solely handled by Ji Zining. Qin Wenyi also struggled with a large box as she made her way upstairs. Li Yao and Han Xian exchanged glances. Resigned to the task at hand, they both had average physical capabilities, and as they staggered under the weight of the box, taking a few steps before pausing, Li Yao suddenly felt her burden lighten. Looking up, she was greeted by Sun Ye's smiling face. Thank you for your assistance earlier. I shall help you with the moving as well. Meanwhile, Yusituang assisted Han Xian in bearing the weight as they ascended the staircase together. As Li Yao and her companions reached the 3rd floor, they encountered the unencumbered Ji Zining descending to fetch more items. Allow me. Ji Zining effortlessly hoisted 2 large boxes and swiftly made her way upstairs. Sun Ye, exhausted and leaning against the staircase for a respite, gave a thumbs up, truly impressive. My brother. Incredible. This was nothing short of superhuman strength. Li Yao, panting like a small dog, couldn't he help but agree. That's precisely why he is the leader of our dormitory. The 4 exchanged glances, each reflecting approval. While climbing the stairs, Li Yao pondered the absence of another roommate. Where is Mingming? Why hasn't she shown up yet? Yusituang succinctly replied. She mentioned she was heading to the library. Indeed, Jiang Yueming had a penchant for spending time in the library, but recalling Qin Wenyu's ominous remarks about the impending doom, Li Yao felt uneasy and pulled out her phone to call Jiang Yueming. Mingming, the rain is intensifying. You should return quickly. We need to discuss something with you. After receiving a reassuring response, Li Yao finally felt at ease. Han Xian, ever boisterous, inquired, what do you need her for? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Li Yao fabricated an excuse. With so much to carry, how long would we take to tidy up without her? We are all in this together, after all. Han Xian was persuaded. You have a point. Upon returning to their dormitory, they faced another considerable task. Cardboard boxes had entirely filled the balcony, and with the rain outside casting a gloomy atmosphere, even in the afternoon, the lights remained on in the room. Just as Li Yao settled down, she witnessed Qin Wenyu entering, carrying a massive box of takeout. Han Xian, having endured enough, almost tripped over a box of instant noodles and could no longer contain herself. What on earth are you doing? Our dorm is becoming cluttered with these items. Without lifting her gaze, Qin Wenyu retorted, check the weather forecast for yourself. What of it? Han Xian grumbled as she checked the weather, Wasn't it just an orange heavy rain warning? There was no need for such an excess. Enough provisions to last several months. Yet, Qin Wenyu remained dissatisfied, still perusing the takeout app. Li Yao intervened diplomatically. All right, Yuan Bao, it's understandable that she might be hoarding supplies due to her illness. So let her be. You should rest. Another knock echoed, and Qin Wenyu, still not looking up, called out, Yao Yao, please help me with the takeout. Certainly. Han Xian sighed. Exasperated, you truly indulge her. Li Yao refrained from responding, setting aside her half-downloaded novel and cheerfully went to fetch the takeout, diligently arranging the boxes. However, upon inspecting the contents, Li Yao discovered they were fuel blocks, accompanied by a portable stove. Were they truly prepared to the extent of having a cooking pot ready? Li Yao's heart tightened as she gazed at the increasingly heavy curtain of rain outside, her hands moving with heightened urgency. Once she finished, she took out her phone and dialed the pinned contact. Mom, where are you now? Where else could we be? We're on the mountain. The rain is pouring so heavily that I can barely hear you. Li Ma shouted hoarsely. Is it also raining heavily at home? Li Yao's heart raced, but she feigned calmness. Mom, the Meteorological Bureau has warned of signs of flooding. Please, don't descend the mountain. Stock up on supplies and avoid getting soaked in the rain. The water is contaminated and may harbor harmful bacteria. Those experts are just talking nonsense. We haven't had a flood in 50 years. I must go. The signal is poor. I'm off to feed the pigs. With that, Li Ma abruptly hung up. When Li Yao tried calling back, the line was already unreachable. Why wouldn't she ever listen? Li Yao clutched her phone and quietly returned to her bed, downloading novels, dramas, variety shows, and games. She silently retrieved 4 fully charged power banks. Should I get a generator? Or a solar panel? At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Assuming it was another delivery, she opened it to find a classmate from next door. Yao Yao, does your dorm have a thermometer and antipyretic medicine? Ching Ching just got drenched in the rain and has a fever. She asked, rambling incoherently. Li Yao paused for a moment. Wait for me. I'll get it. She rummaged through the medical box in her dorm and handed over a thermometer and a pack of ibuprofen. If this doesn't help, take her to the infirmary. Don't let her overheat. After gratefully borrowing the medicine, her classmate hurried away. As Li Yao turned to re-enter her room, she was startled by Qin Wenyu, who had appeared behind her without a sound. How do you walk so quietly? She pressed her hand to her chest, attempting to calm her racing heart. Qin Wenyu looked at her calmly and spoke directly, giving her the medicine one tea help. You can't save her. What do you mean? Li Yao's pupils dilated as a sudden realization struck her. Qin Wenyu seemed on the verge of saying something more, but ultimately said nothing, turning back to the balcony to sort through the items she had purchased. The rain intensified, with large droplets drumming against the glass, a chill seeping through the window seams and silently infiltrating the room. Who turned on the air conditioning? It's freezing. Han Xian, on the bed, mumbled without looking up, continuing to watch the show. Li Yao glanced at the air conditioner, her heart racing. It wasn't on. It was the cold air from outside. The temperature outside seemed to have dropped suddenly. Though it was the height of summer, Li Yao felt a chilling dread enveloping her. Wait, Jiang Yueming. Jiang Yueming hasn't returned to the dorm yet. Another knock resounded at the door. Li Yao hurriedly opened it, only to find another classmate from her class standing outside. Yao Yao, do you still have any medicine in your dorm? On my way back, I was caught in the rain, and upon returning to the dormitory, everyone was running a fever. Our supply of medicine was running low, and I heard that you still had some. Li Yao, as if awakening from a dream, retrieved the last strip of ibuprofen from her pocket. This is all I have. Use it sparingly. Watching her classmates retreat into the distance, Li Yao's heart raced. There was something amiss with the rain. What follows a fever? Why did Qin Wenyu claim that antipyretics were ineffective? A colossal enigma lingered in Li Yao's mind, and in her daze, she spotted a familiar figure stumbling in. Soaked to the bone, her hair drenched, she appeared disheveled, clutching a waterlogged book tightly as she hurried back. It was her last roommate, Jiang Yueming. Instinctively, Li Yao glanced at the top of her head, which was bare, devoid of any inscriptions. This was the first time she had not seen words atop her roommate's head. Yet she could not find joy in it. Jiang Yueming looked so miserable after being caught in the rain. Surely she wouldn't be running a fever too? Come inside, Li Yao exclaimed, grabbing Jiang Yueming's wrist and pulling her into the room. The warmth of her skin was startlingly intense. Chapter 4. The true and false heiress. Li Yao was taken aback by the searing heat and exclaimed, Mingming, you have a fever. Jiang Yueming gazed up at her in confusion, slowly feeling her forehead. I don't feel hot. You must be delirious if you can't tell. Li Yao quickly grabbed a towel from the side and began to wipe the rainwater from Jiang Yueming's body. Hearing their conversation, the others sprang up from their beds. Converging around Jiang Yueming, some fetching hot water, others offering towels, and a few rummaging for a thermometer. Qin Wenyu turned on the tap in the bathroom, preparing hot water. Mingming, go take a shower. The rainwater outside is filthy. Just rinse off quickly before taking your medicine. Li Yao found her suggestion reasonable. So she and Han Xin assisted Jiang Yueming into the bathroom for a quick rinse. As for the awkwardness of seeing each other in the nude, they, as northern girls, had been educated to be open and unreserved. They had lost count of how many times they had seen each other in such a state while bathing. After swiftly helping Jiang Yueming wash up, they wrapped her in a thick blanket and tucked her into bed. Ji Zining deftly placed a thermometer under her armpit, and when she retrieved it a while later, the atmosphere grew grave as they observed the reading. 40 degrees. Wouldn't that be enough to cause brain damage? We must send her to the hospital. First, let us administer some antipyretics and see if the temperature drops. Yusitu administered the medicine she had prepared earlier, worry etching deeper lines on her forehead. Had I known this would happen, I would have returned with her. Outside, the rain intensified, hammering against the glass with a sound that set their hearts racing. Jiang Yueming lay unconscious on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, forehead burning, her brow furrowed. Li Yao and her companions were exceedingly anxious, bustling about in a flurry. Ji Zining even miraculously produced a bottle of potent liquor from somewhere, moistening a towel to dab at Jiang Yueming's forehead, back, palms, and soles. I used to alleviate fevers in such a manner back home. Li Yao's concern deepened as she recalled Qin Wenyu's earlier words, prompting her to glance up. She found Qin Wenyu seated by her bed, staring vacantly at the curtain of rain outside. Surely everything will be all right, won't it? Li Yao inquired softly. Qin Wenyu, momentarily pulled from her reverie, fell silent for a moment before responding in an icy tone. Whether she can endure this is entirely up to her. Li Yao's heart ached further. As the only roommate devoid of a label on her head, she genuinely worried for the collateral damage within Jiang Yueming's dormitory. She gazed into the mirror, her own head equally bare, devoid of anything, symbolizing the fate of two ordinary individuals. At that moment, a delicate meow emanated from the wardrobe. Li Yao jolted, suddenly smacking her forehead. Oh no, I forgot about Now. Qin Wenyu's expression shifted, realizing belatedly that they had a cat in their dormitory. Li Yao hurriedly dashed over, unlocking the wardrobe with her key. A fluffy little black head emerged, nuzzling against her hand. Li Yao breathed a sigh of relief, filling Now's bowl with water and food, watching as the cat dutifully ate and drank, her heart gradually finding tranquility. Now, be good. Your sister even bought you cat food, so eat to your heart's content. She released Now from the wardrobe, allowing her to frolic on her bed. This was the little kitten they had rescued from a cruel owner, secretly nursing it back to health in their dormitory. Though the wound on its tail had yet to heal properly, the wardrobe had already transformed into Now's cozy den, complete with a small litter box. The retired soldier had even drilled several ventilation holes, so there was no worry of suffocation. As she watched the lively little kitten, Li Yao propped her chin on her hand, her thoughts swirling. Though the present appeared peaceful, what lay ahead? What would the so-called apocalypse truly be like? Heavens! Why is it raining so heavily? It's flooding the ground. How will we get to school tomorrow? Han Xin muttered, gazing out at the deluge. Li Yao glanced over and was momentarily taken aback. Surely we can't swim through it. Just then, her phone chimed with a notification from the class group. Instructor, due to the heavy rain, classes are temporarily suspended tomorrow. Students are to study independently in their dormitories. No early class tomorrow. Han Xin cheered, but then worry crept back as he looked at Jiang Yueming. What will she do with such heavy rain? At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, causing the playful little cat in Li Yao's arms to scurry into the corner. The crowd's gaze converged, witnessing Qin Wenyu, who was busily packing her belongings. Rise and exit the room. The door swung open, revealing not the classmates from other dormitories as Li Yao had anticipated, but a pair of unfamiliar middle-aged couples. Upon seeing a man enter the female dormitory, Han Xin gasped and immediately threw on her coat. Wenyu, we are here to take you home. The elegantly dressed woman spoke gently. Han Xin felt a pang of envy. However, Li Yao noticed the heavy expression on Qin Wenyu's face, causing her heart to sink. Sister, Mom specifically came to pick you up. She came right after fetching me. Please, come back with us. A girl emerged from behind the woman. and Li Yao recognized her as Qin Shui, the renowned heiress from the neighboring arts department. Moreover, Qin Shui sported a label on her head reading, Transmigrated Fake Heiress. Oh, so one is a transmigrated heiress and the other a reborn one? Li Yao was taken aback, calmly observing from the side. She was certain that this fake heiress was nothing but a true green tea. Watching the family, Qin Wenyu clenched her fist silently and coldly declared, "I will not go back." The woman attempted to persuade her further. "Wenyu, the school is too dangerous. Please come back with us and spare your mother the worry." Qin Wenyu remained expressionless. Qin Shui cautiously interjected, "Sister, are you upset because Mom came to pick me up first? I did tell Mom and Dad to come for you first, but they insisted on picking me up. I'm sorry, if you want to blame someone, blame me. I'll accept any punishment when we return, just please come home with us." Seeing her feigned demeanor, a cold smirk crept onto Qin Wenyu's face as she struggled to suppress her rising fury and pointed downstairs. "Get lost, sister." Qin Shui's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. The middle-aged couple's hearts ached, with the woman comforting Qin Shui tenderly. The man then confronted Qin Wenyu. "How can you speak to your sister like that? Clearly, not being raised together has led to such a lack of manners. Apologize to your sister at once. You can leave too." Qin Wenyu replied impassively, forcefully tossing her phone, which crashed at the man's feet, shattering into glass shards. Enraged, the man shouted, "You ungrateful daughter! How dare you raise your hand against your father? Very well. Stay here and wait for your demise." With that, he dragged the woman downstairs. Qin Shui, timidly adding fuel to the fire, remarked, "Sister, you can treat me however you wish, but how can you treat Dad this way? Ignore her." The man pulled Qin Shui along, fuming as they descended. Once out of sight, Qin Shui's face transformed from sorrow to a triumphant smile as she cast a victorious glance at Qin Wenyu. Chapter 5. Will I Become a Zombie? Qin Wenyu closed the door, cutting off all prying eyes. "Are you all right?" Li Yao, filled with concern, grasped Qin Wenyu's hand. While Han Xian climbed down from the upper bunk, several others approached, surrounding Qin Wenyu in a protective circle. In everyone's gaze, there was an abundance of concern. However, Qin Wenyin maintained a calm demeanor, freeing herself from Li Yao's grasp and taking a seat. "I am fine. Please charge your phones. The rain is intensifying, and we might soon lose power." As she spoke, a flash of lightning cut through the dark curtain of rain, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The group, too preoccupied with their own anxieties to comfort Qin Wenyin, hurried to charge all electronic devices. Yet, Li Yao lingered, softly reassuring her, "Don't be too disheartened. We are here for you." With the heavy downpour, the phone signal waned. Qin Wenyin said little, fetching a large bucket of water from the restroom, busily attending to various tasks. Concerned for her, Li Yao followed suit, her own heart growing increasingly anxious. When would the apocalypse arrive? Or had it already begun? The torrential sounds of thunder and rain could not drown out the chaos outside. Jiang Yueming seemed to find the noise unbearable and moved her lips in a silent plea. Ji Zining, who had been nearby, searched for a moment before finding a damp book on the table and handed it to Jiang Yueming. The book appeared to possess a calming aura, easing the anguish in Jiang Yueming's expression as she sank into a deep slumber. Ji Zining sighed, pondering the dire situation. Hours had passed, and Jiang Yueming's fever showed no sign of abating. If this continued, trouble was inevitable. Li Yao also fretted, but with this torrential rain, we cannot even reach the hospital. I've heard that many in the neighboring dormitory are also suffering from fevers, and there aren't enough medicines to go around. At some point, Qin Wenyin had approached Jiang Yueming's bedside, carefully observing her. After a brief moment, Qin Wenyin concluded, "She appears to be fine." Her words carried a certain persuasive weight that compelled belief. Li Yao breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. Unbeknownst to them, evening had descended. And just as Qin Wenyin had predicted, Jiang Yueming's condition stabilized, and her temperature began to decrease. Just as the group began to feel a sense of ease, a chilling scream pierced the inky night. "Help!" Li Yao jumped, instinctively looking at Qin Wenyin, who had closed her eyes and spoke softly, as if the dust had finally settled. "It has begun." In the pitch-black night, a woman with flowing black hair appeared dazed, her dark pupils dilating as she hungrily gazed at the alabaster neck beside her, suddenly lowering her head and biting down. With this motion, countless others turned their attention towards the fresh flesh nearby, biting, clawing, and chewing. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. The cries of anguish echoed throughout the dormitory, a cacophony of screams and pleas for help, only to abruptly cease. Li Yao covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her own gasp. What is happening outside? I must go check. Ji Zining suddenly stood up, her expression grave. Just as her hand was about to grasp the doorknob, a firm hand pressed down upon hers. It was Qin Wenyu. If you wish to perish, by all means, open the door. Qin Wenyu's expression was icy as she held Ji Zining's hand tightly. Unmoved, Ji Zining retorted, they are in danger outside. I cannot stand idly by. The two locked eyes, their gazes cold and unwavering, each steadfast in their resolve. Qin Wenyu spoke coldly. Opening the door will endanger them. The expressions of the others in the dormitory varied. Han Exine, hearing the screams from outside, felt a chill run down her spine. Can someone explain what is happening out there? Ji Zining remained resolute. I must go out and take a look. I will return immediately if there is danger. It will not affect them, I swear. Witnessing Ji Zining's stubbornness, Qin Wenyu scoffed and stepped aside, crossing her arms as she coldly observed her. Ji Zining turned the doorknob, creating a small opening. The stench of blood rushed in, and from the dim corridor, a figure that had been feasting on flesh raised its head, dropping the still warm remains in its hands, staggering toward Ji Zining. She froze. Beside her, a person whose face had been nearly devoured climbed to their feet, lunging at Ji Zining's exposed arm with the intent to bite. Reacting swiftly, Ji Zining spun around and kicked the assailant away, but at that moment, the corridor was filled with others drawn by the commotion, rising to their feet and reaching out for the living flesh before them. Ji Zining kicked them away and was about to retreat when she heard a faint cry. Help me. A person on the ground lifted their head, revealing a familiar face, Sun Yeye. Ji Zining was momentarily stunned, reaching out to pull her up before hastily returning to the door and pounding on it. Qin Wenyu, open the door. Qin Wenyu cracked the door open slightly. Ji Zining seized the opportunity to pull Yeye inside, then turned to rush back out. What more do you intend to do? Wasn't the sight outside sufficient? Qin Wenyu asked coldly. I need to see if there are any other survivors out there. I must rescue them. Those monsters will devour people. Ji Zining realized that the creatures outside could no longer be classified as human. Her voice rose sharply, refusing to back down. The others in the dormitory fell silent. Li Yao recalled the horrifying scene she had glimpsed through the door crack, covering her mouth tightly as tears streamed down her face. What she had thought was merely a natural disaster was, in reality, a zombie apocalypse. Did they still have a chance at survival? Those outside are not merely monsters. They are zombies. Do you, with your thick skull, even know what a zombie is? They carry the virus, and if you are injured, you will become like the creatures outside. There are no living souls left out there. If you desire to join them, go ahead. No one will stop you. Just do not drag us down with you. Qin Wenyu pointed towards the door, her voice laced with malice. However, Ji Zining clearly did not believe her. How do you know those outside are zombies? You have never ventured out. Qin Wenyu let out a cold laugh. Why? Because I have experienced it. Do you know what it feels like to be bitten by a zombie? I do. There is a 90% chance that someone who has been drenched in rain and develops a fever will transform into a zombie. These are the first wave of the undead. They transform rapidly, devoid of human reason, driven solely by an insatiable thirst for fresh blood and flesh. Anyone bitten or scratched by them will undoubtedly become a new zombie within 12 hours. There are no exceptions. The crowd fell silent, particularly Li Yao, who was taken aback by Qin Wenyu's decision to reveal her truth. Instinctively, she glanced at Yeye, observing the exposed wounds on her body, her pupils constricting in alarm. Sun Yeye stared blankly at her arm, where a significant chunk of flesh had been bitten away by her roommate, blood streaming down. Will I become a zombie? Chapter 6. You are deceiving us. Everyone remained quiet. Ji Zining approached and grasped her hand, saying, You will not become a zombie. She is speaking nonsense. Stay with me, and I will protect you. Sun Yeye clenched her teeth, tears cascading down her cheeks. Li Yao felt a pang of anguish. She could hardly fathom that the sorrowful Sun Yeye before her could soon become one of those mindless husks outside. Yet, as Qin Wenyu had stated, if transformation truly occurred, the weight of such a blow would be unbearable for them. Qin Wenyu said nothing but retrieved a military spade from the supply box. Positioning it in front of Sun Yeye, Ji Zining rushed forward, her voice icy with accusation. What do you intend to do? If you want to leave her behind, fine. But she must be bound properly. If she turns into a zombie, I will be the first to eliminate her. Qin Wenyu's tone was frigid, her gaze towards Sun Yeye akin to that of a coroner assessing a corpse. She will not become a zombie. Ji Xining's eyes blazed with fury. Yet, at that moment, Sun Ye's weak voice broke through. Ningning, tie me up, please. I do not wish to become a monster. If I truly change, then kill me. A faint smile graced her lips, though her brow furrowed in pain as she leaned against the floor, appearing to laugh while simultaneously crying. Ji Xining stubbornly grasped her wrist. No, you will be fine. Li Yao, having only met Sun Ye a few times, was aware of the deep bond between her and Ji Xining. Yet she could not afford to take a chance. Silently, she retrieved some hemp rope from beneath the bed and stepped forward to bind Sun Ye. As Sun Ye raised her hand in compliance, droplets of red blood fell onto the rope, and Ji Xining, seemingly provoked, forcefully pushed Li Yao aside. Do you have no conscience? Her hand is still injured. She exclaimed. Do you believe everything Qin Wenyin says? Have you lost your minds? Li Yao was knocked to the ground, but did not feel anger. She simply regarded Ji Xining with a calm demeanor. I, too, find it hard to believe. Yet those outside, are they still human? As she spoke, a tear slipped down her cheek. Li Yao, seemingly oblivious, continued to rise and secure Sun Ye. In that moment, Ji Xining lost her focus. After binding Sun Ye tightly, Li Yao retrieved some gauze and iodine, kneeling before Sun Ye to tend to her wounds. Sun Ye gazed at her bandaged arm, confusion flickering in her eyes as she spoke in a daze. I seem to have lost the sensation of pain. On the upper bunk, Han Xen bit down on her blanket, trembling with fear, tears streaming down her face. Opposite her, the usually composed Yu Sitong also appeared lost, unconsciously clutching her shark-shaped pillow. Qin Wenyu sat on the balcony, continuing to organize her supplies. Ji Xining knelt on the floor, cradling Sun Ye in her arms. At that moment, Li Yao slowly stood, again pulling out her phone to call her parents back home, but the device persistently displayed no signal. She attempted to send a text, but it remained in limbo. Her actions jolted the others from their stupor, prompting them to call their families. Yet they were unsure if the torrential rain had severed the signal, as no calls could be completed. Anxiety and panic spread throughout the dormitory. Li Yao gritted her teeth, looking at Sun Ye and asking, Ye, can you tell me what just happened outside? Sun Ye's lips were already pale, her eyes filled with terror as she recounted. My roommate had a fever, and Lingling was taking care of her, but suddenly, she went mad and bit Lingling's neck. Sun Ye's painful memories surged forth. The horrific sight of blood still vivid in her mind. Lingling collapsed on the spot, blood splattered everywhere, and she began to devour Lingling's lifeless body. We were terrified and ran outside, but as we exited the dorm, we encountered monsters driven out from other rooms. In the chaos, we got separated. Tears streamed down Sun Ye's face. I saw many people escape, only to be bitten to death by the monsters. Blood was everywhere. Some made it downstairs, and I wanted to run too, but I was caught by a monster. If you hadn't come to save me, I would have been devoured as well. Am I truly destined to become a monster? Please, I don't want you to kill me. Sun Ye sobbed, scarcely able to articulate her fear. The room fell silent. Li Yao and Han Xian instinctively glanced toward Jiang Yueming's bunk. Han Xian's lips trembled. Will she also turn into such a monster? Qin Wenyu paused momentarily before responding. The likelihood is minimal. The longer one has a fever, the lesser the chance of becoming a zombie. As she spoke, a smile unexpectedly crept onto her lips, seemingly to provoke further panic. But who knows? Perhaps when she wakes, she may transform into an even more formidable zombie. Han Xian recoiled in terror, retreating completely beneath her blanket. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Wenyu retrieved several boxes of self-heating rice from the box and nodded slightly, indicating it was time to eat. Ji Xining, her tone frigid, retorted, I want to eat. Han Xian, recalling the ghastly sights outside, murmured, I have no appetite either. After a moment of silence, Yu Sitong also softly expressed, I cannot eat at the moment. Li Yao, though lacking appetite, felt the necessity to adapt to their grim circumstances. She took the initiative to request a box of self-heating rice from Qin Wenyu, struggling to swallow it in small bites. Once the meal was finished, she approached Qin Wenyu and inquired, What did you mean earlier when you said you had experienced this? The others immediately perked up their ears. Qin Wenyu cast an appreciative glance at Li Yao before elucidating, I had a dream, and everything that transpired within it mirrored our current situation. Eventually, the zombies multiplied, and the torrential rain persisted for 3 months, causing the water level to rise to the 4th floor. Many perished. You all should brace yourselves. Beyond that, Qin Wenyu was reluctant to elaborate further. Li Yao gazed at Qin Wenyu, her voice tinged with urgency. In your dream, did Jiang Yueming come to harm? Is she still alive? Qin Wenyu shook her head. I am uncertain. In my dream, my parents came to take me away, and what transpired behind the dormitory remains unknown to me. Before Li Yao could respond, Ji Zining, filled with resentment, interrupted Qin Wenyu. What do you mean you don't know? You're deceiving us. The dream you speak of is merely a figment of your imagination. If you left with them in the dream, why have you remained this time? Her tone was harsh, and the group had rarely witnessed Ji Zining in such a state. However, in the face of potential death, any reaction was understandable. Qin Wenyu shot her a cold glance, replying, naturally. It is because following them led to a miserable fate for me, resulting in my demise, much like being devoured by zombies. Are you satisfied now? When discussing these matters, Qin Wenyu's tone remained eerily calm, yet Li Yao could perceive a profound sorrow emanating from her. Ji Zining was momentarily taken aback, but soon retorted with a steely voice, you are merely lying to us. Qin Wenyu let out a cold laugh, responding with conviction, whether I deceive you or not, you shall find out in 12 hours. She would become a zombie. The rain would inundate the first floor. Chapter 7. Truly, the remarkable General Ji. With that, Qin Wenyu turned away, dismissing everyone else, and resumed organizing the items cluttering the balcony. Li Yao, summoning her courage, followed her onto the balcony. The cold wind seeped through the cracks of the window, causing Li Yao to shiver as she leaned out to look below. They were situated on the 6th floor, and through the pitch-black curtain of rain, the outside world had succumbed to complete darkness. The relentless downpour battered against the glass and the ground, splashing large droplets. With the accumulated water already covering the floor, echoes of screams reverberated through the window, emanating from the dormitories below and the distant teaching buildings. Shadows of scattered figures navigated awkwardly through the torrential rain, occasionally lifting their heads to catch the falling rainwater in their gaping mouths. The world is permeated with a peculiar absurdity. Li Yao turned her head, glancing at her roommates. Strange words hovered above their heads, imbuing this world with an added sense of unreality. She approached the dressing mirror by the door, gazing at her own head. Nothingness, just like Sun Yeye and Jiang Yueming. That night, the dormitory was unusually silent. Apart from the occasional sounds of water being changed and trips to the restroom, not a single word was spoken. No one was asleep, except for Qin Wenyu. She seemed to have long since acclimated to it all, placing her entrenching shovel at her bedside and lying down fully clothed. Swiftly succumbing to slumber, Li Yao gripped her phone tightly, as if seeking a semblance of security. She closed her eyes, her headphones playing the familiar sounds of a hypnotic mathematics lecture. Yet as the course reached its conclusion, she found herself devoid of even the slightest hint of drowsiness. She had lost track of time, uncertain if she had actually fallen asleep. Fragmentary sounds reached her ears. Qin Wenyu was already awake, preparing noodles on the balcony under the faint light. She glanced at her phone. It was already 9 o'clock. However, outside, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, offering no indication that it was day. Li Yao sprang up abruptly to check on Sun Yeye and Jiang Yueming. Jiang Yueming was still in her original position, slumbering with a book in her arms, showing no signs of awakening. When Li Yao leaned in to check her temperature, she discovered that Jiang Yueming's fever had subsided. But Sun Yeye was another story. Her gaze was vacant as she leaned against the wall, her bound hands and feet contorted into grotesque angles, and the wounds on her body emitted a foul stench, rendering her unrecognizable as a normal person. Ji Zining crouched beside her, head bowed, seemingly lost in thought regarding her next words. Sun Yeye gasped for breath, her vocal cords straining to produce sound. Just kill me, please. I can feel myself losing my sanity. At this moment, less than 12 hours had passed, yet much of what Qin Wenyu had said the night before had proven true. The water level had risen to the first-floor windows, and Sun Yeye exhibited clear signs of mutation. I can't do it, Ji Zining murmured, unable to meet her gaze. Fists clenched tightly. If only I had gone out a little earlier, you wouldn't have been bitten. Sun Yeye struggled to move her neck, shaking her head. It's pointless. I was scratched as soon as I stepped outside. She made an effort to extend her bound hands towards Ji Zining. Ning Ning, this is my last plea. I don't want to become a zombie. Just allow me one selfish request. Kill me and throw me down below. Ji Zining's body stiffened, and after a long pause, she repeated the same words. I can't do it. Ning Ning, please. Sun Yeye's once dark eyes were now tinged with yellow, her expression increasingly vacant. Even her speech lacked its previous fluidity. Her outstretched hand had morphed into a claw-like shape, as if desperately trying to grasp something, convulsing in agony. She was on the brink of transformation. Do you need assistance? Qin Wenyin crossed her arms over her chest and asked coolly. Ji Zining replied coldly, no need for you. Qin Wenyin remained silent, her gaze steady, poised for the decisive moment. Ning Ning implored Ji Zining, who could not bear to witness her plight. The two above, Han Xian and Yu Situ, similarly clutched their belongings tightly, brimming with tension. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Sun Ye's expression dulled completely, her mouth agape. Neck craned as she lunged to bite Ji Zining. Be careful, Li Yao exclaimed instinctively, wishing to assist, yet her body felt rigid as if turned to stone, immobile. However, Sun Ye's teeth halted mere inches from Ji Zining's face before she slumped weakly to the ground. Qin Wenyin swiftly approached Sun Ye, maintaining her stance as if poised to strike, yet the military shovel in her grasp did not descend upon Sun Ye's head. Ji Zining retracted her hand, the bloody dagger falling to the floor with a metallic clatter. Ji Zining's hand trembled slightly. She had just severed Sun Ye's windpipe with that very blade. Li Yao exhaled in relief, as if she had just been resurrected, gasping for breath while clutching her chest. The pair above mirrored her reaction. Qin Wenyin furrowed her brow, about to speak, when she witnessed Ji Zining gently closing Sun Ye's eyes. She untied the ropes binding Sun Ye's hands and feet, lifting her with resolve as she made her way to the balcony, single-handedly opening the window and screen. Under the watchful eyes of all present, she raised Sun Ye and cast her into the vast expanse below, splashing water everywhere. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Qin Wenyin hesitated, her words unspoken, stepping forward to close the window. Truly, Ji Zining was remarkable. Qin Wenyin smiled, diverting the conversation. Ji Zining's sharp gaze shifted instantly. How do you know? I mentioned having dreamt of it. I was unaware of others, but I once glimpsed you from afar, guarding the Fangqing base, hailed as General Ji. Qin Wenyin smiled. At that time, she had been under Qin Shui's control, unable to break free, only able to catch a distant glimpse of her. Ji Zining had been bloodied, just returned from the battlefield, embraced by the cheers of the crowd as she made her way back to the city. Yet, in this life, everything was different. Li Yao could not suppress her exclamation. Just moments prior, the title above Ji Zining had changed, from Retired Soldier King to Retired Soldier King General. So hasty? The title can change? What happened? Qin Wenyin and Ji Zining both turned their attention to her. Li Yao quickly waved her hands. It's nothing, nothing. I just accidentally bit my tongue. She hurried away, opening the cabinet to tend to the cat, feigning busyness. The usually lively Now clamored to emerge as soon as the cabinet door opened, yet for some reason, it curled up in a ball, motionless. Perhaps still shaken from recent events. Li Yao tenderly caressed her little head, coaxing her to eat a cat treat, then left the cabinet door ajar. At that moment, Han Xian had descended from the upper bunk, gazing at Ji Zining with astonishment. Boss, so you're a soldier? No wonder you possess such strength. By the way, how did you end up attending school with us? Are you here on a secret mission? Overcoming his fear with admiration for the military, Han Xian continued. Can you contact your unit now? Can you rescue us? Chapter 8 is currently live. Ji Zining shook her head. I retired due to injury. I am not here to carry out a mission, and I cannot reach my unit at present. When the zombies first appeared, she had attempted to contact the outside world, but her phone received no signal. Han Xian sighed in disappointment. Suddenly, the lights in the dormitory flickered out, plunging the room into darkness, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. What is happening? Han Xian exclaimed, nearly jumping in fright. Qin Wenyu picked up the tripped pot, squinting to assess the situation. It should be fine. No need to panic. It's just a power outage due to a short circuit. She ate her noodles in the dark, and though they were merely plain noodles with salt, they tasted to her like an extravagant banquet. This is just a power issue. Soon the water pressure will affect the pipes, and will likely be without water in a couple of days, Qin Wenyu stated nonchalantly. Retrieving a powerful flashlight and turning it on. Instantly, the room was illuminated. Li Yao approached and adjusted the flashlight's direction to avoid blinding everyone. Is there any food left? She inquired. Qin Wenyu looked at her in surprise. You still have an appetite? Fortunately, I cooked extra. Once I finish, I'll share some with you. After finishing her noodles, Qin Wenyu handed the pot to Li Yao, which still contained a fair amount. Li Yao, undeterred, took a bite with Qin Wenyu's chopsticks. How terrible! She exclaimed. Having seen a pleasant expression on Wenyu's face earlier, she had expected it to be delicious, only to find it excessively salty. With determination, Li Yao forced herself to eat, just as the famished Han Xian approached. "Is there any left?" she asked eagerly, and Li Yao immediately offered the noodles. Han Xian skeptically took a bite, her face contorting in discomfort. She had little appetite to begin with. Had she not been so hungry, she might have spat it out. After struggling through a couple of bites, she looked up at the two of them. "Boss, Yumarin, do you both want some?" Ji Zining, carefully wiping the blood off a dagger she had picked up from the ground, shook her head. "I have no appetite." Yu Sitong hesitated for a moment before also shaking her head, with tears in her eyes. Han Xian finished the noodles and voluntarily went to the restroom to wash the dishes. The restroom was cluttered with containers filled to the brim with water. She cautiously used only a small amount, afraid of waste. Li Yao realized that this situation could not continue. Sitting beside Jiang Yueming's bed, she awaited Han Xian's return before promptly suggesting, "Let us convene a meeting." Qin Wenin raised an eyebrow, setting aside her belongings to sit on the edge of the bed. Han Xian hesitated while holding a small pot, choosing not to sit beside Qin Wenin and Ji Zining, instead nestling next to Li Yao. Li Yao nudged slightly, rose in exasperation and joined Qin Wenin. Yu Sitong, clutching a plush shark, slowly descended from the upper bunk and settled beside Ji Zining. Given the circumstances outside, it was evident that escape was impossible. They were confined within the room. However, remaining idle was not a viable option. A plan was imperative. Fortunately, their dormitory boasted an individual capable of foreseeing the future. Despite Ji Zining's recent act of violence, it was clear that the others harbored a greater fear of Qin Wenin, who now faced Ji Zining with palpable hostility. Recognizing her role as the mediator among her roommates, Li Yao turned to Qin Wenin and inquired, "Since you can foresee the future, do you have any insights?" Qin Wenin, perceptive to Li Yao's intentions, offered a nonchalant smile. "Currently, the zombies are rather foolish. But after consuming a sufficient amount of flesh and blood, their sight and hearing will evolve. My suggestion is that instead of waiting passively, we should venture out and eliminate the zombies." Her words sent a tremor through the group. Setting aside the question of whether they could defeat such creatures, the mere thought of taking action was daunting. Li Yao cautiously probed, "How long will the zombies persist?" Qin Wenin replied with a smile, "Indefinitely." Ignoring the stunned reactions of her companions, she continued with chilling resolve, "Zombies will not vanish. Their numbers will only increase. The space for human survival will dwindle. If we do not eliminate them now, more lives will be lost. Natural disasters will not cease. The rain will intensify, cutting off our escape routes. The only companions we will have are the occupants of this dormitory and the zombies." Ji Zining questioned, "What about the authorities? Will they not come to rescue the students?" Li Yao's heart sank. If the authorities were indeed coming, Qin Wenin would not exhibit such a response. Qin Wenin merely smiled. "The authorities are currently overwhelmed. There are too many places in need of assistance. They must first eradicate the zombies within the military before they can send help. If we do not take action to save ourselves, by the time assistance arrives, we will already be dead." Ji Zining clenched her fists. "If that is the case, why didn't you inform the authorities sooner?" Qin Wenin coldly responded, "Firstly, I only became aware of this yesterday, and my own supplies are insufficient. Secondly, how could I notify the authorities? Should I call to report an impending apocalypse? Who would believe me?" Ji Zining fell silent. Li Yao interjected to ease the tension. "If what he says is true, then we must begin our own rescue. The food and water in the dormitory are still relatively abundant. We have enough rice to last us 2 months, which should suffice until help arrives. With our food situation secure, our only remaining concern is whether we should venture out to confront the zombies." As Li Yao finished speaking, Han Xian vigorously shook her head. "I refuse. It's too terrifying outside." Surprisingly, Ji Zining, who often opposed Qin Wenin, nodded earnestly at this moment. "We should go. Perhaps we can save others from different dormitories." She leaned against the edge of the bed and suddenly began to rhythmically tap on the wall, which was connected to the adjacent one. Moments later, a rhythmic knocking sound emanated from the wall, revealing that someone in the neighboring dormitory was still alive. "They are alive next door," said Ji Zining. Qin Wenyu raised her eyebrows and mimicked her actions, tapping on the wall, soon receiving a response. There were indeed others alive next door. Li Yao took a deep breath. Summoning her courage, "I also support going out to eliminate the zombies. First, we can gradually clear the hallway, and then check each dormitory one by one. Every life saved counts. However, if we venture out, we must ensure we are adequately protected. Upon hearing this, Han Xin continued to shake his head vigorously. If you all are going, then go ahead. I will not accompany you. It is too terrifying outside. Yu Sitong. What about you? Are you not going either? All eyes turned to Yu Sitong, awaiting her reaction. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden chime echoed. Ding. The live broadcast is about to commence, with a duration from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and the live broadcast dimension is randomly selected. The current live broadcast dimension is the martial arts realm. Countdown to the live broadcast. 3, 2, 1. The live broadcast screen is now active. Due to the absence of broadcasting equipment in the martial arts realm, the format has changed to a celestial canopy with a coverage radius of 1 kilometer. Yu Sitong's expression shifted dramatically, and after a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. I agree to go out. Second-rate hero, what is this? Why are there people in the sky? Woodcutter, holy cow. What on earth is that? Why is there a woman up there, dressed so oddly? Apothecary, help. There are monsters. Yu Sitong's face turned pale. Meanwhile, Li Yao, staring at the subtitles that kept appearing above Yu Sitong's head, was equally dumbfounded. She had heard everything the system had announced regarding the live broadcast. No one had informed her that it could be done this way. Chapter 9, Live Broadcast Violation, Censored. Li Yao made an effort to divert her gaze from Yu Sitong's head. Among the 6 of us in the dormitory, for agree to go out. So I will yield to the majority, if no one objects. Han Xin raised his hand high. I object. I am too scared to go. Li Yao sighed. You are not going out. You will stay here to take care of Mingming and Nao Nao. Han Xin nodded eagerly, appearing impatient. Li Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Now that she was tasked with watching over Nao Nao, she had no objections. It is worth noting that when they initially brought the cat home, Han Xin had been the most vocal opponent due to her fear of black cats. By the way, do zombies have any weaknesses? For instance, are there specific areas, like the head, where a single blow could prove fatal? Li Yao inquired. Qin Wenyu tapped on the wall in a steady rhythm. Zombies need to be struck with blunt force at the back of the head or the temple. Of course, if one possesses sufficient strength, decapitating a zombie will also lead to its demise. If you wish to go out, going unarmed is certainly not an option. We must at least have weapons. She leaped from her bed and rummaged through the delivery box, retrieving 3 entrenching tools, which she handed out to them one by one. These are the best. They fit perfectly in hand. Come, let's go practice. Without allowing them a moment to acclimate, Qin Wenyu strode purposefully towards the door. Li Yao's heart raced, and she followed suit, hastily pulling on her tactical jacket and mask, securing them tightly. Ji Zining and Yu Situ also mimicked her actions, their minds buzzing with the barrage of comments. Pharmacist, the monsters can speak. Master, save me. Lumberjack, these women are quite attractive, albeit a bit fierce. What are they planning? Murder? Second-rate hero, how intriguing. I cannot see the sky from here, yet one step forward reveals it. Should I return and inform Brother Lu? But if I leave, how will I witness this wondrous spectacle? It seemed that the premiere of the Poppy had not been fortunate. There were merely 3 individuals within a kilometer. What a desolate wilderness. Are you ready? I am about to open the door. The trio of Li Yao tightened their grips on the entrenching tools and nodded. In the next moment, Qin Wenyu pushed the door open. A foul stench of blood mingled with decay assailed them as the zombies, feasting on flesh in the corridor, simultaneously lifted their heads, countless crimson eyes fixated upon them. Surging forward in an instant, Li Yao was paralyzed with fear, while Yu Situ fared little better, her body's instinctive rigidity rendering her motionless, as if in a stupor. Like a sharp blade, Qin Wenyu swiftly kicked a lunging zombie aside, her entrenching tool striking accurately against the creature's temple. In an instant, the zombie lost all mobility, collapsing to the ground. Ji Zining, with even greater agility, moved like flowing water, her tool effortlessly dispatching 2 more zombies. The duo became avatars of death, securing the front and rear, granting Li Yao and Yu Situ a moment to breathe. It was only then that Li Yao began to regain her composure. She stretched her limbs and prodded the still-dazed Yu Situ. Are you feeling better? Shall we give it a try? It was then that Yu Situ snapped back to reality, her mind still swirling with the comments overhead. Pharmacist, oh my, what manner of creature is that? I am doomed. Lumberjack, help. Don't eat me. Second-rate hero, is this a puppet or a concocted being? It appears devoid of consciousness. Second-rate hero, I must inquire with Brother Lu. Second-rate hero, that short-haired man is quite skilled. I wish to engage him in conversation. A bold, enlarged comment obstructed Yu Situ's view. System, the live stream has been reported for bloodiness and has been censored. Li Yao thought to herself, with only 2 people present, who could possibly report it? Second-rate hero. Huh, why can't I see the blood? The concocted being has turned into a block? How fascinating. Second-rate hero. I truly wish to inform Brother Lu to come here. Second-rate hero. That move was splendid. The barrage had not featured the apothecary boy or the woodcutter again, and Li Yao had a strong suspicion regarding the informant. She gripped her entrenching tool tightly and let out a sigh. Just as she was about to take action, she noticed the previously trembling Yu Sitong charging forward nonchalantly, targeting a solitary zombie and swinging the entrenching tool forcefully at its head. To the right a bit. Yes, just like that. Was Yu Sitong employing some sort of cheat? Was what she saw merely a censored version of reality? Did she have a mentor guiding her? Was Li Yao truly the only ordinary person in this world? In a fit of frustration, Li Yao tightened her grip on the entrenching tool, channeling all her strength to strike the zombie's head with an almost cathartic fury. The zombie staggered and fell to the ground with a thud. Before Li Yao could even celebrate her small victory, a horrifying zombie face loomed before her. Ah! Li Yao shrieked, wildly swinging the entrenching tool and nearly striking Qin Wenyu. It's all right now, Qin Wenyu reassured her with an air of resignation. You've already done remarkably well by taking down a zombie. You should go rest. The zombie that had approached her was now lifeless at Li Yao's feet. Though she yearned to continue, exhaustion enveloped her. With a weary nod, she entered the house under Qin Wenyu's escort. As soon as she stepped inside, she collapsed onto the floor. Yao Yao, are you all right? Was it terrifying outside? Are you okay? I heard your scream. You're not hurt, are you? Han Xian immediately ceased his hammering and rushed over with concern. Li Yao shook her head, taking a moment to recuperate before removing her blood-stained windbreaker and placing it in a corner by the door. The persistent hammering from next door continued, and Li Yao pressed her ear against the wall, calling out, "Can you hear me?" Han Xian mimicked her, but perhaps due to the heavy rain, no response reached them. After pondering for a moment, she retrieved a pen and paper, scribbled a few lines, tore them into small notes, and hurriedly dashed outside. As she opened the door, she was immediately overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood. Holding her nose, Li Yao cautiously slipped the notes through the crack of the door into the adjacent dormitory, uncertain if they would be noticed. Nevertheless, she resolved to do her utmost. After completing her task, she raised her gaze to observe her roommates. The retired soldier, like an indefatigable top, bore a resolute expression on his face, reminiscent of a reincarnated god of slaughter. Meanwhile, the reborn heiress began to breathe heavily, her grip on the shovel trembling slightly. The most fatigued of all was their streamer, who leaned against the wall, panting, while the barrage above continued to mock her. You're so weak, your physique is too poor, and you lack inner strength. You can't even handle 2 zombies? Look at others. With your weakness, you'll inevitably perish in this world. Never mind, who could resist the soft-heartedness of this master? Here, take this sword technique, study it well. The system received a reward in the form of the Suifeng sword technique from the second-rate swordsman, who has now upgraded to a novice fan, changing their nickname to Shimo. The broadcaster's rating has reached 10, elevating them to the status of a rookie streamer, with the live broadcast range extending by 1 kilometer. Instantly, several comments appeared on the screen. Old fisherman, what is this? Villager 1, is it a ghost under the bright blue sky? Villager 2, am I about to die? Apothecary, ah, why won't these spirits leave me alone? Chapter 10, Culinary God in Training. The apothecary's frantic comment nearly elicited a laugh from Li Yao. Seeing the beautiful face of Yu Siting devoid of any reaction, Li Yao could not help but exclaim, this streamer needs my assistance. My own words would betray me in an instant. Is everyone okay? Should we return to rest for a while and continue later? Li Yao called out. Yu Siting walked back silently, her expression unchanging. Qin Wenyu also withdrew her hands. And after a moment of hesitation, Ji Zining spoke up. I am not tired yet. You all may head back first. Having slain over 20 zombies, the corridor was noticeably more vacant, with emergency lights casting a dim glow upon the bloodied faces of the undead. Qin Wenyu dispatched the most recent zombie, stating, without proper backup, you are vulnerable to ambushes. It is best to return. These zombies cannot be eradicated in just a day or 2. Under the collective persuasion, Ji Zining ultimately decided to concede, and the 4 of them retreated cautiously back to their dormitory. The zombies seemed to have caught a whiff of the lingering scent and were relentlessly pounding on the dormitory door. Li Yao was startled, fearing the door would give way, allowing the zombies to surge inside. They dared not breathe, nor move a muscle. However, Qin Wenyu took decisive action, spraying perfume vigorously at the door's crevice and then stuffing her blood-stained clothing into the gap. Li Yao and the others quickly followed suit. And soon the zombies could no longer detect the scent of the living, staggering away in confusion. Peering through a small glass panel in the door, Li Yao observed the zombies scavenging the bloodied remnants on the ground, tirelessly gnawing at the flesh. Some zombies, unable to find fresh meat, began to feast upon their fallen comrades. Gagging, Li Yao nearly retched. Shimo, what are those creatures? Even apothecaries wouldn't be so grotesque. I must ask Brother Lu when we get back. Shimo, this room is quite extraordinary. Is the floor made of white jade? How extravagant. Catching sight of the comments out of the corner of her eye, Li Yao felt less nauseated. Suddenly, a dark object was thrust in front of her. Startled, she focused her gaze to find it was a dumbbell. Ji Zining spoke nonchalantly. Your physical condition is quite poor. You should exercise more. The weakest among them, Li Yao, resigned herself to grasping the dumbbell, lifting it upwards. With a clatter, the dumbbell fell from her grasp. I'm sorry, it's too heavy for me to lift, Li Yao lamented. Near tears, Ji Zining looked at her disapprovingly, and with trembling hands, Li Yao picked up the dumbbell and, with watery eyes, implored, Boss, please create a training regimen for me. I want to build muscle too. This statement received unanimous approval from all members of the dormitory, including Han Xian. Although she lacked the courage to venture outside, exercise was undoubtedly essential. One cannot simply wait for death to arrive. Ji Zining had gone aside to formulate a training regimen, while Li Yao cradled the cat, attempting to mend her wounded heart. Qin Wenyu was engrossed in her artistic endeavors nearby, and out of curiosity, Li Yao leaned closer to discover that she was drafting a plan for venturing out to vanquish zombies. Meanwhile, Yu Sidong was surrounded by a flurry of comments on her head, expressing either admiration or terror, creating an oddly harmonious atmosphere throughout the dormitory. Suddenly, intermittent sounds emerged, and Li Yao, filled with delight, set down her pet and dashed to the window of Jiang Yueming. Mingming, you have finally awakened. Jiang Yueming's elongated eyelashes fluttered delicately, a single curl of hair resting upon her pale, cracked lips, gently swaying as she slightly tilted her head. The others immediately set aside their tasks, gathering around her in unison. How splendid! At last, she has awakened. Amidst the jubilant cheers of Han Xian, Jiang Yueming finally opened his eyes. Simultaneously, Li Yao gazed in astonishment at a dark object that slowly ascended from Jiang Yueming's head. Culinary god in training. Is it a human endeavor? A beaver, perhaps? After much effort, it seems the entire dormitory is filled with protagonists, while she finds herself merely an ordinary person. Novels seldom portray such a scenario, do they? Why are you all surrounding me? Jiang Yueming inquired softly, her voice hoarse and unmelodious due to dehydration. I shall fetch you some water, Li Yao replied, tapping her forehead before hurriedly exiting to pour a drink. As she passed by the mirror, she couldn't help but glance at her reflection, still disheartened by the emptiness atop her head. Perhaps something would unexpectedly emerge from behind. She returned with water, and Han Xian had already begun to discuss the events of the past few days with her in hushed tones. In a wave of shock and disbelief, Jiang Yueming found herself at a loss for words. Are you truly serious? This is not a jest, is it? Suddenly struck by such a tremendous shock, Jiang Yueming's gaze appeared somewhat dazed. I am not deceiving you. Once you feel a bit better, you can stand up and take a look outside for yourself, Han Xian remarked. Above the dormitory door, there was a small pane of glass, allowing a faint glimpse of the corridor beyond. With a rumble, Jiang Yueming's stomach emitted a series of sounds. Han Xian, stepping forward with resolve, declared, I shall go prepare some noodles. Please wait for me for a moment. She excitedly rushed out, retrieved the small electric cooker from beneath the bed, only to realize that the power had gone out. Oh, what shall we eat now? At this moment, the fuel blocks that Qin Wenyu had previously stockpiled came into play. Utilizing these, one could simply place the fuel blocks into the portable stove, add water, and prepare noodles. Qin Wenyu instructed Han Xian on the use of the portable stove, and within 5 minutes, the enticing aroma of the cooking noodles began to waft through the air. Everyone had likely been feeling hungry for quite some time, as their stomachs emitted a chorus of hungry growls. As Han Xian hurriedly added spices, contemplating the appropriate amount of salt to use, Jiang Yueming approached from the bed. Allow me to take over. Han Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps it was better to refrain. Our dormitory is filled with culinary disasters. And only my creations are passably edible. Especially Jiang Yueming, who is truly the epitome of a kitchen assassin. She can turn even simple noodles into a mushy mess. Unworthy of such fine ingredients. Jiang Yueming recalled her past culinary failures, unsure of how to voice her thoughts. At that moment, Li Yao approached Han Xian. Why not let her give it a try? Perhaps she'll have an epiphany. Yuan Bao, I have a favor to ask. I wish to write more notes to slip under the door of the next room. Could you assist me in writing them? Li Yao cooed softly, her charm disarming Han Xian, who set aside the portable stove and followed her. Jiang Yueming, observing the newly vacated space, furrowed her brow at Li Yao. There was something suggestive in her demeanor. As the two of them linked arms to write notes, Jiang Yueming skillfully added salt and water, along with other seasonings. Her movements were so practiced, as if she had performed this countless times before. Within the dormitory, the air was suddenly filled with the rich aroma of noodles, instantly stirring appetites. With anticipation, Li Yao was presented with a bowl of plain noodles. You all haven't eaten, have you? I added some more noodles. Even if you're not hungry, do have a taste, she announced. Bowls filled with noodles were placed before everyone, the amber broth adorned with flecks of green scallions. The pristine noodles nestled comfortably within the bowl, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, igniting hunger. Li Yao swallowed hard. In comparison to the alluring noodles, the bold lettering floating atop them was more disheartening. Beginner's Spring Noodles. So even the noodles had titles, while she had none. Chapter 11, Battling Zombies. Frustration aside, the fragrance was undeniably captivating. Truly, a culinary deity. Li Yao relished the noodles, feeling her spirit uplifted. And soon the room was filled only with the sounds of slurping noodles. Even those who had claimed a lack of appetite were now enjoying their meals heartily. With a bowl of noodles consumed, all weariness vanished, leaving them invigorated. Li Yao even drank the broth down to the last drop. Truly a testament to the prowess of a culinary master in training. What a delight. Once the meal was finished, everyone's spirits soared. Han Xian, puzzled, murmured, How is it that you suddenly seem awakened? This food is so delicious. I feel invigorated. Qin Wenyu regarded her with a curious expression. Jiang Yueming's gaze drifted, uncertain whether to speak up. Just then, Li Yao casually remarked, Could it be like in the novels, that one awakens special powers, like an exceptional culinary aptitude? Her words elicited laughter from everyone. Li Yao then asked Qin Wenyu, Do you think people can truly awaken special powers? After a moment's hesitation, Qin Wenyu replied, Yes. Her response instantly brightened everyone's eyes. Who wouldn't wish to awaken extraordinary abilities? After all, they were extraordinary. However, I remain uncertain about how to awaken. In my dreams, I am devoid of such awakening. I merely comprehend that among countless individuals, a special ability wielder emerges only once in a while. Qin Wenyu's words enveloped everyone in silence. Li Yao, with a cheerful smile, remarked, If we are able to awaken, it simply indicates our good fortune. And if we do not, it is of little consequence, given the minuscule probability. Yet at that moment, Qin Wenyu raised the plan sheet in her hand, stating, As far as I know, the more one encounters zombies, the higher the likelihood of awakening a special ability. Since we are now well fed and have regained our strength, why not venture out to eliminate some zombies? Very well. Ji Zining wiped her mouth and was the first to respond. Yu Sitong, with the barrage of thoughts still swirling in her mind, nodded without hesitation. Han Xian, however, quietly raised her hand, saying, I am tidying up at home, taking care of Mingming and Nao Nao. Qin Wenyu cast a disdainful glance her way, and Han Xian, feeling timid, refrained from speaking further. Li Yao chuckled at the two of them, donned her tactical jacket, and put on a mask, preparing for battle. She believed she could at least take down two zombies. Just as she was about to push the door open and step outside, Jiang Yueming suddenly called out to her, hesitatingly asking, What's wrong, Mingming? I also wish to see outside. Is it permissible? Qin Wenyu nodded. Yes, just stay behind us. At that moment, Han Xian suddenly trembled, instinctively murmuring, Why now? What is it? Li Yao inquired, her pupils narrowing. The ornate characters swirling above Han Xian's head continuously morphed until they solidified into Miracle Xian System, Zombie Xian. What does this mean? Must she be provoked 8 times in a single day? Han Xian, with a woeful expression, struggled to speak. I also wish to go out. Could you all wait for me a moment? Amidst the bewildered gazes of her companions, Han Xian made a quick trip to the restroom, emerging in less than a minute. However, upon leaving, she evidently resembled a zombie. What is this? Qin Wenyu instinctively reached for her weapon. Li Yao suddenly intercepted her, her tone strained as she said, "Wait. That seems to be Yuan Bao. So quickly transformed into a zombie. Even if it were a mutation, it wouldn't happen this fast." Everyone stood in stunned silence. Han Xian was on the verge of tears, raising her hand towards Qin Wenyu. "I am truly Yuan Bao. I deliberately dressed like this. If I appear this way, the zombies shouldn't bite me, right?" Her face was smeared with some substance that indeed resembled the exposed flesh of a zombie, and her hair was matted with blood. If she did not speak, she could easily be mistaken for a zombie. Even with makeup, it was implausible to achieve such a transformation in a mere minute. Li Yao surmised that perhaps her system had compelled her to do this. Yet, the others remained oblivious, their gazes towards Han Xian filled with suspicion, with even Ji Zining itching to strike her. Han Xian, steeling herself, approached Qin Wenyu, asserting, "I truly am Yuan Bao." She grasped Li Yao's hand, attempting to awaken the bond of friendship. "You must believe me, I truly am in disguise." Li Yao could scarcely fathom that the most profound shock she would experience today was the unexpected appearance of Han Xian. She fought desperately against the urge to scream, striving to speak in a calm manner. All right, you are indeed a treasure." Everyone regarded her with suspicion, and upon witnessing the zombie Han's lack of aggressive action, Qin Wenyu opened the door. The zombies lingering in the corridors swiftly turned their heads, accelerating towards them like ravenous wolves. The inexperienced Jiang Yueming trembled in fear, clutching the wall and stifling her cries, tears streaming down her cheeks. Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining maintained their positions, each guarding one side, while Yu Sitong assisted Qin Wenyu, her previously chaotic movements now exhibiting a discernible rhythm. Qin Wenyu cast an appreciative glance her way, managing to utter a commendatory remark, "Well done." Li Yao observed the guiding text floating above Yu Sitong's head, her mouth twitching in envy. "There's no comparison, I can't compete." Her focus returned to the zombie Han, who staggered forward, swaying as though afflicted by Parkinson's, her legs visibly trembling. Despite appearing as if she were made of noodles, she persisted in her endeavor to move forward. The colorful script above her head transformed into a vivid red as she wobbled her way towards Ji Zining. As Ji Zining valiantly fought off zombies, she instinctively swung her shovel upon seeing the approaching zombie from behind. Han Xian fell with a thud, collapsing to the ground like a limp shrimp, sobbing and refusing to rise. "Why did you hit me? Sob, sob, sob." Ji Zining wiped the sweat from her brow, stammering an apology. "I'm sorry, I thought you were a zombie." Han Xian's cries grew louder. As she wept, the red letters on her head intensified in brightness. Struggling, she managed to rise, staggering past Ji Zining and stepping beyond her protective range. "Treasure, come back," Ji Zining called out. Yet, Han Xian did not look back, crying as she moved forward. Li Yao, feeling a pang of compassion, was about to rush forward to retrieve Han Xian when she noticed that the zombie in front of her ignored Han Xian entirely, staggering towards Ji Zining instead. Ji Zining stood frozen, disbelief etched across her face. Even Li Yao could hardly believe her eyes as Han Xian fell to the ground, wiping her face amidst her tears, while one zombie after another passed by her, heading for Ji Zining. The speed of Ji Zining's strikes waned, her mind swirling with confusion. Han Xian remained on the ground for a full 2 minutes until the red letters on her head reverted to their original decorative form, prompting her to crawl back in tears. The zombies continued to overlook her. Han Xian rolled and crawled back to Ji Zining, only to be yanked up by Li Yao. Li Yao gazed at her in bewilderment. What on earth is this? Suddenly, recalling a particular dress-up game, Li Yao's mind jolted back to reality. Wait, were we just playing a game? I want to go back. I want to go back. Tears and snot streamed down Han Xian's face as she cried out, insisting on returning to the dormitory. Li Yao, unable to manage her, reluctantly opened the door to let her in. It appeared that Jiang Yueming was also in distress, prompting Li Yao to bring her back as well. Before they could even step inside, a sudden exclamation from Han Xian pierced the air. Where were the items from the balcony? How could so much supply have vanished so abruptly? Chapter 12. Not only stealing underwear, but also a cat. The group, caught in a moment of confrontation, froze instantly. Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining, in perfect harmony, retreated swiftly into the house, sealing off the zombies outside. Upon surveying the balcony, it felt as though the sky had collapsed. Where was my vast stockpile? All those boxes, how could they have disappeared? Qin Wenyu dashed onto the balcony, searching frantically left and right, then rushed to the bathroom, scouring every possible corner of the room, yet found nothing. Where were the items? With her eyes blazing red, Qin Wenyu seized Han Xian by the collar, her voice icy as she interrogated her. Han Xian, utterly terrified, stammered, "I don't know. It truly wasn't me." Qin Wenyu's tone grew even more frigid. "If it wasn't you, then who could it be? You're dressed so oddly that the zombies do not attack you. What exactly are you? If you do not produce the items, I shall deliver you to the zombies." With that, she gripped Han Xian by the neck, dragging her toward the door. Already frightened beyond measure, Han Xian began to scream frantically. "It wasn't me. It truly wasn't me. Help. Please spare me. I beg you." Qin Wenyu remained unmoved, exuding an aura of lethal intent as she single-handedly opened the door. Han Xian collided face-to-face with the zombie that was banging on the door, letting out a piercing scream before rolling her eyes back and fainting. Yet, even in her unconscious state, the zombies did not attack her, nor did they target Qin Wenyu, who still held her. The zombies appeared to ignore them, stumbling over to grab flesh and blood from the ground to consume. Qin Wenyu let out a cold laugh, her eyes scrutinizing Han Xian before she ultimately closed the door, unceremoniously discarding Han Xian to the floor as if she were refuse. Li Yao, having watched in silence, finally exhaled in relief and approached, attempting to reassure her. "Do not fret, the items must still be here. We were only gone for a brief moment. They are bound to be around." However, Li Yao herself found the situation perplexing. So many items could not have been taken in an instant, even if Ji Zining had been involved. They had been guarding the door the entire time, never seeing anyone enter. Unless someone possessed a spatial ability, it would be impossible to remove everything so quickly. But who among them could have such power? Li Yao scanned the faces of her companions, finding none that seemed capable, yet all appeared suspect. "My coat and snacks are also missing," Jiang Yueming remarked, her brow furrowed as she checked her belongings. Yu Sitong glanced at her bed, her pupils dilating in shock. "My shark dog is gone too," Ji Zining quietly added, "and my dumbbells are missing." Li Yao checked again, and suddenly realized, "All my clothes are missing, even my underwear. This thief. They even stole underwear." Li Yao shouted angrily towards the sky, "And my cat. My cat is missing too." It was evident that the child was truly furious. At this moment, Qin Wenyu, instead of being angry, chuckled as she approached her bed. "I haven't lost anything, but all the items I hoarded on the balcony have vanished. This little thief is quite the stealthy one." The crowd, having lost their most cherished possessions, nodded in agreement. "When I find that thief, I shall ensure his demise." Li Yao exclaimed in anger. "Stealing my underwear is one thing, but why steal my cat as well?" When Han Xian awoke, she was met with 5 pairs of piercing eyes. "What are you all doing? I swear, I didn't take anything. I couldn't possibly take anything," she cried, feeling overwhelmed. "Please, don't look at me like that." Han Xian began to weep again. Li Yao fixed her a fierce gaze, demanding, "Where's my cat?" Ji Zining, speaking slowly, asked, "What about my dumbbells?" Yu Sitong, filled with resentment, added, "What about my shark dog?" Han Xian, bewildered, exclaimed, "You are all being so unfair. I can't take this anymore. Everything is being blamed on me. Just kill me already. I want to die." Han Xian was in a frenzy, and with her zombie outfit, she resembled a frenzied alien, truly terrifying. Li Yao gasped, retreating in fear, while Ji Zining instinctively prepared to strike. As they watched Han Xian lose her mind in the dormitory, crashing into the bedpost, Li Yao quietly remarked to herself, "It shouldn't be her. She clearly lacks the intellect or capability for this." At that moment, Yu Sitong noticed a line of comments floating above her head. "Shimo, what is that? It seems like something is disappearing." Li Yao suddenly turned her head, just in time to see a cup on the table vanish in an instant. She grabbed Ji Zining's hand beside her. There, everyone's gaze converged, and under their watchful eyes, a roll of toilet paper on the table suddenly disappeared. Gradually, items on the table were being devoured by an unseen force. "My book." Jiang Yueming rushed forward, but the book continued to vanish before her eyes, her fingers almost grazing its surface. Li Yao spoke with difficulty. "Why, do you have any idea what is happening?" Qin Wenyu, irritated, retorted, "I know nothing. I don't care what is causing this. We must catch it." With that, Qin Wenyu charged forward, attempting to seize the intangible entity, but grasped nothing but air. Seeing this, Li Yao and the others also tried to assist, yet the entity remained hidden in the air, utterly invisible and untouchable. After much effort, they managed to catch nothing, while items continued to disappear. A spark of inspiration flashed in Li Yao's mind. She quickly fetched a basin of water from the restroom and, directing it toward the location of the vanishing items, she splashed it forcefully. "Get back!" She managed to shout a single phrase just in time, and everyone swiftly dodged. A basin of water fell upon the creature, revealing a small, fuzzy being that materialized before the crowd. Li Yao rubbed her eyes, finding it somewhat familiar. Just as she was about to take a closer look, the creature abruptly vanished from sight. However, a trail of watermarks appeared on the ground, meandering in a disoriented fashion. The onlookers exchanged glances and immediately rushed forward. Ji Zining, being the most agile, grasped the damp little creature, but was suddenly struck in the face by a dumbbell that appeared before her, causing her to reflexively release her grip. The trail of watermarks scurried away, disappearing in an instant. The group exchanged bewildered looks. What was happening? This creature could not only become invisible, but also teleport? Qin Wenyi's temper flared as she began rummaging through the room, determined to unearth this little thief. Li Yao crouched before the watermarks, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. Instinctively, she looked up and noticed that directly above the spot where the marks had vanished was a cabinet. She opened the cabinet door, only to find it empty, save for a puddle of water. Could it be? Li Yao swallowed hard and slowly reached towards the area above the watermarks. Her hand encountered a damp, furry sensation. The texture and size felt all too familiar. Gritting her teeth, she grasped the scruff of the cat's neck. "Naughty, have you had enough of your mischief?" Her roommates gasped, 5 pairs of eyes turning to her. Even the frantic Han Xin looked on timidly. In Li Yao's grasp, a dripping wet black cat gradually became visible. Held firmly by the scruff of its neck, its tail clutched tightly, rendering it immobile. Mew. The creature bore a phrase inscribed on its forehead, "Mutant Spatial Pet." Chapter 13. How vast is the space? It was all this wretched cat's fault that I ended up in such a predicament. I want to stew this filthy creature. Han Xin scrambled to her feet, her face contorted with rage as she lunged for the cat. "Li Yao, don't stop me. I'll tell you again. It's useless to pamper this cat. It's doomed." Li Yao did not intervene, but a hand blocked Han Xin's path. It was Qin Wenyi. Startled, Han Xin shivered instinctively. "What are you doing?" "I'm ridding the world of a menace." Qin Wenyi approached Li Yao, her eyes sparkling with an astonishing brightness, devoid of any sign of anger. In a gentle tone, she coaxed, "Darling, have you awakened your spatial abilities?" The group stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared to discover that the first ability wielder they encountered was a cat. Yet, it made sense. How else could so many objects vanish into thin air? Moreover, judging by the items that Now had devoured, its spatial capacity appeared quite considerable. Everyone's gaze brightened as they looked at the black cat. Li Yao, startled by the high-pitched voice, shifted her hold from grasping to cradling the cat instead. Now, you can understand what your sister is saying, can't you?" Now tilted its head, its dark, large eyes fixed on her without a hint of fear, affectionately licking the palm of Li Yao's hand. "Good baby, sister knows you are the best. Could you please bring out what you just swallowed?" Li Yao gently coaxed, her fingers tenderly massaging the little one's head. The short ears peeked out from between her fingers, irresistibly adorable. Intermittent purring resonated from the throat of the little creature. Seemingly comforted by her soothing words, the black cat raised its head slightly, and a cat treat fell from the sky, landing squarely on Qin Wenyu's head. Instead of being angry, Qin Wenyu extended her hand, gently massaging the kitten's paw, her voice soft and soothing. If Now wanted a cat treat, she would have to exchange it for one of sister's boxes, 1 box for 1 treat. The black cat tilted its head in contemplation, appearing to find the deal quite appealing. A box materialized on the ground, and she momentarily ceased grooming, her large eyes fixed intently on Qin Wenyu. Qin Wenyu delicately tore open the treat bag, her movements careful and gentle, a smile gracing her lips as she fed the little cat. The expression and gestures she displayed were in stark contrast to the decisiveness she had exhibited moments before in the heat of battle. Han Xin shivered, glaring at the black cat with a hint of resentment, mumbling softly, "Why is it that you are so cruel to me, yet so kind to this filthy cat?" Qin Wenyu shot her a cold glance, her gaze laden with menace, instantly silencing Han Xin. "You better behave. I haven't settled the score with you yet." With a dismissive remark, Qin Wenyu resumed coaxing now with treats. The others gathered around in astonishment, Jiang Yueming eager to reach out, yet hesitant to offend the little creature. Han Xian, sulking in a corner, was on the verge of tears, as one treat quickly vanished. And before Qin Wenyu could utter another word, yet another treat landed on her head. Qin Wenyu smiled gently, removing the treat from her head. "We had an agreement. Give me another box, and I shall feed you." Another box thudded to the ground, just as she was about to open the treat when Li Yao, unable to contain herself any longer, intervened. Grabbing the kitten by the scruff of its neck, she ceased the pampering, scolding the little creature while rubbing its ears. "Li Xiao now, you seem to be getting a bit too carried away. Bring those things back to me, or I shall withhold your cat treats for a month. If you don't comply, don't blame me for being ungracious." Li Xiao now feigned deafness, turning her little ears away as if she had heard nothing. Li Yao, exasperated, opened her mouth and playfully grabbed the kitten's ear, speaking in a muffled tone. "Do you believe I will bite your little ear off?" The black cat's pupils widened, its tail flicking impatiently as if to say, all right, I'll give it to you." In an instant, numerous boxes appeared with a clatter on the ground, along with dumbbells discarded by Ji Zining, a shark toy from Yu Sitong, and Li Yao's clothing. A white piece of underwear fell from above, wobbling as it landed atop the garments. "Meow," the little black cat proclaimed proudly, its tail held high. "Li Xiao, now." Li Yao erupted in frustration, shoving the kitten into a pile of clothes. "Wherever you brought this mess from, return it there, or else I shall confiscate your snacks for an entire month." The kitten's fur bristled in an instant, and it bit Li Yao with an indignant huff, its fierce demeanor suggesting it might devour her whole. Yet, in truth, it left no marks at all. Li Yao stared at it impassively. The black cat retreated, its ears and tail drooping, leaping atop the pile of clothes. And without any visible effort, the garments vanished completely. Naughty jumped onto Li Yao's cabinet, restoring each item one by one. The onlookers watched in amazement, and Jiang Yueming cautiously approached Li Yao, asking, "Aren't you afraid she might get angry?" Li Yao glared at the little creature's busy figure, gritting her teeth. "I've raised her since she was just a couple of months old. Do I not know her temperament by now? She's just pretending to be angry." Her voice was unrestrained. And upon hearing this, Naughty's tail drooped unhappily, swinging in irritation. Before long, everything was returned to its rightful place, and Naughty feigned nonchalance, sitting beside Li Yao and meticulously grooming its paws. A small, dark bundle, with a bare patch on its tail and fur not yet fully grown, looked rather pitiful, softening Li Yao's heart. Unable to resist, she finally cradled the kitten in her arms. All right, sister is no longer angry. Your snacks are safe. Meow. Our little kitten is truly amazing. Having awakened spatial abilities to store things away, wanting to impress sister, right? Meow. Naughty is the best. Meow. I was just pretending to be angry." After barely 2 minutes of feigned anger, Li Yao revealed her true feelings, lifting the kitten for affectionate embraces and kisses. The black cat proudly flicked its tail. "Can you understand what she is saying?" Qin Wenyu approached, intrigued. Li Yao shook her head. "Not at all." "Then why did you chat with her for so long?" Qin Wenyu sighed. "Isn't it normal to talk to a kitten?" Li Yao raised the kitten's paw, greeting her sister. "Meow, you're such a good baby. Later, sister will open a can for you." Meow. Qin Wenyu gazed at the kitten, bursting with questions, yet hesitated, unsure how to voice them, considering it was merely a cat. This is a spatial ability. It's rare, perhaps 1 in a million might awaken it. "Can you ask her how vast her space is?" Li Yao coaxed the kitten for a while, but Naughty only responded with a meow. "Is it larger than a house?" she asked, and the kitten nodded slightly. "Is it about the size of a house?" Li Yao inquired, and Naughty shook its head, then nodded again. "Approximately that size." Li Yao gently patted the kitten's head. "Naughty, are you tired? Just wait a moment, sister will get your can." Curiously, Qin Wenyu reached out to stroke the black cat, but the kitten swiftly twisted away and jumped off. Qin Wenyu turned around and called, "Han Xian, come here." Han Xian, paralyzed with fear, stammered, "Me?" Chapter 14. Han Xian. "You have deceived me most cruelly. Explain, why do the zombies not bite you?" Qin Wenyu approached Han Xian, gazing down at her with eyes filled with coldness and scrutiny. Han Xian trembled, her eyes darting wildly as she pondered how to respond. I don't know." Qin Wenyu's gaze grew colder, and without further ado, she seized Han Xian and began to drag her toward the door. Wait, I was wrong. Don't do this. I'll tell you. Han Xian, resigned to her fate, broke free from Qin Wenyu's grasp and sat on the ground. Suddenly, her entire appearance began to vanish into thin air, and her bloody zombie face gradually faded, transforming back into her original self. This scene was nothing short of astonishing. Before the eyes of the onlookers, she had instantaneously shifted from a zombie back to a human. Even the characters above her head reverted to their normal appearance. Li Yao swallowed hard, suddenly grasping the meaning of the miraculous Xian system. What is this? Qin Wenyu was taken aback. Is this your ability? Han Xian closed her eyes and declared emphatically, Indeed, this is my ability. I can become anyone I wish. I'm not even certain if it qualifies as a power, but it is what it is. I can transform into a zombie. Lacking the desire to elaborate on the obscure aspects, Han Xian chose to remain silent. Yet, at that moment, none of them noticed this detail. The tension in Qin Wenyu's furrowed brow slightly eased. Shi Henti anticipated such hidden talents within the dormitory. What else can you transform into? Can it be anyone? She inquired. Han Xian shook her head vigorously. Of course not. Right now, I can only change into a few forms. A handsome figure in ancient attire, a vengeful spirit in red, a beastly form, or perhaps a corporate secretary. My face remains largely unchanged. I can only alter my clothing, hair, and adornments. Li Yao raised an eyebrow and mischievously remarked. That sounds quite reminiscent of the game Miraculous Warm. Han Xian froze, awkwardly scratching her head and chuckling. Haha, now that you mention it. It does sound a bit like that. Qin Wenyu's previously relaxed brow furrowed once more. I have never encountered such an extraordinary ability. Show me one of your transformations. Which one? Han Xian asked, trembling slightly. Qin Wenyu tugged at the corners of her mouth. Any will do. With her eyes closed, Han Xian seemed to either accept her fate or gather her strength as a glow enveloped her. In an instant, her attire transformed from long-sleeve pajamas into a flowing black ancient cloak, with her hair elegantly tied up and cascading long locks. A black long sword hung at her waist, presenting herself as a formidable ancient hero. Instantly, everyone gathered around her. So marvelous. You even seem taller now, exclaimed Jiang Yueming. Ji Zining, captivated by the long sword in Han Xian's hand, inquired, May I see that? Han Xian unsheathed the sword from her waist and handed it to Ji Zining. You may play with it. It will vanish within 24 hours. Ji Zining nodded, drawing her sword for a meticulous examination, only to discover it was a finely honed blade, its edge sharp enough to reflect a chilling gleam. It would not be an exaggeration to claim it could sever a single strand of hair. Her hair had also grown longer, and her face bore no trace of makeup. Her voice transformed into that of a male. Qin Wenyu contemplated thoughtfully. Your extraordinary ability is quite remarkable. How long can this transformation be sustained? Han Xian felt akin to an oversized figurine being whimsically handled, for 24 hours as well. Yet in her current guise as a dashing ancient swordsman, merely standing there exuded an aura of icy sword intent, reminiscent of a dark-clad hero atop a snow-capped mountain, evoking a sense of reverence. The voices of those present unconsciously softened. Only Li Yao was different, stunned into silence. You, Han Xian, you have deceived me so cruelly. Li Yao seethed internally, wishing she could confront her. The ancient swordsman before her was none other than Ling Shuang, a figure of great renown in their circle. This person's identity was shrouded in mystery, oscillating between male and female, with each persona remarkably rendered, earning the adoration of fans who referred to them as the twin deities, emerging prominently 6 months prior. Li Yao had been an ardent admirer, even attending a live event of the twin deities to obtain an autograph and take photographs, only to realize that this legendary figure was her very own roommate, Han Xian. Li Yao felt as though she might lose her mind, recalling the earlier sight of Zombie Xn writhing on the ground, feeling her idol had been desecrated. Why are you all staring at me like that? Han Xian spoke, her voice laced with a frosty edge. The crowd instinctively averted their gazes, avoiding her. Qin Wenyu found herself at a loss for words, having believed Han Xian's account, yet still puzzled by her extraordinary ability. Typically, the use of such powers would induce fatigue. But in Han Xian, she saw none of that. All right, you may revert now, Qin Wenyu suggested. However, Han Xian shook her head. I cannot change back just yet. In truth, she could revert, but under the guise of a swordsman, the way others regarded her had shifted entirely. After feeling somewhat deflated for a while, Han Xian finally straightened her posture. ready to embrace her identity. Just then, she sensed someone appearing behind her. It was Li Yao, her expression dark. "You seem very familiar," Li Yao began, only to be abruptly pulled into Han Xion's embrace, who had just recalled something. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. The strikingly handsome face of the man loomed closer, with sharp brows and bright eyes, broad shoulders, and a slim waist. Li Yao's heart raced unexpectedly. Her ears flushed with warmth. Goodness, this fool is actually trying to seduce me with male charm, Li Yao thought fiercely, giving Han Xion's chest a playful squeeze before wrapping her arms around the swordsman's slender waist, smiling brightly as she spoke. "As expected of my dear roommate. Transforming into a man for my enjoyment first? You're truly impressive, Ling Xuan." The swordsman furrowed his brow slightly, his long fingers pressing gently against Li Yao's lips. "Certainly. I am yours, to enjoy at your leisure. This shall remain our secret." The swordsman smiled faintly, as if the swirling snowflakes were blooming for him. Li Yao found herself entranced by his beauty, unable to extricate herself from its allure. Who could resist such a temptation? She resolved to keep this secret for Han Xion. However, upon reflection, Han Xion had awakened his system 6 months prior, a time when she had been oblivious to it. Now suddenly aware, she couldn't help but wonder if she too had awakened some latent ability. Click. Jiang Yueming chuckled, retracting her camera. "Apologies, I couldn't resist capturing this moment. The atmosphere is simply splendid." Qin Wenyi's lips twitched. "Indeed, our dormitory has been feasting rather well. A strikingly handsome youth and an ancient-style swordsman. Our dormitory could rival that of celebrities." Han Xion released Li Yao, no longer daring to maintain his swordsman guise, his body shimmering with light as he reverted to his original form. The enchanting ambience dissipated instantly, and Li Yao, her expression blank, remarked, "Did we not agree that I would be the sole beneficiary?" Han Xion, feeling aggrieved, replied, "You've already touched and embraced me. Is that not sufficient? I cannot truly engage in the act. Even if I had the capability, I would not dare." Chapter 15. "I am Zhou Yanan from the next dormitory." Li Yao rolled her eyes and returned to sit with her cat. Ji Zining reached out, her slender and powerful hand empty. "Did you not say 24 hours? Where has it gone?" Han Xion chuckled awkwardly. "Did I not revert back? Thus, the items have vanished. How unfortunate." Ji Zining's face was filled with regret. "I still wish to try using that sword to slay zombies." This statement sparked an idea in Li Yao. With enthusiasm, she inquired, "Can you conjure food as well? Is the food you create edible?" Han Xion, at a loss, lamented, "I have no idea. Why would I consume such things?" He felt utterly defeated. It had been a taxing day, and using the system's abilities had left him considerably drained. Very well, Li Yao decided to say nothing further. Instead, retrieving a can to feed her cat, Now seemed quite eager, finishing an entire can that she would typically only consume a quarter of. Then, she pawed at Li Yao's fingers, seeking more. "Good girl, come here for a belly rub, as long as you're not too full. There's one last can left." It seemed the little one had exerted herself in the space, having devoured more than half of the second can, leaving only a small amount remaining. At that moment, Yu Sitong's head was inundated with comments. "Shermo, this disguise technique is truly remarkable. Could it be some form of celestial magic? Shermo, I have never witnessed anything like it. Fishing Elder, a cat that can consume all things. This is no ordinary cat. Is this realm, perhaps, the celestial realm? Fishing Elder, are those creatures outside truly demons?" Li Yao raised her hand. "By the way, are we still going out to exterminate zombies? We haven't even removed our gear yet. Thankfully, the weather is abnormally cold. Otherwise, we would be drenched in sweat after all this activity. Let's go?" Ji Zining rose first, brandishing a shovel. Li Yao quickly followed suit, and soon everyone was fully armed, standing at the door. "You all go ahead. I'll stay back and watch the cat to prevent her from causing mischief," Han Xion murmured timidly. She truly despised zombies. Qin Wenyu set down her pen and paper, stating, "I've just calculated that, at our current pace, we can clear the zombies from the corridor in about 3 days. Let us get to work." With that, she opened the door. As the dormitory door swung open, countless zombies surged forward. Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining stood back to back, while Li Yao tightened her grip on the shovel, her eyes resolute as she swung at the heads of the zombies. If one hand wasn't sufficient, then she would use both. The zombie fell at her strike. Before Li Yao could celebrate, another zombie, half of its face missing, lunged at her, gritting her teeth. She forced herself to ignore its horrific visage and swung with all her might. The zombie was instantly obliterated, though Li Yao stepped back, panting heavily. A flurry of comments appeared before her eyes. Shimo, that girl may lack strength, but she fights fiercely. Xiaoyu, tell her to shift the power from her wrist to her arm. It will save her considerable energy. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, stepping forward to try as suggested. Yu Sitong glanced at the comments, just about to speak to Li Yao when she suddenly saw Li Yao swing her arm broadly, noticeably increasing her power, and forcefully toppled the zombie before her. Yu Sitong furrowed her brow slightly. Shimo, this girl has great intuition. She has quickly grasped the new technique. If only she could slightly adjust her body position. Encouraged by Shimo's praise, Li Yao smiled and adjusted her stance, letting her arm guide her wrist. With a successful strike, she felt a wonderful sense of rapid improvement. With a gleam of joy in her eyes, she fiercely continued to dispatch the zombies. The nearby zombies had mostly been cleared, yet more continued to emerge from afar, creating an overwhelming tide. Just then, something caught the corner of Li Yao's eye. A piece of paper was being pushed through the door crack. Skillfully dodging a zombie's attack, she stepped back and retrieved the note. I am Zhou Yanan from the next dormitory. There are 3 of us inside. Are you out there fighting zombies? Li Yao hadn't brought any paper or pen, so she quickly scrawled 3 English letters in the blood of the fallen zombie and shoved the note back through the door crack. At that moment, the 3 remaining occupants of room 605 anxiously stared towards the door, and upon seeing the note returned, Zhou Yanan hurried forward to unfold it. On the back of the white paper, written in dark red blood, was the message. They truly were fighting zombies. Zhou Yanan clenched her fists. I want to go out and help. What about you? Chun Chi nodded resolutely, declaring, if we do not venture out, our fate is sealed. We have exhausted our provisions. Thus, they proceeded to open the door. The 3 of them worked together to remove the furniture barricading the entrance, cautiously creating a narrow opening. Yao Yao, be careful. As the door creaked ajar, a zombie lunged towards Li Yao's face, baring its teeth. Their hearts raced in unison. Yet, Li Yao raised her hands high, wielding a shovel fiercely, striking the zombie down. She then turned, her face radiant with a smile. Zhou Yanan, I'm so glad to see you all alive. Zhou Yanan felt a surge of emotion. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she gazed at her brave roommates. If only we could be as courageous as you, and had ventured out sooner to confront the zombies, perhaps Qin Yu and the others would still be alive. Chen Qi nodded gravely in agreement. Ji Zining glanced over, her expression somber. Is it true that only the 3 of you survived in your dormitory? Zhou Yanan managed a bitter smile. Yes, it's just us 3. We were fortunate. None of us fell ill. But Zhao Yinuo, drawn by the sounds of screaming outside, went to investigate and was bitten in the neck, never to return. Qin Yu went out to help. But she also did not come back. We didn't dare to leave. We merely hid away. They had barricaded their dormitory door. And had it not been for the note Yao Yao slipped in, they would have remained unaware of their friends battling zombies outside. Silence enveloped them momentarily, though their hands continued to strike down the zombies. They recognized that these creatures were once their classmates, yet the bloodied faces rendered them unrecognizable, allowing them to justify their actions. In truth, Zhou Yanan and her friends knew their own roommates could be among the undead. Had it not been for the good fortune of having Qin Wen-yi and Ji Zining in their dorm, they too might have succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies. Enough of this, Zhou Yanan thought. The number of zombies outside will only increase. If we wish to survive, we must arm ourselves and fight. At that moment, Qin Wen-yi spoke calmly, her demeanor reflecting her accustomed acceptance of the apocalypse's brutality. This is the reality we face now. Zhou Yanan clenched her fists, about to respond when her stomach growled audibly. Chapter 16. Disparate treatment. We have no food in our dormitory. We haven't eaten in days, Zhou Yanan confessed, embarrassed as she rubbed her stomach. Qin Wen-yi raised an eyebrow. I can offer you food, but you must join us in battling the zombies. The 3 friends were taken aback, their voices hoarse. Fight zombies. Indeed, Qin Wen-yi replied, turning with a swift strike against the zombie behind her, as if it were a mere inconvenience. What say you? Zhou Yanan instinctively shivered and exchanged glances with her roommates. In the end, they all nodded in unison. Very well, we shall venture out together and confront the zombies. Qin Wen-yi nodded and turned to Li Yao, instructing her to fetch 3 boxes of self-heating rice. Only Li Yao was privy to the location of those supplies. She grabbed a military shovel, swiftly entered the room, and selected 3 boxes of mushroom chicken that she personally did not fancy, returning quickly to the corridor. "Here you go," she said. Wealth should not be flaunted. With an abundance of supplies in their dormitory, Li Yao understood Qin Wennin's reasoning for not allowing them inside. "You all go back and eat. Once you're done, dress warmly and come back with your weapons," Li Yao advised. Zhou Yanan expressed her gratitude and, along with her roommates, returned to their room to eat. As Li Yao watched them depart, she resumed battling zombies alongside her roommates. Within half an hour, the door next door swung open once more, revealing Zhou Yanan and two of her roommates, looking quite comical in their makeshift attire. As for weapons, one wielded a guitar, another a baseball bat, while Zhou Yanan brandished a steel rebar. Li Yao's lips twitched at the sight. "Where did you get that rebar?" Zhou Yanan chuckled. "My roommate was doing live streaming, and she tried to imitate someone by polishing rebar. Eventually, she gave up when the audience didn't show up." "Well, all right then." Li Yao observed Zhou Yanan as she wielded the rebar with impressive flair, sending any approaching zombies staggering back. Truly a talent. The other two roommates, while not as skilled as Zhou Yanan, were equally fierce, striking at the zombies with ferocity. Qin Wennin raised an eyebrow. "You've got some strength there. Much stronger than Han Xian. If only he had the courage to come out and fight zombies, things would be different." Yet, Han Xian lacked such bravery and remained holed up in the dormitory. Li Yao shook her head, sighing at the thought of him. "Oh my gods. It would be better if he simply vanished." With the addition of 3 people, their zombie-slaying efficiency surged, and Li Yao continually adjusted her posture and movements in response to the live comments, becoming increasingly fluid in her attacks. Yu Sidong was unaware that Li Yao could see the comments. She merely thought Li Yao was extraordinarily gifted with the guidance of the comments. Her own skills seemed unremarkable in comparison, but Li Yao was different. Was it possible that Li Yao was indeed the martial arts prodigy described in the comments? User: "This girl is exceptional. Her innate talent is remarkable. If she were with us, my master would undoubtedly want to take her under his wing." User: "This light curtain is astonishing. I wonder if I could ever visit that world." User: "This girl appears well suited for the techniques of the Falling Flower sect. I believe I have a book on that here." User: "Can I share it?" At that moment, the comments above Yu Sitong's head abruptly vanished, leaving only a line of system text. "System, today's live streaming duration has been reached." Had it really become 4 o'clock? The sensation of being watched dissipated, and Li Yao instinctively exhaled in relief. Yet, what exactly was the technique of the Falling Flower sect that the user mentioned? Never mind. Even if it were a reward, she couldn't utilize it. Li Yao shook her head, dismissing such thoughts, and focused on the task at hand. At that moment, Zhou Yanan suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. "Are you all right?" Li Yao immediately reached out to assist her. "You weren't bitten by a zombie, were you?" Zhou Yanan shook her head, forcing herself to rise. "I'm fine, I just tripped." Qin Wenyu glanced at her, her weary arms trembling slightly. "We've nearly taken out half the zombies. Let's head back to rest and return later for another round. By tomorrow night, we should be able to clear them all out." Upon hearing this, the exhausted group collectively sighed in relief and, while covering each other, gradually made their way back inside. Zhou Yanan and her companions were the first to enter, followed by the others. As they stepped inside, Jiang Yueming approached with a bowl of soup. "You all should drink something first. I made a sweet soup. After fighting zombies, you probably don't have much appetite for a meal, so we can eat later." Jiang Yueming placed the sweet soup on the table and naturally began to clean the floor, which had been dirted by their earlier activities. She and Han Xian had stayed indoors while the others went out to combat the zombies. The sweet soup, though seemingly unremarkable, emitted an enticing aroma. Han Xian was nearly entranced by the scent, reaching out for a bowl. Qin Wenyu tapped his hand. "Did you go out to fight zombies just to drink soup?" Han Xian replied with a pitiful expression. "I swear, I'll definitely go tomorrow. Just give me one more day." "Do you expect me to believe you?" Qin Wenyu retorted, taking the sweet soup and finishing it in one gulp. Afterward, she silently raised her head and asked, "Is there more?" Han Xian's eyes widened with longing. Li Yao also took a bowl of soup. "You must have made countless promises, and if you're too scared to go as you are, why not use your powers to transform into a swordsman and join us? Your sharpened sword can't just be for show, can it?" The sweet soup, adorned with just 2 dried red dates, was irresistible, and a sip of the hot liquid seemed to dissolve much of their exhaustion. Indeed, it was deserving of its title as a restorative soup. Observing the label on the bowl that read Basic Qi Boosting Soup, Li Yao quietly finished her serving. "Is this the joy of having tanks, junglers, and support?" she mused. "I truly want to drink it. Please, I promise I'll go out to fight zombies tomorrow. Han Xian, eager, leaned beside Jiang Yueming, her eyes brimming with pleading. Jiang Yueming gently pushed her head away. In a bit, after they go out to fight zombies, we'll join them, and I'll serve you a bowl. Han Xian hesitated, caught in a frenzy between the delicious sweet soup and the prospect of battling zombies. Liao encouraged her, it's really not that scary. Just think of it as a game. We're all well protected and one T get hurt. Plus, we have E and the leader to back us up. If it gets too overwhelming, we can always return. Yet Han Xian remained apprehensive. Zhou Yanan and her group just came back from the neighboring dorm. They fought off several zombies with us. Li Yao continued to coax her. Han Xian covered her ears, refusing to listen to anything. Can I touch your supplies? Jiang Yueming gently inquired as she approached. Qin Wenyi immediately nodded, her respect for a chef reaching its zenith. Take whatever you need. After saying this, she turned to Han Xian. If you don't go out in 2 hours, I will throw you out. With tear-filled eyes, Han Xian looked at her. Why do you treat us so differently when we are both human? Chapter 17 Help. Qin Wenyi could not be bothered to respond. Han Xian then turned to the soft-hearted Jiang Yueming for help. Upon seeing her approach with a small bowl of sweet soup, Han Xian's eyes lit up. Thank you, Mingming. As Jiang Yueming placed the sweet soup in front of the mischievous cat, she cooed, naughty now. Would you like to try some sweet soup? Liao curiously walked over as well. Although cats shouldn't drink soup, Now was no ordinary cat, and this was no ordinary soup, so it should be fine, right? The little black cat cautiously sniffed and then gingerly licked a bit. Instantly, her eyes sparkled, and she began to lap up the soup eagerly. Soon, the small bowl was empty. Now, with her nimble cat steps, approached Jiang Yueming and affectionately rubbed against her pant leg. Good impression 10, Li Yao voiced with amusement. Looks like she hasn't had enough and wants more from you. Such a greedy little cat. Jiang Yueming knelt down to gently pet the little cat's head. All right, you can only have this much. The black cat protested with a soft whine. Li Yao's eyes sparkled with mischief. Mingming, give her another bowl of sweet soup. Jiang Yueming hesitated, but too much sweet soup isn't good for digestion. She's already had enough. It's not for her to drink. It's to be placed in her space to see if it can be kept warm, Li Yao quickly explained, turning to the little cat. I'll temporarily put the soup in your space, but you can only drink it when I tell you. If you sneakily drink it all, there won't be any more delicious soup or canned food in the future. Do you understand? If you do, give a meow. Reluctantly, Now meowed. Her gaze towards Li Yao filled with reproach. All right, let us put this bowl away. Li Yao took the nourishing soup from Jiang Yueming and placed it in front of Now. In the blink of an eye, the bowl of soup vanished. Done. Li Yao and Jiang Yueming exchanged glances. If this could indeed keep warm, it would be immensely useful. You would rather give the cat soup than me. Are you truly heartless roommates? I have come to understand. What is the meaning of my existence? Han Xian's voice echoed behind them. We're not denying you. If you join us in fighting zombies, you can have some too. After Li Yao finished speaking, she returned to her bed to rest. For she needed to conserve her energy for another round against the zombies later. She could no longer afford to indulge Han Xian's antics. The black cat, sated, groomed its paws and nimbly leaped onto the edge of Li Yao's bed, continuing its meticulous licking. The dormitory fell into an unusual silence, with only the sound of rain pattering outside. Looking out, it was evident that the rain had inundated the first floor. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, piercing through the downpour and reaching the ears of everyone in dormitory 603. It seemed to have originated from the corridor. I'll go take a look. Ji Zining was the first to rise, donning her coat and heading for the door. Qin Wenyi followed suit, leaping from her bed. I'm coming too. Li Yao chimed in. Let us all go together. It's safer in numbers. Although Yu Sidong and Jiang Yueming remained silent, they too prepared to venture out, while Han Xian huddled like a quail, feigning ignorance of their conversation. Given the urgency of the situation, Qin Wenyi paid her no mind. Before long, the group readied themselves and opened the door, only to find the zombies, which had been aimlessly wandering the corridor, now converging in one direction. Upon hearing the door creak open, a majority of the zombies turned towards them. It was at that moment that Li Yao noticed a girl clad in a down jacket, cowering in the corner of the corridor, desperately swinging a broom in an attempt to fend off the encroaching zombies. Quick, save her. With no time to waste, Ji Zining dashed forward, cutting through the sluggish horde of zombies, and reached the girl, bringing her weapon down with force, causing the zombie in front of her to crumple. Li Yao and the others were not to be outdone. They forged a path through the throng, quickly following Ji Zining and working in unison to ensure the safety of their roommate. Liao couldn't shake the feeling that her strength had noticeably increased. Could it be due to the invigorating soup she had just consumed? Soon, the girl was within their protective circle, gripping her broom tightly and gasping for breath. Relieved to have survived. Thank you. Thank you for saving me, she stammered. But Liao furrowed her brow. Hold on. Did you all notice that there seemed to be even more zombies in the corridor? Indeed, they had already cleared half of the zombies. Yet now it appeared that their numbers had inexplicably increased. At that moment, the girl who had been hiding behind them quietly raised her hand. I know. They came up from downstairs. Downstairs? Qin Wenyi's realization dawned upon her as she pieced together the situation. The water must have seeped into the first floor, driving the zombies and the remaining survivors to the second floor, compressing the zombies below, which led them to ascend. It seemed that they had no choice but to secure the stairwell door. Liao hesitated. But if we do that, won't it prevent anyone from coming up? If we don't close the door, there are too many zombies for us to handle, and we won't be able to assist others, came the response. At this moment, it was Ji Zining who took the initiative to speak. Among the horde of zombies, a few individuals exchanged brief words before deciding to secure the door. The corridor on the 6th floor contained 2 doors located at either end, and fortunately, one was situated near them. Yao Yao, protect her. I&E will close the door, Ji Zining decisively declared, shielding her roommates behind her as they advanced step by step against the pressure of the undead. With Qin Wenyu swiftly following suit, Liao furrowed her brow, clearly aware of the perilous situation they were in. A moment's lapse could result in injury. Get up and walk on your own. Keep up with us, and be careful not to get bitten by the zombies. We are here to help. She exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Sitong, and the two of them instinctively followed in the footsteps of Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining, forcefully carving a bloody path through the zombie-infested corridor. The other girl dared not hesitate, clutching a broom as she cautiously trailed behind them. As they neared the corridor, Liao was taken aback. The staircase was teeming with zombies. Her hands trembled, yet Qin Wenyu shouted decisively, "Close the door," with Ji Zining leading the way. Liao suppressed her fear and sprinted forward, slamming the door shut and locking it tightly. Outside, the zombies continued to batter against the door, and Liao leaned against it, her heart racing violently. How can there be so many zombies? After a brief moment, she composed herself and immediately joined in the fight against the undead. While engaging in combat, she seized a moment to inquire of the other girl. How did you end up out here? The girl offered a wry smile. We had 2 who were feverish after they mutated. We barely managed to drive them into the hallway, only to discover that the remaining roommates had all been bitten. Just now, my roommates mutated, and I had no choice but to flee, not realizing that there were even more zombies outside. I almost got bitten. Which dormitory are you from? You look somewhat familiar, Liao asked. 601, was the reply. A wave of silence washed over Liao. She recalled that 601 had a very adorable younger sister. Had she too become a zombie? Just then, the door of the neighboring dormitory suddenly swung open. Chapter 18, A Renewed Dispute. It was 605. Zhou Yanan, fully armed and wielding a steel pipe, led the way, followed by 2 of her roommates. I heard the commotion and guessed you all had come out, Zhou Yanan exclaimed with delight, then suddenly paused. Peng Peng, what are you doing here? The girl named Rin Peng Peng, a fellow townsman of Zhou Yanan, recounted the earlier events. Without hesitation, Zhou Yanan replied, Then you should stay with us. We have 3 vacant beds in our dorm. With that, she disregarded Rin Peng Peng's reaction and immediately joined everyone in battling the zombies. When it comes to slaying zombies, breaching the psychological barrier with the first kill makes the rest considerably easier. Furthermore, the current zombies were devoid of intellect. Driven solely by their instinct to devour, with sufficient strength, one could easily fell a zombie with a single blow. Coincidentally, Zhou Yanan possessed immense strength. Their arrival significantly alleviated the burden for Liao and her companions. With the door closed and no new zombies emerging from this side, coupled with the absence of threats from behind, their efficiency in dispatching the undead escalated remarkably, and soon, they had cleared a third of the zombies in the corridor. Liao, with her keen eyesight, furrowed her brow slightly. The zombies were still advancing upstairs, and the door to the corridor opposite should also be secured. Exchanging glances, the group resolved to confront the challenge head-on. However, Rin Peng Peng posed a significant problem. She was unarmed and thus vulnerable to zombie attacks. Peng Peng, will you join us or rest in our dormitory for a while? Zhou Yanan inquired. Rin Pengpeng gritted her teeth. I will go with you. Then let us hasten our pace and charge straight to the opposite corridor. Ji Zining and Zhou Yanan will lead the way while you provide cover from the rear. Qin Wenyu declared, not allowing anyone a moment to react before dashing forward. Ji Zining immediately followed suit. The still developing synergy among them nearly caused Zhou Yanan to lag behind. But she quickened her step to fight alongside them. Li Yao, while fending off zombies, sighed. If only they had the abilities of the zombie Xin. They could simply walk over and close the door without all this hassle. Yet, Xin was cowering in the room, too frightened to show his face. Was there any way to coax Han Xin out? Shaking her head, Li Yao dismissed such thoughts and focused mechanically on slaying zombies and evading their grasp. Soon, they reached the other end of the corridor. The zombies in this hallway were numerous as well, with two even charging in unison. Li Yao and Yu Sidong exerted all their strength to finally shut the corridor door. With a click, the door was secured, and a collective sigh of relief escaped them. Gazing down the distant corridor, they resigned themselves to retracing their steps. The return journey proved simpler than the initial one, as there were fewer zombies behind them. They merely had to run. The zombies scattered chaotically, proving slower than the group. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory entrance. Li Yao suddenly recalled something and turned to Rin Pengpeng. Is there still food in your dormitory? Rin Pengpeng nodded fervently. Yes. I stockpiled a lot of instant noodles, self-heating rice, and snacks, but unfortunately, I left in such a rush that I took nothing with me. Zhou Yanan's eyes lit up at the thought of food, which had become scarce for her. I'll head to your dormitory. Let us clear out the zombies and retrieve the supplies. From now on, I'll look out for you. Sister Qin, shall we go together? We can split the supplies we find, Zhou Yanan suggested tentatively. She was unaware of how much Qin Wenyu had hoarded, only knowing that their dormitory housed more people and thus required more resources. Qin Wenyu paused for a moment. Deal. Ji Zining furrowed her brow, wanting to interject, but ultimately remained silent. Soon, a few individuals arrived at the entrance of room 601. Rin Pengpeng retrieved her keys, and, at the very moment the door swung open, a gaping maw appeared before her. Startled, she stumbled back, and had it not been for Li Yao's timely support, she would have fallen heavily. Qin Wenyu, wielding a shovel, struck the zombie forcefully on the head, causing it to collapse lifelessly. The creature was clad in her roommate's pajamas. With tears mingling with sweat blurring her vision, Rin Pengpeng wiped her face and declared, I still have two roommates inside. One is locked in the bathroom, and the other is on the balcony. The dormitory was small enough that her companions quickly spotted the zombie furiously banging on the glass of the balcony. It was a girl with adorable twin ponytails, her decaying flesh trembling and falling away. Li Yao recognized her and, with a heavy heart, closed her eyes and approached to end the zombie's life. The one in the bathroom was also dealt with by Ji Zining. Li Yao, setting aside her sorrow, hurriedly joined the others in scavenging for supplies. They gathered everything useful, filling 2 large boxes with instant noodles and snacks, excluding self-heating rice, noodles, and some assorted items. The supplies were divided into 2 piles, placed on either side. Qin Wenyu pointed to the heap of self-heating hot pot, biscuits, and snacks, saying, These are for you. They can be consumed directly. Zhou Yanan repeatedly expressed her gratitude and, along with her roommates, carried the items away. Once Zhou Yanan left, Ji Zining furrowed her brow, visibly displeased, and asked, Why did you take their supplies? Qin Wenyu toyed with a spring knife she had just found on the table, retorting, Why shouldn't I? I worked hard to clear out the zombies and save lives. What's wrong with taking a little reward? Ji Zining pressed, You have plenty of supplies. While Zhou Yanan and her friends are on the brink of starvation, why not share more with them? We can't possibly use it all. Qin Wenyu merely scoffed. Ji Zining, you are a soldier, and you do not take from the people. I, however, am not. I must survive, and I intend to ensure the survival of our dormitory 603. You may selflessly donate your share to them. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Ji Zining's frown remained, and Li Yao sighed, stepping forward to say, Wenyu is not wrong. Moreover, teaching others to fish is better than merely giving them fish. They have learned how to combat zombies and can survive on their own, gathering supplies from other dormitories. Wenyu has already aided them significantly. She cannot support them for a lifetime. The path ahead is theirs to navigate. We are not saints. We are merely ordinary people. Helping others is a kindness. But choosing not to help is equally valid. Wenyu has done well. She could easily hoard the supplies and live comfortably alone instead of tirelessly battling zombies and teaching us how to survive. One could say, without Wenyu, there would be no dormitory for us. We may have long since transformed into zombies, my dear leader. Even with your remarkable prowess, can you truly guard against the sudden onslaught of a person turned zombie? After uttering these words, Li Yao ceased to speak further and instead clutched the supplies as she ventured out to find Qin Wenyi. Qin Wenyi remained outside, placing her belongings at the entrance while fending off the zombies. Upon noticing Li Yao approaching, she let out a derisive snicker. What is it? Are you here to persuade me to? Li Yao advanced, responding, No, you are doing nothing wrong. Qin Wenyi looked at her in surprise, then suddenly whispered something. Li Yao raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, Li Yao dashed back inside, wiping the sweat from her brow. Help. They are being besieged by zombies, Yuan Baoming. Hurry. We must assist them. Chapter 19. Han Xian's rampage. Han Xian and Jiang Yueming were taken aback by her words. How could this happen? Li Yao was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, It's true. We had just agreed to secure the corridor door, planning to split up. But those two drew the majority of the zombies' attention. By the time we closed the door, they were already surrounded. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yueming donned her gear and grabbed a shovel, rushing outside. Han Xian, paralyzed by fear, fumbled into his clothes and was just about to grasp the shovel when he heard Li Yao's anxious voice. Don't you have abilities? Use them. Surely that sword is superior to a shovel. His mind barely had time to process her words. Instinctively, he changed into a full set of warrior attire, gripping the sword tightly. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Yao's eyes as she swiftly opened the door. The zombies lurking nearby surged forward, drawn by the scent of fresh flesh, charging into the room. A glint of cold light sliced through the rain as the warrior unsheathed his sword, his movements fluid and graceful, aiming for the zombies' necks like a flowing stream. As Li Yao watched, mesmerized, she could not help but shout, They are zombies. Slicing their throats is futile. You must decapitate them. The zombies with slashed throats continued to rush in, seemingly unfazed. Han Xian, his face drained of color, maintained an icy composure, yet his hands moved with such speed that the swordplay seemed almost magical, swiftly cleaving through the zombies. Li Yao could only perceive fleeting shadows, unsure where the fatal strikes landed, yet eventually, a zombie fell. It was as if he unleashed a full array of skills in a single, grand attack. More zombies surged forward, and this time, Han Xian, in a panic, closed his eyes, yet his hands did not falter. Countless shadows whirled, and the zombies tumbled to the ground in disarray. The warrior sheathed his sword, his cloak billowing gracefully in the wind, as the lifeless forms of their enemies lay strewn about him. It was a sight of unparalleled elegance, radiating an aura of sheer magnificence. Li Yao was at a loss for words. With such formidable abilities, why did he still harbor a fear of zombies? Surely, it should be the zombies who feared him. Where are they? Take me to them. The warrior spoke coldly, his eyes still closed. Li Yao, feeling powerless to complain, uttered a brief follow me before leading the way outside. The swordsman trailed closely behind her, while Jiang Yueming, with a glimmer of understanding in her eyes, silently followed suit. The corridor, once teeming with zombies, had been somewhat cleared, yet the floor was strewn with corpses and bloodstains, leaving scarcely a clean patch. The emergency lights flickered erratically, casting elongated shadows of the undead, rendering the corridor a scene of hellish terror. Han Xian stole a glance, then promptly shut her eyes, her sword dancing in a blur of shadows. The zombies, heedless and oblivious, barreled forward unyieldingly. From behind Han Xian, Li Yao, admiringly, gave a thumbs up towards her back, exclaiming in awe, with such a formidable weapon at their disposal, why should they toil so arduously to slay the zombies? Originally, it was planned that clearing the corridor would take 2 days. However, if Han Xian took charge, it could be accomplished today. As she pondered this, Li Yao turned to meet Jiang Yueming's knowing expression. She raised an eyebrow and offered a faint smile, mouthing that it was time for Han Xian to replenish her strength. Li Yao wholeheartedly agreed. Where were they now? Han Xian, too frightened to open her eyes, nearly cried out in despair. She could already sense the zombies' blood spraying onto her. Just ahead. Move forward. Li Yao uncharitably guided Han Xian deeper into the throng of zombies, blissfully unaware that she had been led astray. Qin Wenyi was nearby, arms crossed, watching her wreak havoc. At that moment, a fallen zombie suddenly staggered to its feet, its claws lunging violently towards Han Xian's neck. Be careful, Liao gasped, startled, and rushed forward to assist. Yet, before she could reach the zombie, Han Xian leapt into the air, soaring over 2 meters high, narrowly evading the zombie's claws. Unfortunately, Liao, sheltered behind Han Xian, was now in peril, facing several oncoming zombies with no time to evade. With her pupils dilating, Liao instinctively swung her weapon at the approaching zombie. But there was no time to contend with those behind her. Just as the zombies were poised to overwhelm her, 2 figures rushed forward to intercept, Qin Wenzi and Ji Zining. They quickly filled the gap and began their own assault on the zombies. Liao clutched her rapidly beating heart as Jiang Yueming pulled her to safety. Are you hurt? Jiang Yueming inquired, scanning her for injuries. Liao shook her head repeatedly. I'm fine, just startled. That's good, Jiang Yueming replied. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Han Xian finally opened her eyes, only to be met with the grotesque visage of a zombie up close. Oh, she screamed, shutting her eyes once more and flailing wildly with her sword. Qin Wenzi and the others could only watch in exasperation. Qin Wenyu sighed, lamenting the waste of her abilities. Nevertheless, with the formidable weapon's intervention, the horde of zombies was swiftly scattered, leaving only a handful behind. The remaining zombies, oblivious to fear and fatigue, charged forward, their gray-white eyes brimming with an insatiable hunger. Soon, they were all dispatched one by one. It was no easy feat. Liao wiped the sweat from her brow, exhausted as she leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The corpses of the zombies before them were nearly piled high, the stench overwhelming. Yet Liao found herself growing somewhat accustomed to it. Terrifying, it was utterly horrifying. Just 2 days prior, she had been a reclusive gamer lost in the world of anime. And now she was capable of dispatching zombies with a steady demeanor. Even Jiang Yueming had acclimatized to the grim task of zombie extermination. Only Han Xian remained, unleashing her attacks into thin air. Yuan Bao? There are no more zombies. You can stop now. Liao called out helplessly. Really? Han Xian slowly ceased her movements, straining to listen. Indeed, the sounds of zombies had vanished, and she exhaled a sigh of relief, opening her eyes. Ah? Instantly, Han Xian shut her eyes again, exclaiming, It's too terrifying. I can't bear to look. Are you all right? If so, take me back to the dormitory. I'm scared. She maintained a stoic expression as she spoke coldly. Liao was at a loss for words. Before she could approach, Ji Zining walked over and grasped Han Xian's hand. Come with me. By the way, don't revert just yet. Let me play with your sword for a while. Ji Zining seized the sword from Han Xian and led her back to the dormitory. A modern gentleman held the hand of an ancient swordswoman, strolling through a corridor strewn with zombies. The scene was too beautiful to be witnessed. All right, Wei arrived at the dormitory. The modern gentleman unceremoniously released her hand, clutching the precious sword as he exited. The sword was entirely silver, its hilt wrapped in a strip of white cloth, with 2 characters inscribed on its blade, Sculpt Water. A fine sword indeed. Chapter 20, Why Exterminate Zombies? Ji Zining exclaimed in admiration, marching towards the end of the corridor with the sword. Liao, however, had no time to pay her any mind, as she and Qin Wenyu carried the hidden supplies back to their dormitory. As soon as they entered, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Ah! Han Xian had unknowingly transformed back into her original form, crouched on the floor, clutching her head and covering her eyes. Trembling in the corner, paralyzed with fear. What's wrong? Liao exclaimed in shock, rushing to her side. Han Xian, still refusing to open her eyes, pointed at the floor. There's a zombie in the dormitory. Those are just the corpses of the zombies. You were so valiant and invincible while slaying them. How can you be frightened now? Liao was exasperated. Han Xian remained curled up like a mushroom, still not opening her eyes. What happened then is in the past. What is happening now is different. I don't care, just get that zombie out of here. It's too scary. Defeated, Liao had no choice but to join Jiang Yueming in carrying the zombie out, discarding it at the door. Having just dealt with the zombies, Ji Zining returned with a glum expression. Boss, why are you back? She inquired, puzzled. Ji Zining replied sullenly. The sword, Shu Shui, has vanished again. Shu Shui? Jiang Yueming echoed, intrigued. Yes, that sword is called Shu Shui. Ji Zining glanced at her right hand, seemingly reminiscing about the sword's texture. Liao, caught between laughter and tears, remarked. Perhaps it's because Yuan Bao transformed back. She was frightened by the zombies in the dormitory. This explanation left a look of confusion in Ji Zining's eyes. Yet, She had just slain so many zombies. How could she be afraid of their corpses? Before Li Yao could respond, Jiang Yueming interjected. Perhaps she kept her eyes closed while fighting the zombies? Ji Zining was taken aback, uncertain of how to reply. As the dormitory door closed, Li Yao and the others cleared the floor and gathered to discuss their next plan. We have exceeded our mission for today by eliminating the zombies in the corridor. Should we not begin knocking on doors next? Li Yao asked first. There are 30 dormitories on the 6th floor, with the status of 27 remaining unknown. Qin Wenyu nodded. According to our previous plan, that is indeed the case. However, since there are 4 individuals in room 605, they can assist us. We aim to finish checking all the dormitories by tomorrow. Then, we must open the corridor door and clear the zombies on the 5th floor, Qin Wenyu added, pointing at a dormitory distribution map she had acquired from somewhere. Li Yao and Jiang Yueming nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ji Zining spoke up. Why do you want to clear the zombies? According to your philosophy of self-preservation, why must you kill zombies and save others? Ji Zining's words were somewhat sharp, prompting Li Yao to glance at Qin Wenyu, fearing she might take offense. However, Qin Wenyu's expression remained unchanged as she replied calmly, You are correct. I kill zombies for my own sake. The group fell silent. This reign will last for 3 months, and my supplies will not last that long. Furthermore, zombies do not starve. They will consume flesh, devouring their kind and evolving into stronger forms. If I do not venture out to slay zombies now, I will have no ground to stand on in 3 months. Do you understand? I do not kill to save others. I clear the dormitories to gather supplies. Do not impose your saintly standards upon me. With that, Qin Wenyu ceased her discourse. Ji Zining's brows knitted tighter as she stared unblinkingly at Qin Wenyu, seemingly assessing the veracity of her words. At that moment, Li Yao asked, Will this reign really last for 3 months? Yes, came Qin Wenyu's unequivocal reply, causing Li Yao's heart to clench. What will the world be like in 3 months? She gazed out the window, where the rain had completely submerged the 1st floor and was silently creeping upwards. Would the rain of the next 3 months inundate our dormitory? A sudden wave of trepidation surged within Li Yao, compounded by uncertainty regarding the fate of those on the 1st floor. With both zombies and torrential rain, could there still be any survivors below? Qin Wenyu remarked, It is highly likely they will stop around the 4th or 5th floor. I cannot say for certain. But our dormitory is secure. Her words brought a collective sigh of relief to the group. At that moment, Han Xian interjected, If the water is going to rise, why do we need to eliminate the zombies downstairs? Won't they simply drown? Her reluctance to venture out and confront the undead was palpable. Though the others found Han Xian's perspective somewhat harsh, they could not deny its validity. It could indeed serve their best interests. Yet, it was Qin Wenyu who spoke up. There had been others who had entertained similar thoughts, attempting to lure zombies into the water to perish, but in reality, zombies do not drown. Li Yao and the others were taken aback. Zombies merely enter a temporary state of dormancy. Once the waters recede, countless undead will rise again, and in an instant, the entire building could be devoid of life. A faint smirk graced Qin Wenyu's lips. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. Han Xian fell silent, instinctively recoiling in fear, unable to meet Qin Wenyu's gaze. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. The group exchanged glances, and Han Xian, trembling, buried herself in Li Yao's embrace. Li Yao, though somewhat exasperated, did not push her away. Ji Zining promptly stood up and approached the door. Outside stood Zhou Yanan and her companions, with Zhou holding a steel rod and beaming widely upon seeing Ji Zining. May we come in? Qin Wenyu drew the curtains shut and called out, Come in. Zhou Yanan and her roommates entered, avoiding prolonged eye contact, and immediately inquired. We just finished organizing supplies and were about to check outside when we noticed that the zombies have been completely cleared away. Was that your doing? Qin Wenyu nodded, Indeed. Zhou Yanan sighed in relief. That is wonderful news. I was terrified just moments ago, fearing something had gone awry. Rin Pengpeng, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, The zombies are finally gone. We cannot thank you enough. You have not only saved our lives, but many others as well. With the zombies eliminated, many should be willing to venture out now. Li Yao nodded and recounted their planned course of action to the 4. After we clear the 6th floor, we intend to move to the 5th. Count me in. You must take me along. Zhou Yanan immediately responded. What time will we set out tomorrow? Li Yao felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Zhou Yanan was not a coward like Han Xian. At 9 o'clock, we will knock on your door then. Having established a time, Zhou Yanan and her group did not linger long and returned to their dormitory. As soon as Li Yao bid them farewell and re-entered her own room, she spotted Jiang Yueming approaching with a bowl of noodles. "When did you make this?" Li Yao asked, astonished. Jiang Yueming smiled and said, "This was prepared when you all dealt with the zombies earlier. I have placed it in Nao's space, and I discovered that her space truly has a warming effect. It seems I can prepare more dishes in the future and store them there." Li Yao couldn't help but chuckle. "Aren't you afraid she'll sneak a bite?" Chapter 21. "You are killers." Jiang Yueming paused for a moment, her brow furrowing slightly. "Then I should make more? How much can a little kitten eat?" Amidst Jiang Yueming's bustling activity, Han Xian finally savored the sweet soup she had longed for. Holding the nourishing broth, she felt all her fatigue vanish, drinking it down to the last drop, nearly licking the bowl clean. "Everyone, come for dinner. I made clay pot rice with the ingredients we have. This is my first attempt." In the middle of the dormitory, they had combined several study desks to serve as a dining table. Jiang Yueming placed the pot in the center and called everyone to eat. The rich aroma of the clay pot rice wafted through the air, mingled with the scent of cured sausage. The brown rice soaked up the broth. With crispy rice crust on the edges and adorned with a few green leaves, it was a feast for the eyes. Li Yao swallowed hard, believing this clay pot rice was far superior to anything sold outside, truly deserving of the title culinary god in training. It smelled incredibly delightful. Not only were the people tempted, but even the cat mewed eagerly, attempting to sneak a taste. Li Yao served her a small portion of rice on the side. Nao was purring loudly, persistently nudging Jiang Yueming's pant leg. However, at that moment, everyone was too engrossed in their meal, their mouths glistening with grease. After dinner, everyone voluntarily washed the dishes, ensuring Jiang Yueming didn't have to lift a finger. Amidst the sound of pouring rain, they eventually dozed off. The following day, when everyone awoke, Jiang Yueming had already prepared porridge. After breakfast, Li Yao and the others set out. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Zhou Yanan busily leading their dormitory mates in the hallway, clearing away the corpses of the zombies. They had opened the window at the end of the dormitory to throw the bodies outside. "You're out? We had nothing to do anyway, so we thought we might as well clean up the bodies. With them piling up here for too long, we're worried about any mutations occurring," Zhou Yanan said somewhat sheepishly. Li Yao recalled what Qin Wenyu had said about water potentially causing mutations in zombies, her brow furrowing as she glanced at Qin Wenyu. Yet, Qin Wenyu showed no reaction and simply stated, "How long are we going to keep moving ourselves? It's better to clean up the zombies on the 6th floor. It'll be quicker if we work together. Let us split up into teams of 2 to expedite the process." They were divided into 4 groups. Starting from 4 different directions, Li Yao teamed up with Zhou Yanan and began knocking on the door of room 630. Knock, knock, knock. They knocked for quite a while, but there was no response from within. Li Yao's expression was somewhat grim. 630 cannot be without any living souls, can it? Zhou Yanan expressed her concern as well. Perhaps they are too frightened of the zombies outside to open the door. Let us call out. If there is still no response, we will have to force the door open. Forcing the door was the worst possible decision, as once the lock was broken, they would be left defenseless against any zombies that might appear. Yet, they had no other choice. The spare keys were with the dorm supervisor on the 1st floor. "Is there anyone inside? If it's safe outside, someone should open the door, otherwise, we will break it down." After Zhou Yanan shouted, 630 still did not open. But the door of the adjacent 628 creaked open slightly, revealing a dark head peering through the gap. Was it true that there were no zombies? Upon glancing around and confirming the absence of any living dead, she let out a quiet cheer and opened the door wide. Inside stood 6 people, all intact. "You are all alive in your dorm?" Li Yao asked in astonishment. The girl nodded eagerly. "Yes, we were quite fortunate. There were no mutations. We hid inside and did not dare to venture out, which is how we survived." Li Yao explained their purpose, and the occupants of 628 immediately responded, assisting in knocking on doors. Some doors opened, and a few individuals trickled out, but others remained stubbornly shut, such as 630. Li Yao's expression darkened, and she said to Zhou Yanan, "Let's break the door." Zhou Yanan nodded, and the 2 used their weapons to forcefully smash the lock. As soon as the door swung open, 3 zombies surged out, frightening the surrounding individuals into pale terror. However, seasoned by the chaos, Li Yao regarded it as a mere trifling matter and, alongside Zhou Yanan, effortlessly dispatched the zombies. "My heavens, you are amazing. You scared me to death." Under the gaze of admiration, Li Yao felt a bit bashful and scratched the back of her head. With everyone's assistance, the dormitory was cleared within 2 hours. As they stood before the last unopened door, a sense of anxiety enveloped them all. My sister, my dear sister, is in this dormitory. Someone covered their mouth and wept sorrowfully. Li Yao felt a pang of sympathy but was powerless to help. Ji Zining violently smashed the door, and at the moment it broke open, 2 zombies lunged out. The girl instantly broke down in tears, reaching out desperately. Sister, sister, look at me. Sister, I beg you, just glance at me. She was pulled back by her roommates. Ji Zining and Qin Wenyu each targeted a zombie, poised to strike, when the girl suddenly clung to Ji Zining's leg with all her might. I beg you, please do not harm her. That is my sister. She won't hurt anyone. I swear she is gentle enough not to even step on an ant. Ji Zining hesitated, but the zombies were relentless, their claws aimed straight for her face. Li Yao's pupils dilated, and instinctively she rushed forward, but it was already too late. Once again, Qin Wenyin displayed her remarkable agility. After swiftly dispatching the zombie, she promptly turned her shovel and struck the creature on the back of its head. The zombie collapsed, landing at Ji Zining's feet. Ji Zining quickly freed herself from the grasp of the girl clinging to her leg and retreated to a safer position. Are you all right? Were you bitten? Li Yao rushed forward, gripping Ji Zining's collar for a closer inspection. Due to Ji Zining's considerable height, Li Yao had to stand on her tiptoes to examine her neck, creating a somewhat comical image, yet no one present could muster a smile. Why did you kill my sister? Why did you have to act violently? You could have just confined her. If you had tied her up, she wouldn't have harmed anyone. This is murder. It's against the law. I'm going to call the police and have you arrested. The girl, clutching the lifeless body of the zombie, cried out in anguish, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Wenyin. You murderers. You all deserve to be imprisoned. You should be shot. Li Yao trembled with anger, stepping forward to swat the girl's finger away. You are the real murderer. If it weren't for Yi acting in time, Ji Zining would have been the one dead. Your sister is already gone. She has turned into a zombie. Without Qin Wenyin and Ji Zining fighting off the zombies on the 6th floor, who knows where you would be hiding right now? Chapter 22. Have you no voice? You are also a murderer. I will report you. I saw you kill. You all deserve to die? They were merely sick. They could have returned to normal. Now that you've killed them, they can never come back. The woman shouted almost frantically, her eyes ablaze with hatred. Many of the friends of the deceased began to show signs of doubt, glancing suspiciously at Qin Wenyin and her companions. Qin Wenyin let out a cold laugh. Then go ahead and call the police. If you can reach them, let them arrest me and execute me. Keep pointing that finger at me, and I will send you into the horde of zombies to reunite with your loved ones and let your love redeem them. With that, Qin Wenyin turned and walked away. Even Ji Zining, who was typically mild-mannered, chose to remain silent and followed her lead. However, Li Yao did not leave. She smiled and approached the girl. What is your name? Yu Shui. Are you asking me not to report you? If my phone had signal right now, I would call the police on you. I refuse to share a hallway with murderers like you. The girl screamed, holding her sister's corpse in despair. Li Yao lifted her head and looked at Zhou Yanan. Please help me take her to the hallway door. Without needing further instructions, Zhou Yanan nodded and reached for Yu Shui's arm. Are you going to kill me too? Is it not permissible to speak the truth? Everyone, look. They are the murderers. They killed my sister, and now they're going to kill me. Yu Shui cried out, tears streaming down her face. Someone stepped forward, softly advising, let it go, don't argue with her. She's speaking nonsense. She witnessed her sister's murder and is understandably terrified. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, just about to speak when Yu Sitong, who had been observing for a while, stepped forward, unceremoniously tugging at Yu Shui's arm, pulling her toward the stairwell door. Her head was still awash with a barrage of comments. It seemed she had inadvertently begun a live stream. Today's broadcast attracted considerably more viewers than yesterday, most notably the frequently appearing Shi Mao and Brother Lu. Brother Lu, what constitutes a zombie? Is this the creature in question? Truly, this heavenly spectacle is extraordinary. It has not deceived me. Li Yao paid no heed to those distractions, dragging the incessantly wailing Yu Shui to the stairwell door. Stay hidden, she said coolly, glancing back at the bewildered crowd before unlocking the door. With a forceful shove, she flung the door open. Almost instantaneously, clawing and gnashing zombies began to ascend the stairs in relentless waves. Their bodies were grotesquely mutilated, with chunks of flesh missing, some missing limbs entirely. Yet they exerted every ounce of strength to climb. Is this what you deem illness? Li Yao grasped the dazed Yu Shui, urging her to open her eyes and look ahead. Tell me, how will you heal them? By sacrificing your life to satiate them? With that, Liao hoisted Yu Shue's lifeless body and hurled it into the throng of zombies. The creatures, drawn by the scent of flesh, instantly opened their mouths to bite down fiercely, ravenously chewing. Yet, the taste of rotting flesh could never compare to the allure of fresh blood. The filthy horde continued their relentless advance up the stairwell, driven mad by the scent of fresh meat. The inhabitants of the 6th floor had never witnessed such a scene, their faces paling in terror. Even Yu Shue let out a shriek, panic-stricken as she stumbled backward. "Help me! Save me! Please, I beg you! I was wrong. I will never again call you murderers. They are zombies. If this continues, I will perish." Liao let out a cold laugh and closed the stairwell door. The door was battered incessantly, the zombies below persistently knocking, the iron door quaking on the verge of giving way. However, due to Liao's previous actions, 7 or 8 zombies had still managed to enter, charging toward the crowd. The mass of people scattered in fright, fleeing in all directions. Yet, Liao Yusitong, Zhou Yanan, and her roommate remained steadfast, each wielding their weapons to confront a zombie, swiftly dispatching it. Yu Shue, paralyzed by fear, cowered in a corner, a large puddle of moisture staining the ground beneath her. Liao approached her, the shovel smeared with zombie blood in hand, causing Yu Shue to scream repeatedly. "I do not kill. There is no need for your cries," Liao said calmly, gesturing toward the bloodstains and the corpses of the zombies. "Is this frightening? It pales in comparison to the horrors we first encountered." The entire corridor was teeming with zombies, all of which we gradually cleared out. Without Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining, the zombies outside would eventually break down your door and consume you. You too shall become one of the undead. The more than 100 of you standing here owe your lives to them. It was Qin Wenyu and her companions who saved you, not so that you could stand here and hurl insults. If you wish to forfeit your lives, you may open that door and join the ranks of the zombies. We shall not perish, for we have grown accustomed to slaying the undead, but as for you, I cannot assure your survival." With that, Liao left those words hanging in the air, taking Yu Situ's arm as they returned to their dormitory. Zhou Yanan sighed, preparing to leave with her roommates, only to be halted by a familiar voice. "Yanan, we truly meant no offense. Given your rapport with them, could you perhaps extend an apology on our behalf? We don't view them as murderers. Without their intervention, we would be lost." Zhou Yanan sighed again. "I too was saved by them. Without Qin Wenyu, our dormitory would not have survived this far." What Yu Shue just said was utterly excessive. Anyone would feel disheartened. She wiped her face. "I cannot even face Qin Wenyu. If you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, let us together dispose of these zombies from the balcony. We fear that if left in the corridor for too long, they may mutate again." In an instant, everyone became busy with the task at hand. Meanwhile, silence hung ominously over dormitory 603. Han Xian and Jiang Yueming, who had not ventured outside, watched as Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining returned with stern expressions and inquired multiple times about what had transpired, yet no one responded. It was only when Li Yao and Yu Situ returned that Han Xian hastily pressed for answers. What on earth happened? Why are they so furious? Li Yao, maintaining her serious demeanor, recounted the recent events. "Goodness, how utterly shameless of her. I must confront her," Han Xian exclaimed, her anger boiling over as she prepared to storm out, only to be yanked back by Li Yao. "Why are you pulling me? I need to confront them. They think they can bully us just because our dormitory is unguarded. Had I been present, I would have set them straight. You all just stood by while Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining were bullied?" Li Yao pulled her back. "We already dealt with her. Don't stir up trouble now." She approached Qin Wenyu, crouching beside her. "Don't be upset. Not everyone is like that." Qin Wenyu scoffed coldly. "Why should I be angry? I was never here to save anyone. I am solely focused on my own survival. As for the rest, I couldn't care less if they perish. Today is merely the tip of the iceberg. As time progresses, you will understand that in this apocalypse, humanity can be far more terrifying than the undead." Sitting on her bed, an impenetrable chill radiated from Qin Wenyu, her presence akin to a block of ice, isolated from the world. However, before long, a warm embrace enveloped her. Liao held her gently, whispering, "I don't care how others behave. I only know that, no matter the circumstances, we steadfastly stand behind you. I will not permit anyone to bully or insult you." Qin Wenyu was taken aback, her entire being stiffening. The other residents of the dormitory silently positioned themselves before Qin Wenyu. Jiang Yueming, holding a bowl of sweet soup, hurried over. "Drink this sweet water to calm down." Even Han Xian, who had been bullied by Qin Wenyu for several days, chimed in at this moment. You were so fierce when bullying me. Yet now you seem like a simpleton after a few words from others. You're so arrogant in your own territory. Whoever speaks against you, just toss them into a horde of zombies for their insolence. Qin Wenyu couldn't help but laugh at their antics. Just as she was about to speak, Ji Zining approached her and saluted. What are you doing? Qin Wenyu asked. Ji Zining replied, Thank you for saving me just now. Without your intervention, I would have been injured by the zombies. Regardless of your intentions, my master once told me that one should judge actions rather than intentions. You have indeed saved many lives, and I owe you my gratitude. Qin Wenyu smiled, albeit a bit irritated. So, are you implying that you wish to morally bind me, urging me to be a good person? To continue being the fool? Ji Zining hurriedly clarified, No, that's not what I mean. What I meant to say is that you are a wonderful person. Thank you. I am not eloquent, so please don't be angry with me. I merely believe that whether one chooses to be a good person or to pursue their own interests is entirely your decision, and I have no right to interfere. Ji Zining furrowed her brow, seemingly searching for the right words. After a long pause, she finally mustered, As long as you are happy. This statement elicited laughter from everyone. Even Qin Wenyu felt the chill around her dissipate gradually. Indeed, you are not the most articulate. The group tacitly refrained from mentioning the earlier incident outside, as Jiang Yueming distributed the sweet soup among them. With the sound of rain outside, laughter and conversation filled the room. On Yu Sitong's head, the barrage of comments continued to flash, until one particular comment completely captured Li Yao's attention. Brother Lu, I find these zombies somewhat familiar. Resembling the corpses from the western regions, void of pain or fear, lacking thought, only knowing how to consume flesh and blood. However, these corpses do not spread infection and are significantly faster than these zombies. Corpses? Are they the same as zombies? Brother Lu, the method to deal with corpses is to find an antidote and administer it orally. I wonder if this antidote would be effective against these zombies. I happen to have one last antidote available, which I shall gift to you. System, you have received one antidote from Brother Lu as a gift. Brother Lu has advanced to a junior fan, and his nickname has been changed to Lu Feng. System, the host value is 20, and the current upgrade progress is 20,100. Please continue to work diligently. Is this antidote truly effective? Li Yao's heart raced as she stared intently at Yu Sitong. At this moment, Yu Sitong was also pondering the antidote and was entirely oblivious to Li Yao's gaze. She contemplated how to find an excuse to step outside and capture a zombie to test the situation. The torrential rain poured down with increasing intensity. The sky shrouded in dense, oppressive clouds, obscuring the sun from view. They had not seen sunlight for several days. However, the downpour showed no signs of abating. Qin Wenyu entered the restroom for a brief wash, glancing at the overflowing buckets and suddenly recalling something. Yao Yao, could you ask the cat to help with these buckets? Li Yao searched around and finally spotted a curled-up kitten atop the highest shelf. She gently extended her hand, speaking softly, Nana, come to your sister. Everyone adopts a peculiar tone when addressing the kitten, a quirk the dormitory mates had grown accustomed to. Nana obliged, leaping gracefully from the shelf into Li Yao's embrace, deliberately retracting her claws to avoid harming her beloved human. Meow. Li Yao affectionately stroked the kitten's little head and brought Nana into the restroom. You're the best. My favorite little one. Can you help your sister by putting this water into your space? Li Yao coaxed the little creature, scratching behind its ears. A series of contented purrs emanated from Nana's mouth. Qin Wenyu furrowed her brow, questioning, what is wrong with her? Why is she making that noise? Is she unwilling? Oh. Li Yao replied, rubbing her forehead. When cats purr, it means they are comfortable. She enjoys it. As she spoke, Li Yao set the kitten down, allowing her to begin collecting the buckets. Meow. The purring ceased, and the kitten emitted an irritable sound, yet her body honestly moved toward the buckets, her tiny paws clumsily stepping on them. The buckets remained, yet the water within vanished without a trace. Qin Wenyu and Li Yao exchanged wide-eyed glances. Li Yao gulped. Is this cat really that incredible? Nana, can you retrieve the water? Nana fixed Li Yao with a steady gaze, her round eyes filled with disdain. Without any visible effort, the water returned to the buckets. This was troubling. Qin Wenyu and Li Yao locked eyes, and Li Yao promptly lifted Nana, urging her to return the water. This task was repeated thrice, with Nana reluctantly complying, even playfully nipping at Li Yao's hand, leaving no mark. Li Yao, amused, remarked, such sharp little teeth. You bit me. Dear sister, Nana proudly lifted her chin as if to say, "Are you scared now, human?" But soon, the audacious kitten faced the repercussions from her human companions. Qin Wenyu and Li Yao repeatedly filled the buckets, instructing Nana to transfer the water to her space. This cycle continued countless times, leaving the black cat weary, her fur losing its luster as she lay on the ground, refusing to rise. The sight of her dejection tugged at Li Yao's heart. "My sweet little treasure. Let sister open a can for you. I'll have Mingming prepare something delicious. You must be exhausted, dear." Li Yao massaged the kitten and employed culinary delights, gradually restoring a hint of vitality to the little feline. At that moment, the continuous sound of running water in the restroom ceased. The water supply had been cut off. With the electricity also gone, only the emergency lights in the corridor emitted a faint glow, as if the world had been abruptly abandoned, leaving only the torrential rain pounding fiercely against the window frame. Suddenly, there came a series of loud knocks on the door. Chapter 24. The uprising of the militia leader Ji Zining, nearest to the door, rose to open it. As soon as the door swung open, he was met by a throng of people in the corridor, with Zhou Yanan leading the group. "What brings you here with them?" In the dimly lit dormitory, the figures outside could not discern the precise conditions within, only the composed visage of Ji Zining. "I came to thank you," Zhou Yanan replied. At that moment, Qin Wenyi and Li Yao stepped forward. Qin Wenyi shook her head slightly. "No need for that. I never intended to save anyone. Please let them leave. I cannot have them blocking my doorway." Before Li Yao could respond, Han Xian, who had been simmering with frustration, spoke up with a mocking tone. "Indeed. Fortunate that you had no thoughts of saving anyone. Had you gone in with the intent to rescue, only to be accused of being a murderer by those you intended to save, how utterly infuriating that would be. I heard you all wanted to call the police. Go ahead, do it. We cannot remain in this dormitory any longer. I have never encountered such shameless individuals in my life. Some of you seem to have 4 holes in your faces. Are they all for breathing? Perhaps your eyes should be gouged out to feed the zombies? After all, you seem to be on such intimate terms with them. The zombies can regrow their brains after being eaten, while you possess no brains at all. How delightful it must be for you to coexist in such bliss." Han Xian's relentless tirade left those standing at the door unable to raise their heads. In her words, they had become so entangled with the zombies that they had lost all sense of the world around them. Even Li Yao found herself at a loss for words in the face of Han Xian's biting remarks. "I'm sorry." Someone, overwhelmed by the insults, covered their face and muttered. Others, as if just realizing the situation, echoed their apologies repeatedly. Among the chorus of remorse, a discordant voice emerged. "We did not say what Yu Shui did. We are innocent. You are going too far with this humiliation. Yu Shui had indeed acted wrongly, but what connection did that have to us? We are also innocent. If you are upset, take it out on Yu Shui, not us." Before long, the speakers seemed to have their mouth covered, their voice dwindling into silence. Qin Wenyi remained silent, but Han Xian could no longer contain her indignation, muttering as if, "I cannot hear you. I'm addressing you. Do you truly believe you are innocent? With such a strong sense of morality, why did you not stand up when the zombies were devouring people? Why come here now to play the blame game? Innocent. When the saviors were insulted, why did you remain silent? Now that you have faced criticism, it seems you are troubled, yet you did not speak up earlier. It is often said that saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a pagoda of 7 stories. Qin Wenyu and her companions have rescued countless individuals, yet you harbor suspicions against them. When they express their grievances, you react with displeasure. Do you not have any sense of shame? Are you not secretly in agreement with Yu Shui, believing that Qin Wenyu and her team are too cruel? Yet, if Qin Wenyu did not take decisive action, do you think any of you would have a chance of survival? Among such a multitude, who amongst you dares to venture outside amidst the throngs of zombies? Is there anyone who would not prefer to starve in their dormitory rather than face the outside world?" Han Xian's words resonated profoundly, articulating the concealed thoughts that lay deep within their hearts. Everyone stood in place, wiping away tears, whispering apologies and thanks. "We are sorry. We should not have made excuses." Qin Wenyu, disinterested, chose to ignore them, while Ji Zining stood steadfastly by her side, offering no words of forgiveness. Zhou Yanan stepped forward, and upon seeing her, Han Xian rolled her eyes. After all, she was one of those saved by Qin Wenyu and her team. Yet now she had taken on the role of a militia leader, seeking rebellion. How intriguing. Zhou Yanan's face flushed, yet she offered no explanation, instead announcing loudly, "Currently, There are 68 survivors on the 6th floor. We have compiled a roster and reorganized the dormitories. Together, we have disposed of the corpses in the corridor and gathered supplies from each room. All resources are now consolidated here. We collectively decided to give half of the supplies to you as a token of our gratitude for saving us. Zhou Yanan bowed deeply. Han Xian glanced at her, but turned away in silence. Zhou Yanan continued. We have also discussed that remaining on the 6th floor indefinitely is not a viable solution. We wish to open the corridor door to assess the situation on the 5th floor. A total of 33 individuals are willing to participate in the battle. Here's the roster. She held out a piece of paper to Qin Wenyu, fully aware that she was the one in charge of dormitory 603. At that moment, Han Xian let out a cold laugh. I see why your attitude is so accommodating. You still need us to risk our lives. Why is it that now you no longer feel a sense of kinship with the zombies? Is there no need to raise the alarm? The crowd's faces flushed. Although they did not share such sentiments, Han Xian's remarks made it seem as though they did. Just as they were about to explain, Qin Wenyu raised her hand. All right, Han Xian, let us put this matter behind us. It must not be mentioned again. After speaking, she turned her gaze towards them. I must clarify that I will not be held accountable for any consequences. I do not know what awaits on the 5th floor, and there is always the possibility of casualties. If you are prepared, then open the door. I will assist where I can, but do not come to me for what I cannot provide. Qin Wenyu raised her head, looking at Ji Zining. Bring those items back inside. With that, she turned and re-entered the room. The assembled crowd exchanged glances, astonished by Qin Wenyu's unexpected declaration. One of the girls stepped forward, about to speak. When Zhou Yanan pulled her back. Stop it, she said. They may have saved us once, but they cannot always rescue us. Ultimately, it depends on ourselves. Li Yao was the last to enter, overhearing Zhou Yanan's words, and let out a sigh. Although Zhou Yanan bore no expression, she was quite admirable. Even without Qin Wenyu and the others, Zhou Yanan could undoubtedly thrive on her own. She closed the dormitory door. Where should we put these supplies? Ji Zining asked sternly. Qin Wenyu raised an eyebrow, teasing. Are you implying I'm plundering the people's resources? Ji Zining turned her head away, a hint of awkwardness lingering on her face. You're not a soldier, and I'm not one either. I've retired. Qin Wenyu couldn't help but chuckle, but recalling that Ji Zining had returned to the military. Her smile faded. Let us put them in the chaotic space. Li Yao tried to soothe the little cat, placing the items inside. Now had been bothered today, swatting at Li Yao several times before she finally retrieved the things into the space. At that moment, Yu Situ stood up, subtly gripping a black pill in her hand. I'll step out for a moment. Chapter 25. A terrifying encounter in the corridor. Li Yao followed, pushing the door open, eager to see what was happening. However, as soon as she opened the door, she was surrounded by Zhou Yanan and the others. Do you want to head to the 5th floor now? Zhou Yanan asked excitedly. Li Yao frowned, noticing that Yu Situ's figure had vanished at the end of the corridor. She shook her head. I just came out to take a look. Our dormitory follows Qin Wenyu's lead. We need to consult her opinion first. Are you planning to open the door now? Yes, Zhou Yanan nodded. I just discovered that the rain has completely flooded the 1st floor, reaching the windows of the 2nd floor. I have no idea what the situation is like below now. We can't keep the door shut forever. Since our phones have no signal and are out of power, it seems pointless. We might as well take everyone out for a stroll. That stroll could cost us our lives. Li Yao pondered briefly and offered a reasonable suggestion. You should train them first, teach them some skills for dealing with zombies. At that moment, Yu Situ had completely disappeared. Li Yao turned to head back to the dormitory when she saw the door swing open, revealing Qin Wenyu. Zhou Yanan's eyes lit up, and she hurried to Qin Wenyu. Shall we open the door and fight zombies now? Qin Wenyu nonchalantly nodded. Whatever works. Although her attitude was unfriendly, Zhou Yanan perceived her usual cold demeanor and did not recognize any underlying issues. That's wonderful. I'll inform them to open the door. Zhou Yanan's intention was simply to open a single door, allowing zombies to enter slowly, but Qin Wenyu thought that was too slow. Instead, she decided to throw the door wide open, letting the zombies charge in unimpeded. I'll guard the front with Ji Zining. Yao Yao, you and Yu Situ stay behind us, along with Han Xian and Jiang Yueming. Everyone needs to come out and practice. Qin Wenyu turned to Zhou Yanan and said, as for the rest of you, guard the other side. Is there any problem? Zhou Yanan immediately shook her head. No. With 6 of them securing one direction and over 30 on their side, there was no way they would falter. Zhou Yanan even inquired, do you need us to send 10 people to assist you? No need. Qin Wenyu coldly declined. Han Xian, hiding behind, stubbornly refused to come out. Qin Wenyin stepped forward, unceremoniously grasping the collar of his shirt. If you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of them, just come out with me obediently, or I will throw you out. Han Xian trembled in fear. Recalling the humiliating moment when he had previously panicked and crawled on the ground, he silently nodded in submission. All right. Li Yao also held Han Xian's hand. Don't be too scared. You'll get used to it. Zombies are quite easy to kill. Remember how many you've dispatched before? That was in a panic state. Han Xian lamented, on the verge of tears. You all must protect me, do you understand? Li Yao nodded helplessly, reluctantly. The 6 from the dormitory finally ventured out at a slow pace. Zhou Yan inside had already begun. A large group wielding weapons was attacking the few zombies that emerged, with screams and gasps mingling as everyone flailed about, unsure of how to proceed. Observing their chaos, Han Xian straightened his back silently. Qin Wenyin approached and opened the passage door. Almost instantaneously, the zombies surged forth. Strangely, the number of zombies seemed significantly reduced compared to before. However, there was no time to ponder this. They immediately plunged into the frenzy of battling the undead. Jiang Yueming, who woke up the latest, appeared to adapt well, occasionally managing to eliminate 1 or 2 solitary zombies. Yet Han Xian lacked any resolve to fight, lurking behind, too afraid to show his face. Not daring even to glance at the zombies, remaining utterly inactive. Is the engineering shovel in your hand merely for show? Li Yao couldn't help but scoff. Han Xian pretended not to hear, covering his ears tightly. Li Yao, exasperated, chose to ignore him, dispatching a zombie with a swift strike. This collective offensive proved remarkably successful. After a while, no new zombies ascended the stairs, which puzzled Li Yao. She poked her head out. Are there really no zombies left? Did the pressure shift to the other side? Qin Wenyin shook her head with an inscrutable expression, contemplating before suggesting, let us go downstairs and take a look. Ji Zining immediately complied, carefully descending while stepping on the corpses of the zombies. Li Yao and the others promptly followed, while Han Xian lagged behind, hesitating to pull Jiang Yueming along. He whispered, how about we return to the dormitory first? There are so many supplies inside, we should keep an eye on them. Jiang Yueming shook her head. Let us stick with everyone and go downstairs first. There are no more zombies. Yuanbao, don't be afraid, stay behind me. I'll protect you. Upon encountering the insurmountable argument presented by Jiang Yueming, Han Xian found herself compelled to follow closely behind, akin to a dog trailing its master. Qin Wenyi, observing her demeanor, felt a wave of annoyance wash over her and disregarded Han Xian entirely, leading the descent down the staircase. The stairwell was shrouded in an oppressive darkness, nearly devoid of any light. As Qin Wenyi activated her flashlight, a pale beam illuminated the stairs entirely. The corridor was smeared with blood. Ghostly handprints marred the pristine white walls, alongside dismembered limbs and lifeless heads with eyes wide open. Li Yao, gripped by terror, was drenched in cold sweat, yet steeled herself to continue downwards. In former times, she would have never dared to enter a chamber of such gruesome theme. Now, she considered this a form of progress. Yuanbao, do not open your eyes. Proceed slowly, Li Yao cautioned, forcing herself to follow suit. In the shadowy recesses of the darkness, a zombie seemed to awaken abruptly, extending its hand towards the trailing Han Xian. Its sharp claws were poised to pierce her neck, its teeth ready to sink into her flesh. The group ahead had no time to react. The closest to Han Xian was Jiang Yueming, yet she was utterly unprepared, having never dispatched even 2 zombies. Anxiety gripped the hearts of the others. Qin Wenyi and Ji Zining reacted with alacrity, turning swiftly. At that very moment, however, Han Xian's form flickered and transformed into a dismembered zombie in the blink of an eye. Oh! Han Xian screamed in terror. The zombie hesitated momentarily, bewildered, before staggering past Han Xian and lunging towards Jiang Yueming. What on earth is happening? Jiang Yueming was too stunned to scream as the visages of 2 zombies loomed before her. One a traditional zombie, the other a grotesque version of Han Xian. Her heart momentarily halted. Just then, Ji Zining arrived at their side, seizing the zombie's neck and delivering a powerful blow with a spade. The zombie collapsed with a thud. Meanwhile, the other zombie crouched on the ground, clutching its head in fright, exclaiming, "Do not harm me. I am Han Xian." Jiang Yueming stood in shocked disbelief. What is going on? Why has Yuanbao transformed into a zombie? Jiang Yueming's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Yao, exasperated, pulled the trembling Han Xian to her feet, stating, "This is a long story. Yuan Bao, revert back to your original form, lest you be mistakenly harmed." Han Xian shivered uncontrollably, her legs quaking like strands of noodle. "I wish I could revert. I cannot return to normal. I must wait." That sharp spade was only 2 centimeters from my face. I was terrified. Li Yao could only support her, bemusedly noting that zombie Xian appeared more refined than the other zombies. "Have you transformed yet? We are about to reach the 5th floor. If you remain like this, others will strike you down," Li Yao threatened. Jiang Yueming had prepared herself mentally and approached Han Xian with a sense of urgency. "Hurry and revert back," she urged. Han Xian, feeling a bit aggrieved, wiped her face and after a considerable effort, finally regained her original form. "All done." Jiang Yueming sighed in relief, reaching out to gently ruffle her soft hair. "Never mind, you lead the way while I follow. Actually, let me take the rear," Ji Zining interjected. She pushed aside a fallen zombie and repositioned herself at the back to re-establish their formation. In the corridor, only a single abandoned zombie remained, prompting them to be more meticulous in their inspection as they proceeded. It wasn't until they reached the 5th floor that they encountered a cluster of 2 scattered zombies at the stairway. "What is this?" Qin Wenyi stepped forward and dispatched the zombie, faintly hearing sounds from below. "It seems someone is down there fighting zombies. I can hear the sound of heads being severed." Li Yao remarked quietly. "Shall we go take a look? After all, there are no zombies on the 5th floor." Qin Wenyi switched on her flashlight again, directing it toward the 4th floor staircase. It was uncertain whether the zombies were attracted by the scent of flesh or the brightness of the light, but several of them turned and began to lurch toward their direction. The corridor was not ideal for combat, yet Qin Wenyi and Yu Sitong stood side by side at the forefront, swiftly targeting the zombies' weak points as they fell one by one. "Impressive," Qin Wenyi praised. Yu Sitong remained stoic, her expression unchanging, while the barrage of comments above her head surged forth. "Time. Indeed impressive. One must consider the mentor. She has already grasped some of the essence of the Suifeng swordplay. Lu Feng, that young girl is commendable as well. She cannot see us. Yet her combat reflexes are remarkable. If only you possessed her talent, you could ascend the rankings of martial prowess. Lu Feng, I wonder if the antidote is effective. Even if it is, I only have that one left." Upon hearing the mention of the antidote, Li Yao momentarily lost her focus, her grip faltering, allowing one zombie to slip past. Han Xian let out a shriek, but before she could finish, Ji Zining had already taken care of the stray zombie. However, her scream echoed down below, soon eliciting a response from the depths. "Is someone up there?" The corridor echoed back quickly. "There's someone," Li Yao shouted, and she and Qin Wenyi intensified their efforts against the zombies. The zombies in the corridor were few, and they were soon eradicated. With the aid of the flashlight, they discerned the presence of individuals below. There were quite a number of them, led by a muscular girl with short hair wielding a fire axe, who cleaved a zombie's head with a single swing. Once the last zombie was dispatched, the girl cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring safety before stepping forward and declaring, "Thank you. My name is Zhao Chunying. I live on the 1st floor, and I'm a 4th-year sports student. What about you?" Qin Wenyi raised her chin slightly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. "New student on the 6th floor, Qin Wenyi." Zhao Chunying extended her hand for a handshake, but upon noticing the bloodstains covering her own hand, she chuckled softly and withdrew it. "Shall we discuss this upstairs? The corridor feels stifling, and there is a distinct lack of security." The group ascended directly to the 5th floor hallway. The emergency lights flickered precariously, and Qin Wenyi switched off her flashlight, observing that their numbers were still considerable, at least 40 individuals. "Did you all come from the 1st floor? What is the situation down there?" Li Yao inquired anxiously. Zhao Chunying gestured towards the last few individuals in their group. "Not everyone is from the 1st floor. Some are from the 2nd. The water has risen too high. The 1st floor is completely submerged. We initially started climbing to the 2nd floor, but the water there has also reached our ankles. We figured it would be wiser to head directly to the 6th floor to assess the situation. Surely the water can't reach that high." On the other side of the corridor, more than 50 of us remain, survivors from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. You wouldn't imply that the 6th floor is unsafe as well, would you? How do we retreat? Zhao Chunying questioned, perplexed. The 6th floor is secure, devoid of zombies. We descended to eliminate them and check for any other survivors, Qin Wenyi replied, raising an eyebrow. Do you intend to reside on the upper floor? How many of you are there? Zhao Chunying exhaled in relief. There are a total of 102 individuals. I am uncertain if the 6th floor can accommodate us. If not, we can squeeze onto the 5th. In that case, we must clear out the zombies on the 5th floor. Let us break down the door. Qin Wenyin stated with a calm demeanor. At that moment, a girl with a high ponytail behind Zhao Chunying burst into laughter. She rummaged at her waist and produced a large set of keys. No need to break down the door. I have the keys from the dormitory supervisor downstairs. We can open the door directly. She approached the door of room 501 with practiced ease, knocked forcefully several times, and when no one responded, she retrieved the key for the 5th floor and unlocked the door. 5 zombies immediately lunged out, and Zhao Chunying along with several other girls sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the undead. After clearing the zombies, several individuals quickly advanced to search for useful supplies, soon uncovering a large box of provisions. Their cooperation was seamless, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. A flicker of admiration crossed Qin Wenyin's gaze. It was no wonder Zhao Chunying had managed to lead them effectively. Who would have thought that this modest dormitory building harbored such hidden talents? Before long, Zhao Chunying and her team had completed the clearing of the 5th floor, which housed 94 survivors. Together with the 102 individuals Zhao Chunying had brought from downstairs, the total population of the dormitory had dwindled to this number, 270. Originally, over 1,000 students had resided in the dormitory, yet now less than a third remained alive. Zhao Chunying and Qin Wenyin ascended to the 6th floor side by side, with Zhao Chunying continuously inquiring about the conditions there. Upon reaching the floor, they collided with Zhou Yanan and her group. You are Zhao Chunying? The one who led those people up from the 1st floor? Zhou Yanan frowned. Do you all intend to stay on the 6th floor? I inquired and discovered that there are 100 of you, yet we have only a little over 10 vacant dormitories, which cannot accommodate everyone. Chapter 27 evokes memories of my mother's delectable braised pork. Zhao Chunying chuckled nonchalantly. I understand, and that is precisely my intent. I wish to discuss with you the 30 dormitories on the 6th floor. If you fill each room, it would only occupy 12, leaving the remaining 18 perfectly suitable for our needs. The waters will only rise higher, and I seek a permanent solution by relocating my team to the 6th floor for stability. All those accompanying me have combat experience and possess a certain level of strength. In case of emergencies, they would be ready to assist, making this a highly advantageous arrangement for you. However, Zhou Yanan furrowed her brows even tighter. While your reasoning is sound, the entire building has been cleared of zombies, and I am uncertain where you would be needed. Noticing their ongoing conversation, Qin Wenyi yawned, waved her hand dismissively, and departed. She was heading home, indifferent to whether these individuals would move in or not, while Han Xian and the others swiftly made their way back to the dormitory. Li Yao, however, was somewhat intrigued and glanced back several times. Zhao Chunying appeared confident, amicably waving at Li Yao and the others before continuing. The calm is merely temporary. If the rain persists, our supplies will undoubtedly fall short for survival, necessitating forays to gather resources. You must have seen zombie films. Optimism is unwarranted. We face a graver trial that necessitates unity. The remaining words were muffled by the door, leaving Li Yao unable to catch them clearly. Yet, from this brief exchange, she discerned that Zhao Chunying's occupation of the 6th floor was inevitable. In every conceivable aspect, Zhou Yanan had no grounds to reject them. However, this situation had no bearing on her dormitory. Could you enlighten me about Yuan Bao's sudden transformation into a zombie? As soon as she entered, Jiang Yueming impatiently inquired. Li Yao, belatedly recalling, realized that Jiang Yueming had been present when Han Xian transformed into a zombie. Did you forget? Her abilities allow her to become a zombie. She must have been startled earlier. Jiang Yueming scratched the back of her head. At that moment, I had just awakened. My mind was a blur, and I completely overlooked that. It seems that was indeed the case. My apologies, that was my oversight. I only remembered the dashing figure from ancient times. People often become busily preoccupied when feeling awkward, and Jiang Yueming was no exception. She retrieved a pre-prepared braised pork rice from her space. Everyone must be hungry. Let us eat something. Braised pork rice. Basic level. Each time it came to this, Li Yao felt as though she was still dreaming from a game and had not fully awakened. She moved her lips slightly and swiftly devoured the braised pork rice. Jiang Yueming's culinary skills visibly improved at an astonishing pace. Truly, she was destined to be a culinary deity. Imagining her as a master chef was a delightful thought. Reflecting on that moment, Li Yao felt saliva nearly trickling down her chin. Qin Wenyu was equally astonished, exclaiming, I cannot recall ever purchasing these ingredients. Where did you procure them? Moreover, the school supermarket certainly does not sell meat. Jiang Yueming chuckled softly. I suspect I scavenged these from another dormitory. I prioritized the perishable fresh produce for this meal. It shall be the last, as there will be no more thereafter. Upon hearing this, Han Xian sighed regretfully. Just 3 days had elapsed, yet it felt as though time stretched endlessly, leaving her anxious about the well-being of her family back home. As she savored the delicious braised meat rice, her eyes began to moisten. I yearn for the red braised pork my mother makes. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, landing on her meal, as Han Xian continued to chew, swallowing both her food and her sorrow. The poignant sentiment stirred the hearts of everyone in the dormitory. Li Yao covered her face, fearful that once she began to cry, she would be unable to stop. The silence in the room was palpable, punctuated only by the rhythmic sound of droplets, indistinguishable as either tears or rain. After a prolonged pause, Qin Wenyu spoke. You are far more fortunate than others. At least you were forewarned and could contact your families, allowing for some precaution. However, her words failed to provide any solace and instead deepened their melancholy. At this moment, their phones lay lifeless, devoid of signal, rendering them unable to reach their families and uncertain of their fates. Suddenly, Ji Zining stood up. I shall step outside and see if there is anything I can assist with. Without waiting for a response, she hurried out. Following her, Yu Sitong also rose, lowering her head to conceal her slightly reddened eyes. I will go too. The two exited, clearly eager to escape the heavy atmosphere and the painful topic. Li Yao wiped her face and approached Han Xian, saying, Enough of this. This is the last serving of braised meat rice. If you won't eat it, give it to me, don't waste it. Absolutely not. Han Xian immediately turned her box away and resumed eating. Even if I perish, I shall do so as a well-fed ghost. Several hours later, Ji Zining and Yu Sitong returned together. As soon as the door opened, the barrage of comments surged high on the screen. Lu Feng, the zombies are indeed less terrifying than before, but there is no significant reaction. It seems the antidote is ineffective. Sure Mao, it is useful. The zombies no longer bite. Perhaps in a few days, they will revert to normal. Lu Feng, yet even if it is effective, I possess only one antidote, insufficient to save so many. If it were effective, I would venture to the western regions. But by then, the skies would be high and the roads long, and I would no longer witness this celestial dome. Amidst the flood of astonished comments, Li Yao astutely grasped the crucial information, her pupils narrowing in realization. It appears that Yu Siting has just ventured out to seek zombies for the purpose of administering the antidote. One wonders where she has concealed the zombies, especially since the entire building has supposedly been cleared of them. Boss, how is it outside? Li Yao inquired. Ji Zining scratched his head. Recently, due to a lack of time to arrange his attire, the once handsome young man now bore a more haggard appearance. The water had completely submerged the second floor, prompting Zhao Chunying and her group to relocate here. They were quite capable, having trained in Taekwondo, organized and disciplined, and Zhao Chunying resided right next door to us. As they spoke, there was a knock at the dormitory door. Ji Zining turned to open it, and found Zhao Chunying smiling warmly in greeting. Hello, I live in 601. From now on, we are neighbors. If you need anything, just call us. We will do our best to assist. She then handed Ji Zining a large bundle of milk tea bags, adding, I still need to account for the numbers over there, so I must take my leave. Without further ado, Zhao Chunying departed, leaving Ji Zining momentarily stunned, clutching the milk tea and gazing vacantly at Qin Wenyu. Chapter 28. The rescue ship has arrived since we have accepted it. Let's make use of it, Qin Wenyu suggested, gesturing for Ji Zining to close the door. Once the door was shut, she let out a soft laugh, lazily leaning against the wall. This Zhao Chunying indeed possesses some skill, no wonder. Li Yao, catching the implied meaning in her words, brightened up. Do you know Zhao Chunying? She had previously found it strange that Qin Wenyu seemed to deliberately avoid contact with Zhao Chunying, yet appeared quite familiar with her. You're quite perceptive, Qin Wenyu remarked appreciatively, casting a glance her way. I have indeed heard of Zhao Chunying. She later established her own small base, which is notably welcoming to wandering women and children. She commands a team of well-trained female soldiers, reputed to have made a fortune by raiding a prison, and has gained considerable fame. Many women with children aspire to join her base. In her previous life, she had often pondered whether her circumstances would have been better had she not followed her so-called parents, but instead joined Zhao Chunying's base. However, she had never been afforded the opportunity to leave. At that time, she had been grateful for her parents coming to retrieve her early, obediently following their every command. Like a fool, allowing them to shape her. Qin Wenyu's emotions became somewhat complex. She had never realized that an alternate path lay so close to her. A hint of cold laughter flashed in her eyes. In this life, she would ensure they paid the price. Penang, she would undoubtedly return to this place. She is quite impressive, Li Yao exclaimed, oblivious to Qin Wenyu's inner thoughts. If we align ourselves with them, isn't it like securing a powerful ally? Jiang Yueming chimed in. Also impressed. In this apocalypse, still considering the sheltering of women and children, her generosity truly surpasses that of ordinary individuals. But, Wenyu, why do you avoid contact with her? Is there some hidden danger? Qin Wenyu covered her eyes with her hand, concealing the emotions within. Where there is reluctance, it is merely a matter of uncertainty in how to face the situation. No, at least until the moment of my demise in the dream, her base was still thriving, remaining an Eden for many women and children. With this reassurance, those in the dormitory felt a measure of relief and gained a sense of security. It is indeed a good thing that she is now managing the dormitory, remarked Ji Zining. Qin Wenyu slightly nodded in agreement. Under Zhao Chunying's management, the dormitory had transformed remarkably by the following day. It is unknown what discussions transpired between her and Zhou Yanan, but Zhou willingly accepted the role of second-in-command. And the corridor was adorned with nameplates at each dormitory door, listing the names of the residents. The corridor was now spotless. Aside from the bloodstains on the walls that could not be cleaned, the floor gleamed. The staircase mirrored this cleanliness, with the residents from the lower 4 floors having been relocated entirely to the 5th and 6th floors. Moreover, Zhao Chunying organized daily exercises for everyone. Yet this did not encroach upon dormitory 603. She merely knocked on the door to symbolically inquire, without compelling them to join. However, the lively atmosphere caused some to retreat. Occasionally, Li Yao would venture out with Han Xian and others to engage in card games or play social deduction games like Werewolf with their classmates from other dormitories. During these rare moments of leisure, the water had spread to the 4th floor, rendering the shorter buildings on campus nearly invisible. On this day, Li Yao, clutching Avalon rescued from downstairs, sought companions to play with. A casual glance out the window halted her in her tracks. A boat. There was a rescue boat outside. Overjoyed, she hurried to the window, pressing her face against the glass to look down. A yellow rescue boat was navigating through the rain, stopping near the teaching building ahead. Her exclamation instantly attracted the attention of those in the corridor, who rushed to the glass, causing Li Yao discomfort as she was jostled. Quickly, she broke free and dashed back to her dormitory to announce the splendid news. I saw the rescue boat. We are saved. Han Xian immediately leaped up and rushed to the balcony to see for herself. Really? Where is it? Ji Zining and the others quickly moved forward, crowding the balcony. Each gazed below at the rescue boat, with eager anticipation. Only Qin Wenyu remained motionless, seated on her bed, lost in thought as she observed their jubilant cheers. Unable to summon a shred of joy within herself, the rescue boat lingered near the teaching building for some time before it slowly maneuvered in front of the dormitory. Can anyone hear us? Shouted 2 men clad in raincoats from the boat, amplifying their voices through loudspeakers. Are you in the dormitory? At that moment, Zhao Chunying knocked on the door of dormitory 603, fully equipped and dressed in a heavy raincoat. The rescue boat has arrived, but we remain skeptical. Its capacity is only sufficient for 10 individuals, and it does not appear to be here to rescue us. We are considering stepping outside to take a look. Would you like to join us? Qin Wenyu was the first to rise, coolly remarking, perhaps they are here to distribute supplies. She donned her raincoat and prepared to exit. The words struck a heavy chord in Li Yao and her companions, causing their earlier cheer to dissipate. They observed Ji Zining, her expression stern, donning a raincoat and following Zhao Chunying and the others. Li Yao scrutinized the rescue boat, realizing it indeed bore the promised supplies. She remained on the balcony, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the vessel. The man aboard first inquired about the zombie situation within their dormitory, then offered words of commendation, before elucidating the purpose of their visit. The government has not forsaken you. However, the scale of the disaster is overwhelming, and many areas are in need. These 2 boxes contain supplies for you. We will return in 2 days with more provisions, but please exercise caution and prioritize your safety. He handed the heavy boxes to Zhao Chunying, yet an air of despondency enveloped the group. Silence reigned for a time, until faint sounds of weeping and curses began to emerge. Ji Zining had words to convey, but seeing the relentless rain drenched the man, bending him under its weight and obscuring his vision, she swallowed her thoughts and simply asked, "Is there signal on your phones?" The man shook his head. "The signal tower nearby has collapsed. There was no signal from the start, and now we cannot establish contact. Many areas rely solely on broadcasts and pagers. You wish to call your families, correct? Rest assured, the rescue orders are nationwide. Your loved ones are also receiving aid. Can you reach the military?" Ji Zining hesitated briefly before posing her question. The man appeared puzzled. "Why would you need to contact the military? We are merely following directives and cannot reach them either." Ji Zining could only shake her head in disappointment and offered them a military salute. "Thank you for your efforts." The men, taken aback, instinctively returned the gesture. Zhao Chunying squinted slightly, expressing her gratitude while inquiring, "Who sent you for the rescue? How is the situation outside? Have the zombies been contained?" The man responded with a bitter smile. "Many have transformed into zombies. Had it not been for this, we wouldn't be so few in number. We belong to the municipal supply department, and others have been dispatched to combat the zombies. The chaos in the city far exceeds yours." Chapter 29. My parents in the city. Ji Zining's brows furrowed further. "What is the current state of the city?" The man shook his head. "It is not good. There are too many zombies to manage. Stay in the school for now and patiently await rescue. We will drop supplies every 2 days, and any significant updates will be communicated to you." After a moment's hesitation, Ji Zining retrieved a badge from her pocket, its surface faintly revealing a yellow pentagram. She handed the rain-soaked badge to the man. "If the opportunity arises, please deliver this badge to the military personnel and inform them that I am Ji Zining of the 4th Army. Should they require my assistance, they may find me at any time." Those present were momentarily taken aback, particularly the man, who reverently cradled the badge and carefully placed it within the pocket of his chest. "Rest assured, I shall convey your message." After speaking, the man executed a somewhat imperfect military salute and departed with his companion in a boat. Qin Wenyu stifled a yawn and turned to make her way back. Zhao Chunying glanced back, her gaze penetrating as she regarded the somewhat distracted Ji Zining and inquired, "Are you a soldier?" Ji Zining, pulled from her reverie, nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I am a veteran." "No wonder your skills are so remarkable. Do you wish to venture out to save lives and combat the zombies?" "I share this sentiment. However, we currently lack the means to go out. If you have a way, please lend us your voice. We too wish to join the fight against the undead." Zhao Chunying spoke earnestly. Walking alongside Ji Zining, she softly lamented, "The situation outside must be dire. I genuinely worry for those out there. With so many people densely packed and numerous residential buildings, I fear that the military may be overwhelmed. I long to volunteer and contribute in any way I can." The remainder of her words faded as they climbed through the window into their dormitory, leaving Li Yao unable to hear clearly. She sighed softly. This was not merely about lending a hand, but rather about venting frustration. Recalling what Qin Wenyu had said about Zhao Chunying's group raiding the prison, Li Yao began to comprehend their means of survival. Nonetheless, Zhao Chunying's mindset and capabilities were already evident. Just as Li Yao was lost in admiration, Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining entered the room. The moment they stepped inside, the light in Han Xian's eyes dimmed significantly. Were they truly not coming to rescue us? Han Xian opened her mouth, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Wenyu. Qin Wenyu turned her face away. "Yes, they instructed us to wait for rescue," stating that they were overwhelmed with matters on their end and could only send some supplies. Although she had anticipated their external discussions, hearing Qin Wenyu's confirmation brought tears to Han Xian's eyes in an instant. "What is the situation in the urban area? Is it dangerous? Has anyone been dispatched to rescue the South River District? How are my parents?" Han Xian's eyes were glued to Qin Wenyu, filled with longing. A discomfort settled in Qin Wenyu's heart. She avoided Han Xian's gaze. "I do not know either. They claim to have sent someone for rescue. Yet the number of zombies in the city is overwhelming. No one can assure what the circumstances are." The light in Han Xian's eyes extinguished abruptly. She leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her cheeks, no longer questioning anything, silently wiping her tears. Her demeanor cast a shadow of melancholy over everyone. Han Xian's home lay in the urban area, South River District, normally just over an hour's drive from school, yet amidst this torrential rain, even that hour seemed a luxury. Li Yao had visited Han Xian's family. Her parents had only her as their daughter. Though they could be somewhat nagging, they treated their child exceptionally well. "All right, enough of this for now. Li Yao embraced Han Xian, assuring her that everything would be all right. Your uncle and aunt are certainly fine. Do not worry too much. They might be waiting for your return at home. Since your house is nearby, once we can get out, you can go home and see them, all right? Comforted by Li Yao's words, Han Xian wiped her face and fell silent. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Zhao Chunying had arrived to distribute supplies from the rescue boat. The provisions were allocated per person, and while everyone received a little, they were advised not to complain. The so-called supplies consisted of a plastic bag containing a few packets of biscuits, instant noodles, and sausages, lacking even a single green vegetable. In their eyes, these provisions were scarcely worth receiving, yet for those who had run out of food, they represented a means of survival. It's better than nothing. You all carry on, Qin Wenyu said, lifting the bag in her hand. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she leaned closer to Zhao Chunying, whispering, "Do you have any plastic bottles in the dormitory? We could collect them and see if we can tie them together to make something buoyant." Zhao Chunying's eyes lit up with realization, and she quickly expressed her gratitude before hurrying back to brief her team. Li Yao exclaimed in surprise, "Making a boat out of plastic bottles is feasible. Didn't we hear about a student who crafted a boat from plastic bottles to escape school?" She mused. Indeed, not only plastic bottles, but wooden boards and foam boards could also be experimented with. After all, these materials are buoyant. Qin Wenyu nodded, about to speak when she cleared her throat. "You should give it a try." "Absolutely. I'll go right away," Li Yao exclaimed, leaping up with excitement and bounding out of the dormitory in search of usable tools. Han Xian quickly followed, her concern evident as she asked, "Do you really think it will work? What if it collapses? If we get submerged, won't we turn into zombies?" Her fear of the rain outside was palpable. "I don't know, but how can we know if we don't try?" Li Yao replied earnestly. "Yuanbao, you want to go home. But merely waiting one tea get you there. Sitting idle will only lead to despair. Your home is so close. With a little effort, you can return, unlike me. Even if I manage to build a boat, I cannot go back." A shadow flickered in Li Yao's eyes. She wished to return home as well, but her family resided in the mountains, hundreds of miles away. However, there were advantages to being in the mountains. Her home was elevated, sparsely populated. And as long as her parents did not turn into zombies, there was hope for survival. Han Xian slapped her face lightly. "You're right. I can't just sit here. I must strive to act, not wait for death. I'll search the empty dormitory for wooden boards." The two rushed downstairs, splitting up to scour for useful items. Occasionally, Li Yao glimpsed Zhao Chunying and her companion making rounds, clearly searching for plastic bottles. Li Yao intensified her search, but at that moment, something dark streaked past her vision. She focused intently, spotting a group of people with a dark figure towering above them. Quickly, be cautious not to be discovered. It would be disastrous if they were to eliminate the experimental zombies. What experimental zombies? Li Yao tightened her grip on the bag in her hands and silently followed along. Chapter 30. Yu Sitong hides the zombies. Yu Sitong descended the stairs, arriving at the 4th floor. The floor was damp, and there were hardly any people around, only a couple of individuals in boots moving about. Yu Sitong navigated her way to the end of the corridor with familiarity. This particular room was unlike the others. It was locked. She unlocked the door and stepped inside, ensuring to close it quietly behind her. Yet, despite her carefulness, the sound of the door closing captured the attention of others. One girl nudged her companion. "Did you hear that noise over there? Wait, why is that door closed? I thought all the doors were supposed to be open." The two girls exchanged glances, and the first speaker quickly declared, "I'll go upstairs to fetch the key from Sister Curson. You keep watch here." With that, she hurriedly ascended the stairs. As the girl rushed past, Li Yao finally exhaled in relief, cautiously emerging from the shadows. "Who is there?" After a moment, Li Yao pretended to casually descend the stairs with heavy footsteps. The girl eyed her warily. "What are you doing here?" Li Yao raised the wooden board in her hand, feigning innocence. "I came down to see if there was anything to salvage, and I wanted to see if I could fashion a boat out of this board." The girl frowned. "Did you just come down?" "Not at all," Li Yao replied confidently, striding forward. "I've been down several times." She approached the nearest dormitory, entering and closing the door with purpose. The girl was taken aback. "Wait, you went in and closed the door? Why do that?" Li Yao blinked innocently. "If I don't close the door, wouldn't I be leaving a big trail behind me? Or is closing the door not allowed now?" The girl was at a loss for words and reiterated her warning. "Remember, you can't close the doors from now on. There's only one set of spare keys for all the dormitories. It's a hassle to keep going back and forth." By the way, was that door also closed by you? Ah, it seems I did close it. My apologies. Li Yao scratched her head awkwardly. I'll remember next time. At that moment, the short-haired girl who had gone to retrieve the keys returned, panting. Upon seeing Li Yao, she furrowed her brows. What is going on? The girl responded flatly. She accidentally closed the door while looking for something. It's nothing. Li Yao offered an embarrassed smile. Can I have the key? I'll open the door and rectify my mistake. The short-haired girl, still catching her breath, rolled her eyes. Don't you know how to leave the door open? Hurry up and go. Li Yao apologized repeatedly, took the key, and hurried to open the door. However, before she could insert the key into the lock, the dormitory door swung open, revealing Yu Sitong's lovely face, accompanied by a long string of comments. Lu Feng, why has this zombie become so still, not attacking anyone? Could it be due to the antidote? However, one could say this is a sign of progress. Li Yao felt a chill in her heart. Indeed, the zombie was in this very room. The previously indifferent expressions of the two individuals transformed into grave seriousness as they rushed forward, surrounding Li Yao and Yu Sitong. Are you two accomplices? What were you doing in there? They demanded, attempting to push into the dormitory. Yu Sitong furrowed her brow and extended her hand to block them. You cannot go inside. The short-haired girl questioned, why not? What could possibly be in there that we are not allowed to see? The more they were denied access, the more vigilant their demeanor became. Li Yao attempted to mediate. How about I go in first? I assure you, you are indeed in cahoots. I remember you. You are from the same dormitory, room 603. Before she could finish, the short-haired girl sharply interrupted her. At this point, regardless of what Li Yao said, they were no longer inclined to believe her and were determined to force their way in. Yu Sitong was unwavering, resolutely guarding the dormitory door. You cannot enter. As tensions rose and conflict seemed imminent, Li Yao suddenly clutched her chest and collapsed to the ground. I feel so unwell. Yu Sitong was taken aback and quickly supported Li Yao. What is wrong? The two girls outside were also momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yao abruptly pulled Yu Sitong into the dormitory, swiftly locking the door behind them. Bang, bang, bang. The two girls outside knocked urgently on the door, but Li Yao showed no intention of opening it. She leaned against the door, looking at Yu Sitong. Yu Marin, make a decision. What should we do now? Before Yu Sitong could respond, the barrage of comments began to surge. Sure Mao, what is happening? Why do I feel like this girl knows something? Could she possibly be aware that we are outside raising zombies? That wouldn't make any sense otherwise. Lu Feng, I also find this girl intriguing. Her name is Yao Yao, correct? The elder angler. How fascinating, far more entertaining than my fishing. I was right to come here. Lu Feng, the priority is either to toss the zombie into the water or to confess the existence of the antidote. I implore you, Yu Xiaoyu, to deliver it. Yu Sitong's eyes trembled as she turned to Li Yao. Yao Yao, do you trust me? Li Yao found the question somewhat familiar. She had just heard Qin Wenyu say something similar days prior. I absolutely trust you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kept them outside. If you prefer not to reveal what is happening in this room, that is perfectly fine. I can remain oblivious. You need not worry about me. Go resolve your matters. Having said that, Li Yao thoughtfully turned away, reflecting in silence. She chose not to glance at the barrage of comments above Yu Sitong's head. Nor did she look at Yu Sitong's proposed solutions. Yu Sitong was taken aback by this trust. She never expected Li Yao would place such faith in her. She extended her hand, pulling Li Yao closer. I believe in you. Follow me. Li Yao was momentarily taken aback, refraining from uttering any words of contradiction as she trailed after Yu Sitong to the restroom door. Yu Sitong opened the door, and almost instantaneously, a zombie appeared before Li Yao. She was utterly dumbfounded. Unlike other zombies with grotesque visages, this one appeared surprisingly clean and visually appealing. She stood there in a daze, seemingly oblivious to the presence of two living individuals before her. This zombie was peculiar, prompting me to temporarily conceal her. Yu Sitong spoke half-truths, avoiding Li Yao's gaze, fearful that Li Yao might deem her a traitor. However, Li Yao suddenly gasped in astonishment. Ah, as expected of you. This zombie is truly strange. We should seek out to inquire about this. Is the zombie evolving, or can it truly be cured? Yu Marin, you are remarkable. Li Yao gave her a thumbs up. The icy demeanor on Yu Sitong's face slowly melted away, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful smile. Bang! At that moment, the door was forcefully burst open, and a group of people appeared at the entrance. Chapter 31. Sustaining Zombies with Flesh and Blood. Zhao Chunying led the way, her sharp gaze fixed upon them, more specifically, upon the zombie before Li Yao. Instinctively, Li Yao shifted to the side, attempting to shield the zombie with her body. "It's not what you think," she stammered as Zhao Chunying stepped forward, scrutinizing the zombie. "What is that? Why are you harboring a zombie? What is your intention?" Li Yao's mind raced, frantically searching for a solution. Just then, she caught a glimpse of the barrage of comments and conceived a plan. Li Yao quickly moved in front of Zhao Chunying, obstructing her view of the zombie. "I need to discuss this matter with you privately. If you trust me, please close the door, and we shall talk in detail." Her earnest, wide eyes bore into Zhao Chunying's as she tilted her head to reveal her unguarded neck. "You can trust me completely. If anything goes awry, you can kill me. I swear by my name, I mean no harm." Zhao Chunying scrutinized Li Yao for a moment before gesturing behind her. "Close the door." The short-haired girl hesitated. "But, Yingjie, what if she deceives you?" Zhao Chunying's expression remained unchanged as she calmly reiterated, "Close the door." With no other option, the short-haired girl complied. Li Yao exhaled in relief but did not engage Zhao Chunying in conversation. Instead, she turned towards the zombie, grasping its wrist. The zombie, held by the wrist, showed no reaction, blankly following Li Yao as she walked forward, eventually coming to stand before Zhao Chunying. "In the midst of our descent to scavenge for supplies, my companion Yu Sithong and I stumbled upon a most peculiar zombie. Unlike the other undead, this one exhibited no ravenous appetite for flesh and blood. Instead, it appeared surprisingly docile. Though it could not comprehend commands, it would obediently follow if led by the hand. Our intentions were not malicious. Rather, we were intrigued and, seeing its demeanor, felt a pang of reluctance to harm it." "Sister Ying, do you still consider this creature a zombie in its current state?" Zhao Chunying scrutinized the creature closely, confirming Li Yao's assertion that it posed no threat. Even when she placed her hand before it, the zombie remained unresponsive. Indeed, this zombie was peculiar. "Did you notice anything unusual upon your initial encounter?" Li Yao turned her gaze toward Yu Sithong, who, realizing the question directed at her, shook her head in response. No. The matter of the live broadcast was something she could not share, for the dimensional system forbade it. "This adds an intriguing layer," Zhao Chunying mused for a moment. "For now, we shall observe the zombie's behavior for any changes. How long have you two been aware of its presence?" Before Yu Sithong could respond, Li Yao interjected, "Just today, we discovered it not long ago and chose to hide it due to its strangeness." Zhao Chunying scrutinized Li Yao's expression, seemingly discerning the truthfulness of her words. Li Yao merely gazed back innocently. After a brief silence, Zhao Chunying spoke in a cold tone. "In situations like this, your first course of action should be to inform me, rather than conceal matters. Do you understand?" Li Yao grasped Yu Sithong's hand and nodded vigorously. "Yes, we understand. In the future, we will certainly report any incidents promptly and will not repeat this mistake." With that, Li Yao looked at Zhao Chunying expectantly. "So, what shall we do about this zombie? Is it appropriate to eliminate it outright?" Zhao Chunying cast her a sidelong glance. "I have already stated that we shall not act hastily. Why do you persist in questioning? Off you go." Without hesitation, Li Yao took Yu Sithong by the hand and headed toward the exit. Yu Sithong turned her head back. Her brow furrowed as she cast a lingering glance at the zombie, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Yet, she said nothing and followed Li Yao outside. As the door swung open, a throng of people surged forward, and a short-haired girl brandished a stick, aiming it threateningly at Li Yao's neck. "You are harboring a zombie and still wish to leave?" Li Yao peered over her shoulder, taken aback by the sheer number of onlookers. It appeared that they had gathered to witness the spectacle. Li Yao shrugged. "It was Sister Ying who instructed us to leave. Any issues can be discussed among yourselves." With that, she disregarded the crowd surrounding them and pulled Yu Sithong onward. The short-haired girl, exasperated, attempted to intervene, but was halted by Zhao Chunying's command. "Let them pass." Though anxiety bubbled within, the onlookers were powerless to intervene, forced to watch as Li Yao and Yu Sithong squeezed through the throng, making their way to the staircase. How unjust. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed through the dormitory. Why should they be allowed to leave unscathed? Why is it that they can nurture zombies without consequence? I merely beseech you to spare my sister's life, yet you seem to wish for my demise instead. This is profoundly unjust. On what grounds do you treat me so? Return my sister's life. At the staircase, a disheveled woman, reeking of decay, staggered down, her expression wild and unhinged as she approached Li Yao and Yu Sithong. "Where is Qin Wenyi?" Should she not emerge at this moment to sever the zombie's head with a single stroke? Is it simply because you are her roommates that you shield her? Or is it possible that all of this has been tacitly approved by Qin Wenyi? Her shrill and piercing voice echoed throughout the dormitory as Yue fixed her gaze upon the two, her eyes resembling those of a demon risen from the depths of hell. This is dire. Why did I have to encounter her now? Li Yao felt a sudden chill, and before she could speak, Yu Sidong interjected, "This has nothing to do with Li Yao. It is solely my issue." Yu Marin. Li Yao was at a loss for words, while Yu Shui seemed to have seized a fatal weakness, bursting into maniacal laughter. Nothing to do with her? Who would believe you? You are currently harboring zombies. Is the next step to feed them with our flesh and blood? With so many people in the dormitory, losing a few should pose no issue, right? Have you been nurturing zombies for quite some time now? Perhaps you have even fed them human flesh. I recall that several people have gone missing previously. Yu Shui cried out in despair. The onlookers, influenced by Yu Shui's words, cast wary glances at Li Yao and Yu Sidong, instinctively taking a step back. The truth was, they were indeed harboring zombies. Li Yao furrowed her brow tightly. Do not speak such nonsense. We have not engaged in any such acts. Do not cast dirt upon us simply because your sister has perished. Our efforts in exterminating zombies are evident to all. If we were truly in collusion with them, how could we work so diligently to eliminate them? Li Yao's words began to sway the crowd. Yet, Yu Shui merely laughed more maliciously. Who knows what you are truly thinking? I, for one, do not believe you unless you slay that zombie in front of us, be it your sister or your sibling. Only then will we feel at ease. If your conscience is clear, then eliminate that zombie. Chapter 32. Qin Wenyi's fever Zhou Yanan had also approached Li Yao at some point, letting out a gentle sigh. It is merely a zombie. Just kill it. I believe you would not conspire with the undead. Dispose of that creature, and we can pretend nothing has transpired. Several others nearby chimed in. Yes, just eliminate the zombie. It's no great matter. We've already dispatched so many. What else one more? Surely it's not too difficult for you to act against a friend? We can assist if needed. The cacophony of voices only served to further incite Yu Shui's madness. She shouted in frustration, why do you not condemn her? Why continue to shield them? They are harboring zombies. On what grounds do they remain unpunished? Should my sister perish? Am I to be scorned and blamed by you? Such injustice. They ought to be expelled without hesitation, left to fend for themselves among the undead. Yu Shui's malevolent thoughts could no longer be restrained, erupting into a loud declaration. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances at a loss for words. Many were unaware of the events that transpired that day, repeatedly inquiring about her sister's situation. Zhou Yanan furrowed her brow, stating, regardless of whether this zombie is killed or spared, it is none of your concern. You need not incite discord here. Before she could continue, Li Yao stepped forward. Yu Shui, these are entirely different circumstances. Do not conflate them. Your sister had already transformed into a zombie at that time. Failing to eliminate her promptly would have endangered Ji Zining, leading to further loss of life. Moreover, we did not act as you claim, recklessly taking lives. Our intentions were solely for the greater good, to ensure a better world. You need not create a ruckus. If I had truly harmed the community, how could Zhao Chunying possibly have allowed us to remain free? We stand justified, and thus we shall not fear your slander. Yu Marin, let us depart. With that, Li Yao took Yu Situ's hand, forcefully pushing past the obstructive Yu Shui and proceeding forward. Upon entering the corridor, they spotted Jiang Yueming's figure. With a bulging bundle in her arms, she hurried towards them, inquiring with concern, are you all right? I overheard talk of zombies. Have you really hidden one? Li Yao paused for a moment, then feigned nonchalance, replying, what if we really had? Jiang Yueming's brow furrowed slightly, as she sighed in relief and unzipped her jacket. Instantly, a fluffy little head peeked out from her embrace. Li Yao was taken aback, instinctively reaching out to stroke the tiny creature's head. The little one remained silent, nestled comfortably against Jiang Yueming's broad chest, nudging Li Yao's hand with its head. I wonder if there is anything alive that can fit in that space. Perhaps it might prove useful? Jiang Yueming tucked the cat back into her jacket, zipping it up completely, and continued, so, what do you say now? Do you still need us? Li Yao glanced at Yu Situ, who shook her head, suggesting, let us return to the dormitory. Together, the three made their way back. Li Yao, somewhat puzzled, asked, Ming, how did you end up here? Jiang Yueming sighed, speaking softly, I heard Yu Shui shouting frantically upstairs when I opened the door. Everyone was about to come looking for you, but there was a situation in the dormitory, so I came down alone. Li Yao's expression shifted to one of concern, asking urgently, what happened in the dormitory? How could there be a problem? She could hardly comprehend, considering they were all extraordinary individuals. It was surprising that anyone else encountered difficulties. Jiang Yueming's demeanor grew somber, a faint frown adorning her face, as she revealed, Yi has fallen ill. What? Li Yao was taken aback, astonished by the news. How could she be unwell? What transpired? Jiang Yueming furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with concern. She exhibits the same symptoms as before, fever and lethargy. Li Yao, incredulous, replied, how can this be? She was perfectly fine when I left just now. How could she suddenly fall ill? Even Yu Sitong, standing nearby, displayed an expression of worry, though she remained silent. Indeed, none of us anticipated this. Perhaps she had caught a chill or gotten drenched in the rain, rendering her severely ill. Jiang Yueming sighed, hastening her pace as she remarked, Yuan Bao and Ji Zining are in the dormitory taking care of her. When I left, she was still unconscious. The group swiftly returned to the dormitory, and upon arrival, Li Yao pushed the door open, only to find Han Xian and Ji Zining seated by Qin Wenyu's bedside, both wearing worried expressions. The invincible Qin Wenyu now lay on the bed, her little face frighteningly pale. Li Yao approached and felt Qin Wenyu's forehead, discovering it to be scalding hot. How could this happen? Wasn't it said that no one was falling ill anymore? Why is she suddenly running a fever? Has she taken any antipyretics? She has. But there has been no improvement. We have no idea when she will recover. Will it be like Mingming, who was in a coma for so long? If it truly takes that long, it would be dire. Jiang Yueming's brow tightened further as she retrieved the cat nestled in her arms. Wan, please bring me a bowl of the sweet soup I gave you earlier. Wan, becoming increasingly obedient, promptly conjured a bowl of sweet soup and placed it in Jiang Yueming's hands. Jiang Yueming fed Qin Wenyu spoonfuls of the sweet soup. Although she could not consume much else, she managed to drink a couple of sips of the sweet concoction. Yet, her condition remained as precarious as before. Appearing on the verge of collapse, Han Xian quietly wiped away her tears. What if she turns into a zombie? I'm so scared. What should we do now? Li Yao shared her anxiety, but upon seeing Han Xian's bewildered expression, she gritted her teeth and said, we absolutely cannot disclose her illness to outsiders. Most individuals who fall ill have transformed into zombies. Those like Mingming who can awaken are rare. If they discover her condition, they will surely confine her. However, I do not believe she will turn into a zombie. Her ability to dream of future events is extraordinary. Perhaps she is on the verge of awakening some latent powers. Ji Zining nodded in agreement, asserting, I trust her. She will not become a zombie. The others nodded emphatically, gazing earnestly at Qin Wenyu's face. She will not turn into a zombie. Li Yao gently wiped the sweat from Qin Wenyu's forehead, letting out a soft sigh. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Is Qin Wenyu there? Came Zhao Chunying's voice from outside. The inhabitants of the dormitory froze momentarily, their expressions shifting to one of heightened vigilance. What do we do now? Han Xian visibly became flustered, her irritation evident as she rubbed her temples and paced within the confines of the dormitory. The persistent knocking at the door continued, prompting Li Yao to abruptly direct her gaze towards Ji Zining, who stood motionless like a wooden post. You go. Just tell them Qin Wenyu has stepped out. Ji Zining, bewildered, replied me. What if they ask me where Qin Wenyu has gone? This dormitory is quite small. Even if she delays, it can only be for a brief moment. Li Yao's expression darkened as she spoke rapidly. We just appeared before Zhao Chunying, so we cannot go out now. It's only you, Ning. Just say that Qin Wenyu is preoccupied with research on the ship. Zhao Chunying will likely bring up the issue of a zombie. Try to steer the conversation away from Qin Wenyu. Hurry, Zhao Chunying is waiting outside. Having uttered these words, Li Yao, disregarding Ji Zining's reaction, resolutely pushed her toward the door. Ji Zining cleared her throat softly and closed the dormitory door behind her. Where is Qin Wenyu? I have matters to discuss with her. Zhao Chunying stood at the entrance, her tall stature and tightly pulled high ponytail exuding an air of authority. Ji Zining, feeling guilty, averted her gaze, but soon found the courage to meet Zhao Chunying's eyes, her palms instinctively clenching. She has gone out to attend to matters regarding the ship. I do not know when she will return. What do you need her for? Only those familiar with Ji Zining could detect the unease in her demeanor, though Zhao Chunying, unfamiliar with her, remained oblivious. Then come with me. When she returns, please relay my message. Zhao Chunying turned and strode forward, prompting Ji Zining to quickly follow. As they walked, Zhao Chunying remarked, "Did you know that Li Yao and Yu Sidong from your dormitory have been harboring a zombie?" "I don't know. How could they be keeping a zombie?" Ji Zining was genuinely astonished, her mind filled with questions. Surely Zhao Chunying was not referring to the zombie Han Xian? Zhao Chunying swiftly recounted the recent events to Ji Zining, though she did not elaborate on the specifics of the zombie, merely stating that once they arrived, all would be made clear. Despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind, Ji Zining followed Zhao Chunying downstairs. As the door swung open and the sight of the zombie within became apparent, Ji Zining's expression froze in disbelief. How could this be? In dorm 603, Li Yao anxiously paced the room, fearing that Ji Zining might inadvertently reveal something. "What is going on? What were you saying about a zombie?" Han Xian was equally frantic, her mind racing with questions. Li Yao could only offer a brief explanation to Han Xian. Han Xian listened in stunned silence. "You all are playing a dangerous game." No wonder Zhao Chunying came looking for Yi. Under normal circumstances, it might be manageable, but with Yi having a fever right now, the timing could not be more unfortunate. Exactly. Who would have expected Qin Wenyu to fall ill at such a critical moment? After nearly half an hour, Ji Zining finally returned to the dormitory. Upon entering, she cast a difficult-to-describe glance at Li Yao. "You certainly have quite the adventures, raising zombies." At this moment, Yu Sidong spoke up. "It was my doing. Yao Yao merely assisted me." She cradled the shark dog in her arms, her snow-white fingers pressing into the pillow, creating an indentation. Regardless of whose responsibility it was, the zombie now belonged to Zhao Chunying, who had decided to keep it for observation of its subsequent changes. Ji Zining furrowed her brow. Furthermore, she had heard that Qin Wenyu was researching a boat and expressed a desire to construct it swiftly in order to gather supplies from the supermarket. Noticing a flicker of panic cross Li Yao's face, Ji Zining continued. She also mentioned that once Qin Wenyu returns, she should seek her out for a thorough study on boat construction. That was about the extent of our conversation. Yao Yao, one lie requires many more lies to cover it. What if Yi does not awaken by tomorrow? Li Yao clenched her jaw, her gaze involuntarily drifting to the bed where Qin Wenyu lay. Taking a deep breath, her expression gradually hardened. "I understand that deceit is wrong, but to me, every individual in this dormitory, not just Qin Wenyu, holds immense significance. With Qin Wenyu's life hanging in the balance, I cannot entrust her to anyone else at this moment. Once Yi recovers, I shall be willing to admit my faults." Li Yao approached the bed, gently stroking Qin Wenyu's forehead, feeling its burning heat. "What troubles me more is Yi's condition. Fortunately, what kept her heart somewhat at ease was the presence of the reborn, true heiress label atop Qin Wenyu's head. Surely, someone bearing such a title could not meet their end so swiftly, could they? To be honest, I sensed that Qin Wenyu's head did not feel as feverish as before. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. I shall fetch a thermometer." Han Xian also came over to take a feel, his eyes lighting up as he hurried back to search for the thermometer. "I recall placing it right here." "Ah, found it." The thermometer almost immediately shot up to 41 degrees upon contact with Qin Wenyu, only ceasing its ascent at that point. Gazing at the nearly alarming reading, Li Yao felt her heart constrict painfully. With such a high fever, will she end up mentally impaired? The temperature has indeed dropped, she exclaimed. Could it be that the antipyretic is taking effect? Just as Li Yao was engulfed in worry, Han Xian's exultant voice rang out nearby. "No way. The temperature has actually decreased from 41 degrees? Li Yao was astounded. Just how high did Qin Wenyu's fever soar? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueming promptly set up the portable stove, pouring water and adding seasonings, deftly chopping ingredients with fingers that danced like flowing clouds. No one noticed this scene, except for the little kitten, Nuan Nuan, peeking out, perched by the stove with its fluffy little face full of yearning, staring intently at the pot of soup. It was not until a fragrant aroma wafted through the air that Li Yao sensed something was amiss. Instinctively, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Yueming, a peculiar hypothesis suddenly surfacing in her mind. Qin Wenyu's fever had subsided. Could it have been due to the nourishing soup that Jiang Yueming had given her upon entering the room? Yu Sitong had also come to visit Qin Wenyu. And as the live stream duration ended, the barrage of comments above her head vanished, much like her own demeanor, quiet and obedient as she stood by Qin Wenyu's side. Silently, she placed her beloved plush shark on the opposite side of Qin Wenyu, ensuring she would not accidentally fall from the bed. When the soup was finally prepared, it surprisingly bore no fragrance at all. Jiang Yueming quietly approached Qin Wenyu's bedside, pondering how she might reasonably feed this bowl of soup to her. Her culinary repertoire was limited, consisting of only a few dishes from her cookbook, and this particular dish was reputedly the most challenging. In her dreams, every attempt had ended in failure, so she had merely hoped to give it another shot, never expecting to actually succeed this time. "Is this bowl of soup meant for Yi?" Li Yao suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon the bowl, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The soup was green. To be precise, it was the label that was green. Anyone familiar with gaming knew that green tier items were superior to white ones. This was undoubtedly an elite ingredient. "Beginner S returned soup," Jiang Yueming nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she glanced at Li Yao before personally holding the soup and gently spooning it into Qin Wenyu's mouth. Whether it was merely an illusion or the soup's effects were immediate, Li Yao observed that Qin Wenyu's complexion had notably improved, even showing a hint of color. Strangely enough, despite her discomfort that rendered her unable to drink even water, she managed to consume every drop of the soup Jiang Yueming had prepared. Seeing Qin Wenyu finish the soup, Jiang Yueming let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from her brow. "I will go prepare some more for her, regardless of the situation. It is good that she can consume something, as it will at least provide her with the strength to combat the fever." With that, Jiang Yueming was once again engulfed in her tasks. After a long wait, now, disappointed to see that not even the dregs of the soup remained, hopped off the table and curled up on Li Yao's bed, licking her paws in dismay. Li Yao had lost track of time. It was now dark outside, and she no longer had any sense of the hour. She merely knew that she had changed the cloth in her hand 8 times and had wiped Qin Wenyu's body similarly. Even Jiang Yueming had failed twice in her attempts to make the return soup, and Li Yao could almost see the tangible words, "failed to brew," forming over her. Raindrops incessantly tapped against the glass, the sound morphing into the perfect lullaby, and Li Yao found herself on the verge of slumber. Just then, a voice filled with surprise broke through the stillness. "Yi, you've finally woken up." Li Yao instantly regained her composure and reached out to touch Qin Wenyu's forehead. The temperature there has returned to normal, no longer scalding and frightening. She had just withdrawn her hand when she met the deep gaze of Qin Wenyu, whose pitch-black eyes seemed to flicker with an eerie green light. Li Yao, oblivious to these details, was filled with delight and concern. "You're finally awake. Are you hungry or thirsty? Is there any discomfort?" Han Xian chimed in from the side, chattering away. "You have no idea how scared we were. You suddenly collapsed with a fever, and Zhao Chunying even came looking for you. We spent the whole day on edge, afraid someone would discover you. Thank goodness you woke up. It's wonderful that you Haven Tea turned into a zombie." Her incessant chatter infused the previously somber dormitory with vitality, eliciting smiles from everyone present. Qin Wenyu propped herself up, and though Li Yao instinctively reached out to support her, she appeared unfazed, showing no signs of the 41-degree fever she had earlier. "What did you give me while I was feverish?" Qin Wenyu inquired directly. Jiang Yueming stood up, smiling as she explained, "I prepared some soup for you, thinking you must be dehydrated from the fever. Since you couldn't drink water, I made some soup, and thankfully, you managed to consume it. Are you hungry now? I made porridge earlier and left it in Now-Now's space. It's still warm." Qin Wenyu's dark gaze settled on Jiang Yueming, a hint of curiosity in her expression. After a moment, she replied simply, "All right." Jiang Yueming felt a chill run down her spine and quickly turned to fetch the porridge. Meanwhile, Li Yao leaned closer to Qin Wenyu and softly asked, "Why did you faint for so long? Was it because of the rain?" Qin Wenyu finally turned her attention away from Jiang Yueming, nodding and then shaking her head. Yes and no, perhaps it was simply time. She extended her hand, revealing a complex pattern on her snow-white palm. It is said that those with tangled palm lines will face turbulent fortunes, and she was no exception. Yet at this moment, a small green shoot gradually emerged from her palm, radiating a gentle verdant glow. Her action did not go unnoticed. Everyone in the dormitory could see it, and Li Yao gasped in astonishment. To her surprise, her words had come true. Qin Wenyu had indeed awakened her extraordinary ability. Han Xian immediately bounded in front of Qin Wenyu, cautiously reaching out to touch the vibrant green shoot. "Is this really an extraordinary ability? What can it do? Is it real grass? How fascinating. May I touch it?" Ji Zining and Yu Siding also leaned in, eyes wide with wonder. Even Jiang Yueming, returning with the porridge, looked over in astonishment. "It is an extraordinary ability. You can touch it." Under the gaze of everyone in the dormitory, Qin Wenyu commanded the tiny seedling to grow rapidly, soon transforming it into a vine several meters long, with 3 small leaves gently swaying at its tip. Incredible! Li Yao could not help but gasp as the vine silently approached her and encircled her waist. She could feel that if the vine exerted even a slight bit of force, it would likely constrict her waist to the point of breaking. It seemed to possess a rather lethal ability. Is this a wood-type ability? Li Yao inquired. Despite Qin Wenyi awakening her powers, the label above her head remained unchanged, indicating that she could not perceive the abilities of others, nor could she discern who possessed such powers. She could only see systems related to transmigration and rebirth. It hurts. Why are you hitting me? Li Yao reached out to grasp the vine's tip, only to be sharply struck on her palm. She covered her hand, murmuring in a disgruntled manner. Qin Wenyi ignored her. It is indeed a wood-type ability. I can manipulate the vines and also accelerate plant growth. Qin Wenyi cast a penetrating glance around the dormitory, her voice laden with significance. Typically, when a normal person awakens their abilities, they start as a level 1 ability user. Yet, I can sense that my powers are far more complex than mere level 1. I believe I am at an intermediate level 2. I am uncertain what has transpired, but it may be related to someone present. Under her gaze, Jiang Yueming discreetly averted her eyes. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, Yu Sitong quietly retreated, stealthily pretending that nothing had happened while silently retrieving her belongings. Qin Wenyi did not pursue the matter further, but turned to ask, "You mentioned that Zhao Chunyin came looking for me. What is the story behind that?" Reluctantly, Li Yao had to explain the situation to Qin Wenyi once more. Qin Wenyi immediately burst into laughter. How fascinating. Not only have I awakened my powers, but even the school is filled with such intrigue. Where are the zombies? Take me to see them. Li Yao silently pointed to the darkening sky outside, feeling somewhat troubled as she said, "It's dark now. If we are to go, we must wait until tomorrow. Moreover, how should we handle the situation with the boat?" Chapter 35. Qin Wenyi's supermarket adventure. The boat is manageable. Did you not collect some wooden planks? Hand them over. I will take care of it. With her powers awakened, Qin Wenyi was in high spirits, her eyes sparkling with amusement. However, her tone shifted slightly as she continued, "You must not tell anyone about my awakening." Li Yao, holding a large stack of wooden planks, nodded eagerly. "Rest assured, we will certainly keep it a secret." The others nodded in agreement as well. Ji Zining added, "You have saved me multiple times. I would never betray you." Only then did Qin Wenyi nod in satisfaction, accepting the planks from Li Yao's hands and casually tearing off a length of hemp rope to begin weaving. Her movements were deft, and in no time, she had securely intertwined the planks together, the rudimentary shape of a raft beginning to materialize before their eyes. "I never expected you possessed such skills. Where did you learn this?" Han Xian exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Qin Wenyi curled her lips into a cold smile, offering no explanation. "Where did I learn it? Where else could it be?" It was during the time when Qin Shui and her companions took her away that she learned the art of twisting hemp ropes, to the point that her hands were nearly worn raw, and on several occasions, she almost fell into the water. Qin Wenyi meticulously refined the details of the raft and then, cradling a wooden board over a meter long, opened the balcony window. Li Yao was momentarily taken aback and hurried after her. "What are you planning to do?" Qin Wenyi, now fully recovered and looking entirely unperturbed by her previous illness, held the plank with one hand, pulled on a black windbreaker, and donned a raincoat and boots. In response to Li Yao's inquiry, she declared, "Since you've said that, I must fully commit to the performance and take a stroll outside." As she spoke, Qin Wenyi prepared to leap down with the raft, but before she could jump, Li Yao firmly grasped her shoulder. Li Yao regretted her previous words. She shouldn't have uttered that lie. "You mustn't go out. It's too dangerous, especially at this hour. I'm worried about you. We can simply leave the raft in the water and fabricate a story about the outside world," she insisted, clinging tightly to Qin Wenyi's arm, refusing to let her depart. Feeling somewhat helpless, Qin Wenyi gently patted Li Yao on the head. "It's all right. I'll only be out for a short while. Besides, I've awakened my abilities, and the rain poses no threat to me. Rest assured, I won't encounter any danger. You all stay safe at home. I'll return shortly." Yet, Li Yao tightened her grip even further. Just then, a vine ensnared Li Yao's waist, pulling her out onto the balcony. "Wait!" Li Yao managed to exclaim, only to witness Qin Wenyi, clutching the raft, enveloped in a brilliant green aura, leap into the water. Li Yao hastily rushed back to the balcony, leaning out the window to gaze below. The other roommates quickly followed, their 5 faces pressed against the cold glass, peering down. On the dark surface of the water, a slender boat emerged, blending seamlessly with the black curtain of rain. It was barely discernible, but one could faintly see Qin Wenyu standing on the raft, as light as a feather, swaying gently as she steered towards the nearby 4-story supermarket. Li Yao's heart raced as she watched Qin Wenyu gradually vanish into the rain. She murmured to herself, will she really be safe? Ji Zining spoke softly. She should be fine. She only undertakes actions she is confident in. Yet, her tone betrayed a hint of concern. Indeed, who could remain untroubled? Li Yao was on edge, unable to sleep, constantly watching the doorway. As she anxiously waited, the moment finally came when she heard a rustling sound at the window. Qin Wenyu had returned. Li Yao instantly sprang from her bed, dashing to the balcony. Just as she opened the window, Qin Wenyu's head popped up. Li Yao then noticed that Qin Wenyu was using her hands to climb onto the balcony, the raft secured to her back with vines, entering the room alongside her. How are you? Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Rainwater clung to Qin Wenyu's form, prompting Han Xin to hastily retrieve a towel. Together with Li Yao, they began to wipe away the droplets from her body. After changing her clothes, Qin Wenyu used the towel to dry the tips of her hair, which was cut short to ear length and dried swiftly. It's nothing. I ventured outside the supermarket to scout around. There are quite a few zombies, but the interior remains untouched by water. As for any survivors, I cannot say for certain. It is getting late. You should all retire for the night, Qin Wenyu stated. Tidying up and settling onto her dormitory bed, Li Yao, observing this, refrained from further inquiries and was finally able to return to a restful sleep. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of the day, when Li Yao awoke, she found the dormitory empty. After a moment of bewilderment, she climbed out of bed, refreshed herself briefly, and opened the dormitory door. Instantly, a row of individuals turned in unison to gaze at her. Startled, Li Yao rubbed her face and composed herself. Zhao Chunying cast a glance her way before turning her attention elsewhere, continuing, given the circumstances, we indeed need to venture to the supermarket. With so many of us, we cannot indefinitely await the supplies to be distributed from above. However, we lack sufficient vessels. Even if we construct a few more rafts and bottle boats, we can barely accommodate 10 people. Zhao Chunying mentally calculated. The combat capability we can muster here is approximately 7 individuals, including Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining. We can reach 9. By afternoon, we should be able to complete all the vessels and proceed to the supermarket. Li Yao listened quietly, noting that Zhao Chunying had evidently not intended to include the others in her estimation. Nevertheless, the prowess of Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining was indeed formidable, especially considering that Qin Wenyu had awakened her extraordinary abilities. There should be no significant issues. Yet at that moment, Qin Wenyu suddenly interjected. I suggest we add one more person. With that, she directed her gaze toward the freshly emerged Li Yao. Taken aback, Li Yao pointed to herself. Me? Am I qualified? The individuals Zhao Chunying had previously mentioned were all quite formidable in combat. Although Li Yao had made considerable progress during this time, she felt uncertain about her capability to partake in such a large-scale battle. Zhao Chunying regarded Li Yao with skepticism, her brow furrowing slightly. Are you certain? Can she handle it? Even the others shared doubts about Li Yao's abilities, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Under the collective gaze, however, Qin Wenyu merely nodded gently, affirming with unwavering conviction, she can. You need not worry. If anything happens to her, I will take responsibility. If she does not go, then neither will I. Zhao Chunying remained hesitant, yet the determination in Qin Wenyu's demeanor ultimately swayed her to nod in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will arrange for preparations, and you all should ready yourselves. With that, Zhao Chunying turned and left with her group. Chapter 36. Preparations for the large-scale battle. Once they had departed, Li Yao approached, her expression one of confusion as she looked at Qin Wenyu. With great difficulty, she inquired, why must I go as well? I am well aware of my own limitations. I am even less capable than the poppy flower. Wouldn't my presence merely hinder progress? Qin Wenyu remained silent and led the way back to the dormitory. Noticing the perplexed expression on Li Yao's face, Qin Wenyu remarked, your contribution is far more significant than you realize. If you choose not to join us, this endeavor will hold no meaning. As Li Yao gazed at her in confusion, Qin Wenyu gestured toward Li Yao's bed. Turning around in puzzlement, Li Yao instantly understood the situation. On her bed lay a small, pitch-black kitten. diligently curling itself into a ball while grooming its hindquarters. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny, the kitten lifted its head and let out a soft meow. Are you suggesting that I bring Now Now along and store supplies in the space? Qin Wenyi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the supermarket is overflowing with supplies. Even if our numbers doubled, we could scarcely carry much away, not to mention that our makeshift boat has weight restrictions. You, however, can maximize the prevention of resource wastage. Li Yao cradled the cat and blinked at her. Firstly, I am not a saint. I merely wonder if taking too many supplies might leave others without food. Besides, we cannot possibly consume all that surplus ourselves. Her intentions were not of altruism. She merely viewed the situation from an ordinary person's perspective. Just as she had once read in apocalyptic tales where the protagonist hoarded supplies, leading to the demise of many who could have survived. While such a narrative might be thrilling in a game, it felt utterly disconcerting when applied to real people. Qin Wenyi furrowed her brow, casting a cold glance at Li Yao, her words as frigid as ice. This is the apocalypse. Surviving is already a feat. Overthinking will only hasten your demise. Li Yao scratched the back of her head, feeling somewhat at a loss. Was she truly too idealistic? Their current existence was already quite satisfactory. After contemplating while holding the kitten, Li Yao eventually nodded in agreement with Qin Wenyi. I will gather supplies, but I cannot expose Now Now, nor reveal the space's capabilities. You all must help me maintain the facade. As for the supplies we retrieve, I want to say in half of them. Qin Wenyi nodded nonchalantly. It matters not. We will ensure your safety. Just make sure Now Now behaves and does not reveal herself. After all, the one with extraordinary abilities is a mere cat, and if discovered, Now Now's life would be in jeopardy. Li Yao suppressed the complex emotions swirling within her and patiently coaxed the kitten. Now Now responded with gentle purrs, snuggling comfortably in Li Yao's embrace, exuding an adorable charm. Li Yao affectionately stroked her little head, vowing silently, "Rest assured, dear sister, I will protect you well." Before their departure, Jiang Yueming handed Li Yao a vest. Wear this. I specially sewed a pocket inside for Now Now to slip into, ensuring she won't be too uncomfortable. She hesitantly began, my hands are a bit unsightly, please don't mind. How could Li Yao possibly mind? She was grateful, if anything, and quickly took the vest from Jiang Yueming. When her fingers brushed against Jiang Yueming's, she instinctively flinched, concealing her injured finger behind her back. She smiled warmly at Li Yao. I've placed several bowls of sweet soup in Now Now's space. Feel free to drink if you get thirsty, and there's also food. Just let Now Now know. Li Yao nodded eagerly, donning the somewhat unattractive vest, yet feeling a warmth within. Thank you, Mingming, love you. Li Yao exaggeratedly formed a heart with her hands and tucked Now Now into the pocket of the vest, then layered on a windbreaker and raincoat to complete her disguise. Though Now Now was small, she still added a bit of bulk, making it evident that Li Yao's waist had thickened slightly. Han Xian glanced over and shook his head. If your chest were just a tad bigger, you could hide Now Now completely. Right now, it just looks like you've gained some weight. Li Yao lowered her gaze to her own reflection. Wasn't it quite nice? A smaller chest made clothes look better. She adored her figure, considering herself a perfect clothes hanger. In fact, due to her flatter chest, she often didn't even need to wear a bra. What a delight it was. The absence of constriction felt utterly liberating. Li Yao stood tall and proud, following closely behind Qin Wenyi and Ji Zining, like a little follower. Soon, they gathered on the 4th floor, where 5 crooked, homemade boats were placed on the ground. To her surprise, the most beautiful one was crafted by Qin Wenyi. 2 people were to sit in each boat, and Zhao Chunying had already assigned the numbers, leaving Li Yao feeling somewhat hesitant. Ji Zining spoke up, I'll take Yao Yao. My skills are better, and I can protect her more effectively. Upon hearing this, several glances directed at Li Yao carried a hint of disdain. This person was merely a hindrance. No one understood why she insisted on participating. However, Qin Wenyi pulled Li Yao behind her, asserting, let me handle it. I have experience, and don't forget, my skills are not inferior to yours. With that, she hefted her boat and tossed it into the water. The wooden vessel remained afloat amidst the downpour, swaying precariously. Qin Wenyi leapt through the window, landing deftly on the boat, then extended her hand towards Li Yao. The rain was deep, swirling chaotically. Li Yao gazed at the dark, turbulent waters and the debris floating atop, striving to conquer her fear and divert her attention from the surface. Gritting her teeth, she shut her eyes and jumped. Yet, midway through her leap, she opened her eyes, realizing she needed to see where she would land. Qin Wenyu caught her securely, guiding Li Yao onto the boat with steadiness. The vessel trembled violently. Li Yao struggled to maintain her balance, her body swaying with each wave, each splash of rain making her fear she would topple. Yet, she did not fall. Feeling distressed, one should simply take a seat. With a support rod in hand, Qin Wenyu propelled the wooden raft forward, taking a couple of steps. This allowed the following individuals the space to continue their descent. Soon, the entire group had boarded the vessel, swaying gently under Qin Wenyu's guidance as they made their way to the supermarket. The supermarket was not far from the dormitory, typically a mere 10-minute walk. Yet their rowing took a full half hour. The boat was exceedingly unruly, nearly capsizing on several occasions. Had it not been for Qin Wenyu's adept navigation and timely interventions, several individuals might have tumbled into the water. The supermarket was nearly submerged, with the topmost layer of glass desperately holding on. Qin Wenyu pried open the glass and leapt inside. Li Yao struggled to stand, and Qin Wenyu extended a helping hand, pulling her into the building. What is this? Upon entering the corridor, a blinding light immediately shone upon Li Yao's face, temporarily rendering her sightless. Chapter 37. I will personally kill him. Who are you? Where have you come from? As Li Yao's vision began to return, she heard a male voice questioning her. Rubbing her sore eyes, she looked toward the source of the light. Two tall young men stood before her. One held a flashlight while the other wielded a 1-meter-long crowbar. They were clad in black hooded sweatshirts, their faces obscured in the darkness, and their height exuded an imposing presence. We came from the girls' dormitory to assess the situation at the supermarket. Qin Wenyu replied coolly, gesturing towards the window. There are still 8 people outside. What is the current situation inside the supermarket? Are there many zombies? The boy with the flashlight cautiously glanced down the stairs. Upon seeing only girls, he visibly relaxed, his demeanor softening. It's not good. Although the supermarket hasn't flooded, there are quite a few zombies inside. You should follow me to a safe place to talk. Wu Zhe, stay by the window and ensure they don't wander off. With that, the boy with the flashlight opened the door to the warehouse ahead and turned back to Li Yao and Qin Wenyu. You two come in. Li Yao frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. However, Qin Wenyu, bold and confident, strode purposefully into the room, prompting Li Yao to follow suit. My name is Wei Lingyu. Rest assured, I mean no harm. It's just that the 4th floor of the supermarket is under the control of a group of individuals, and I fear you might fall into their hands and be unable to return. The boy spoke with a faint trace of worry etched across his brow. Sighing, he continued. Given the heavy rain outside, what brings you to the supermarket? Is it that the supplies in your dormitory are insufficient? This person was evidently quite talkative. Noticing that Qin Wenyu had no intention of speaking, Li Yao took the initiative to respond. We are new students this year. My name is Li Yao. And this is Qin Wenyu. The supplies in the girls' dormitory are indeed lacking. You mentioned that the 4th floor is controlled by those individuals. Are you referring to the zombies? Wei Lingyu clenched his fists, his voice tinged with a hint of anger. If they were merely zombies, it would be a different matter. We could at least manage to eliminate a few. Yet, the truth is that those who control the 4th floor are human. A bitter smile flickered across his face as he continued amidst Li Yao's astonishment. A few days ago, the rain fell incessantly, and Wu Zhe and I, along with others, found ourselves trapped in a supermarket. We had intended to wait for the rain to cease before returning, but to our dismay, we became unable to leave. Many sought refuge from the downpour, becoming ensnared within the supermarket, and the majority have transformed into zombies. He gritted his teeth and pressed on. If they were merely zombies, it would be manageable. The supermarket manager, accompanied by security, confined the remaining people under the guise of protection, yet in reality, they provide scant sustenance and resort to violence. Only by adhering to him can one hope for a semblance of a decent life. We barely managed to escape. For us boys, it's bearable, at worst. We face hunger and beatings. But for the girls, it's imperative that you leave. This supermarket is no place for humans. While there are abundant supplies, they are all under the manager's control. Should he discover your presence, he would undoubtedly imprison you as well. Though Wei Lingyu's words were not overtly blunt, Li Yao grasped their underlying meaning, her body trembling with indignation. Only a few days into this apocalypse, and humanity had already begun to shed its very essence. More accurately, the beasts among them had finally discarded their human FAAs. Li Yao's voice quivered, yet her expression radiated unwavering determination. We shall not depart. How many individuals do the manager and his security comprise? A flicker of surprise crossed Wei Lingyu's eyes as he earnestly advised, there are probably around 10 or so. A few, unable to endure the hunger and torment, have joined their ranks, bringing their number to perhaps 20. But that is inconsequential. Have you ever watched a zombie film? That manager possesses extraordinary abilities. Were it not for that, they would not stand a chance, but he is no longer a normal human. Extraordinary abilities? Li Yao recalled the day the rain began, when she and Qin Wenyu visited the supermarket and encountered that manager, a plump figure who appeared rather affable. She never imagined he could be such a person. Indeed, I understand your skepticism, yet it is true. He can manipulate fire, conjuring a fireball with a mere gesture. Fear and anguish flickered in Wei Lingyu's eyes. I witnessed him burn a disobedient student alive. At this revelation, Li Yao found herself momentarily at a loss. Turning to Qin Wenyu, whose eyes sparkled with a shattered light, Qin Wenyu reached out, gently tapping Li Yao's head. If your words are false, we shall not depart. If they are true, then we shall certainly remain. Her tone was cool, laced with an unmistakable intrigue. We have encountered numerous zombies, yet never an extraordinary being. Tell me, where are those men? Wei Lingyu gazed incredulously at the audacious girl. First, my name is Wei Lingyu. Secondly, the manager is truly different from the zombies. He possesses intellect and extraordinary powers, along with over 10 security personnel to protect him. You would be like sheep walking into a lion's den. I must say, both of you possess a remarkable beauty. Should you be apprehended, only a grim fate awaits you. Why must you engage in such perilous behavior? Li Yao, initially filled with indignation, could not help but interject upon overhearing this dialogue. Wei Lingyu, do you have a sister named Wei Lingying? Wei Lingyu looked at her in astonishment. How do you know this? Do you happen to know my sister? But she isn't enrolled in this school. Li Yao replied, so you indeed have a sister. I wonder if she has the potential to awaken healing powers. Li Yao's smile faded. I don't know her. I was merely speculating. At that moment, the sound of a door being flung open echoed through the room. Wu Zhe entered hastily, followed by Ji Zining and Zhao Chunying, who were struggling to carry a makeshift raft, swiftly making their way into the warehouse. Is anyone else here? Quickly, find a place to hide, and try to remain as quiet as possible. Wu Zhe's face was stern as he stepped back outside, reminding them, I will keep watch at the entrance. You all need to finish your discussions swiftly and find an opportunity to escape. Zhao Chunying furrowed her brow and inquired, what on earth is happening? Thus, Wei Lingyu found himself obliged to reiterate his earlier remarks. Before he could finish, Zhao Chunying's expression turned icier than the winter frost, and she could not suppress a derisive scoff. Truly, all manner of beasts have emerged to wreak havoc. Once Wei Lingyu concluded his explanation, before he could urge them to return, Zhao Chunying coolly stated, killing pigs? I would quite like to give that a try. Qin Wenyu, Ji Zining, what are your thoughts? Qin Wenyu remained impassive, merely nodding slightly. Meanwhile, Ji Zining, already incensed by all she had heard, clenched her fists with a menacing crack, enunciating each word with palpable resolve. I will personally take his life. Wei Lingyu was rendered speechless. What is with you young ladies? Why are you so eager to court death? Chapter 38. Truly, the apocalypse is preferable. Li Yao looked around, surveying her surroundings. To her left stood the reborn true heiress and wood elemental ability user, Qin Wenyu. To her right, the retired soldier, Ji Zining, and ahead, the future queen of the base, Zhao Chunying. Not to mention the formidable forces behind them. Judging by these titles alone, this battle was assuredly in their favor. A decisive action was imperative. After all, one could only wonder who would meet their demise. In the midst of their conversation, a flurry of urgent knocking resonated from outside, followed by Wu Zhe bursting in, visibly shaken. The pig heads have discovered someone rowing into the supermarket. You must find a place to hide quickly. The patrol team will be here any moment. Wei Lingyu's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. How could they have found out? Follow me. I know a small path that leads to the rooftop. Once you reach the rooftop, you can take the boat and make your escape without delay. Is that understood? As he spoke, Wei Lingyu grasped Li Yao's sleeve, leading her deeper inside. However, he was abruptly halted by Qin Wenyu, who leisurely removed his obstructive hand and positioned Li Yao behind her. Did you not pay attention to our conversation? We do not intend to flee. It is they who should be running. Qin Wenyu raised an eyebrow, no longer paying attention to the bewildered Wei Lingyu, and turned to Zhao Chunying. Have you devised a battle plan? Zhao Chunying's expression darkened, her voice seemingly suppressing a simmering anger. There is no elaborate plan, we simply act. However, we must exercise caution to avoid harming them. Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining clearly understood this part of her words, and a bloodthirsty smile spread across her face. If that is the case, we shall split our forces. I will decapitate that fool, while you go to rescue the others. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chunying shook her head in disapproval. That fool possesses supernatural abilities. I will accompany you. Xingshulin, you take the 3 of them to rescue the captives. The rest will deal with the security personnel. Ji Zining, I entrust the leadership to you. Is that acceptable? Under the astonished gazes of Wei Lingyu and Wu Jia, Qin Wenyu and the others swiftly clarified their battle strategy and dashed out like a gust of wind. You truly fear not death. Wei Lingyu stared incredulously at their retreating figures, lamenting to the still-present Li Yao, you are wise. You did not rush to your demise. Li Yao merely smiled, revealing her teeth. Not at all. It's not that I refrained from joining them, but I must remain here to secure these precious supplies. She meticulously organized the rafts, binding them and concealing them within a cabinet, deftly pocketing the key. As Wei Lingyu watched in disbelief, she cheerfully remarked, these rafts are of utmost importance to us, so do not attempt to take them secretly. If we discover your theft, after we deal with that fool, we shall turn our attention to you. Do you understand? After delivering this warning, Li Yao swaggered out. Qin Wenyu was waiting for her at the door. We are preparing to confront that fool, and it would be unwise to bring you along. You must find a safe place to hide. If you feel insecure, follow Ji Zining and the others, understood? Li Yao vowed. Rest assured, I will ensure my own safety. You all go, do not worry about me. Despite her reassurances, Qin Wenyu remained uneasy. However, as footsteps approached from downstairs, she steeled herself and entrusted Li Yao to Ji Zining before turning to leave with Zhao Chunying. Ji Zining, leading the remaining 4, cast a scornful glance at Li Yao, who was being shielded in the center. I wonder why such a useless person insists on coming along. Before the individuals below could arrive, Ji Zining swiftly guided Li Yao and her companions away. The corridor was eerily quiet, interrupted only by the occasional sound of patrolling footsteps and the steady rhythm of the rain. Cautiously, Li Yao and her group reached the 2nd floor, where the number of individuals began to increase, and murmurs of discontent could be heard. Manager Zhu is truly something, with so much delicious food available. Why does he only allocate us so little? Zhu, are you seeking death? How dare you gossip about Manager Zhu? Do you not fear being burned by his wrath? Having something to eat is already a blessing. It is far better than becoming a zombie. Indeed, but speaking of which, they are quite fortunate. Not only do they have an abundance of food at their disposal, but they also have the women in the building. Oh, if only I were a woman. I could simply spread my legs and enjoy the finest treatment without lifting a finger. Li Yao felt her breath quicken with anger as she gritted her teeth and glanced at Ji Zining. Ji Zining had also endured for quite some time, with extreme caution. She made a decisive gesture and commanded in a hushed tone, act. First, seize the patrol team. Upon uttering these words, Ji Zining darted forward like a swift eagle, swiftly confronting the group of men, raising her wooden stick to strike forcefully at the back of their heads. Even the zombies could not withstand such force from Ji Zining, let alone mere mortals. In an instant, one of the men crumpled to the ground. Ji Zining, unperturbed by whether he had fainted or succumbed to death, turned her attention to the next target. The remaining few also sprang into action, unleashing their strikes in unison. Chaos erupted in the 2nd floor hall, with shouts of murder echoing, names being called out incessantly, and many attempting to flee. Only Li Yao remained, concealed behind them, her gaze cautiously fixed on the crowd, meticulously observing their movements. She noted that every individual present in the hall was a man. Not a single woman was in sight. One security guard, glancing furtively about, attempted to sneak towards the exit. Li Yao, who had been watching him for some time, swiftly pursued and accurately struck him on the head. Wiping the sweat from her palms, she looked up only to find herself facing a massive, closed iron door. She rummaged through the security guard's pockets and unearthed a key, carefully unlocking the door and pushing it open. Inside, faint sounds of women weeping mingled with the raucous laughter of men. Li Yao's expression shifted, and she proceeded with heightened caution. The supermarket was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the dim light of emergency lamps. She concealed herself in the shadows, inching toward the source of the sounds. Her keen eyesight discerned numerous women on the floor, some lying down, others sitting, all with their hands and feet bound, softly whimpering. Many seemed to be in a daze, their bodies present, yet their spirits seemingly departed. The men's voices emanated from another door, slightly ajar, where a flicker of red light could be seen. Li Yao cautiously maneuvered closer, slipping through the gap into the room. As she entered, she nearly gasped in horror. She clamped her hand over her mouth, taking in the scene before her. Inside, 2 beds were positioned, upon which several men forcefully restrained a few girls who were crying out, laughing heartlessly. This is quite exhilarating. Give it a try, but don't break them. I still want to use them for a few more days. One man chuckled. These days are truly thrilling. So many beautiful female students to toy with. The apocalypse has its perks, things I never dared to dream of before. Chapter 39. Don't be afraid. She's a girl. Li Yao stifled her voice, her mind racing. After a moment of contemplation, she gently cradled the kitten in her arms. The little creature blinked its dark, curious eyes at Li Yao. She mouthed silently to the kitten. Can you gather them all into the space? Gesturing toward the men laughing lewdly ahead. Nao innocently tilted her head, just about to meow, when Li Yao covered her mouth. Li Yao opened her lips, mimicking the gesture once more. Do not make a sound. Gather them all into the space. Nao seemed to comprehend, yet also appeared confused. After Li Yao released her, the little cat leaped twice and vanished into thin air. Li Yao nestled in the corner, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Soon, the lewd laughter dissipated, replaced by terrified screams. What happened? Where did the third one go? Second, you too. In a swift turn of fate, the last voice faded entirely, and the panicked utterances of women rose and fell like a tumultuous tide. Li Yao cautiously peeked out, only to be forcefully struck by an invisible entity, which she cradled tenderly. She gently rubbed the invisible cat before tucking it back into her pocket and stepping outside. 3 young women lay on the bed, all scantily clad. One was covered in blood, staring blankly at the ceiling, her faint breaths suggesting life, yet she appeared as if she had long since departed. Her body bore a multitude of bruises. Li Yao, unable to bear the sight, grabbed a nearby garment and draped it over the girl. Where did you come from? What happened to them? The blonde girl in the center hurriedly shielded her modesty with her hands, her eyes flickering as she questioned Li Yao. Li Yao shook her head. I do not know either. She gestured towards the door. I heard your screams from outside, and when I arrived, it was already like this. She tossed the clothing towards them. Put on your clothes. We must find an opportunity to escape. The girl clutched her chest and hastily donned the garment, wincing as she inadvertently pulled at her wounds. The short-haired girl beside her silently followed suit, her body marred with extensive injuries, yet she remained silent. After fastening her clothes, she softly expressed her gratitude to Li Yao. The blonde girl sighed. What use is clothing? We have nowhere to flee, still confined like animals. Had I known it would come to this, I would have preferred to become a zombie from the start. With a bitter laugh, she donned her attire and turned away. The other girl followed suit, leaving only the one still lying motionless, resembling the dead. Li Yao approached, checking for breath. There was still life. Get up, they have gone. The girl remained unresponsive. Observing her state, Li Yao grasped her hand. Are you waiting for them to return and continue their torment? Is enduring their cruelty of no consequence to you? Upon hearing these words, a flicker of vitality returned to the girl's eyes. She struggled to rise, trembling as she put on her clothes. Li Yao could hardly bear to gaze upon her wounds. Those brutes deserved to be punished 1,000-fold. Once the girl was dressed, Li Yao led her out the door. In the hall, a group of women were perplexedly discussing the events that had just transpired. The girl with yellow hair, having been rescued, did not leave but instead stood by, clutching her shoulders while waiting. Upon seeing Li Yao emerge, she inquired, Where on earth have you taken them? When will they return? Will they return at all? All eyes gravitated towards Li Yao, yet she paid them no heed. Dressed in layers that concealed her features beneath a mask and a hat, Li Yao crouched down and retrieved a small knife she had hidden, methodically cutting the ropes binding the girl's hands and feet. Some instinctively flinched away, but Li Yao remained undeterred. Regardless of who it was, she liberated them all from their restraints. The short-haired girl assisted nearby, and soon everyone was free. A few glanced at the narrow opening of the door, contemplating an escape. But what good would running out do? Wouldn't they only be captured and subjected to even greater torment? This sentiment was not voiced by Li Yao, but rather coldly mocked by the yellow-haired girl, who leaned against the door, scoffing, Why not just go out? Face those zombies on the first floor and perish together. I would rather become a zombie than endure further humiliation at their hands. Me too. Had I known I would be imprisoned, I would have braved the rain to return to the dormitory. Others echoed her thoughts, expressing concern about how things were faring in the dorms. Surely better than their current plight. Their hushed murmurs filled the air, but they failed to maintain a low volume, when suddenly a violent tremor reverberated from outside. The door, open but a crack, was forcefully kicked open. The faces of all the girls turned pale, and in a panic, they crowded into the corner, some even attempting to grab ropes to bind themselves once more. Yet, there were those who, without hesitation, charged towards the entrance, using their arms, elbows, and even teeth to inflict some harm upon the intruder. However, they were effortlessly pushed back. The person who had kicked open the door, with short hair that swayed slightly, possessed strikingly delicate features resembling a finely crafted portrait of youth. She gently seized the wrist of the girl who had attacked and deftly pushed her back, the force perfectly controlled to avoid any injury. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Yao's eyes as she prepared to rush forward. At that moment, the yellow-haired girl's eyes brightened, and she hurried towards Ji Zining, asking, "Are you here to rescue us, or are you one of them?" The girl instinctively took a cautious step back, scrutinizing Ji Zining. This remark instantly heightened the vigilance of all present. Before Ji Zining could respond, four other girls appeared behind her. The remaining captives had been secured, while Xi and Jie and the others went to rescue the rest. As the reality of the situation dawned upon them, a flicker of anger ignited in their eyes. Although the girls in the hall had been released by Li Yao, they bore various injuries, their clothing tattered, with some barely draped in a single garment. Almost as if choreographed, they began to shed their outer layers and step forward to offer their jackets to their fellow captives. Ji Zining was no exception. She took a step forward, approaching a lone girl and extending her coat to her. As soon as her hand reached out, the girl before her hurriedly took 2 steps back. Panic evident on her face, her mouth agape, but no sound escaping. Li Yao let out a gentle sigh and approached to assist, draping a coat over her shoulders. "There's no need to be afraid. She is a girl, merely dressed like a boy." It was then that Ji Zining caught sight of Li Yao, her brows furrowing in irritation. "What are you doing here?" Li Yao offered an awkward smile. "Someone slipped away just now, so I followed and ended up here. And I also took the liberty of freeing them from their ropes." Chapter 40. The zombies are coming. However, Ji Zining's frown deepened. "Was there no one inside when you entered?" "I heard from those outside that the manager's second and third in command were inside." Li Yao paused, scratching the back of her head, realizing those individuals were referred to as second and third. But who was the remaining one? She thought, shaking her head innocently and widening her eyes in feigned innocence. "I don't know. When I arrived, there was no one there." At this revelation, the blonde girl shot her a sidelong glance, but refrained from voicing her previous thoughts, choosing instead to divert her gaze as if nothing had transpired. The others remained silent as well. One girl, however, spoke up in confusion. "Aren't second and third inside? I heard you all shouting that they suddenly disappeared. What happened? I haven't seen them come out." The moment those words left her lips, the atmosphere shifted, and everyone fell silent in surprise. Ji Zining was the first to direct her gaze at Li Yao, her frown deepening. Behind Ji Zining, another girl quickly approached, addressing the speaker. "My name is Han Wan. Did you see them enter with your own eyes?" No one around spoke up, but the girl nodded in bewilderment. "Yes. Weren't you all watching them enter with me? They were selective, bringing people into the room." "Yinshi, weren't you inside too? I heard you mention their disappearance and asked this girl about it." Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the girl pointed at Li Yao. As silence enveloped the group, she glanced around, perplexed. "What is it? Did I misremember?" "But I distinctly recall." The blonde girl sauntered over, playfully slapping her on the head. "You've never been the sharpest tool in the shed. Why are you talking nonsense?" As she spoke, the previously tense atmosphere relaxed. However, Han Wan still regarded Li Yao with a questioning gaze. "What exactly transpired? Why did you suddenly vanish and end up here?" Li Yao recounted the events, yet her narrative remained unchanged. "I only dared to enter after hearing them say the people inside had suddenly disappeared. I witnessed nothing specific." She blinked innocently. Han Wan held no suspicion against her. After all, she regarded Li Yao as a fragile creature in need of protection, incapable of significant deeds. Perhaps there were others assisting them, although it remained unclear whether they were friend or foe. Han Wan furrowed her brows and then turned to the girls, saying, "The manager and his associates have already been restrained by us. You are now free." The girls stared at her in bewilderment. Han Wan continued, "Rest assured, you will be safe from now on. We came from the adjacent female dormitory. If you do not mind, you may return to your dormitory. Although you cannot go back to your original one. If you wish to stay here, that is also an option. However, we lack sufficient boats. So you may not be able to accompany us back for the time being. The girls exchanged confused glances, clearly at a loss. At that moment, Liao was doing her utmost to diminish her presence, fearful that someone might bring up the earlier incident. As for Ji Zining, she was preoccupied with glaring at Liao. How could she not understand the situation? It was undoubtedly Liao and Now who had devised some method. Although they successfully dealt with those individuals, it was perilous. Liao had almost been exposed. Just then, a girl with blonde hair, Yanxi, stepped forward. I want to go back to the dormitory. I do not wish to remain in this wretched place. Other girls began to voice their agreement. I want to go back too. Is the dormitory exclusively for girls? If there are no boys, I want to return as well. It does not matter if I cannot stay in my own dormitory. Mine is on the first floor and must have been flooded long ago. I can wait, even without a boat. Gradually, all the girls expressed their desire to return to the female dormitory, with not a single exception. However, with over 20 girls, it was impractical to return on their small raft. At that moment, one girl who had been hiding in the corner timidly raised her hand. I know where there is a boat. Liao looked over in surprise. It was the previously unremarkable girl, taking a deep breath, as if summoning her courage. The girl spoke softly. That wretched pig once mentioned that there is a boat in the supermarket, but he hid it. He concealed the boat on the first floor, where there are zombies, so no one would venture there. Everyone's eyes lit up at once. If there truly was a boat, that would be splendid. The girl lifted her head, revealing a face marred with scars, and looked at Ji Zining expectantly. Where is that person now? Is he dead? Ji Zining fell silent for a moment before responding. Just now, Qin Wenyu and Zhao Chunying lured him upstairs. It was precisely because that individual was absent, and no superhuman could obstruct them, that they managed to swiftly deal with the patrolling team. Liao's expression shifted, and she immediately said, So now it is just the two of them fighting the superhuman? Since everything is fine here, I want to go help. Ji Zining grasped her firmly. Are you truly going to assist, or are you merely going to create more trouble? She scanned the surroundings, noticing Han Wan's restless demeanor, and pointedly remarked, None of you can go, neither can I. I must stay to protect you. This is the task assigned to me by Qin Wenyu. Han Wan was taken aback. But there is no trouble now. Why can't we go? Do not be too rigid. What if something goes awry? Yet, Ji Zining simply replied, We cannot ascertain that everyone has been eradicated. There may still be zombies lurking downstairs. Should a mishap occur, none of us can bear the responsibility. But what if something happens to Sister Chunying? Han Wan coldly questioned. Ji Zining fell silent. At that very moment, Chun Kursin stumbled over, her face marred by a streak of blood. Upon seeing Ji Zining, she sighed in relief and immediately exclaimed, Someone downstairs opened the door, and the zombies have come pouring in. Hurry, we need assistance. At her words, all eyes turned in shock. Zombies have emerged? The girls retreated in alarm. The blonde girl, Yanxi, suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted, Sisters, did we not agree before? We would rather perish amidst the horde of zombies than be humiliated by these beasts. Now we are free. I shall go out and slay zombies. 1 killed is a return, 2 is a profit. Inspired by her fervor, the girls marched forward with determination, none daring to retreat. However, someone stood in their way. Ji Zining and Han Wan positioned themselves at the forefront, weapons raised. Liao silently tightened her grip on the entrenching tool, serving as a second line of defense. Suddenly, the emergency lights on the second floor began to flicker. Distorted shadows danced upon the white walls, drawing closer, clawing and grasping. Decayed hands emerged first, followed by a multitude of advancing zombies, their grotesque heads swaying, revealing sharp fangs. Help! Cried out a boy closest to them, fear overcoming him as he fell to the ground, struggling to rise. Yet his trembling legs failed to support him, and he collapsed once more. The zombies, sensing fresh flesh and blood, surged forward, overwhelming him in a dreadful tide, leaving only a chilling scream in their wake. Liao's expression shifted to one of pity, while Ji Zining leapt into action, kicking a nearby zombie to the ground and wielding a found iron rod with abandon. The rest of the team followed suit, Liao among them. After dispatching one zombie, Liao furrowed her brow, gripping her entrenching tool tightly. The zombies seemed to possess greater strength than before. Had they begun to evolve? If Liao had encountered these zombies from the outset, it would have been exceedingly difficult to vanquish them. The zombies that crawled up from the first floor appeared endless, yet in truth, there were only about 20 or 30 of them. Under Ji Xining's leadership, they were swiftly eliminated. Once all the zombies lay motionless on the ground, Li Yao turned to the blonde girl beside her, asking, "Was it not said that this manager is an ability user? Why does he not eliminate the zombies? Surely, they should be easy to kill." The hands of Yanxi were stained with the blood of zombies, sticky and grotesque, yet she remained utterly indifferent, merely emitting a cold laugh. Cleanse the zombies? That foolish imbecile would never undertake such a task. These zombies were deliberately cultivated by him, akin to his pets. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Li Yao's expression darkened profoundly. What on earth is happening? Why do you say such things? Just as Yanxi was about to respond, Wei Lingyu approached her side, exclaiming in astonishment, "I never imagined you could achieve such a level. I am truly in awe of you." Li Yao ignored her, her gaze fixed intently on Yanxi, awaiting her answer. A deep sorrow welled up in Yanxi's eyes, yet she feigned nonchalance as she spoke. "Many of us came here to seek refuge from the rain. Initially, the manager provided us with the hall for temporary shelter. But as the rain intensified, we could not return. Subsequently, many fell ill with high fevers, including the manager. The supermarket descended into chaos until someone mutated into a zombie. It was at that moment that the manager awakened his abilities, and from that day forth, everything changed. We were captured and confined here. Should we disobey their commands, we would be brutally beaten or even thrown into the horde of zombies below." With a cold smile, Yanxi glanced at the fallen zombie, her eyes devoid of hatred, instead filled with deep sympathy. "How is that beast still alive? Why is he so fortunate to have awakened his powers?" Someone exclaimed in indignation. Wei Lingyu was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he looked around. "No, I thought that old fool was dead. He is still alive? Where is he now? We're doomed. If he learns we have let this happen, he will surely return to kill us. We must flee at once." As Wei Lingyu spoke, he hurriedly began to gather his belongings, his frantic demeanor revealing genuine fear. Li Yao ignored him and cast a pitiful glance at Ji Xining. "Shall we go help? I'm worried about Yi." At that moment, Ji Xining approached with resignation, ruffling Li Yao's hair. "All right. But Xin and you will be responsible for settling these people. We will go assist. That fire ability user." She paused, a glint of coldness in her eyes, and said deliberately, "He must die. Many lives could have been spared, yet because of this individual, countless souls have perished in vain." Qin Wenyi is right. Sometimes, in the apocalypse, humans can be far more terrifying than zombies. A mere fire ability user can so easily dominate over ordinary people. Ji Xining led Li Yao upstairs, heading straight for the rooftop. As they pushed open the door to the rooftop, Li Yao was immediately drenched by the rain, wiping her face to discern Qin Wenyi's figure through the downpour. On the rooftop, a corpulent man held a mass of crimson flames, hurling it forcefully towards the figure before him, none other than Qin Wenyi. As Li Yao was about to exclaim in astonishment, Ji Xining swiftly dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch directly to the face of the corpulent old man. In retaliation, Lao Deng unleashed a fireball from his hand, aimed at Ji Xining. With no time to evade, she could only take a step back, narrowly avoiding the flames that grazed her arm, almost igniting her clothing. In an instant, Qin Wenyi sprang into action, wielding a scythe she had mysteriously acquired, slicing through Lao Deng's waist. Blood mingled with the rain, forming a crimson path. Holding his waist, Lao Deng attempted to persuade Qin Wenyi and her companion. "Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why do you seek to kill me? I can offer you money, and the resources of the supermarket are at your disposal. With your remarkable skills, especially in this apocalypse, what more could we not achieve together?" Qin Wenyi remained silent, but Zhao Chunying was incensed, retorting, "Collaborate with you? It would be better to slay you. Those supplies rightfully belong to us." "That is not the same," Lao Deng insisted. "I am an ability user. Look how powerful my flames are. I am like a god now. If you join me, I will only grow stronger. Together, we could establish our own dominion, forming a base to enjoy all resources. Wouldn't life be splendid?" The manager, gazing at Qin Wenyi and Zhao Chunying, had eyes ablaze with a fervent desire for the future and an ambition to rise above others. Zhao Chunying coldly replied, "An ability user? What of it?" The manager gritted his teeth, sensing Zhao Chunying's wavering resolve, and immediately conjured another fiery display. He gazed at the flames with near obsession, declaring, "This is a rare power, 1 in a million. Can you awaken such abilities? For the sake of my powers, you cannot kill me. I can be of great service to you. Yet abilities can be depleted. and he was merely a level 1 ability user, incapable of defeating Qin Wenyi and her ally. Soon, his powers waned. As he dodged their attacks, he attempted to entice them with promises of authority. You're right. Ability users are indeed formidable. Zhao Chunying advanced slowly. Hearing this, the manager's face lit up with ecstatic hope. Yes, ability users are invaluable. You must not kill me. I will assist you. His words were abruptly cut short as he coughed up a torrent of blood. Looking down in disbelief, he saw a metal rod protruding from his abdomen. Indeed, ability users are rare, which is precisely why I do not wish for a second to emerge. Zhao Chunying stated coolly. Chapter 42. You have abilities too, Zhao Chunying remarked, retracting her hand, causing the metal rod to vanish in an instant. It was nothing like spatial abilities. Rather, it was. The manager's eyes widened in incredulity as he stared at Zhao Chunying. You too have awakened abilities. Cough. Metallic abilities. His complexion rapidly drained of color, and he emitted a feeble roar from his throat before crumpling to the ground. The torrential rain poured upon his lifeless body, blooming into a pool of blood. Zhao Chunying turned around, not casting him another glance, and directly descended from the rooftop. Li Yao was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that Zhao Chunying had awakened her abilities as well. Yet, it was only logical. How else could she manage such a vast base with such impeccable order? Qin Wenyi displayed no signs of surprise, as though she had already been aware of this development. She walked alongside Zhao Chunying towards Li Yao and her companions, gently patting Li Yao's shoulder as they passed. You've returned. How have things fared on your end? Li Yao and Ji Zining quietly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the grim details, Zhao Chunying's forehead twitched. Had I known, I wouldn't have allowed him to die so swiftly. He should have endured a far more torturous fate. Is he not human? Qin Wenyi, upon hearing this, was equally incensed. However, she had grown accustomed to the horrors that had unfolded in this apocalyptic world. Some individuals, she mused, could hardly be deemed human. Upon their return to the second floor, they beheld Chun Kursin and others attending to the aftermath. Upon seeing Li Yao and her group, a wave of cheers erupted. Did you deal with that pig-headed fool? The moment the words left their lips, all eyes turned towards Qin Wenyi and Zhao Chunying. Zhao Chunying nodded gently. The manager is dead. His body lies upstairs. You are now liberated. Exchanging glances, expressions of profound joy illuminated their faces, and a fervent cheer erupted from Wu Zhe and the others. Excellent. He is finally dead. He should have met this end long ago. I could scarcely contain my desire to ascend and mutilate his corpse. He has harmed so many. Indeed, my roommate was cast into a horde of zombies simply for uttering a single insult to him, and I witnessed him being devoured alive. After the initial jubilation, the sound of weeping gradually emerged. The girls huddled together, silently shedding tears. Some among them vented their rage by kicking the corpse of the patrolling soldier, targeting particularly sensitive areas. Their frustration was so intense that one even produced a small knife. With a swift motion, the collective male presence in the room involuntarily shuddered, instinctively tightening their legs. The girl raised her head, her eyes gleaming with vindication. Li Yao recognized her as the previously apathetic girl. She approached, retrieving a tissue from her pocket and offering it to her. It's all over now. The girl's face, a mingling of blood and tears, rendered it difficult to discern which was which. She wiped her face before the mirror, smiling with a gentle satisfaction. Yes, they are all gone. Her actions inspired the other girls, who spontaneously joined in, wielding their knives with determination, severing the bonds of their tormentors. Wei Lingyu and the other boys trembled in fear. How ruthless. Yanxi raised her head with a smile, blood still speckling her hair and face, her sharp knife glinting ominously. What? Do you wish to partake as well? Wei Lingyu hastily waved his hands. No need. Amidst the chaos, Li Yao vanished quietly. She stealthily maneuvered past rows upon rows of shelves, and within the darkness, these items gradually faded away. The supplies were easy to find. The supermarket manager, in an effort to better control the situation, had consolidated all spare supplies in the main hall, neglecting the items on the shelves, while merely dispatching personnel to patrol the vicinity, forbidding anyone from entering. This serendipitously facilitated Li Yao's endeavor. Wherever she passed, she meticulously carried away the supplies, seemingly without even extending her hand. Only a certain part of her shoulder appeared to be compressed by an unseen weight. How much more space do you have now? How much more can you hold? The invisible little cat on her shoulder let out a soft meow, prompting Li Yao to helplessly support her forehead. Oh dear. I forgot you don't understand me. If you can't hold anymore, just jump into my arms, all right? Meow. Now responded softly. Soon, the elusive Li Yao reappeared behind Qin Wenyu, signaling her with a gesture. Qin Wenyu nodded gently, stepping aside to reveal Li Yao behind her. With the cover of her and Ji Zining, no one noticed Li Yao's absence. At that moment, Zhao Chunying suggested, let us organize the supplies, find the boat, and return to the dormitory together. Wei Lingyu sincerely raised his hand to ask, can I go back with you? Zhao Chunying shot him a cold glance. No? Our dormitory is for girls. If you wish to return, go to the boys' dormitory. At this point, Chun Kursin chimed in with a smile, but if you become a girl, you can come back with us. It's quite simple, just a quick change. As she spoke, her gaze discreetly shifted downwards, landing on a certain part of Wei Lingyu. Instantly, he clamped his legs together, exclaiming, I'm not going. You girls are too ruthless. You want us to become eunuchs at any moment. Chen Kursin covered her mouth with a laugh, refraining from further comment as she turned to gather supplies. Li Yao then emerged alongside Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining, stating, earlier they mentioned that the manager hid the boat on the first floor, so we should search there. After Zhao Chunying nodded in agreement, Li Yao hurriedly led the two down the stairs. Once they were certain no one else was around, Qin Wenyu raised an eyebrow at Li Yao. So excited, just how many good things have you hidden? Li Yao pressed her hand against her racing heart. So many. It's truly a large supermarket. I merely took a few items, and I've filled Now's space to the brim. She reached into her bosom and retrieved the sleepy little cat, gently poking its ear. Now is amazing and so well-behaved. She even saved my life. Upon hearing this, Qin Wenyu's expression turned serious. What happened? Ji Zining also frowned at her, inquiring. Was it during the time you escaped? I've been puzzled about how the first and second leaders suddenly disappeared. As Li Yao scratched the back of her head, she recounted. When I arrived, those three were bullying them. I couldn't help but let Now take them into the space. As for their current state, I am unaware. Qin Wenyu, momentarily too astounded to rebuke Li Yao for her audacity, fixed her gaze upon Now, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Now, dear little cat. Could you release them for me to see? Now blinked in confusion, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation. Chapter 43. I found the ship. Li Yao gently ruffled the little creature's head, while Now stretched her neck, nuzzling against Li Yao's hand, emitting a soft purring sound. This little one seems to be closest to you, Qin Wenyu remarked, retracting her hand, which had been poised to pet the cat. Li Yao chuckled softly, her fingers soothingly caressing the kitten's chin. She probably sees me as her mother, which is why she clings to me. Come now, sweet Now. Could you kindly release those individuals? In an instant, 3 lifeless bodies lay sprawled upon the floor. Now disdainfully stepped over them and leaped into Li Yao's welcoming embrace. Li Yao swiftly enveloped her, noticing that the little creature had shut her eyes. Her furry face nestled within Li Yao's arm, purring softly. Unable to resist, Qin Wenyu reached out to poke the small creature, only to see Now's ears twitch in annoyance as she burrowed deeper. It was evident that she was utterly exhausted. Our little hero had indeed worked hard today. Perhaps it was the fluffy creature's presence that lifted their spirits. Noting that Now did not resist, Qin Wenyu continued to stroke the back of her head. Now feigned death, her head remaining low. Li Yao found her adorable, yet felt a pang of sympathy. She must be tired, having exerted her abilities for such a long time. She deserves a rest. Her attention shifted to the 3 nearly naked corpses before her. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized them closely. They appeared to have died suddenly, showing no signs of external injuries or asphyxiation. Their faces contorted in the same grotesque expressions they wore in life. Ji Zining crouched down to examine them more closely, maintaining her composure upon discovering something peculiar. Indeed, the cause of death is unclear, and their bodies still exhibit signs of excitement. A flicker of revulsion crossed Qin Wenyu's eyes as she forcefully kicked the bodies away. How revolting! It seems Now's space cannot harbor living beings. All creatures that enter perish. However, we cannot leave these individuals here. They must be confined within the space and disposed of in the water outside. Li Yao nodded solemnly. In any case, Now's space must remain concealed. She rubbed the little cat's head, persistently coaxing Now awake. Among the inky black fur, a pair of luminous blue eyes emerged, accompanied by sharp white teeth. With a sudden bite, Now clamped down on Li Yao's wrist. Are you all right, Yao? Qin Wenyu immediately furrowed her brows and approached to check. But Li Yao merely smiled and shook her head. It's nothing, it doesn't hurt. Now seemed to understand, biting down even harder. Oh dear, it hurts. Li Yao exclaimed melodramatically, while the little cat tilted its head and instinctively released its grip. Qin Wenyu leaned in to examine Li Yao's wrist, where she noticed merely 2 faint bite marks, the skin unbroken. Qin Wenyu gazed at Li Yao in disbelief as the latter continued to rub her wrist, feigning significant pain. The cat, clearly feeling a twinge of guilt, leaned closer and extended its delicate pink tongue to lick Li Yao's skin. Naughty, put them away. We'll toss them outside shortly. Li Yao finally revealed her true intentions. The cat, with a disdainful tilt of its head, gathered the 3 individuals back in. Observing this scene, Qin Wenyu couldn't help but think of 4 words. Cats are good, people are bad. According to the girl's account, the boat was hidden by the manager on the 1st floor. Yet, the 1st floor was predominantly filled with shelves, leaving no apparent space for a boat. Li Yao and her companions dispersed, conducting a thorough search of the area. After rummaging through numerous empty storage rooms, Li Yao finally arrived at a locked room. Grabbing the fire axe she had found earlier, she struck the lock with force. Within moments, the lock was shattered, and she stepped inside. The room was engulfed in darkness. And before Li Yao could adjust to the dim light, a decayed face lunged at her, sending chills down her spine as she instinctively recoiled. Gripping the fire axe tightly, she swung it down with ferocity, instantly splattering the zombie's head. Waiting at the doorway for a brief moment, she saw no further zombies emerge and sighed in relief as she ventured further in. The beam of her flashlight illuminated 6 orange inflatable boats, causing her eyes to sparkle with excitement. Each boat bore a supermarket price tag, valued at an extravagant $999. Yet they could only accommodate 4 or 5 individuals, luxurious indeed before the apocalypse. However, the situation had changed. These vessels had become essential means of transportation. Dragging the uninflated boat out of the small room, Li Yao shouted exuberantly within the vast supermarket. Zening. I found the boat. I found the boat. The emptiness of the space echoed her voice. Soon, Qin Wenyu and Ji Zening, who had been nearby, approached upon hearing her exclamation. How many boats are there? 6. All inflatable. I also brought the inflation equipment, found it in the innermost locked room. Qin Wenyu and Ji Zening took the boats from Li Yao, and after inspecting the quality, Qin Wenyu scoffed. He certainly knows how to hide things. Without someone to inform you, those boats would have remained forgotten. Indeed, Li Yao wholeheartedly agreed. With the boats secured, the trio ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they encountered Zhao Chunying and her group, efficiently directing everyone to organize supplies, categorizing all items from the shelves into cohesive groups. As Li Yao and her companions ascended the stairs, they were joyfully intercepted by Zhao Chunying. How many boats did you find? She inquired. 6, all right here, replied Qin Wenyu and Ji Zening as they set down the boats. It was then that Zhao Chunying noticed that Li Yao held nothing in her hands. Her gaze flickered momentarily as she scrutinized Li Yao anew. Though not many, it's still quite commendable. I've arranged for the boats to be inflated. We should ideally transport the supplies back within the next few days. I fear the supermarket won't hold out much longer. The supermarket remained dry solely due to the effective sealing of its glass, but even tempered glass could not withstand such immense water pressure indefinitely. It would eventually be overwhelmed. By then, the rooftop may be the only place where a few could still stand. The boats were soon filled with air, prompting cheers from the group. However, at that moment, Li Yao stood transfixed, gazing at the curtain of rain outside. What's wrong? Qin Wenyu asked as she approached. Li Yao pointed towards the upper glass pane, where a faint yellow dot was discernible. It seems there is a boat over there, of the same bright yellow as these inflatable ones. The water was too murky for Qin Wenyu to discern clearly, but seeing Li Yao's resolute demeanor, her brow furrowed in concern. Let us head up to the 4th floor, she declared decisively. Li Yao nodded and swiftly climbed the stairs with Qin Wenyu. On the 4th floor, Wei Lingyu was industriously moving items, resembling a diligent hamster. Upon spotting Li Yao and Qin Wenyu, the box of instant noodles he was holding tumbled to the ground. Stammering, he asked, "What brings you here?" "I didn't steal anything. This was hidden by me earlier." Li Yao and Qin Wenyu paid him no mind as they peered through the glass. Indeed, there was a boat, and it carried 6 individuals. Li Yao's expression grew exceedingly grave. At this hour, it was implausible for a lifeboat to arrive. Where could they have come from? Upon hearing about the boat, Wei Lingyu approached as well. I can't say for certain, but the boat looks somewhat familiar. Let's see where they're boarding and block the windows to intercept them. This was a task Wei Lingyu was well acquainted with. After all, he had previously thwarted Li Yao and her friends once before. With that, he grabbed a stick to barricade the door. Li Yao peered outside. I'll go inform Zhao Chunying. You stay cautious here. I shall return shortly. With that, she hurried downstairs, clutching her belly where a small cat resided. Zhao Chunying was easy to locate. She was directing operations in the second-floor hall. Breathless, Li Yao rushed to her side. Someone is approaching from outside. There are individuals rowing an inflatable boat towards us. I estimate around 5 or 6 of them, likely coming from the direction of the boys' dormitory. Zhao Chunying's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Person, I leave this to you. Han Wan, come with me as we ascend to investigate further. Li Yao then found Ji Zining, and together they raced back to the 4th floor. Upon arriving on the 4th floor, they unexpectedly encountered Wei Lingyu, who had initially claimed he would block the door, joyfully welcoming a group of boys inside. You arrived just in time. This is my roommate and good friend, Tang Hui. He is the owner of this vessel. After this introduction, he proceeded to present Tang Hui's companions. This is Zhao Chunying, the leader of the girls' dormitory, who just saved us from that vile creature. He added, let me tell you, despite being girls, they are exceptional fighters and managed to kill that fire ability user. Listening to this, Li Yao felt an overwhelming urge to silence Wei Lingyu's incessant chatter. He had carelessly divulged their information before the two parties even met. The boy named Tang Hui had slightly long hair tied in a half ponytail, and his handsome features bore a scholarly air. He remained silent, standing quietly beside Wei Lingyu. However, another individual, not particularly tall and marked by prominent acne scars, looked at Zhao Chunying with an air of arrogance and remarked, you killed a fire ability user? Are you also an ability user? Li Yao's gaze fixated on this individual. As a sense of familiarity washed over her, she felt she had seen him in recent days. Zhao Chunying neither denied nor answered his inquiry, but instead posed a question of her own. Are you an ability user? Though it was a question, her tone was imbued with unwavering confidence. The boy smirked, his gaze shifting to Ji Zining, who stood beside Zhao Chunying, and his expression instantly grew cold. What is this androgynous green tea doing here? He thought. Suddenly raising his hand, a blade of wind shot forth from his palm, swiftly heading towards Ji Zining's face. She cautiously tilted her head to evade it, yet the sharp gust still severed a lock of her hair, which floated gently to the ground. Is it you? She murmured. Her head lowered, her brow etched with cold disdain. Li Yao finally recalled who he was. Wasn't he the one who had tried to play the field? Oh, how unfair it was. Why should he awaken an ability while such a wonderful girl turned into a zombie? She clenched her fists, her gaze ablaze with fury. Why are you glaring at me? Oh, I remember now. You are this green tea's roommate. Are you her lover, hence your anger? The boy laughed, his eyes scrutinizing Li Yao from head to toe, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. Just as she was about to respond, Qin Wenyi pulled her behind her. Are you here to fight? Qin Wenyi's icy glare was directed at the boy, though not as frigid as Ji Zining's. Ji Zining, like a hawk, swiftly launched herself at him, landing a punch squarely on his face. Yet, a sudden gust of wind swept through the room, propelling the boy backward, allowing him to evade the blow and retaliate, engaging Ji Zining in a fierce struggle. Although Ji Zining held the upper hand, the boy's awakened wind ability always seemed to manifest at critical moments, either to avert danger or to strike back at her. To her surprise, she found herself able to engage in a fierce exchange with Ji Zining. Moreover, Li Yao discovered that those who awakened their abilities seemed to experience a significant enhancement in their physical prowess. However, in the end, they were no match for the battle-hardened warrior Ji Zining, who dealt a powerful punch to the face of the man in question, sending him crashing to the ground. He attempted to resist, but was swiftly subdued by Ji Zining, who landed a crushing blow to his abdomen. At that moment, Zhao Chunying approached and grasped Ji Zining's wrist. I don't know what feud lies between you two, but enough is enough. We will need to unite against the zombies soon. With a cold expression, Ji Zining withdrew his hand and returned to stand behind Li Yao, resembling a bodyguard. Li Yao too felt a sense of injustice. Yet, the man soon dusted himself off and rose, his serpent-like gaze fixed on Ji Zining, accompanied by a chilling smile. I will settle this score eventually. He then raised an eyebrow at Zhao Chunying. At least you understand the situation. We came here to gather supplies from the supermarket. I didn't expect to find so many people here. Did you come from the girls' dormitory? You ladies can't consume much. I should take 2/3 of the supplies. Li Yao was again astounded by this man's audacity. They had slain the manager and fought off the zombies. Yet he had done nothing and brazenly demanded 2/3 of the resources. On what grounds did he claim such entitlement? At that moment, Zhao Chunying clapped her hands, and 5 individuals emerged from behind her, encircling her. With a smile gracing her lips, she spoke, "Dream on. I can take down one ability user. So I can certainly take down 2. And you wouldn't presume that we are the only ones here, would you?" The man was taken aback, his face burning with humiliation. It was not that cooperation could not be discussed, but with such greedy demands, there was no need for negotiations. Zhao Chunying let out a cold laugh and turned to leave with her group. However, Li Yao and her companions remained. Stepping forward, Li Yao mocked. Some people are utterly shameless. When it comes to romance, they count every penny, yet they dare to demand the spoils we fought for. Have some dignity. She glared pointedly at the group behind the man, suggesting, "You should consider what future you'll have following someone like him. You'll only end up being dragged down." Enraged, the man unleashed a wind blade aimed directly at Li Yao's neck. Chapter 45. Are you going to watch the boys' dorm starve? Li Yao's pupils dilated, and she found herself unable to react in time. But Ji Zining, not one to be trifled with, forcefully yanked her back. Li Yao felt a tremendous force propel her backward, crashing into an exceptionally sturdy chest. Dazed, she looked up, her vision clouded, only to see Ji Zining's fair jawline. In her moment of realization, she mused inwardly, was that strength normal? It felt as if a massive truck had flung me aside. The tone of Ji Zining was exceedingly frosty as she cast a glance at the man in the suit, declaring, "If you dare to move again, you shall return whence you came." With that, she seized Li Yao and descended the stairs. Qin Wenyu leisurely followed behind, as if suddenly recalling something. She turned her head and remarked, "I am not as lenient as those 2. Anyone who provokes me must face dire consequences." After uttering these words, she too made her way down. This statement sent a chill down the spines of several individuals, particularly the man in the suit, who felt as though Qin Wenyu's final gaze was one that could slay. They shook their heads, attempting to dispel their earlier thoughts, and turned their attention to Wei Lingyu, seeking further information. Meanwhile, Li Yao and her companions had already reached the 2nd floor. Zhao Chunying was instructing everyone to pack supplies, adding, "Now that the male dormitory has sent people over, the remaining boys may accompany them back if they wish. They are currently on the 4th floor. The boys, upon hearing this, erupted in cheers, hastening their packing and engaging in excited chatter. They wondered about the state of their dormitory. Was it safe now? Their ability to leave must signify that the zombies in the dormitory had been eradicated, but what of Dashin and the others? Living on the 1st floor? Li Yao feared her dormitory had been flooded, leaving her with nowhere to return to, lamenting the loss of her newly assembled top-tier computer. Li Yao approached Zhao Chunying cautiously, inquiring, "Sister Ying, what do you intend to do about those individuals?" Zhao Chunying replied with a faint smile, "I understand there are conflicts, but they are still our classmates and possess abilities. As they have not acted against us, we cannot take action. We shall allocate them some supplies, and they can return to their dormitory." Li Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, though Sun Ye had perished, the man in the suit was not directly implicated. It was merely his arrogant demeanor that was irksome. They would likely come to us again. For tonight, we shall temporarily remain in the supermarket. You all should find suitable places to sleep, but do exercise caution. After relaying this to Li Yao, Zhao Chunying turned back to manage the supplies. Li Yao then sought out Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining, recounting Zhao Chunying's words. Ji Zining exhibited no reaction, standing in a daze to one side. In contrast, Qin Wenyu smiled, casually toying with a fruit knife. "Since she has spoken, we shall heed her counsel. After all, she is the leader in the entire female dormitory." Li Yao blinked, finding it difficult to discern Qin Wenyu's true thoughts. Before she could ponder further, having found a place to stay for the night, she observed the man in the suit and his group descending the stairs. The man in the suit led the way, his haughty expression eliciting disgust. He did not spare a glance at Li Yao and her companions, directly approaching Zhao Chunying with a self-satisfied smile. "Classmate Zhao, I have reconsidered. We were indeed in the wrong for taking so many supplies. However, given the vast amount of resources in the supermarket, surely you ladies cannot consume it all. Why not share some with us?" He let out a long sigh, his tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. "You have no idea. Unlike you girls who hoard food, We boys have practically exhausted our supplies in the dormitory. Some of us have gone days without food. If it weren't for this dire situation, we wouldn't dare venture out to the supermarket in search of provisions. Zhao, considering our camaraderie, you can't just let them starve to death. It would be only fair to share half of our resources. With our male and female dormitories standing together, we could support each other. If you encounter any difficulties, just ask, and I will be the first to assist you. Afterward, the boy, whose name was evidently Su, altered his tone, half coaxing and half deceiving as he painted grandiose plans. Zhao Chunying caught on and frowned slightly. "Excuse me, what is your name?" She had been swept up by the conversation initiated by Li Yao and had inadvertently blurted out the question. A soft chuckle escaped Li Yao, who had been listening from the side, unable to contain herself. Su's expression shifted. He was clearly displeased with this address and shot Li Yao a fierce glare before turning back to Zhao Chunying. "I am Li Qingkai, a sophomore. I heard you were my senior. Shouldn't I call you Sistering then?" The last 3 words were deliberately drawn out, and Li Yao nearly retched at the insincerity. As for Zhao Chunying, she found it hard to respond. "That's unnecessary, just call me by my name, Li Qingkai. May I inquire about the current situation in your male dormitory?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Li Qingkai's eyes, yet he maintained his composure. "The zombies have all been dealt with, and we have relocated to the 6th floor. The food situation is dire. Many students have been without food for days. If you don't provide us with supplies, they will surely starve to death." Such moral coercion was truly remarkable. Zhao Chunying smiled faintly, but remained steadfast. "How many of you have survived?" This question left Li Qingkai momentarily speechless, and he turned to his companion Tang Hui. "How many were there?" Tang Hui, lowering his head, suppressed the hint of sarcasm in his voice. 128 people. Li Qingkai nodded vigorously. Yes, 128 people. They are the ones I managed to rescue with great difficulty. I truly don't want to see them starve, Sistering. Saving these people would indeed be a great act of virtue." Li Yao observed this scene closely, her eyes brightening as she gazed at Tang Hui, slightly entranced. Suddenly, it dawned on her. No wonder he looked familiar. Wasn't he the heartthrob from the finance department? It was said his family was extremely wealthy. Moreover, it was evident from Tang Hui's demeanor that he harbored a disdain for Su. Zhao Chunying, unfazed by these distractions, spoke calmly. "I will certainly provide the supplies. I cannot allow those students in the male dormitory to starve." Seeing the momentary flash of triumph on Li Qingkai's face, she continued, "Since there are 128 of you, I will ensure there are enough provisions for 128 people to last 10 days. Sufficient to sustain you until the rescue ship arrives." Upon hearing these words, Li Qingkai's expression instantly changed. "What do you mean, you woman? Are you sending me off like a beggar?" Chapter 46. Doubts in the Novel World. Chen Kursen, who was standing nearby, immediately became displeased. "How can you speak like that? It's already generous of us to provide you with supplies, and yet you expect to take everything? How shameless can you be?" Zhao Chunying reached out to gently restrain Chen Kursen. "Do not be rude." After which, she took no further action. Li Qingkai trembled with anger, raising his hand as if to strike, but was stopped by a male student beside him, who whispered something in his ear. "Fine, since you lack sincerity. We shall see how this unfolds." He spat out this harsh remark and turned to leave with his group. Wei Lingyu watched them depart, anxiously glancing around before finally rushing to Zhao Chunying, offering an explanation. "Oh, they didn't mean it that way. Sister, please don't be angry. I'll go and persuade them. They shouldn't ask for so many supplies." With that, he hurriedly followed after them. Zhao Chunying remained silent, while Chen Kursen shook her head beside her. The leader of the male dormitory seems to be lacking in ambition, brazenly demanding without shame. It's no wonder Li Yao speaks ill of him. Chen Kursen's eyes darted, and she approached Li Yao. "Wait, have you really dated that thing? Sister, what do you see in him? I'm quite curious. Or is it that some people in this world are simply blind?" Chen Kursen was utterly shocked. Even Zhao Chunying turned to look, her eyes filled with disbelief. Li Yao shook her head. "It's not me. It's a friend of mine. We had a falling out before. So he has long harbored resentment towards me and Ji Zining. I suspect he has ill intentions, so you all should be cautious tonight." Chen Kursen shook her head. "Truly, a petty person achieving success. If such a person can awaken powers, why can't I?" This question also crossed Li Yao's mind, and upon returning to their temporary residence, she quietly asked Qin Wenyi, "What are the conditions for awakening powers? Why are they able to awaken?" Ji Zining perked up at this. Qin Wenyi extended her hand, gazing at her delicate, fair palm, the lines on it a chaotic mess, making it difficult to discern any clear patterns. I only know that rain is an inducement. Most people who come into contact with large amounts of rain will develop a high fever and turn into zombies, while a very small number, after the fever subsides, will awaken powers. In my dream, I was caught in the rain but never had a fever. She stared at the tender sprout in her palm and continued. In my dream, I was an ordinary person throughout, and the life of an ordinary person is particularly arduous. Those with powers are elevated above, with rumors suggesting that the initial rain contained the zombie virus, and those who miss this chance can never awaken powers. There are also rumors that even minor non-lethal bites from zombies can potentially lead to awakening powers. But one thing is certain. Even if a powered individual is bitten by a zombie, they will not turn into one. Liao attentively absorbed the established parameters, finding them remarkably akin to the prevailing apocalyptic literature on the market. However, could being bitten by a zombie truly awaken supernatural abilities? Were there individuals who experienced such phenomena? She pondered aloud, questioning the improbability of someone willingly offering themselves to zombies for the sake of awakening powers. Qin Wenyu shook her head, clarifying that this was merely a rumor. It was said that a few had indeed awakened their abilities post-bite, later evolving into formidable supernatural beings. Though others dismissed such claims as mere fabrications, the veracity of the matter ultimately hinged on one's willingness to take the risk. Liao, however, was decidedly unwilling to gamble her life on such a slender possibility. It was utterly absurd. In novels, zombies were often depicted as possessing crystal nuclei within their brains, which could aid supernatural beings in their evolution. Many stories featured these nuclei as a form of currency. Was this true? Qin Wenyu raised an eyebrow, expressing surprise at Liao's knowledge. Indeed, such crystal nuclei did exist, but only within the brains of second-tier zombies. The ones they currently faced were merely first-tier. Comprehending the worldviews at play, Liao recalled the tag she had seen on the head of the faux heiress Qin Shui. Swallowing hard as a bold hypothesis emerged in her mind. Could they be living within the confines of an apocalyptic novel? Qin Shui's character was that of a transmigrated faux heiress, and it was quite probable that such transmigrations involved entering a narrative, with the apocalyptic setting closely mirroring the design of contemporary novels. It was a challenging assessment. Genuine apocalypses hardly resembled this. Ultimately, Liao refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead rubbing her temples. What was a second-tier zombie like? Qin Wenyu recalled that they were approximately twice as powerful as the current ones. Average individuals could still manage to slay first-tier zombies with effort, but second-tier zombies possessed enhanced speed and strength, along with heightened senses, making them formidable foes. That would truly be a nightmare. Liao shivered at the realization. It was no wonder that Qin Wenyu was so determined to eradicate every visible zombie. One had to strive for strength amidst the apocalypse, especially when lacking supernatural abilities. Qin Wenyu gently patted Liao's shoulder, leaning against a nearby chair and closing her eyes. Liao considered mentioning that such a position might lead to discomfort during sleep, yet she soon heard the soft rhythm of Qin Wenyu's breathing. Startled, she noticed Ji Zining, who sighed softly and lowered his voice to explain. She is attempting to fall asleep quickly, allowing her body to recover to peak condition. A mere touch would rouse her. We used to do the same in the military while resting in the wild during missions. I too shall take a moment to rejuvenate, preparing for the night ahead. With that, Ji Zining also closed his eyes. Liao hesitated briefly before mimicking their posture on the bench, curling slightly and shutting her eyes tightly. Yet, sleep eluded her. Despite her closed eyelids, she felt increasingly alert. This would not do. As Liao pondered her desire to fall asleep, slumber eluded her. She dared not open her eyes, curling up in silence, uncertain of how much time had passed. Suddenly, a piercing roar from outside jolted her awake. Upon rising, she noticed that Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining had already donned their attire and armed themselves, preparing to rouse her. Hastily, Liao patted her face, secured the small cat nestled in her arms, grasped her weapon, and trailed behind Qin Wenyu and the others. The door swung open, revealing Li Chengkai and Zhao Chunying entangled in combat, while several individuals nearby engaged with Chen Kursin and her group. Without hesitation, Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining leapt into action to assist. Meanwhile, Liao searched frantically for those they had previously rescued, but they were nowhere to be found. Where were Yin Shi and the others? Amidst the chaos, she turned to Wei Lingyu for answers. He stammered, I don't really know either. Chapter 47. A mere two abilities. As they spoke, Chen Kursen struck Wei Lingyu with a punch, causing him to stagger back, helplessly scratching his face. Sis, please don't hit me. I truly didn't mean to. Li Yao realized she could not extract any useful information from him, so she joined the fray. Out of the corner of her eye, she kept a watchful gaze on Li Qingkai, who was wielding his ability. His wind-based powers served as a formidable advantage in battle, allowing him to deftly evade Zhao Chunying's attacks, resulting in a fierce exchange characterized by the sound of slicing air. However, with the arrival of Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining, Li Qingkai found himself at a disadvantage. He struggled to evade strikes while beckoning to someone behind him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help. The figure, clad in a black tactical jacket and a tightly fitted hood obscuring their face, was someone Li Yao did not recognize, only recalling their notable silence. Yet, this individual exhibited commendable skill, effectively countering Qin Wenyu while simultaneously dealing with Ji Zining. Together, they successfully intercepted Zhao Chunying and her allies. Although Qin Wenyu had yet to reveal her trump card, achieving this level of prowess was impressive. Lost in thought, Li Yao was suddenly jolted by a male student rushing from behind, causing her to sway precariously, nearly toppling to the ground. Qin Wenyu instinctively glanced over, only for the boy to exploit the opening, a subtle arc of lightning coursing from his hand to Qin Wenyu's shoulder. Instantly, her arm and part of her body were rendered numb, causing her weapon to slip from her grasp. The boy swiftly turned, seizing Zhao Chunying's iron rod, which she manifested through her ability. A visible surge of electricity rapidly spread, forcing Zhao Chunying to retreat, her wrist becoming numb. He possessed a skill of his own, and it was a lightning-based ability. Moreover, this power seemed particularly effective against Zhao Chunying. Li Yao observed Zhao Chunying leaning against the wall, motionless for quite some time, her once sleek high ponytail now disheveled. Li Qingkai, witnessing this captivating scene, erupted into hearty laughter. Yet, what audacity does a mere metal-type ability user have? Does he not understand the conductivity of metals? Ji Zining furrowed her brow, swiftly rushing in to engage in a skirmish with the two. However, in terms of speed, she could not rival Li Qingkai. Any approach towards the boy would result in her being electrocuted, rendering her unable to gain the upper hand regardless of her efforts. Zhao Xuejia, I advise you to reconsider. Shouldn't these supplies be allocated 2/3 to us? No, even 2/3 would not satisfy me now. I demand all of the supplies. Li Qingkai boasted shamelessly. Zhao Chunying and Chen Kursen's expressions turned ashen with rage, yet they found themselves unable to contend with Li Qingkai and his companion. Even Ji Zining gradually showed signs of defeat, barely dodging the boy's electric currents. The lightning-type ability undoubtedly ranks among the most aggressive of powers. Li Qingkai taunted Ji Zining like a cat playing with a mouse, a wicked smile forming on his lips as he continued. I've changed my mind, Zhao Xuejia. You must be in dire need of food as well. I can provide you with some, 10 days worth of supplies for each of you. But his tone shifted ominously. I want these too. He pointed at Ji Zining and Li Yao. Zhao Chunying, clutching her chest as if regaining her composure, leaned against the wall and declared, that is out of the question. Don't even think about it. Li Qingkai sighed regretfully. If you do not hand them over, then all of you will be in peril. I will not spare anyone allied with them. Zhao Xuejia, the choice is yours. Either surrender them to me, or I shall take action against all of you. Zhao Chunying clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fierce. You wish. I will not abandon anyone. Even if you have 2 ability users, so what? Li Qingkai chuckled, so what? 2 ability users can manipulate you all at will. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Continue to be so. Let me see how long you gold diggers can maintain that bravado. He leaned back, his eyes filled with disdain. Clearly, he had never regarded women with any respect from the outset. Fuming with anger, Li Yao struck the opponent she was grappling with, swinging her stick with all her might against his back. The man, taken aback by the unexpected force, staggered and retreated. Little girl, quite strong I see. Who knows? When you fall into our hands, will you still have that strength? The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a chilling gaze at Li Yao, his eyes roving from her face down to her chest and legs. A bit flat, but nice legs. Li Yao felt deeply offended by his gaze, summoning a surge of strength from an unknown source, and struck the man fiercely on the head with her stick. Life had grown utterly insipid, and the toad ridiculed humanity. You, with your bald head and rotund belly, your face marred by acne, resemble a wretched toad, yet you presume to critique. With the final 3 words, Li Yao struck the boy's head with a heavy blow. He was instantly dazed, his head buzzing, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Li Yao, feeling a sense of triumph, stroked her chin. She had exerted the strength one would use to combat zombies. The apocalypse had its silver linings. Such foolish individuals could be struck without fear of repercussions. I am the one who grants you shameless women any semblance of dignity. My people are not to be trifled with. Li Qingkai, infuriated, stood shoulder to shoulder with the boy in the black tactical jacket, abandoning his teasing of Ji Zining. One attempted to seize her, while the other sought to unleash electric currents. Ji Zining, already fatigued, found it increasingly difficult to evade in the cramped space above, narrowly escaping capture several times. She endeavored to dodge, yet could not avoid the hand reaching from behind. The boy in black aimed to grasp her wrist. Just then, a green vine emerged, ensnaring the waist of the lightning wielder, halting his advance. Simultaneously, another green vine swiftly shot forth, binding Li Qingcai's ankle. What is this? Li Qingcai shouted in terror. Is there another ability user? Qin Wenyu advanced slowly, rubbing her sore wrist, as two vines manifested from behind her, binding both Li Qingcai and the lightning wielder, preventing them from moving forward. Two are there? Qin Wenyu arched an eyebrow, pondering who among them was not a dual ability user. The lightning wielder, filled with rage, turned to unleash electricity upon the vines, visible bolts racing along their length, raising the tension among the onlookers. Chapter 48. We are all being forced, yet, paradoxically, the lightning ceased midway, vanishing without a trace. Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining approached slowly, the vines tightening their grip, securing their limbs. The lightning wielder attempted to shatter the vines surrounding him, but after a few flickers, the electricity halted and disappeared entirely. Foolish, isn't it? Don't you know? Wood does not conduct electricity. Qin Wenyu yawned languidly, her movements casual, yet imbued with an air of sophistication. Li Yao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though all her strength had been drained, nearly losing her balance. She exclaimed, You are truly remarkable. Zhao Chunying also regained some vigor, her complex gaze resting on Qin Wenyu, pausing before saying, Thank you for saving me. Qin Wenyu shook her head, seemingly unconcerned. It was not solely for your sake, it was for them as well. Her gaze shifted to Li Yao, and with a pointed remark, she added, And for the supplies. Why should we relinquish the resources we have seized? Zhao Chunying nodded deeply in agreement, questioning why resources should be allocated to this group of fools. She was supported by Chun Kursin as she approached the two individuals tied up, while the other boys gradually succumbed to capture. Wei Lingyu and Wu Zhe seemed to lack earnestness in their struggle and were soon apprehended as well. Instantly, the tide of the situation shifted. Zhao Chunying turned to Li Qingcai, inquiring about the whereabouts of their captors. Li Qingcai remained silent, his gaze filled with resentment directed at Qin Wenyu. You wretched woman. I almost forgot about you. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp slap from Qin Wenyu landed on his face. Unfazed, she continued, Go on, speak another word. And you shall receive another slap. Let us see how much your face can endure. You scheming harlot. He retorted, only to be met with another fierce slap from her. In an instant, both sides of Li Qingcai's face swelled, possibly due to her lack of restraint. Recognizing the situation, he wisely fell silent, his eyes still brimming with malice. Li Yao approached, adopting an intimidating demeanor. Dare to glare at me again, and I shall have your eyes plucked out. She wore a stern expression, appearing quite fearsome. No longer daring to glare, Li Qingcai seethed. If you want me to release them, then you must set us free. Otherwise, I will have them all killed. Zhao Chunying furrowed her brow. Even Ji Zining appeared conflicted. Only Qin Wenyu wore an expression of indifference. Let us see whose life holds more value in your eyes. Yours or theirs. In any case, I do not know those people. I have no concern for them. As she spoke, she grasped Li Qingcai's throat, tightening her hold with a smile. Cough, cough, cough. Li Qingcai struggled to articulate, his body immobilized, his eyes rolling back as he gasped for air. Hey, you over there, your comrade is on the verge of being choked to death. Aren't you going to say anything? Li Yao glanced at the electrical ability user, who remained silent, seemingly indifferent. Li Yao looked up and noticed the individual wore a black mask, yet something about his eyes seemed familiar. She scratched her head and tiptoed to remove his mask. It's you, she exclaimed in surprise, stepping back in disbelief as she recognized the familiar face. Lin Junming. What are you doing here? The man said nothing, turning his head away, completely ignoring Li Yao. Frustrated, she kicked Lin Junming's calf and stormed off to the other side. refusing to look at him. Ji Zining, curious, glanced over. As Qin Wenyu released her grip, Li Chengkai gasped for breath as if he had been rescued, accompanied by a fit of violent coughing, appearing as though he were on the brink of death. Do you know him? Li Yao turned her head and found Zhao Chunying. She curled her lips and glanced at Lin Junming before saying, I do know him. He is my childhood friend. We grew up together in both elementary and middle school. His name is Lin Junming. Li Yao scratched her head in confusion, muttering, I think he is quite a decent person. I can't fathom why he is causing trouble with that fool, Li Chengkai. Zhao Chunying, deep in thought, scanned the captured boys. Ask him where those people have gone. If he won't tell us, it's no matter, we can search them out layer by layer. Obeying the command, Li Yao boldly approached Lin Junming once more, fixing her gaze upon his face. Hey, what is going on with you? If you don't clarify, I'll inform your parents. Lin Junming's eyes dimmed, and he clenched his teeth in silence. Li Yao frowned, still baffled by the situation. She turned to Qin Wenyu and pleaded, Can you untie him? I wish to speak with him alone. At this, everyone present perked up, particularly the nearly choking Li Chengkai, whose eyes sparkled as he signaled Lin Junming. However, Qin Wenyu decisively refused. No, it's too dangerous. Li Yao was aware of the danger as well. She touched her abdomen, hinting at her final trump card. Yet Qin Wenyu remained resolute. No, he is an electrical ability user, incredibly swift. If I let him go, I cannot guarantee I can capture him again. Li Yao could only sigh and abandon the thought. Indeed, if Lin Junming were to incapacitate her with electricity, her backup plan might prove ineffective. Moreover, the notion of bringing Lin Junming into her space felt somewhat unacceptable to her. Will you speak or not? Lin Junming, you fool. What benefits has this idiot promised you to make you serve him? Li Yao stood on tiptoe, tugging at Lin Junming's ear while scolding him. Soon, she grew tired and let her hand drop. Yet, irrespective of her words, Lin Junming remained largely unresponsive. Feeling helpless, Li Yao noticed Wei Lingyu, who had been quietly observing. Silently raised his hand amidst everyone's gaze. I know where they are. Upon meeting Li Chengkai's fiery glare, Wei Lingyu gritted his teeth and continued, Actually, they're in the original room, not moved at all. They've just been locked up and controlled by us. We didn't want to engage in any wrongdoing with them, but Li Chengkai and the others forced us, along with Tang Zhou. We were all coerced. Chapter 49. The monster controlling the entire building. Li Chengkai's eyes widened in fury. Shut your mouth. No more talking. Do you believe me? Before the words could fully escape his lips, a wooden stick struck him with a resounding thud against his head. Li Chengkai swayed, rolled his eyes back, and fainted. Li Yao withdrew the stick from her grasp, a smile playing on her lips as she turned to Wei Lingyu. You may speak now. What exactly transpired? Wei Lingyu shivered, feeling an unsettling chill emanate from Li Yao's expression. I spoke privately with Tang Hui yesterday and discovered that my roommates have all been ensnared by them. We are compelled to heed his commands. Otherwise, he threatens our roommates. Tang Zhou and I are powerless against them. They wield their awakened abilities tyrannically within the dormitory, hoarding all the supplies. Wei Lingyu spread his hands in exasperation. I cannot say what precisely they have done, but everyone in the dorm is terrified of them. Li Yao furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend Lin Junming's motives. At that moment, Zhao Chunying had already taken a group to locate Tang Hui and rescue those who had been confined. Meanwhile, Li Yao circled Lin Junming several times, unable to fathom his intentions. She cast a suspicious glance at him and asked once more, Will you speak? After all, he cannot hear us now. If you refuse, I shall inquire with Tang Hui myself. With that, Li Yao turned to leave, deliberately sauntering slowly, anticipating Lin Junming's call. Yet, even as she vanished down the corridor behind Zhao Chunying, Lin Junming remained silent, only releasing a gentle sigh before closing his eyes, retreating into silence. When Li Yao finally found Tang Hui, he lay on the ground, beaten and bruised, a testament to the merciless confrontation with Zhao Chunying and her cohorts. He appeared liberated. Motionless upon the floor, the others had already been freed, busy collecting their belongings. Li Yao approached and crouched beside Tang Hui. What on earth is going on? Wei Lingyu claims you are being coerced. Is that true? Tang Hui's pupils constricted, a deep regret flashing in his eyes. How could he divulge such information? I distinctly instructed him to remain silent about this. Li Yao shrugged. It's not just him. Even Li Chengkai and Lin Junming have been apprehended. Your plan to seize supplies has failed, and you ought to be contemplating your own safety now. Tang Hui was momentarily taken aback. How is that possible? Lin Junming is not an ability user, right? A mere lightning ability user is relatively easy to handle. Li Yao, with a smile still gracing her face, observed the astonishment in Tang Hui's eyes and continued, "Are you truly unwilling to speak? If not, so be it. We have no intention of taking lives. At most, we shall confine you here until the waters inundate the supermarket. If you perish, it shall be of no concern to us." Her smile lingered, yet her words were laced with a chilling cruelty. Upon hearing this, Tang Hui's expression shifted dramatically. "No, you cannot do this." Li Yao found it puzzling. "Why is this not permissible? You come here to seize resources, and we have shown considerable mercy by refraining from confrontation, merely leaving you here. Shouldn't you have considered the consequences before resorting to theft?" "No, I must see Zhao Chunying," Tang Hui exclaimed, furrowing her brow tightly. She crouched down as people bustled around them, yet no one turned to acknowledge their presence. "Hey, Zhao Chunying is our leader. You think you can just see her whenever you wish?" Tang Hui noticed that no one was paying attention to him, gritting his teeth until he finally stated, "If he does not return, everyone in the dormitory will perish." Li Yao observed the seriousness etched on his face, a sinking feeling stirring within her. Though she maintained an impassive exterior, "You think I would believe such nonsense? We do not release tigers back into the wild. What if you return to seize our resources again?" Tang Hui clenched his teeth, a flicker of bloodlust reflected in his gaze. "You truly cannot kill him. There is a monster in the boys' dormitory." Beneath the darkness of his eyes lay a profound terror. He fixed his gaze upon Li Yao. "I am not deceiving you. There is indeed a monster residing in the dormitory building, as stated by Li Chenkai. If Li Chenkai does not come back, everyone in that building will die. I know this sounds absurd, but it is the truth. I have witnessed that monster devour many people." Tang Hui raised his head, his eyes brimming with a plea. "Please, allow me to meet Zhao Chunying. I beg you, the others are innocent." What manner of monster could this be? Is there truly a monster? Li Yao sensed that Tang Hui was not fabricating such an outrageous lie. In a world where apocalypses had emerged, along with reincarnators, supernatural beings, and systems, the existence of a monster would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Li Yao regarded him quietly. "I shall seek out Zhao Chunying, but should you deceive me, you will face the consequences." With that, she turned away without awaiting Tang Hui's response. Zhao Chunying, having sustained injuries, was currently mustering her strength to direct the evacuation. Meanwhile, Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining were overseeing the two supernatural beings. Li Yao hurriedly approached Zhao Chunying and whispered a few words to her. "Tang Hui has mentioned something, and I believe it warrants our discussion." She then sought out Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining, but Qin Wenyu had to maintain control over Lin Junming and Li Chenkai, preventing them from straying too far. It was not that they had not considered binding them with ropes, but Lin Junming was quite obstinate. He would discharge electricity at anyone who came near. Only Qin Wenyu's vines could provide complete insulation. Others, even while wearing insulated gloves, would still be shocked by Lin Junming through the air. Thus, ultimately, only Zhao Chunying and Ji Zining remained to deliberate together. Li Yao, her expression grave, reiterated Tang Hui's earlier statements. "I believe there is a significant likelihood that what he said is true. He has no reason to deceive us." Zhao Chunying expressed her dissenting opinion. "It is also plausible that he seeks to manipulate me into releasing them, making it more difficult to apprehend them in the future. He has failed to clarify the nature of this so-called monster, and I find it hard to believe solely based on his word." Ji Zining also harbored doubts. What exactly is the monster he speaks of? According to him, it resides within the dormitory building. But surely only plants can grow inside a dormitory, right? It cannot be that plants have mutated, and even if they had, why should we trust only Li Qingcai's account? The three of them stood in the room, engulfed in confusion. Just then, Qin Wenyu entered, inquiring, "What are you discussing regarding monsters?" Li Yao was taken aback. "Why have you come here? Aren't you supposed to be watching over Lin Junming and the others?" Chapter 50. The unspeakable Qin Wenyu opened her palm. "I just attempted to release the vines independently, and I succeeded. Now I can control the vines from a distance. Although not too far." "What were you discussing concerning monsters?" Li Yao's flickering hope was suddenly ignited. Qin Wenyu is a reborn individual. She should possess knowledge of whether such monsters exist in the apocalypse. Li Yao hurriedly explained everything she had just learned to Qin Wenyu. Upon hearing her words, Qin Wenyu's expression darkened, and she muttered through clenched teeth, "It has happened much earlier than anticipated." Her voice was barely audible, and Zhao Chunying could not comprehend her words. But Li Yao understood, her heart sinking. Could it be that what Tang Hui claimed was indeed true? Li Yao could no longer remain seated. She quickly stood up. Do you have a way to bring Lin Junming here? We need to extract some information from him. Qin Wenyi's countenance grew grave as she nodded slightly. Yes. Zhao Chunying furrowed her brows, unable to believe. Are you truly willing to trust his words so easily? What if he is setting a trap for us? Moreover, even if such a monster exists, how would it know about Li Chengcai's demise? Qin Wenyi's gaze deepened, as though penetrating through the walls towards the male dormitory. Whether this entity exists can be determined through a test. I refuse to believe that all of them are speaking in unison. Before long, Lin Junming was dragged into the small room, resembling a lifeless dog. His entire body was ensnared in countless coils of vines, resembling a suspended cocoon, with only his head visible. Li Yao turned to Qin Wenyi. How did he end up bound like this? Isn't it exhausting to use your abilities? Qin Wenyi averted her gaze somewhat awkwardly and succinctly replied, to prevent him from retaliating. Very well. Li Yao set aside her concerns and crouched down, staring intently at Lin Junming. Just now, Tang Hui and the others informed me that there is a monster in your dormitory. Lin Junming's pupils constricted, looking at Li Yao in disbelief. According to his account, the creature is intrinsically linked to Li Chengcai. Should Li Chengcai perish, the monster would descend into madness. I cannot ascertain the truth of his words, yet if you choose to remain silent, we shall venture to explore the male dormitory or, more conveniently, eliminate Li Chengcai. Li Yao spoke without hesitation. Within the small room, Zhao Chunying and Ji Zining had already split up to deceive others, leaving only Qin Wenyi and Li Yao, along with Lin Junming, who was bound like a cocoon. You must understand, I hold little authority in this matter and am merely following their lead. To be honest, I find the notion of the monster somewhat credible, especially since zombies have already appeared. However, Zhao Chunying remains skeptical. Xiaolin, if you do not speak the truth soon, Zhao Chunying will indeed take action. She is the one who annihilated the entire female dormitory's zombies. Do you genuinely believe she embodies goodness and virtue? Li Yao, with a twinge of conscience, seemed to have a little devil's tail swaying behind her. Qin Wenyi found her bravado amusing. Yet Lin Junming remained oblivious, his body trembling slightly as he struggled against the vines, but to no avail. After a long pause, he resignedly collapsed to the ground and spoke. There is indeed a monster. It is covered in tentacles, each adorned with eyes. Anyone who approaches it is ensnared and devoured by these appendages, with only Li Chengcai able to draw near. The creature is quite obedient to Li Chengcai. As far as I know, they share a symbiotic relationship. If Li Chengcai were to die, it would inflict great harm upon the monster, which would then consume everyone in this building. I am not afraid of death, nor do I wish to follow Li Chengcai, but there are over 100 people in the dormitory, including Su Ge and his companions. Su Ge, whom Li Yao knows, is his roommate. Lin Junming closed his eyes and took a deep breath. If Li Chengcai dies, they will all perish. Just then, Qin Wenyi scoffed and interjected. If it truly is a symbiotic relationship, how could the creature allow Li Chengcai to roam freely? Surely, much of what you say is fabricated. Lin Junming shook his head in a bitter smile. I assure you, it is not a fabrication. If you had witnessed the monster with your own eyes, you would believe it. Li Yao again attempted to extract information from Lin Junming, yet despite her relentless questioning, he maintained his stance, insisting on the existence of the monster and that if Li Chengcai were to die, the creature would annihilate everyone. She finally asked, have you seen the monster? This time, Lin Junming hesitated for an extended period before responding. I have seen it several times. It is enormous. It cannot fit within an entire dormitory. It seems that half its body is embedded in the floor, while the other half consists of colossal tentacles, each adorned with ring-like eyes that induce vertigo upon prolonged gazing. Above it hangs a dense web-like structure, suspended with white cocoons. Each person it devours transforms into such a cocoon. Each time I draw near, I can feel its desire to consume me. As Lin Junming's words fell, the palpable fear in his eyes had yet to dissipate, and his entire being began to tremble, as if the mere thought of that creature instilled terror within him. Qin Wenyi and Li Yao exchanged a glance, retreating to a corner to converse in hushed tones. Do you know about the thing he mentioned? Li Yao inquired softly. Qin Wenyi, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions, nodded. I have heard of it. In the final stages of the apocalypse, a plethora of monsters indeed emerged, most of which were mutations of flora and fauna. Several of the creatures bear a striking resemblance to his description. Moreover, I have serious doubts that he has been affected. When Qin Wenyi uttered the last sentence, her tone was particularly grave. Li Yao, compelled by her seriousness, lowered her voice further. What does it mean to be affected? Qin Wenyi explained. I have also heard that some exceptionally powerful mutated animals possess an innate talent that is indescribable, unobservable, and unfathomable. Merely coming into contact with them can drive one to madness. Isn't this the very definition of the indescribable? How could even the arcane be involved? Li Yao exclaimed in disbelief. This was not merely the end of the world. It was a death sentence for all. Let it be destroyed. I am weary. If it truly is that creature, it is likely just in its juvenile form. Qin Wenyi continued, a sudden flash of profound murderous intent gleaming in her eyes. If even the juvenile form is so formidable, without proper containment, it will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to us in the future. Li Yao was acutely aware of this, yet the crux of the matter remained. It was uncontrollable. A knock at the door interrupted them, and Zhao Chunying entered, her expression equally grim. I have confirmed with the others. They are indeed telling the truth. What are we to do now? Zhao Chunying's gaze fixed intensely on Lin Junming, her brow furrowed as she spoke. We cannot possibly return them. That is out of the question. Would that not be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Li Yao interjected. Zhao Chunying nodded solemnly. Li Chengkai is vengeful. If we release him, he will undoubtedly strike at us again. Though Zhao Chunying disdained such individuals, the matter involved the lives of countless men in the dormitory, creating a moral quandary. According to their accounts, we are ill-equipped to confront that monster. Are we to simply return it and allow it to continue growing? Qin Wenyi scoffed. If it comes to that, we might as well relocate at once. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before the monster consumes us. The group exchanged glances, contemplating her words. Ji Zining, who had entered with Zhao Chunying, wore a somber expression. I have an idea. Let us first evacuate all the residents of the male dormitory, then eliminate Li Chengkai. If the monster still lives, we will incinerate it. That is indeed a feasible plan. Li Yao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. They now possessed a boat ample enough for their escape. But this scheme would require Lin Junming's cooperation. You heard everything just now. Take the boat and bring them all out. Then we will go together to slay that creature. What do you think? Li Yao crouched down, gazing intently at Lin Junming. His expression was a tapestry of emotions, and he remained silent. Consider this carefully. You cannot remain subjugated forever. Moreover, the creature's appetite will only grow insatiable, and it will inevitably turn to devouring humans. Li Yao's incessant whispers finally struck a chord with Lin Junming, culminating in her poignant question, do you not yearn to return home? If we linger here, when shall we reunite with our parents? Upon hearing these words, Lin Junming hesitated. What about those rescued from the boys' dormitory? Where will they reside? Li Yao's eyes sparkled with optimism. Surely there will be accommodations. The teaching building boasts 7 stories, taller than the dormitory. We merely need to transport the bedding. Lin Junming nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your conditions, but you must ensure that no harm comes to Li Chengkai until everyone has evacuated. Zhao Chunying readily concurred, agreed. As the day was still young and the supplies outside were nearly gathered, the boats, albeit limited to a mere dozen, could not transport everything in one go. They would have to make multiple trips. Fortunately, the supermarket was not far from the girls' dormitory. Li Yao had already participated in transporting supplies for the 5th time and lamented at the now completely submerged delivery point. What a pity. I still have several parcels to collect. A nearby unfamiliar girl chimed in. I feel the same. I ordered so much river snail rice noodle, and now it has turned into soup. Had I known this would happen, I would have braved the rain to retrieve my parcels. The 2 girls exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting mutual regret. Once all supplies were transported back to the dormitory, everyone was utterly exhausted, yet rest was a luxury they could not afford. Due to the insufficient boats, they were compelled to split into 2 groups. One boat would transport a team to the teaching building to clear out the zombies, while the remaining boys would accompany Lin Junming to the boys' dormitory to retrieve others. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yao placed her cat in the dormitory before following Qin Wenyi and the others to cleanse the teaching building. Yao Yao, step back, Qin Wenyi commanded. And with a swift motion, her vines burst forth, shattering the 4th-floor window with a powerful impact. Roar! 2 zombies tumbled from the window, their mouths agape as they plummeted into the water, desperately attempting to gnaw at fresh flesh. However, their brains were obliterated by the vines. Qin Wenyi vaulted into the window, dispatching the nearest zombies before allowing Li Yao and the others to enter. Once inside, Li Yao grasped the headband of Yu Sidong, then stood back to back with Qin Wenyu. Killing zombies had become second nature to Li Yao, and with the limited number of undead in the hallway, they swiftly eradicated all threats. It was then they discovered that the door leading from the 4th to the 5th floor had been locked from above. "Let us break down the door," Li Yao declared, scanning the area until she spotted a stool, which she seized to strike the lock with all her strength. Soon, the lock of the fire door was smashed open with a resounding creak, and the door finally gave way. "Are you not zombies?" Upon the door's opening, Li Yao heard a hoarse inquiry. Inside stood a multitude of individuals, both men and women, each wielding makeshift weapons. Their vigilance dissipated only upon seeing Li Yao and her companions. "Where have you come from? Are you here to rescue us?" they exclaimed with joy. The number of people who had come with Qin Wenyu was modest, merely a couple of boats, totaling no more than a dozen individuals. Nevertheless, the dozens trapped within the teaching building looked upon them with hope, their gaze fixed intently on Tang Hui, who stood beside Qin Wenyu. Clearing her throat, Li Yao spoke. "We came from the dormitory building. Why are you in such a dire state? Are there still zombies upstairs?" Regardless of gender, these individuals appeared remarkably haggard, seemingly in their 30s. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline stepped forward and addressed Tang Hui. Li Yao recognized him as a professor from a certain department. "Tang Hui, are there no zombies upstairs? Have you dealt with all of them?" Truly, the youth are formidable. But Tang Hui, bringing so many girls along, what if they encounter danger? The professor expressed disapproval. Tang Hui, feeling suddenly awkward, took a step back and gestured to the front, where Qin Wenyu stood. "Professor Chen, this is not my doing. It was Qin Wenyu and her team who led the way and rescued me." Professor Chen awkwardly scratched his disheveled bald head, his gaze shifting to Qin Wenyu with newfound respect. "I apologize. It was my preconceived notions. I assumed it was Tang Hui. You young ladies are truly impressive." Qin Wenyu's expression remained unchanged as she replied coolly, "It's nothing. Truly, I am sorry, and I am immensely grateful for your arrival," he said, though a shadow of sorrow loomed over his face. "The teaching building has long been without water or food. We have not eaten in several days, relying solely on the meager supplies provided by the previous rescue boats, or we would have perished from hunger by now." Li Yao scratched her head and retrieved a few packs of chocolate from her pocket, distributing them among the group. "This is all I have for now. I will arrange for more to be brought later." Seeing this, others began to produce their hidden rations to share with the beleaguered individuals. Noticing that Qin Wenyu remained silent, Li Yao approached to convey their thoughts to the professors. Naturally, they had no objections. The teaching building was sufficiently spacious to accommodate 100 to 180 people, though it lacked supplies. However, the professor discreetly pulled Li Yao and Tang Hui aside. "What is the situation outside? Can you elaborate? And what is this thing you mentioned in the boys' dormitory?" Chapter 52. Why is this troublesome child following us? Li Yao and her companions waited anxiously in the teaching building until they finally received the first batch of individuals being relocated. Disregarding further concerns, they intercepted a boat and returned to their dormitory to rest. Li Yao was sleeping soundly when she was suddenly jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Instantly alert, she nearly leaped out of bed. "Have I overslept?" Jiang Yueming, noticing her disheveled hair, couldn't help but chuckle softly. "No, it's not yet the time you agreed upon." They had planned to take an afternoon nap and set off for the northern expedition at 4 o'clock. Ji Zining was already awake and approached the door. "What is the matter? Isn't at only 3 o'clock?" Zhao Chunying stood at the threshold, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. An incident occurred during the last group's evacuation. The creatures suddenly went berserk and captured everyone in that final wave, including Ku Xian, Lin Junming, and Tang. Li Yao's expression shifted dramatically, and she became completely alert. "Then we must leave at once." She hurriedly donned her clothes, grabbed her weapon, and followed the others out. Qin Wenyu had also prepared early, and didn't he forget to remind them. "Don't forget to bring Li Chenkai. He is already with us," Zhao Chunying replied. The group rushed out and soon boarded the boat. For combatants were deployed from Dormitory 603, while Han Xian and Jiang Yueming remained to guard the rear. As Li Yao listened to Qin Wenyu and Zhao Chunying strategizing, she suddenly felt a weight in her arms, as if something had unexpectedly appeared there. Stunned, she reached into her embrace, her hand encountering a familiar, furry, and slightly damp texture. Overwhelmed with affection, She couldn't help but frantically rub the little cat's face. What on earth is this mischievous creature doing here? Doesn't T-It realize the danger? She desperately masked her expression, shielding the little cat in her arms from the rain, and joined the others in discussing their battle plans. This could be the most formidable challenge they had ever faced. Could they manage it? The boat soon reached the vicinity of the male dormitory, and Qin Wenyu stood up first, her gaze steely. Lying on the boat was Li Qingkai, appearing as lifeless as a discarded rag doll. Perhaps due to their proximity to the dormitory, his expression twitched slightly, as if he might awaken at any moment. They had just used considerable force on him. Without hesitation, Li Yao grabbed a nearby stick and struck Li Qingkai's head with a resounding thud. He jolted, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. What is that? Yu Sitong pointed at something resembling an octopus tentacle protruding from the male dormitory window, her voice drifting in confusion. Li Yao and the others looked over and saw it swaying in the torrential rain like a strand of seaweed, devoid of any lethal threat. The question of how to ascend the building posed a dilemma. Qin Wenyu's gaze returned to Li Qingkai. If we kill him, the creature should sustain significant damage. However, Zhao Chunying immediately countered, "No, we can't risk their safety. I want to gamble with their lives." Qin Wenyu furrowed her brow. "Then what shall we do now? It appears that the entire building is under its dominion, preventing our ascent." Li Yao found herself equally perplexed. At that moment, the kitten nestled in her arms began to squirm, attempting to escape. Li Yao tightened her grip on the little creature, but suddenly her hands were empty. The cat had vanished in an instant. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she anxiously searched around. However, since the kitten was in a state of invisibility, she could see nothing. Her frantic movements caught the attention of the others, and Zhao Chunying inquired, "Do you have any plans?" Li Yao swallowed hard. She had no plan at all, nor did she know where that wretched cat had scurried off to. What chaos was this? Almost instinctively, she glanced toward the fifth-floor window and froze. A tentacle recoiled as if it had been bitten by something, and Li Yao's keen eyesight caught a glimpse of a small black cat, no larger than her palm, darting past. Now was the moment. The tentacle had retreated. Li Yao urged them hastily. The group, not daring to delay, swiftly seized the opportunity to climb through the window and ascend the staircase. As for the unconscious Li Qingkai, he was left in the care of Zhou Yanan. They found a walkie-talkie, which was still functional. With a mere command, Zhou Yanan would take action against Li Qingkai. Qin Wenyu and the others remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Yet inexplicably, the tentacle that had been swaying outside the window had vanished. A pang of anxiety gripped Li Yao. Where had the little cat gone? They scoured the fifth floor thoroughly, but to no avail, and eventually ascended to the sixth floor. Upon entering, a chill enveloped Li Yao. Emergency lights flickered a dim white, casting a pallid glow on the walls, where numerous severed limbs lay scattered, blood staining the surfaces. Long shadows draped down from the walls, twisting and intertwining like scenes from hell. Demons whispered, emitting anguished murmurs. Li Yao raised her gaze, and upon discerning the ceiling's contents, her pupils dilated in horror. There hung one after another of enormous cocoons, akin to those of adults, suspended from the ceiling. The cocoons had taken on a reddish-brown hue, resembling blood. So much so that they were nearly indistinguishable unless closely observed. Li Yao dared not utter a sound. She grasped Qin Wenyu's arm, signaling her to look up. Qin Wenyu stepped back, suddenly clutching her head. "What's wrong?" Li Yao quickly steadied her, casting wary glances around. It wasn't only Qin Wenyu, even Zhao Chunying, upon realizing the grotesque sight above, covered her head and staggered a few steps. Only Ji Zining and Yu Situ remained unaffected, with Li Yao barely holding her composure while the others seemed to succumb to a peculiar state of distress. At that moment, a thick tentacle burst forth from a dormitory, sweeping toward Qin Wenyu and the others. Ji Zining immediately sprang into action, wielding her sword with great force. The origin of this sword was a request made by Ji Zining to Han Xin before her departure, insisting that Han Xin could not reclaim it. Li Yao and Yu Sidong swiftly joined the fray, occasionally turning back to shield Qin Wenyu and the others. They could barely contend with a single tentacle. But soon another tentacle joined the fray from behind, leaving Li Yao and her companions besieged and trapped in a stalemate. What could they do? Qin Wenyu and the others were still immobilized. Should these two psychics falter, they would become mere targets. In desperation, Li Yao pinched Zhao Chunying's arm with considerable force, startling her back to awareness. Seeing this tactic effective, Li Yao's eyes lit up as she turned to pinch Qin Wenyu's arm just as fiercely. Qin Wenyu regained her senses. In that moment of clarity, the vines in her grasp shot forth rapidly, ensnaring the newly emerged third tentacle with unwavering precision. Chapter 53. The White Cocoon. With the addition of Qin Wenyu and Zhao Chunying, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Dealing with 3 tentacles proved to be more than manageable, especially considering Qin Wenyu's affinity for wood, which granted her vines a significant advantage over these appendages. Before long, all 3 tentacles were severed. Li Yao and her companions exhaled in relief. The fallen tentacles lost their vitality, twisting and writhing for a moment before becoming still, even the eyes upon them closing, forming a blue ring. Were these octopus tentacles? A blue-ringed octopus? Li Yao ventured a bold hypothesis. However, even if they were octopus appendages, they were not of such great size. And what of the cocoons above? Ji Zining also gazed at the humanoid cocoons, suggesting, I wish to open the cocoons and see what lies within. Li Yao was uncertain. The group deliberated for quite some time, but could not reach a consensus on whether to open the cocoons. Nevertheless, the tentacles did not reappear, presumably having concealed themselves. They scoured every room but found no anomalies, not even a single person. Currently, aside from opening the cocoons for inspection, there seemed to be no other recourse. Upon closer examination, the cocoons displayed a variety of colors, some appearing fresh and nearly white, while others bore bloodstained browns. And some were darkened to a shade of deep purple, exuding an ominous aura. This one looks the newest, Li Yao remarked, pointing to the cocoon atop her head. Ji Zining nodded, drawing her sword from her waist. She leaped gracefully into the air, descending lightly to sheath her sword. The fleeting glint of steel caused Zhao Chunying to gasp in astonishment. I had wanted to ask, where did you acquire this sword? Ji Zining remained silent, her gaze fixed on the descending cocoon, her eyes brimming with vigilance. Once the cocoon fell, it made no sound, as though nothing resided within. Li Yao turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. Ji Zining delicately pricked the outer layer of the cocoon with the tip of her sword, and suddenly, a human face emerged. Li Yao, unable to control her curiosity, approached and cautiously felt for the man's breath. Remarkably, he was still alive. Li Yao abruptly lifted her head, her fervent gaze fixated on the myriad cocoons above. Were the individuals atop still alive as well? Zhao Chunying's expression was grim. The cocoons overhead numbered in the dozens, if not hundreds. One could only imagine the extent of the atrocities committed by Li Changkai and his associates. She sprang into action, severing the connection between the cocoon and the ceiling. The others quickly followed suit, and soon, several cocoons lay on the ground. Eagerly, they began to slice open the cocoons. A jet of black ichor erupted forth, revealing that the insides were empty save for the dark blood that seeped silently into the crevices of the floor. The expression of the one who had opened the cocoon was one of bewilderment. How could this be? As more cocoons were breached, the unfortunate souls within were revealed. Some merely half-consumed. Their flesh had been devoured, leaving behind only bones, teeth, and hair, indigestible remnants that flowed out as the cocoons were opened. Li Yao understood the grim reality. These were not mere cocoons. They were akin to the webs of a spider, where the prey, over time, had been digested, leaving only those in the white cocoons still alive. Upon this revelation, the group, disregarding their nausea, rose to search for the white cocoons. Even those slightly darkened were not spared, each being cut down in turn. When Li Yao opened one cocoon, the person within tumbled out instantly. Recognizing the familiar face, her heart skipped a beat, and she hesitantly reached out to check for his breath. Thank goodness, he was alive. Li Yao, momentarily setting him aside, continued to break open more cocoons. However, this time, fortune eluded her. Though the cocoon appeared white, the occupant had already succumbed to death. His face bore a serene expression, as if in eternal slumber. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Li Yao was at a loss for words. They had discovered the truth too late. Perhaps, had they arrived sooner, he might still be alive. A total of 12 individuals remained alive. Both Sister Xian and Lin Junming, as well as Tang Hui, were among them, though still unconscious. Sistering, let us first get them out. Zhao Chunying's voice rang out. All right, let us proceed immediately. Without a moment to spare, they opened the window and prepared to leap down. Yet, as the window swung open, the long-vanished tendrils suddenly reappeared, fiercely ensnaring the man's waist and yanking him back. Qin Wenyu immediately sprang into action to assist, barely managing to save him. It seemed the entity did not wish for their escape. Qin Wenyu's gaze grew heavy. After they retreated, the tentacle vanished without a trace, completely sinking into the floor. She later attempted to venture outside again, but each time, the tentacle would reappear. And after several such repetitions, Qin Wenyu became increasingly certain. Zhao Chunying furrowed her brow. What could be the purpose of its obstruction? Is it merely to exhaust our energy, ultimately leading us to become like cocoons and be devoured? Qin Wenyu shook her head. No one could ascertain the exact nature of the situation. However, suddenly, a speculation arose in Li Yao's mind. Perhaps the creature was simply overwhelmed? Even now had yet to return to her side, completely absent, leaving Li Yao in a state of distress over the whereabouts of the troublesome cat. Yet, no amount of anxiety would suffice. The creature was evidently too preoccupied to confront them. We might as well conserve our strength. After a brief respite, we should directly confront that creature and eliminate it, proposed Ji Zining. That is not without merit, but the creature seems to be one with the building, rendering us unable to trace its whereabouts. Zhao Chunying frowned, deep in thought. At this moment, Li Yao astutely interjected, since it does not wish for us to escape and only releases its tentacles at such times, why not split into several groups to test the waters? Perhaps someone might be fortunate enough to break free, or perhaps not. I am curious to see just how many tentacles it possesses. Li Yao clenched her teeth. If the entity's true form eludes us, we shall divide and conquer. She was determined to prove that it could not thwart them indefinitely. Following Li Yao's suggestion, they divided into 4 groups and leapt from the windows. As expected, the creature released 4 tentacles, attempting to impede their escape. However, Ji Zining, with great strength, seized one tentacle with one hand, while securely tossing the person cradled in her other arm out of the window. They landed squarely in the inflatable boat below, though the sheer force nearly capsized the vessel. Nonetheless, the passage was successful, and the eyes of the others gleamed with hope. In their harmonious collaboration, several individuals indeed managed to flee the building. However, the tentacles seemed enraged and suddenly unleashed dozens more, launching a relentless assault on the group. Li Yao, caught off guard, was struck in the chest by one tentacle and collapsed to the ground. A thinner tentacle slithered from the floor, ensnaring her limbs tightly. Li Yao could visibly see white threads emerging from the tentacle, wrapping around her in a dense web. Could it be? A chill ran down Li Yao's spine. Was she truly destined to be transformed into a chrysalis by this monster? Help! Li Yao desperately cried out, but at that moment, both Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining were overwhelmed, unable to reach her. Li Yao struggled with all her might, but just then, a mysterious subtitle appeared before her eyes. Mutated Space Cute Baby. Now had arrived. The tendrils surrounding her vanished as if devoured by some unseen force, leaving Li Yao gasping for breath as she frantically tore at the silken threads binding her. She sensed that the threads were siphoning her energy, rendering everything in their vicinity exceedingly feeble. A faint meow, laced with concern, echoed in the air, and then Li Yao watched as the caption disappeared from sight. The direction of its vanishing clearly aimed at a singular point. A sudden pang gripped her heart as she began to comprehend something vital. Instantly, she shouted, "Everyone, follow me. There is something immensely important here." Without hesitation, she pursued the direction where the kitten had vanished. Qin Wenyu, who had only just managed to escape her predicament, was about to lend assistance, but found Li Yao inexplicably free from danger, resolutely sprinting towards the corridor's end. Without a moment to ponder, she promptly followed suit. The residents of room 603 shared an unspoken understanding. Ji Zining drew her sword without a word to join the chase, and even Yu Sitong did not linger, hastily pursuing as well. Li Yao did not glance back to check if her roommates were in tow, yet she firmly believed they would catch up. The words mutated space baby flickered before her, as she observed countless tendrils pursuing it, imbued with a ravenous desire to consume it. Upon reaching the corridor's end, the tendrils intertwined like a multitude of serpents, writhing and twisting together to form a colossal sphere. The tips of the tendrils swayed ominously. A mere glance was enough to cause her eyes to ache, yet she did not miss the inscription atop the massive orb. Tendril Sequence 18. What on earth was this? It resembled some sort of adult-themed game, yet it radiated genuine terror. Rubbing her sore eyes, she looked again. The text remained, starkly contrasted by another line in smaller font. Mutated Space Baby. What could that possibly be? A trembling voice broke through her thoughts. It was Qin Wenyu, who appeared entranced. her eyes a fiery red. Don't look. Li Yao interrupted urgently. That thing is truly toxic. She anxiously glanced at Ji Zining and Yu Sitong, fearing they might be affected. Yet inexplicably, they seemed entirely unaffected, their expressions calm. What is it fighting against? That entity seems somewhat familiar, Ji Zining hesitantly inquired. Yu Sitong, maintaining her composure, replied. It's a cat. Oh, it's a cat, Ji Zining echoed. Wait, how could it be a cat? Wasn't that the little black cat from their dormitory? Her eyes widened in shock. Why did you bring the cat here, Yao Yao? Li Yao covered her face in exasperation. Don't ask me. I have no idea. We need to help quickly. I feel like now can't hold on much longer. Ji Zining immediately drew her sword, poised for action as she lunged forward to sever the tentacle that sought to ambush the little cat. Yu Sitong wasted no time, swiftly following suit to assist in dispatching the stray tentacles. The two were undeterred, entirely focused on their task, while Li Yao managed to regain her composure and joined in to lend a hand. Yet, it was only Qin Wenyu who faltered. Qin Wenyu clutched her heart, as if countless zombies were surging towards her, gnawing at her flesh. Pain coursed from her heart through her limbs, and in a daze, she heard Qin Shue's mocking whispers. Sister, you are finally about to die. I apologize for seizing your life. However, your existence was never of much significance. It is far better in my hands. I shall seize this opportunity to replace you and become the new protagonist of this world. Sister, rest easy, I will remember you. I have decided to name my child Qin Yiming. He will be the embodiment of vitality in this world. Qin Shue gently caressed her burgeoning belly, her gaze filled with malice and delight. She had perished. Just like that, without a ripple of disturbance, she had ceased to exist. Darkness gradually enveloped her surroundings, and Qin Wenyu's heart trembled with pain, rendering the world around her indistinct. It seemed she was truly on the brink of death. Li Yao was vigorously slicing at the tentacles when she suddenly turned around to find Qin Wenyu motionless, allowing the small tentacles to crawl over her entire body. A white thread had even pierced her chest, staining it with crimson. Li Yao's pupils constricted, and she dashed toward Qin Wenyu, delivering a sharp slap to her forehead, rousing her from her stupor. Snap out of it. Why are you not resisting? Are you willing to be devoured by this monster? Qin Wenyu, wake up. Come back to us. Li Yao shouted, straining to pull the tentacles away, yet she dared not touch the white thread embedded in her heart. Qin Wenyu remained unresponsive. Gritting her teeth, Li Yao leaned closer and whispered urgently, if you die like this, it will be just as they intended. Qin Shue will completely usurp your place. Do you not desire vengeance upon them? This phrase gradually alleviated the anguish in Qin Wenyu's eyes, as if she had finally regained her senses. She tilted her head in confusion, gazing at Li Yao. Seeing her words had an effect, Li Yao continued. In that case, Qin Shue will exploit your parents, use your man, torment your child, and publicly belittle you in every way possible. Can you endure that? You are an ability user now, with a single strike. You could eliminate her. Her incessant words ultimately revived Qin Wenyu's consciousness. Weakly, she replied, she is also an ability user. I cannot kill her. Qin Wenyu looked down at the white thread in her chest, a cold smile slowly forming on her lips. Then, with a determined motion, she yanked at it. The thread, rooted in her heart, was swiftly extracted, stained with vibrant red blood. Li Yao winced at the sight. After all, it was in her heart. Qin Wenyu was increasingly reckless. Yet, one had to admit, it was undeniably impressive. Qin Wenin raised her hand, and several tendrils surged forth, joining the fray. Chapter 55. The cat transforms into a human. With Qin Wenin's involvement, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The enormous sphere was relentlessly pushed back, while the writhing tentacles flailed about, forcing Ji Zining and her companions to evade with great difficulty. Although they were numerous, their capacity to inflict damage upon the tentacles was limited. Only by severing the appendages entirely and preventing them from making contact with the central sphere could they render it inert. However, the situation was markedly different for Nao Nao. Perhaps due to a clash of attributes or the overwhelming power of her spatial abilities, Li Yao observed that any tentacle that approached Nao Nao would be voraciously consumed. Unable to regenerate, the tentacles seemed infinite, sprouting endlessly from within the sphere. No matter how many were devoured, they would all regrow in full. This could not continue. Li Yao exclaimed, this thing is endless. When will it ever cease? Does it not possess a weakness? Qin Wenin swiftly dodged a tentacle, concluding after a moment of observation. It must have a crystal core. What? Li Yao turned her head, a tentacle grazing her cheek, leaving a shallow gash. She paid it no mind. Yet her eyes began to glimmer with realization. If there was indeed a crystal core, did that mean that extracting it would cause the creature to dissipate entirely? Yet, gazing at the massive sphere, Li Yao found herself perplexed. Even if a crystal core existed, she had no idea where it was located and could not approach the creature's center. At that moment, however, Ji Zining hesitated before speaking up. It seems to be protecting something. Do you see? The center of the sphere resembles an eye. It does look a bit like one. Li Yao focused on the inscription atop the sphere, and suddenly, enlightenment struck her. The phrase, Tentacle Sequence 18, was not inscribed on the top of the sphere, but rather in its very center, precisely where Ji Zining had indicated the eye to be. Thus, the exterior was merely a facade, and the true, Tentacle Sequence 18, lay concealed within that eye. Attack the eye, Li Yao shouted. The first to respond was not Qin Wenyin or Ji Zining, but the small black cat flitting about the periphery. In an instant, Now vanished from sight and reappeared directly above the eye, her claws swinging fiercely. Unfortunately, her diminutive size rendered her strikes seemingly ineffectual. Li Yao and the others quickly rushed to assist, but the enormous sphere appeared to sense their intentions, retreating suddenly to obscure the central eye, leaving only the tentacles to writhe in the open. Endless. Now's claws left 5 bloody gashes upon the tentacles. Yet just as they were about to reach the eye, they were repelled by suddenly sprouting cartilage. Li Yao observed the creature's surface manifesting vascular-like patterns. As the wounds of the devoured tentacles oozed a viscous black liquid that coalesced into new forms of attack midair. It was as though it were evolving. Ji Zining skillfully inserted the fluid into the ground, leveraging it to leap upward, her garments singed by the corrosive liquid. With each lost tentacle, she gained enhanced regenerative abilities. Suddenly, Qin Wenyu fired 3 remarkably long vines from her hands, which landed precisely at the center of the sphere, while the large orb flailed its tentacles in defense. Now, Ji Zining, attack. Before her words faded, Ji Zining's sword struck with ferocity against the eye. The surrounding tentacles began to thrash violently, some being torn apart by Now's claws, falling to the ground, causing 3 nearby ones to lose their vitality and disintegrate into powder midair. I can sense the crystal core, located on the far left of the eye. Qin Wenyu's voice carried an unusual urgency. They needed to eliminate these tentacles first to land a decisive blow. Now emitted a sharp cry, reminiscent of a young kitten, its tail standing erect and fluffing up thrice its usual size. Li Yao felt tremors beneath her feet as countless minuscule spatial fissures spread from beneath the black cat, consuming the lower half of the large sphere into an alternate dimension. Now's our chance. Ji Zining's voice echoed from above. Li Yao looked up to see her standing on the severed remnants of a tentacle, descending at an astonishing speed, her hands gripping the fluidic sword tightly. The sword radiated a silvery luminescence, akin to a radiant moon. As Ji Zining's blade pierced the eye, the entire space seemed to freeze momentarily. Li Yao witnessed golden patterns resembling starlight erupting from the sword's tip, while the tentacles undergoing reconstruction appeared to be paused. In the next moment, the entire sphere violently contracted, transforming into a cascade of golden fragments amidst blinding light. Had they succeeded? Gasping, Li Yao collapsed to the ground, only to see Now suddenly dart toward the hovering black crystal. Don't touch it. Qin Wenyu's warning came too late. The instant the black cat's claw grazed the crystal, the entire space was engulfed in crimson mist, and the last image Li Yao beheld was the sudden illumination of golden vertical pupils in Now's eyes. She lost consciousness. Upon awakening, she found herself in an extraordinary realm. Her fingertips sank into soft moss, the cool sensation spreading through her nerves. As she propped herself up, she discovered she was lying in a floating bamboo grove, the leaves glimmering with a pearlescent sheen, with starlit dust flowing through the veins. Not far from a central hot spring, a crystal coffin floated, cradling a 3-year-old girl, her inky hair splayed across the water's surface. A black crystal core embedded in her forehead, the very one that had once caused the space to tremble. What is this place? And who is this girl? Moreover, isn't that the same core that was consumed earlier? Li Yao's eyes widened as she searched her surroundings, spotting Qin Wenyu on a nearby patch of grass. Are you all right? Li Yao inquired. Qin Wenyu shook her head, rising from the ground. Where are we? How do we end up here? Is this an illusion? As Qin Wenyu beheld the girl within the crystal coffin, her pupils contracted instantaneously. Who is that? At that moment, Liao suddenly noticed a line of text hovering above the girl's head. Mutated spatial little treasure. Could it be Now Now? Now Now? Liao tentatively called out. The girl's eyelashes fluttered, yet her eyes remained closed. The spatial folds at her waist began to ripple, and Ji Zining and Yu Sihong tumbled out one after the other. The former still clutching a plastic water sword. The flow of time here is peculiar. Qin Wenyu swiftly surveyed her surroundings. Her watch was completely still within this realm. Ji Zining abruptly pointed towards the opposite shore of the hot spring. Look at those statues. Only then did Li Yao notice the dozens of black cat statues standing amidst the swirling mist, each assuming a unique combat stance. As her gaze swept over one statue with its front paws pressed against the ground, its eyes suddenly ignited with a crimson glow. Be careful. Li Yao tackled Ji Zining to the ground. The spot they had just occupied was pierced by an invisible spatial force, penetrating the ground in an instant. Qin Wenyu hurled forth vines that ensnared Li Yao's waist, pulling her towards the direction of the crystal coffin. Those statues are attacking us. Li Yao realized that the spring water surrounding the crystal coffin could block spatial gaps, and hurriedly scooped up the spring water to splash at the statues. The statues struck by the water emitted shrill wails akin to a baby's cry, their surfaces revealing golden vertical patterns resembling those of Now Now. When she poured the spring water onto the girl's forehead, the crystal core suddenly emitted a low hum, causing the entire space to begin rotating counterclockwise. I found the exit. Ji Zining's voice brimmed with excitement. Chapter 56. Everyone has abilities except me. Li Yao followed her gaze and discovered a projection of their battlefield emerging from deep within the bamboo grove. Though all the scenes were playing in reverse, golden fragments coalescing back into a sphere, tentacles retracting into the creature beneath. Time was reversing. Qin Wenyu glanced at her watch, piercing the vines into the spring's depths, and the entire space abruptly froze. What on earth is this place? Li Yao suddenly pointed towards a small house nearby. This should be Now Now's space. Aren't those our supplies inside? And this girl, I suspect, is Now Now. For some unknown reason, we have found ourselves in Now Now's realm, perhaps due to that crystal core. Is there a way for us to leave now? Ji Zining inquired with a furrowed brow. Perhaps. As long as we wait for Now Now to awaken, we can exit, and then the issue with these statues will also be resolved. Li Yao cautiously stepped forward, intending to reach out and touch the girl. However, the moment her fingertips grazed the edge of the crystal coffin, the entire hot spring trembled violently. The previously solidified statues began to ooze liquid metal, reshaping midair into hundreds of black cat phantoms, each pair of eyes reflecting Li Yao's terrified visage. Do not touch her. Qin Wenyu's vines swiftly coiled around Li Yao's wrist, yet upon contact with the brilliance of the crystal core, they disintegrated into ash. In the palm of her hand, Ji Zining's water-sculpted sword began to reconstitute, only to realize that the blade was gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, as Li Yao lifted the child from the water's surface, the space around her abruptly plunged into utter darkness. She heard countless echoes of herself simultaneously screaming across different timelines, while the child's body temperature visibly dwindled. Yao Yao, came the distant call of Qin Wenyu. Put her back in the spring. Yet, Li Yao discovered that her feet were melting away. Golden patterns akin to those of a statue emerging beneath her skin. Gritting her teeth, she returned the child to the crystal coffin, her fingertips brushing against the crystal core on the child's forehead. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though Now Now was absorbing the energy within the coffin. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Li Yao's wrist. Looking down, she found 3 bloody gashes had appeared. The intense agony caused her to stagger backward, the crimson scratches extending from her wrist to her elbow. At that moment, the shadowy feline apparitions collectively emitted a distinctive mewl of fury, and the hot spring transformed into a colossal whirlpool engulfing the 4 of them. When Li Yao opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on the familiar floor of her dormitory, the wounds on her wrist healing at an uncanny pace. Qin Wenyu and Ji Zining lay not far away. The former's vine-like tattoos were absorbing the black mist in the air, while the latter's water-sculpted sword had completely crystallized. Have we returned? Ji Zining trembled as she stood, noticing that the surrounding tendrils had vanished, leaving no trace of the monstrous presence. Qin Wenyu suddenly grasped Li Yao's wrist, her gaze fixed on the fading scars. Your wounds are absorbing spatial energy, just like Now Now's space, she remarked. Li Yao interjected, feeling a peculiar sensation, as if a weighty presence had taken root on her wrist, a vague sense of it being a mark. Upon closer inspection, she noticed an inscription had appeared. Mutated spatial little treasure. Had this lodged itself upon her wrist? A sigh of relief escaped Li Yao. She had initially pondered how now would fare should they return to the dormitory, wishing she could carry it along effortlessly. What happened to you? At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted Li Yao's thoughts. Turning, she was taken aback to find Zhao Chunying standing before her. Li Yao felt momentarily speechless. They had just finished battling, and now Zhao Chunying had brought others with her. We encountered a monster here and just finished fighting it. Li Yao's voice was weary, fatigue coursing through her limbs, rendering her fingers too exhausted to lift. Zhao Chunying frowned deeply and helped Li Yao to her feet. We just resolved the tendrils on our side. Suddenly, they vanished. Did you do something? Li Yao nodded in response. Exhaustion has nearly overwhelmed me. In any case, the crisis concerning this building has been resolved, leaving us utterly fatigued and longing to return to our beds for a well-deserved slumber. It is not just Li Yao who is drained. Even Qin Wenyu shares in this fatigue. Yu Sidong has resorted to leaning against the wall, her eyes heavy with weariness, struggling to keep them open. Observing their state, Zhao Chunying refrains from further inquiries, instead suggesting, "You should return and rest. We will handle the remaining aftermath." Coincidentally, we also need to bring the others back, as there is still much to attend to. Li Yao weakly nods, utterly devoid of the energy to engage in conversation. As she makes her way back to the dormitory, the details of the journey fade from her memory. The moment she reaches her bed, she is enveloped by its softness and slips into a deep slumber. Completely unconscious for 3 whole days, the situation has left Zhao Chunying and the two who remained behind nearly paralyzed with worry. Jiang Yueming and Han Xian anxiously paced the room, repeatedly seeking Zhao Chunying's reassurance. What could possibly be the matter? Why have they not yet awakened? What were they doing outside? Jiang Yueming, particularly concerned for their well-being, diligently prepares various sweet soups daily, the portable stove nearly billowing smoke. As she takes turns feeding the 4 of them, after 3 days of this anxious existence, Li Yao finally stirs back to consciousness. "You are awake," she hears. Recognizing Qin Wenyu's face, usually so composed, now bearing a hint of anticipation. "Do you feel any differences within yourself?" Li Yao, puzzled, assesses her body and senses a slight warmth radiating from her abdomen. With her eyes still closed, she takes a moment to reflect and hesitantly replies, "I think I might be hungry." Indeed, her stomach aches with hunger. Qin Wenyu is at a loss for words. Ji Zining draws closer. "Really, no other sensations?" Perhaps a sudden surge of inexplicable strength arising from within, making you feel significantly more powerful? Li Yao shakes her head, unable to articulate her feelings. Had she awakened incorrectly? Why did they seem so peculiar? Even the typically reticent Yu Sitong joins in. Or perhaps, a current of water flows within you. Li Yao. What does that even mean? Ji Zining plops down beside Li Yao's bed. "Let me be straightforward. Qin Wenyu was the first to awaken. Her ability level has risen. I can feel my strength has increased substantially. Perhaps I have awakened a power ability. As for Yu Sitong, she has directly awakened her water ability. What about you? Have you experienced anything?" Li Yao stands in stunned silence. She gazes down at the 3 scars on her wrist, and beyond that, there is nothing else to note. Regarding their claims of awakened abilities, she cannot even fathom what that sensation might be, aside from feeling somewhat hungry upon awakening. Her stomach grumbling and her mind a touch clearer than usual, everything else remains unchanged. Li Yao, skeptical of the supernatural, reached out to touch her own body, seeking any sign of difference. However, after a prolonged search, she found nothing. With a tearful expression, she pointed to her wrist, exclaiming, "It is here that feels different." I sensed now carving open a space upon my skin, and then it resided within me, leaving me devoid of any further sensations or awakened abilities. Why is that? All 4 of us shared the same experience. Why am I so remarkably unique? Qin Wenyu attempted to offer reassurance by recalling the novels she had read, suggesting, "Could it be that Now has formed a contract with you?" Upon hearing this, Li Yao earnestly tried to sense again, only to grit her teeth in frustration. "There's nothing at all. It seems like it merely took residence here and left me with 3 scars." Despite her irritation, a sense of relief washed over Li Yao. If Now were to reside within her, it would prevent the child from wandering off. After all, this little one would eventually return home. As she reflected on the events that had transpired, her gaze softened, gently caressing the scars on her wrist. She wondered how Now was faring now. The mention of Nao Nao brought a moment of silence among Qin Wenyu and the others. Without Nao Nao, they would have undoubtedly struggled against that formidable spherical monster, perhaps even failing to survive. She should be fine. Based on what I observed, I speculate she might be evolving or leveling up. Qin Wenyu comforted Li Yao. Yao Yao, try not to worry too much. This could be a blessing for Nao Nao. In this apocalyptic world, possessing spatial abilities as a cat would draw excessive attention. If she can transform into a girl like in the space, she would be much safer. Li Yao nodded absently. I understand, but I still harbor concerns. Han Xian ambled over with a boisterous demeanor. What are you worrying about? You should be more concerned about yourself. Everyone else has awakened their abilities. And it's just you and Mingming who haven tea. But at least Mingming has her culinary skills. Han Xian smacked her lips, seemingly relishing the memory of delectable dishes. No worries, she has cooking skills, and you have a cat. That is sufficient. Initially, Han Xian intended to mention her lack of abilities as well, but then recalled that she had misled them about her system being a power. So she decided to maintain the ruse. Li Yao couldn't help but chuckle at this. After a bit more casual conversation, Jiang Yueming announced that dinner was ready. The fragrant noodles, steaming and sprinkled with finely chopped green onions, beckoned. Let us have something to eat. Yu Haven Tea had a proper meal in days. Don't let yourself go hungry, Jiang Yueming insisted, bustling over with a bowl. With nothing else to occupy her time, her phone long out of battery, and the books having lost their appeal, Jiang Yueming found herself utterly absorbed in cooking. Li Yao could almost visualize the experience bar above her head progressing steadily. Truly, she was a culinary goddess. Soon, the alluring aroma wafted into Li Yao's nostrils. The fragrant aroma, infused with the freshness of scallions and the weediness of the noodles, mingled with a hint of savory soy sauce, delicately tugged at Li Yao's appetite like a gentle hand. She was already famished, and her stomach began to rumble even more joyously, the earlier frustration from her unawakened abilities dissipating in an instant, overshadowed by her ravenous hunger. Wow, Mingming, your culinary skills are truly exquisite, Li Yao exclaimed as she accepted the bowl, her fingertips brushing against the warm porcelain. The warmth spreading through her fingers and into her heart. Eagerly, she lifted a pair of chopsticks filled with noodles, blowing gently on them before bringing them to her mouth. Li Yao's eyes sparkled with delight as she mumbled, "It's so delicious, even better than what you'd find at a noodle shop." Jiang Yueming, slightly bashful from the praise, scratched his head and replied, "I just boiled them casually. We only have these few seasonings at home." Despite his modest words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. Han Xian, already seated nearby with his own bowl, slurping away, chimed in indistinctly. "What do you mean by casually boiled? This is pure talent. With your culinary prowess, you'd be a top-tier ability in the apocalypse. Far more practical than any fire or electricity powers. At least you won tea go hungry." Qin Wenyu, also holding her bowl, took small bites and smiled at Han Xian's remark, saying, "Han Xian is right. Food is paramount, especially in our current situation. Being able to enjoy something warm and delicious brings more comfort than anything else." She glanced at Li Yao. "See, even without awakened abilities, each of us has our own value. Your ability to remain calm in critical moments while caring for Nao is incredibly significant." Li Yao felt a stirring in her heart as she chewed on her noodles, glancing at the individuals beside her. The reborn true heiress Qin Wenyu with her wood-based powers, the miraculous Han Xian with his system, the retired soldier Ji Zining, the dimension broadcaster Yu Sitong, and, most importantly, the aspiring culinary master Jiang Yueming. She swallowed her food and nodded vigorously. "Yes, you are absolutely right. Come on, everyone, eat quickly, or Yuan Bao will snatch it all away. Hey you." Han Xian feigned indignation while hastening his pace with the chopsticks. Just as they were about to finish their meal, a knock echoed through the air. Li Yao and the others quickly swallowed the last mouthful of noodles, hastily stacking their bowls on the balcony and drawing the curtains. Jiang Yueming, quick on his feet, even grabbed a bottle of perfume to spray into the air. Qin Wenyu approached the door. At this hour, the only person who would come to find them was Zhao Chunying. As expected, when the door swung open, Zhao Chunying's face appeared, her expression bright and lively. "You're finally awake. I thought you might sleep through the day. I knocked several times, but no response." She gestured towards several large boxes behind her. "We sorted out a batch of supplies from the supermarket, and these are for you. Several times more than what you had. You've worked hard. Without your efforts, our trip wouldn't have been so smooth. By the way, I'd like to discuss something. May I come in? Qin Wenyu fully opened the door, stepped back, and nodded gently. Zhao Chunying entered the room, followed closely by two individuals who promptly carried a box inside before exiting. Before leaving, they deliberately closed the door behind them. Please, have a seat, Li Yao offered, pulling a chair for Zhao Chunying. She sat down, took a deep breath, and with a light smile remarked, "Your room smells delightful. Have you been using perfume?" Qin Wenyu nodded subtly. Yes, we just finished our meal, trying to disperse the odors. Although Zhao Chunying found the fragrance somewhat peculiar, she did not dwell on it, well aware that Qin Wenyu and her roommates were not lacking in provisions. It was likely they had been enjoying some delicacies. She shifted the conversation, her expression instantly growing serious. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude for what happened that day. Rising, she bowed deeply. Thank you all. Qin Wenyu remained unresponsive, while Li Yao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly assisted her back to an upright position. It's nothing. Why are you being so formal all of a sudden? Zhao Chunying smiled. Can one be too formal when it comes to a life-saving grace? Sitting back down, her demeanor softened. The male dormitory is now completely free of that monster, though I have inquired with the male residents, and they are unwilling to return to the dorm. It seems that the creature has left them with psychological scars. They have all moved to the teaching building. Some girls from the teaching building have also been brought back to the dormitory. I have observed that the water level has remained stable near the 4th floor window and has not risen, which temporarily indicates that the 5th and 6th floors are safe. Our supplies are sufficient, likely lasting us another 2 to 3 months. Zhao Chunying spoke with utmost sincerity. We successfully brought back provisions from the supermarket, and your contribution was significant. According to our previous agreement, I should provide you with more supplies, but considering your dorm cannot accommodate so many items at this moment, I will give you this. As she spoke, she handed Qin Wenyu a green token. If you find yourselves lacking anything, simply take this token to room 601, where most supplies are now stored. If they do not have what you need, feel free to inform me of any shortages. Qin Wenyu glanced at the token, flipping it over to reveal Zhao Chunying's name engraved on the reverse. All right, I understand. Is there anything else? She inquired. Zhao Chunying, accustomed to Qin Wenyu's temperament, merely smiled. Yesterday, the rescue team visited and delivered some supplies, primarily compressed biscuits, but I want to go into detail. I mainly came to ask how you managed to deal with that monster. Deep confusion lingered in her eyes, leading so many. She had found it challenging to confront the creature's tentacles, leaving her perplexed about how Qin Wenyu and her companions had succeeded. Qin Wenyu slightly lowered her head, her mind racing to formulate a response. At that moment, Li Yao exclaimed, breaking the tension. I must tell you, that creature is truly terrifying. It possesses a singular large eye that, upon meeting our gaze, instills a deep sense of dread, rendering us immobile. However, both Jizi Ning and Yu Situang displayed remarkable composure, showing no signs of fear. Moreover, there is something we had not mentioned to you previously. Our dormitory is home to more than just Qin Wenyu as an ability user. Jizi Ning also harbors powers, specifically those of strength, which are not easily discerned at first glance. Initially, we found ourselves at a disadvantage, but just as Li Yao was about to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by Yu Situang, who, with an expressionless demeanor, declared, I am also present. I wield water-based abilities. Zhao Chunying was taken aback. Hadn't there only been these two ability users in the entire dormitory? Suddenly, there were two more? Zhao Chunying turned her gaze toward Li Yao, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Li Yao, sticking out her tongue, remarked, Surely, I cannot also be an ability user, otherwise, our dormitory would surely explode. The revelation of Jizi Ning's abilities was inevitable, whether sooner or later, it had to be acknowledged. However, Li Yao did not anticipate that Yu Situang would also take the initiative to disclose her powers, which served to better obscure the unusual circumstances surrounding us. In this apocalyptic world, whether one possesses strength or elemental abilities, the most coveted of all remains the spatial ability. While Zhao Chunying was indeed trustworthy, she could not stake her confidence on a mere kitten. Overwhelmed by the sudden emergence of two ability users, she momentarily forgot to inquire about the specifics. Nevertheless, Li Yao, taking the initiative, spoke animatedly, blending truth and fiction so seamlessly that Zhao Chunying found herself convinced. Li Yao, parched from her storytelling, took a bowl of water and drank it in one breath. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Yu Situang's head, pausing momentarily. Lu Feng. So it was thus that day. Regrettably, The celestial canopy vanished at night, leaving me without sight of it. Lu Feng, yet. I still wonder what has become of that zombie. Does the antidote truly work? Shermao, how delightful. I too wish to venture there to slay zombies. Li Yao then shifted the conversation, inquiring, Sistering, may I ask what has become of that zombie? Zhao Chunying's eyes flickered with excitement as she replied, Indeed. It is effective. When I went to observe the zombie today, it was able to see me and even greeted me. Lu Feng, young friend Li Yao has articulated my own thoughts. It seems the antidote is indeed effective. It is time for me to venture to the western regions. Li Yao felt a thrill of joy. If the antidote proves effective, could it be that Lu Feng would reward us with more, thereby resolving the zombie issue? Yet, Yu Situang appeared contemplative, casting a glance at Li Yao. Why did she feel as though Li Yao could perceive the unspoken questions, always aiding her in inquiry? That would be splendid. May we visit the zombie tomorrow? Li Yao asked with delight. Zhao Chunying nodded in agreement. Of course, who will accompany you? It's best to keep the group small, as the zombie may behave strangely in the presence of many. Completely unaware of Yu Situang's thoughts, Li Yao replied without hesitation. Of course, it will be just me and the enchanting Yu. We were the first to discover that zombie. Very well, I shall take you both to see it shortly. Zhao Chunying responded. As Yu Siting heard these words, her skepticism deepened. When she secretly captured a zombie and concealed it, she had certainly done so in secrecy. With no one, not even her roommate, aware of her actions. How did Yao Yao come to know about it? And why did she arrive just in time to assist her? The more Yu Siting observed Li Yao, the more enigmatic she appeared. Lu Feng had consistently praised her, declaring her a prodigy in martial arts. Unbeknownst to Li Yao, her dear roommate had already begun to harbor doubts about her. With excitement, she grasped Yu Siting's arm and linked her wrist, following Zhao Chunying to observe the zombie. The condition of the zombies was indeed significantly improved since their last observation. They now tracked movements with their gaze, displaying a newfound vitality in their eyes. Splendid. Li Yao was overjoyed, as it seemed the antidote was truly effective. Lu Feng hurried off to the western regions to procure more medicine, eager to stage a version of I am not a medicine god in a historical context. On the way back, Li Yao hummed a tune, but as she reached the dormitory, she suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, she had forgotten to inquire about Lin Junming and Kursin. It was time for Yu Siting to speak. I know, they are still unconscious and have not awakened. Li Yao froze, her expression dimming as she recalled those who had already been consumed. When would they awaken? Could they still awaken? Later, Li Yao took it upon herself to visit Lin Junming and the others, who had been relocated to a fifth-floor dormitory, lying alongside the other unconscious individuals, under the care of dedicated staff. Chapter 59. Can you not call me Mom? Li Yao initially believed that Lin Junming and the others would soon regain consciousness. Yet even after the spatial mark on her wrist shifted, they remained asleep. Just as she stepped through the dormitory door, she felt a sudden weight on her arm. In that instant, a girl of about 3 years appeared in her embrace. Li Yao's heart raced as she swiftly turned to close the door, using her body to shield the girl. What is wrong with you? You nearly scared me to death with that door slam. Han Xian groaned as she rubbed her eyes and climbed out of bed. But when she finally discerned the girl in Li Yao's arms, her pupils widened in shock. Where did you steal this little girl from? Where's her mother? Han Xian exclaimed, astonished, as she jumped from her bed and rushed to Li Yao's side. She stared intently at the girl's face for a moment, muttering, such a beautiful little girl. Is she a mixed-race child, or is it just the allure of Nan? Li Yao rolled her eyes in exasperation. Could you be a bit more mindful of your words? She gazed down in wonder at the little girl in her arms. Although she was not particularly fond of children, and few adult women were, the fact that this child had transformed from her beloved cat made her heart swell with affection. The little girl had black hair and eyes, her bright, dark orbs adorned with long lashes that fluttered gently, captivatingly sweet. Unable to resist, Li Yao gently pressed her cheek against the girl's soft face. Good baby. Isn't this just disgusting? Han Xian exclaimed, utterly speechless, turning to face the young girl. Her voice involuntarily took on a higher pitch. Where's your mother, little sister? The girl tilted her head in contemplation, then confidently pointed her fair finger at Li Yao. Han Xian responded in disbelief. Li Yao, don't tell me you could possibly give birth to such a big daughter. Who is the father of this child? Han Xian's sharp comments left Li Yao at a loss for words, prompting her to ignore the remarks and gently soothe the little girl in her arms. Sweetheart, I'm not your mother. You should call me sister. Now, open your mouth and call me sister. Han Xian rolled her eyes. Sister. The little girl opened her mouth and sweetly called out, but then furrowed her brow, seemingly confused as she looked at Li Yao. Call mother sister? Why? Li Yao was momentarily at a loss. She reached out and affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, unsure herself. Why would you call me mother? Do you think I'm your mother? The little girl, caught off guard by the question, nodded. Yes, mother. She instinctively buried her head into Li Yao's chest, adding, Mothers treat me so well. Li Yao's heart melted at the innocent declaration, nearly bringing her to tears. Her little kitten, how could she be so adorable? Han Xian was even more bewildered. Initially, she was just joking around, but now, not only were both the older and younger ones ignoring her, but they were also engaging in this sentimental display. Li Yao, not only have you failed to find your own mother, but now you're also claiming another daughter? If your mother finds out, she'll surely give you a good slap. Hurry and take this little girl back to where she came from. We can't afford to raise her. Upon hearing this, the little girl's expression instantly shifted to one of anger, and she turned to Han Xian, baring her teeth in defiance. Bad person. Li Yao quickly reassured her. Okay. The kitten is good. The bad person is not. Don't be angry, sweetheart. Just as she was about to reveal the little girl's true identity to Han Xian, Qin Wenyu approached. This must be Now. She looks even more beautiful as a human. Can I hold her? Now shook her head in rejection, retreating further into Li Yao's embrace. Han Xian was left dumbfounded. She had no idea who this child was. But surely she knew who Now was, the cat with a special space. If it hadn't been for her, Han Xian wouldn't have been so frightened. But what had they just said? Now was this child? Has the world changed so drastically? After just 2 days without stepping outside, cats could transform into humans? This was no apocalypse. It felt as if the tales of the Shanhai Jing had come to life. Li Yao settled onto Qin Wenyu's bed, placing Now on her lap. The little one did not resist, allowing Li Yao to move her around. Her big eyes fixated on Li Yao every time she turned her head. Meow? Li Yao playfully mimicked a cat sound. Naughty tilted her head, a look of confusion gracing her feline features. Li Yao, overwhelmed by cuteness, clutched her heart and thought, this is it. I am doomed. Instantly, the little cat became anxious. Scanning Li Yao from head to toe, you won't perish, I refuse to let you die. Li Yao, utterly enchanted, could no longer restrain herself and pressed the kitten onto the bed, showering it with fervent kisses, causing its fair little face to turn a rosy hue. The kitten, bewildered, began to struggle. Upon realizing her efforts were futile, she surrendered, letting her limbs fall limp, her chin raised defiantly as she succumbed to Li Yao's affectionate assault. Once Li Yao had finished, she wiped her mouth and, with a righteous air, declared, Naughty, you must not call me mother. You may refer to me as sister instead. Naughty nodded. All right, mother. Li Yao responded. You certainly agreed rather swiftly. It seems you have not changed at all. At that moment, Han Xian finally registered the scene and burst into laughter. Ha. Look who's having a day of reckoning. Naughty turned her head, glaring at Han Xian in displeasure. It was only then that Li Yao noticed the vivid array of expressions on Naughty's face, a delightful multitude. Reflecting upon her earlier days as a cat, Li Yao recalled that she had indeed exhibited many expressions, albeit obscured by darkness. Just as Li Yao was about to correct Naughty's form of address again, she saw Naughty suddenly slip off her lap and scurry towards the dormitory cabinet, tiptoeing to reach the cardboard box where she had previously nestled. Her favored spot as a cat, the little creature struggled to drag the box back, her baby voice calling out, Mother, nest. Li Yao hurried over to assist, placing the box beside the bed. Naughty immediately burrowed inside, curling into a ball, with only her fluffy head peeking out, her bright eyes gazing at Li Yao. Sleepy time. Han Xian watched, his lips twitching. So, even after becoming human, she still clings to her feline habits? Sleeping in a cardboard box? Qin Wenyu smiled and explained. It is normal for animals in the early stages of becoming human to retain many of their original habits. They will gradually adapt. Just as she was speaking, the dormitory door swung open, and Ji Zining, Yu Sitong, and Jiang Yueming entered. The three had just returned from a stroll outside, still bearing traces of blood. Upon noticing the box by Li Yao's legs and the little head peeking out, they were taken aback. Is this child Naughty? Just as Jiang Yueming began to speak, Naughty leapt from the box, arching her back like a startled cat, baring her teeth at them. Stinky. Li Yao quickly scooped her back. Don't you recognize them? They are all your sisters. However, Naughty persisted, pointing at Jiang Yueming's arm. There's something bad. Only then did everyone notice the injury on Jiang Yueming's elbow, her clothing marred by a tear. Qin Wenyu immediately frowned. How did you get hurt? Isn't it supposed to be safe outside now? Chapter 60. An unexpected turn originally. It was thought that the wound was minor. However, when the arm was revealed, everyone in the dormitory was taken aback. It was a large area of abrasion, the skin at the site exhibiting a faint grayish-purple hue, with dark lines subtly visible at the edges, as though something were burrowing deep into the flesh and towards the bone. This was unsettling. Qin Wenyu reached out to touch it, but was abruptly swatted away by Now. The little one wriggled free from Li Yao's embrace and hurried over to Jiang Yueming, standing on tiptoe to scrutinize the injury for several seconds before suddenly reaching out. She couldn't quite reach it. Jiang Yueming immediately crouched down, her gaze toward Now softening to the point of almost spilling over with warmth. Now that Now could touch the wound, she gently tapped the abrasion, and several drops of spring water fell from her fingertips onto the injury. To everyone's astonishment, the grayish-purple hue visibly faded at an astonishing rate. Jiang Yueming gasped, the fiery pain diminishing significantly. Li Yao and Now exchanged astonished glances. Could this little one truly possess such a remarkable ability? Yet, as if exhausted from the effort, Now's face paled, and she scampered back into Li Yao's arms, mumbling, bad thing, drove away a little bit. Ji Zining crouched down to examine the wound closely. It was indeed much improved, but this zombie was peculiar. Ordinary abrasions did not manifest in such a manner. She looked up at Jiang Yueming, inquiring, are you certain you were merely pushed? No bites or scratches. Jiang Yueming shook her head affirmatively, absolutely not. I merely grazed the corner of a shelf when I fell. However, that zombie was exceedingly strange, moving much faster than any I had encountered before, and its eyes were still red. Han Xian suddenly shuddered. No way, zombies can actually level up? This is going to be the end of us. Qin Wenyu stood up. Zombies do indeed evolve. However, their rate of advancement is far more rapid than I had anticipated. She turned her gaze toward the little one nestled in Li Yao's arms. Now, can you assist us further? Now buried her head deeper, revealing only the tuft of her fuzzy hair, tired. Li Yao quickly stroked her fur. Then we shall not press her further. Our Now is remarkable indeed. Let her rest. She then addressed the others. Let us find some clean cloth to bandage the wound and monitor it closely. If it becomes dire, before she could finish her sentence, Now suddenly lifted her head and mewed, pointing out the window. In the past few days, the rain outside had lessened somewhat, allowing for a faint glimmer of light to emerge. Yet, despite the reduced rainfall and the city's drainage system functioning normally, the water level outside the window remained unchanged. Following her gaze, the group noticed that the distant sky had inexplicably taken on a bizarre dark red hue, with several deformed winged creatures soaring through the rain, circling over the rooftops and emitting piercing, shrill cries. Qin Wenyu's expression shifted slightly. Mutated beasts have appeared much earlier than expected. Furthermore, this weather seems exceedingly abnormal. I have a foreboding feeling that a cold wave may be approaching sooner than anticipated. Jiang Yueming, cradling her bandaged arm, looked at Now with lingering trepidation. This little one is truly our lucky star. Upon hearing those words, Now stealthily raised her gaze to glance at her, only to quickly retreat back into Li Yao's embrace. Yet, the corners of her mouth subtly curved into a small smile, reminiscent of the proud and delighted expression she wore when Li Yao fed her cat treats. Li Yao looked down at the little head nestled in her arms, and the weight in her heart lightened somewhat. What is a cold wave? Li Yao pondered, recalling the extreme cold that is a staple in apocalyptic tales. Her heart sinking momentarily, she fixed her serious gaze on Qin Wenyu. When did the cold wave come to your memory? The expression on Qin Wenyu's face was exceedingly grave. As far as I know, the cold wave should arrive in about half a month, she said, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing her sleeve. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Yet the sky was tinged with red, and the mutated beasts had appeared prematurely. Even the zombies were accelerating in their evolution. This indicated that the rhythm of the entire world was disrupted. The cold wave could arrive in as little as 3 days, or at most, 10. The dormitory fell silent in an instant. Even Now seemed to sense the heavy atmosphere, obediently nestling in Li Yao's embrace without uttering a sound, occasionally nuzzling her furry head against Li Yao's arm. Han Xian rubbed her arms, shivering slightly. 3 days? That's far too soon. We haven't even prepared enough winter clothing, let alone heating supplies. We can't possibly huddle around a radiator for warmth, can we? Ji Zining furrowed her brow tightly. The supermarket should have blankets and down jackets. You, Marin, and I will make another trip to gather as much as we can. Plus, with so many people in the dorm, we need to inform everyone in advance. I'll go too. Jiang Yueming immediately chimed in, attempting to rise, only to be pressed down by Qin Wenyu. Your injury hasn't healed properly, and it's unsafe outside. Stay here and rest. There's still time. Qin Wenyu turned to Li Yao, suggesting that now take a good rest. Her space had opened up significantly, and they would organize the items, allowing Li Yao to come by and collect them later with Now. Li Yao nodded, glancing down at the little one who was stifling yawns in her embrace. All right. Now seemed to understand, suddenly lifting her head and tightly gripping Li Yao's clothing. Mommy, I'm not cold. All right, I'm not cold. Li Yao gently pinched her little face, yet her heart felt heavy. The unpredictable cold wave meant they had to prepare thoroughly in a short time. But no one knew if this impending disaster would be more terrifying than what Qin Wenyu had experienced before her rebirth. The three of them quickly packed their belongings and prepared to leave. Before departing, Ji Zining turned back to glance at Jiang Yueming's wound. If the color deepens, let Now help with it again. Don't push yourself. With a click, the door closed, leaving only Li Yao, Han Xian, Jiang Yueming. And Now nestled in Li Yao's arms in the dormitory. Han Xian paced restlessly. Do you think they might encounter those red-eyed zombies we just saw? Or that mutated bird? Stop fretting, Li Yao pressed her down. Otherwise, would you like to go help them? Han Xian shivered. I'm too scared. Just then, Now suddenly pointed out the window, a look of disgust flashing across her small face. There's something stinky. The three individuals hastily gathered by the window, where they beheld several palm-sized black insects swimming in the stagnant water below, having mysteriously appeared at some point. With an abundance of legs, they were climbing up the wall, evidently targeting the very dormitory they occupied. Ah! Han Xian shrieked in terror. Jiang Yueming gasped. What on earth are those? They look utterly repulsive. Suddenly, Now leapt from Li Yao's embrace and dashed to her cardboard box, rummaging for a while before extracting a round glass marble. The very one she had cherished during her days as a cat. She raised the marble towards the window and, in her sweet, childish voice, shouted, "Hit!" The marble soared through the air with uncanny precision, striking one of the insects and causing it to curl up instantly, plummeting into the water, lifeless. Li Yao and Han Xian were left astonished. This was not merely a scene from the classic of mountains and seas. It was clearly an apocalyptic scenario unfolding before them. Chapter 61. The dormitory in peril. Li Yao was the first to regain her composure, swiftly grasping Now back into her arms. Her gaze fell upon the relentless insects climbing the wall below, sending a shiver down her spine. What on earth were they? They resembled enlarged versions of tide worms, but were far more grotesque. Jiang Yueming steadied herself against the wall, her complexion paling slightly. Whatever they are, we cannot allow them to ascend, she asserted, her eyes scanning the dormitory until they landed on a mop leaning against the door. Han Xian, lend me a hand. Though her legs trembled with fear, Han Xian gritted her teeth and grasped the broom, declaring, I'm coming. Just as the two reached the window, they noticed the first insect had already crawled up to the 6th-floor window, its multitude of legs producing a shrill scraping sound against the glass. The creature clung to the pane, revealing a circular mouth filled with an array of white, jagged teeth, gnawing at the window with a series of crackling sounds. It was actually biting the glass. Li Yao's eyes widened as she held the cat closer to inspect, only to discover a shallow, circular indentation forming on the glass. Panicking, Han Xian began to sweat and swung the broom towards the glass, but Jiang Yueming restrained her, exclaiming, Don't smash the glass. That would only complicate matters. Suddenly, Li Yao recalled something. She placed Now on the bed and dashed to the cabinet, retrieving the insecticide she had stockpiled earlier. Let us give this a try? Han Xian took the canister and aimed it out the window, spraying vigorously. A cloud of white mist, accompanied by a pungent odor, billowed outwards, causing the insects to writhe as if scalded. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xian swept one off the windowsill. It works, Li Yao exclaimed, her eyes brightening. But her elation was short-lived as she beheld hundreds of the same insects crawling densely up the wall below, advancing in clusters. We cannot let them near us. Li Yao gritted her teeth and thrust the remaining bottles of insecticide into Han Xian's hands. You guard here. I'll head to the restroom for a scraper. Let us see if we can knock these pests down. Just as she dashed towards the restroom, a loud crash echoed down the corridor, followed by the piercing screams of girls, prompting Li Yao's expression to shift in alarm. This is bad. Other dormitories are being invaded by those insects too. I wish to remind everyone to be exceptionally cautious. You must not allow these pests to infiltrate the dormitory. After delivering this warning, Li Yao promptly dashed next door to seek out Zhao Chunying, gravely addressing the matter. Zhao Chunying's expression immediately shifted to one of seriousness. The insecticide is located at the supermarket. I shall dispatch someone to retrieve it without delay. Li Yao nodded and hurried back to the dormitory. The window, which initially harbored only 1 or 2 mutated insects, was now shrouded in darkness, teeming with dozens of them gnawing at the glass, producing a disconcerting crunching sound reminiscent of nails scraping against glass, sending shivers down one's spine. Their biting grew increasingly fervent. Han Xian's broom handle had been gouged by the insect's pincers, his voice trembling with urgency. The insecticide was nearly depleted. Suddenly, Jiang Yueming recalled something and seized the alcohol spray from the table, vigorously spraying it against the glass. The transparent liquid cascaded down the surface, and the insects that had been gnawing were instantly scorched as if doused with boiling water, curling up into black clumps and tumbling down. Utilize the alcohol. It proves more effective than the insecticide. Just as Li Yao rushed back to witness this scene, she swiftly turned to rummage through the storage cabinet. I still have several bottles of iodine and hydrogen peroxide. She tossed the bottles to Jiang Yueming and grasped the squeegee, extending it outwards along the window. The metallic edge of the squeegee produced a crisp sound as it struck the insect shells, but the remaining insects, frenzied, scrambled over the corpses of their companions, quickly coating the glass in a thick layer of black slime. This is not a viable solution. Li Yao observed the deepening bite marks on the glass, her heart sinking to the depths of despair. These creatures seemed inexhaustible, and if they continued gnawing for a few more moments, the glass would undoubtedly shatter. She vigorously wielded the squeegee, crushing a significant number of mutated insects, with their mandibles still adhering to the glass. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yueming sprayed alcohol into the crevices of the glass, finally managing to stabilize the situation, albeit temporarily. Yet, the 3 of them remained tense as the swarm downstairs merely retreated to the 4th floor, a dark mass clinging to the walls, seemingly biding their time. No one knew whether they would mount another assault. The glass was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Yueming felt along the windowsill, her fingertip encountering a patch of sticky black liquid. These creatures had formidable jaws, and if they continued for a moment longer, the glass would surely break. Han Xian, glancing at the ominous crimson sky outside, spoke with a quivering voice. Why haven't Qin Weni and the others returned yet? If they encounter these insects again, before he could finish, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by Zhao Chunying's calls. Li Yao, the insecticide has been retrieved. Li Yao quickly rose to open the door, where she found Zhao Chunying racing towards her, flanked by 2 girls carrying several boxes of insecticide. Sweat beading on their foreheads, the supermarket encountered a swarm as well. Fortunately, Ji Zining and the others reacted swiftly, or else this batch of medicine would never have made it back. She thrust a box of insecticide into Li Yao's hands, stating, "This is for you." Wei also distributed some to other dormitories. By the way, Qin Weni asked me to convey that these insects are averse to fire, so you might want to prepare accordingly. Fire? Li Yao's eyes sparkled with realization. We have a lighter from our previous camping trip. Jiang Yueming immediately chimed in. We also have alcohol and iodine, which can serve as accelerants. Han Xian, already nimble, had retrieved the lighter and gathered the remaining bottles of alcohol together. The swarm of insects outside seemed to sense something, stirring restlessly as they clambered upwards, gathering together and trampling over the corpses of their comrades while continuing to gnaw at the glass. Quick, Li Yao cried, retreating to the corner with Now. Jiang Yueming, pour the alcohol into the window gap. Han Xian, prepare to ignite it. The alcohol flowed through the crevice, swiftly soaking the insect carcasses on the windowsill. Han Xian took a deep breath, leaned in with his lighter, and the flame leapt up, instantly licking the window ledge. The fire, fueled by the alcohol, erupted into a blue flame, and a cacophony of piercing shrieks emanated from outside. The insects, driven back by the flames, retreated in panic. Some fell into the puddles below, while others, singed by the fire, writhed frantically before vanishing into silence. It worked, Han Xian exclaimed, nearly tossing the lighter in his excitement as he watched the retreating swarm. However, Liao furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the edge of the flames. Don't celebrate too soon. Once the fire goes out, they will return. Is there any way to permanently eliminate these pests? Observing intently, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. These insects seem to only gnaw on glass, not on the walls. If worst comes to worst, we can seal the window. Just then, a sharp sound echoed from the entrance, and Qin Wenyu's voice rang out. We're back. She tossed her package onto the ground, her expression turning grim at the sight of the insects. This isn't right. The mutated worms have appeared too soon. And we were just attacked by mutated birds. It seems the apocalypse has accelerated. I have a premonition that the cold wave will arrive within 3 days. 3 days. Han Xian's lighter clattered to the ground, his face paler than the overcast sky outside. We Haven Tea even prepared warm clothing. If the cold wave comes, we'll freeze solid. Jiang Yueming was extinguishing the flames with a damp cloth. While the fire could repel the swarm, prolonged exposure risked igniting the curtains. She frowned, saying, let us focus on the immediate situation. These worms Haven Tea fully retreated. She pointed outside, where several more insects had landed on the glass, tentatively gnawing at the still warm window ledge. Qin Wenyu bent down to retrieve her package, unzipping it to reveal its contents. I brought fireproof cloth and wire. Ji Zining is reinforcing the doors and windows downstairs. Let me deliver these first. She tossed a roll of silver-gray fireproof cloth to Liao. Use this to seal the window. It's sturdier than wood and can withstand the fire. Liao's eyes brightened as she and Jiang Yueming quickly laid out the fireproof cloth. The thick material, gleaming with a metallic sheen, provoked the outside swarm into a frenzy, their gnawing growing more frenzied as cracks spread further across the glass. Hurry, secure it with the wire. Qin Wenyu handed over the wire cutters, then pulled a spade from her backpack. I'm going to check on the situation in the other dorms. You all need to work quickly. Just as she reached the door, Zhao Chunying rushed by, carrying several blankets. Qin Wenyu, the glass in the 5th floor dormitory has shattered, and the insects have gotten inside. Qin Wenyu's expression darkened. Did you bring a fire extinguisher? Yes. The insects are far too numerous. We simply cannot spray them all. Zhao Chunying's voice became hoarse with anxiety as she noted that 2 girls had been bitten, their wounds resembling Jiang Yueming's earlier injuries, tinged with a grayish-purple hue. Upon hearing this, Liao's expression tightened, and she hastened her movements, quickly laying out the fireproof cloth while stealing another glance at Jiang Yueming's wound. The recently treated injury appeared to have returned to normal. However, the extensive abrasions were still quite alarming to behold. It seemed that Nao Nao's water was indeed effective. But could it be the spring water from beside a coffin? Liao picked up Nao Nao, who was busily gnawing at her tiny feet on the bed, and promptly intervened, gently inquiring. Nao Nao tilted her head as if deep in thought, and after a moment, nodded, yes. Had she known earlier, they should have taken more water from Nao Nao's space when they emerged. Was it not the water from within her space? Why was it so laborious to retrieve? Liao curtailed her erratic licking. Although this little creature had transformed into a human, her feline instincts remained, as she frequently extended her hand to lick her own wrist. Nao Nao looked somewhat aggrieved, articulating her words slowly. The water is too heavy, dense. She rubbed her eyes and continued, my eyes will stick together on their own. Liao found her adorably endearing and, with a teasing tone, asked, are they stuck together now? Nao Nao cheerfully replied, much better now. She rubbed her face, tilting her head to gaze at Liao, her eyes wide and unblinking, reminiscent of how she would typically observe as a cat. Can you still place us into your space, as before? Nao Nao shook her head. Not right now. I cannot, for I need to sleep, and it will be a long sleep. Water can only be retrieved after a while. Suddenly, she reached for the charging cable at the edge of the bed and stuffed it into her mouth. Liao gasped and quickly intervened. What are you doing? You mustn't bite the charging cable. Nao Nao innocently lifted her head. I'm charging. Once it's fully charged, I can bring out water. Charging? Liao chuckled in disbelief as she pulled the charging cable from Nao Nao's mouth, the end still damp with saliva. This is not edible. To charge, it must be plugged into a socket. She pointed to the wall socket and patiently explained. You see, you need to insert this plug to receive power. Nao Nao stared at the socket for some time before suddenly reaching out for the plug. Her little arms stretched in vain, and she whimpered in frustration. Han Xian quickly approached, helping her plug in the charging cable. There, now it's charging. However, we are currently experiencing a power outage. Even if you plug it in, there is no electricity. Otherwise, in the past, it would have been dangerous. The little one seemed to grasp only part of this, squatting beside the socket, fixated on the cable like a cat guarding a fish treat, her eyes never blinking. Now it's good. You used to play with that cube and ignored me. Li Yao chuckled at the absurdity, realizing why this little girl had learned to charge. Jiang Yueming, observing the scene, could not help but smile. This little one is surprisingly clever. She paused for a moment, her tone growing somber. Nevertheless, to speak candidly, since that spring water has the ability to suppress the zombie toxin, we must devise a means to procure more, in the event that someone gets injured again. Before she could finish her thought, a voice echoed down the corridor. Qin Wenyu, are you all there? There's a new development downstairs. Just as Qin Wenyu had finished tending to the injuries of the two girls and entered the room, she immediately opened the door upon hearing the commotion. What's the matter? The worms that retreated have all plunged into the water. Ji Xining's expression was grave. Moreover, it seems there's something in the water that's consuming them. Just now, I saw the surface of the water churning with great waves, and quite a few worm shells floated up. Han Xian shivered. No way, there are monsters in the water? This life has become unbearable. Li Yao glanced down at Nao Nao, who was still crouched by the charging cable, and suddenly recalled something. Nao Nao, when you pointed outside earlier, did you see something in the water? Nao Nao lifted her head, her little face filled with wariness. A big fish with lots of teeth. Is it a mutated fish? Qin Wenyu furrowed her brows tightly. It seemed this time was indeed different. The emergence of mutated fish at such an early stage indicated that traveling by boat would no longer be safe. Ji Xining, please inform Zhao Chunying that we have spotted mutated fish in the water. After giving her instructions, Qin Wenyu approached Nao Nao and sat in front of her. In a few days, a cold wave will arrive, and the temperature inside will become exceedingly frigid. We have gathered some clothing and items to keep warm, and we need your help to bring them back. Can your space still accommodate them? Nao Nao dove into Li Yao's embrace, nodding. Yes, I will help mommy. Li Yao's heart melted at the adorableness of the little one. How could this child be so endearing? Qin Wenyu, recalling something, playfully poked the little one's cheek. When we helped you back then, we were all together. Why do you only acknowledge Yao Yao and listen solely to her? Nao Nao curled herself entirely into Li Yao's arms, her voice muffled as it emanated from within. Mommy is the best. Mommy applies medicine for me, protects me from bad people, comforts me to sleep every day, and pets me. I love mommy the most. Recalling the first moment she encountered Nao Nao, Li Yao felt her heart tighten. Such a tiny, black ball, covered in blood, being kicked around playfully by a strong boy. Chapter 63. The Swarm's Ferocious Assault. Li Yao gently stroked Nao Nao's soft hair with her fingertips, her eyes growing misty. Back then, the little black cat had cowered in the corner of the staircase, its back arched like a taut bowstring, trembling with fear, yet still bravely issuing warning cries. It bore no flesh, and its tail was broken. The boy even pressed a cigarette butt against its body, and the little cat endured unimaginable suffering. When she rushed forward to push the boy away, he merely laughed at her interference, dismissing it as just a worthless cat. Now, fear had dissipated. Li Yao rested her chin on Nao Nao's head, her voice soft as a sigh. No one will dare to bully you anymore. Nao Nao seemed to understand, burrowing deeper into her embrace, her small arms and legs tightly wrapping around her waist, like a little creature that had found its warm haven. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated, causing the entire window to tremble violently. The fireproof cloth bulged inward, and the wire creaked ominously, seemingly on the verge of snapping. Jiang Yueming seized a spade and dashed to the window. Have they gone mad? Qin Wenyu swiftly scanned the surroundings, her gaze landing on the metal cabinet in the corner. Han Xian, lend me a hand. Move the cabinet over to brace against the window. The two of them heaved the metal cabinet to the window, and only then did they notice the commotion outside had subsided somewhat. How many of those creatures are out there? Han Xian gasped, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Qin Wenyu remained silent, pressing her ear against the fireproof cloth for a moment, her expression growing more grave. It's not just those downstairs. It seems the swarms at the back and sides are converging this way, as if driven by some unseen force. However, the pressing concern now was not the insects. They needed to retrieve the essential supplies. We'll split up. You all take care of this side of the dormitory. Yao Yao, is that all right with you? Li Yao, cradling Nao Nao, nodded earnestly. You can trust me with this. Once we've gathered enough supplies, I'll let you know. I'll go get Nao Nao some rest now. Qin Wenyu nodded, grabbing the spade from the corner. Ji Zining, you Sitong, come with me. Let us see how many warm clothes and blankets we can gather. Prioritize finding down jackets and blankets. We'll need them with the cold wave approaching. Ji Zining rose, glancing back at the window one last time, noticing the edges of the fireproof cloth still quivering, indicating that the swarm had not ventured far. She frowned. Make sure to lock the door securely. If you hear any noise, shout. We'll be nearby. Li Yao, holding Now, walked to the door, watching the two figures disappear around the corner of the corridor before gently shutting the door and securing the bolt. Are you tired now? She placed the little one on the bed, feeling her forehead. After exerting herself to fetch spring water earlier, she needed a good rest now. Now, though struggling to keep her eyes open, insisted, not tired, I'll stay with Mama. Yet, the very next moment, the little one drifted off to sleep in her embrace. Li Yao carefully laid the kitten down on the bed, tucking the blanket snugly around her, soon hearing the soft sounds of snoring. Her gaze softened as she rose to look towards the balcony. The once tidy balcony was now cluttered with fireproof cloth and a metal cabinet, obscuring any view of the outside. All that remained were the clattering of insects and the patter of raindrops against the window. Though the balcony provided some protection from these creatures, it was not a sustainable solution. What could possibly compel them to crawl out of the water so recklessly? Li Yao pondered in confusion. Jiang Yueming approached her, following her gaze to the balcony, her fingers absently caressing the wooden handle of the spade. Perhaps it's related to the mutated fish in the water, forcing them ashore, or it could be the impending cold wave. Those mutated insects wound want to freeze in the ice, hence their relentless urge to come ashore. Her words jolted Li Yao from her reverie. She turned sharply to Jiang Yueming, a spark of realization igniting in her eyes. Of course, the cold wave is approaching. The water will surely freeze. If these insects remain in the water, they would just become ice clumps. She recalled how Ji Zining had previously mentioned that the swarm of insects was burrowing into the water, and now, in a frenzy, they were surging onto the shore. The bizarre behavior, once seemingly disconnected, now revealed itself as a preparation for the impending cold wave. These creatures displayed an instinctual understanding of self-preservation. So, they were indeed seeking a warm refuge before the ice formed? Li Yao glanced towards the balcony. The sound of impacts against the fireproof cloth continued. Yet what warmth could this building possibly offer? Jiang Yueming gestured towards the radiator in the corner. When the heating was operational, this place was significantly warmer than the outside. Perhaps they instinctively sought out the higher temperatures, believing that even without heating, the upper floors would be warmer than the water below. The rain persisted, and the wind carried a distinctly chilling bite. Li Yao wrapped her thin coat tighter around herself, suddenly feeling a chill creep down her back. If even the insects were preparing for the cold wave, were the down jackets and blankets they had gathered truly sufficient? A loud crash echoed from the balcony, the fireproof cloth buckling inward as the metal cabinet was pushed half an inch away. Han Exan hurried over to brace it, his temples throbbing. They seemed more frantic than ever. Li Yao noticed the force of the swarm's impacts had increased noticeably. Han Xian continued to mutter anxiously. The number of insects outside was growing, and Qin Wenyi and the others were still out there. She worried whether they would be blocked by the swarm and unable to return. Li Yao felt her heart sink. Nevertheless, she spoke earnestly. I trust Qin Wenyi. They will make it. Let us not dwell on that, but focus on defending our dormitory. Another violent crash resonated as the swarm struck the metal cabinet behind Han Xian, who was nearly in tears. I can hear them crawling. It's terrifying. Do you think they could break through the cabinet and leap onto me, biting me to death? Li Yao picked up the insecticide and alcohol again, shouting, Yuan Bao, step back. As Han Xian moved aside, she seized the opportunity to spray insecticide into the gap. Large clusters of insects tumbled down the wall, some even landing on the balcony. Li Yao felt a shiver run through her, yet she maintained a stoic facade, standing resolutely like a deity of death, showing no signs of retreat. The insecticide was sprayed in wave after wave, and the swarm on the window noticeably diminished. The lingering scent of insecticide on the glass and metal cabinet halted the insects' advance. However, it was not long before the rain washed the insecticide away, and the swarm continued its fearless ascent. Li Yao poured alcohol outside and ignited it with a lighter. Flames erupted, crackling as the insects were scorched, falling into the water below. With a sigh of relief, Li Yao called for Han Xian and Jiang Yueming to help reposition the waterproof cloth and brace the metal cabinet once more. They should be able to hold out for a while longer. Yet this time, the The respite was shorter. Soon, the swarm surged again, even gnawing a hole into the metal cabinet with their sharp mandibles. Li Yao gasped in alarm and repeated her previous actions, sprinkling alcohol and igniting it anew. After several rounds of repetition, the alcohol and insecticide in their possession had dwindled significantly. Should the swarm descend upon them once more, they would find themselves utterly helpless. Chapter 64. The oncoming cold front. Yao Yao, are you all set? At that moment, Qin Winnie burst through the door, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Her voice laced with urgency. Li Yao set aside her tasks and turned to observe Nuan, who had just awakened, her dark eyes blinking curiously. All set. Li Yao bent down to lift Nuan, her tone gentle as she inquired, Nuan, can you become invisible? It's best if the people outside cannot see you. Otherwise, it could be perilous. Nuan nodded, clutching Li Yao's arm, her fingers tracing the scar on Li Yao's wrist. I can go in, Mama. Just call me, and I will come out. That would be splendid. Li Yao's heart swelled with joy as Nuan transformed into a radiant light, vanishing from her grasp in an instant. Shaking her hand, Li Yao felt no unusual sensation on her wrist. She donned a jacket and swiftly followed Qin Winnie. Are you still heading to the supermarket? Were you not attacked by the mutated insects? Qin Winnie nodded, leading the way briskly. Did you forget? We possess abilities. The mutated insects are hardly a cause for concern. Li Yao indeed had forgotten. Even Yu Sitong had awakened her powers, while she remained unequipped. By the way, what about the mutated fish? Did you encounter any? Li Yao asked. Qin Winnie shook her head. No, only the insects are advancing. The supermarket is now swarming with them. As she spoke, Qin Winnie guided Li Yao to the rooftop of the supermarket, where supplies were piled high. The wind, laced with rain, swept over them, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. Li Yao shivered, gazing at the mountain of supplies before her. The down jackets, blankets, and thick quilts formed a veritable castle, while nearby lay boxes of compressed biscuits and bottled water, alongside 2 bulging bags of coal. Li Yao softly called for Nuan, but she did not appear. Only a faint ripple manifested, causing everything to vanish in an instant. Yet Qin Winnie remained undeterred, pulling Li Yao towards the stairwell, her voice bubbling with excitement. There's something wonderful. We found 2 small generators downstairs. Li Yao gasped in astonishment. Generators. Her voice brimmed with delight, her pace quickening. Are they functional? Do we have gasoline? This is far more useful than coal. With the generators, we can not only keep warm, but also charge our phones. Qin Winnie nodded, her eyes sparkling. Fortune smiled upon us. There are 2 sealed barrels of gasoline in the supermarket's warehouse, and the generators seem almost new. They should start without issue. As they descended the stairs, upon reaching the 3rd floor, they spotted Ji Zining and Yu Sitong crouched beside a silver-gray generator, busy at work. Yao Yao, you're here. Ji Zining looked up, smiling. I just checked. The parts are intact. With some fuel, it should operate. There was no time to spare. Yao Yao, quickly pack everything up. Li Yao whispered to Now, and in an instant, all items, including the generator, were swiftly gathered. Once everything was stowed away, they did not linger, hastening back. Inside the dormitory, everyone was in a frantic scramble to fend off the insects. Yet Zhao Chunying intercepted Qin Winnie. Her expression bore a hint of seriousness. I just want to check on that zombie, and discovered she has perished. How could this be? What caused her death? Yu Sitong blurted out, her brow furrowed tightly. Does this mean the antidote is useless? Zhao Chunying glanced at her. I am uncertain. She bore no external injuries and simply died unexpectedly. This matter pales in comparison to the primary concern, the insects. Several dormitory windows have been gnawed through, and there are injuries. I recall Jiang Yueming was also hurt. How is she faring? Yu Sitong appeared somewhat lost, remaining silent. Li Yao interjected. She is doing all right for now. We applied some medicine, which has proven effective. The insects seem to fear fire. We are currently using flames to fend them off. That is reassuring. Effectiveness is what matters. Zhao Chunying sighed in relief. Yet her brow furrowed again. However, the fire cannot be sustained indefinitely. Both gasoline and alcohol are limited resources and must be conserved. I instructed them to gather some rags soaked in diesel to hang at the entrance. It should serve as a temporary barrier. She pointed towards the end of the corridor, where flickering flames could be faintly seen, and the air carried a subtle scent of diesel. I wish to discuss another matter with you. I sense that the temperature is dropping significantly, and I fear a sudden chill may strike. You should stock up on supplies to keep warm. The weather is too unpredictable, and caution is paramount. After a brief pause, Zhao Chunying continued, "By the way, we located 4 engines in the cafeteria, which are currently operational and can provide basic electricity. If you wish to charge anything, you may exchange supplies for it." With that, Zhao Chunying hurriedly departed. Ji Zining opened her mouth to speak, but before she could finish, Qin Wenyu pressed her hand down, silencing her. Li Yao discreetly collaborated, blocking Zhao Chunying's gaze until she had distanced herself. Qin Wenyu and Li Yao exchanged glances. Zhao Chunying was wholly dedicated to the group, neglecting her own well-being, yet they were not so altruistic. Their desire was simply to ensure their own comfort. Li Yao shrugged, acknowledging her selfishness, yet emphasizing that wealth should not be flaunted. They had no intention of stepping into leadership roles nor of sacrificing themselves for the benefit of others. They had their own use for the 2 engines. Ji Zining, having been silenced, felt a twinge of discomfort and remained quiet. The group returned to the dormitory in silence, where Jiang Yueming and Han Xian were frantically burning the mutated insects. They quickly stepped in to assist, and after completing their tasks, night had fallen. Yu Sitong quietly climbed into bed, cradling her plush shark in a tranquil manner, resembling a little mushroom. Li Yao let out a gentle sigh. The zombies inexplicably perished, rendering the antidote useless. Just yesterday, Lu Feng had set off towards the west region, making his journey in vain. Never mind, I shall subtly mention it during tomorrow's live stream. Urging Shi to hastily summon Lu Feng back. As Li Yao pondered this, she turned to realize that night had already fallen. Qin Wenyu had organized the 6 individuals into pairs for the night watch against pests, while the remaining ones seized the opportunity to catch up on much-needed sleep. Li Yao and Han Xian happened to be on the final shift. She took the small cat from her space and, cradling the warm creature, succumbed to sleep. Before she could fully rest, she was awakened by Jiang Yueming, who had come to take over. The moment Li Yao emerged from her warm cocoon, she felt an overwhelming chill envelop her. The temperature had dropped precipitously, likely to 12 degrees or lower. Hastily donning her thick coat, she joined Han Xian in their vigil. After several rounds of battling against the pests, just as Li Yao began to feel drowsy, an intense wave of cold swept through, causing her to shiver involuntarily. How could it be this cold? She glanced outside, only to witness the pesticide on the window frame gradually turning white, crystallizing into ice. My goodness, the temperature must be below 0. Han Xian, equally affected by the cold, rubbed her hands together, her nose reddened. She pointed outside, not just the window frame. Look at the raindrops on the fireproof cloth. They all frozen into ice shards. Upon closer inspection, they confirmed that a thin layer of white frost clung to the edges of the fireproof cloth. The sounds of the swarming pests had altered, resonating as if they were colliding against ice, muffled and lacking their previous ferocity. The cold wave had truly arrived. Li Yao tightened her garment, but still felt the chill penetrating her bones. This won't do. We must awaken them. Sleeping in this temperature could lead to dire consequences. No sooner had Li Yao spoken than she turned and strode toward the beds, only to stumble as the cold gripped her. Han Xian quickly followed suit, and together they shook Qin Wenyu and Jiang Yueming awake. Hurry, the temperature is dropping too fast. If you continue to sleep, it could be disastrous. Li Yao's voice trembled, the metal railing icy to the touch, her fingertips numbing upon contact. Qin Wenyu abruptly opened her eyes, shivering instinctively and pulling her blanket tighter. Why is it so cold? Has the cold wave arrived? Jiang Yueming also roused, her eyes still hazy. But she swiftly grasped her thick coat at the bedside and donned it. Where are Yu Sitong and Ji Zining? We must wake them. Yu Sitong, roused from her slumber, curled into a ball, her plush shark dog toy nearly deformed in her grip. It's so cold. Ji Zining, however, was more alert, already awake and hastily dressing. I'll go wake Zhao Chunying and the others. We can't let them freeze. The bone-chilling cold penetrated even through the layers of thick down jackets, causing uncontrollable shivering. Li Yao gritted her teeth and glanced at the thermometer inside the room. Insanity. It has plummeted to -20 degrees. In a single night, the temperature had dropped over 20 degrees, and it continued to descend. How can one survive in this, especially in August? As Li Yao expressed her grievances, a plume of white vapor escaped from her lips, her breath visible in the frigid air. The cacophony of insects outside had diminished, seemingly silenced by the cold. Li Yao, disregarding the unsettling silence, hastily grabbed the fire-retardant cloth and some spare blankets to seal the window with Han Xian. The glass had long been shattered by the mutated insects, allowing the chilling air to seep into their refuge. A casual glance over her shoulder revealed the thermometer's merciless descent, indicating a staggering -30 degrees Celsius. And it continued its relentless plummet. She cautiously poked her head out to glance outside, where once a torrential flood had raged, now lay a thick layer of ice. The rain that had fallen was now transformed into delicate snowflakes, descending like feathers in a heavy snowfall. The mutated insects had long since perished in the cold. "Seal the window," Qin Wenyu directed with a calm demeanor, expertly utilizing pre-prepared fabric and wooden slats to secure the window, layering it with several sheets of insulation before nailing it down firmly. Originally, there had been a glass sliding door on the balcony. After completing this task, Qin Wenyu instructed them to perform the same procedure on the door. After more than half an hour of diligent effort, the balcony and windows were sealed tightly, not allowing a single gust of wind to penetrate. Leaning against the wall, Liao gasped for breath. Her fingers, once numb from the cold, began to regain some sensation. But upon touching the wall, it remained excruciatingly icy. Jiang Yueming pointed at the thermometer, her voice trembling. The group turned to find the red liquid column firmly stationed at the -35-degree mark, visibly sliding downward at an alarming rate. In August, with snowflakes falling like feathers, the temperature dipped low enough to fracture bones. Who would believe it? As Ji Zining had yet to return to the dormitory, Li Yao and the others set aside their concerns and lit several basins of charcoal within the room, gradually warming the air. Rubbing her frostbitten knuckles, Li Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "How are we still alive with so many resources, while those without provisions must be struggling to survive? Surely, many will perish in their sleep tonight." Shaking slightly, she cast a grateful glance at Qin Wenyu, thankful for her foresight that had allowed them to survive unscathed. "Should we utilize the engine from the space now?" Li Yao suddenly recalled and inquired of Qin Wenyu, sitting on a small stool by the fire. Qin Wenyu pondered before replying, "Let us wait until Zhao Chunying has made use of it." Li Yao nodded in agreement, then suddenly remembered something and retrieved a few warm packs from the space, distributing them among the group. "Use them sparingly. I don't have many left," she cautioned. They adhered the warm packs to their down jackets and sat by the fire, finally feeling their body temperatures normalize. Time passed, though Li Yao remained restless. Feeling the cold persist, she reached out to steady herself against the wall, intending to rise, but her fingertips were still numbed by the chill. "The wall is exceedingly cold. I propose we join our beds together, allowing us to huddle and share warmth while we sleep. As for the wall, didn't we have plenty of insulation left? Let us affix it to the wall." This suggestion was deemed feasible, and Qin Wenyu concurred. Soon, everyone busily resumed their activities. However, after this arrangement, the already cramped dormitory felt even smaller, yet the indoor temperature had indeed risen significantly, given the outside chill of over 10 degrees below zero. The joined beds resembled a cozy nest, where several of us sat close together, our breaths infused with warmth. Li Yao cradled Now from the space, and the little one shivered as he emerged, promptly burrowing into her embrace, his small face pressed against her neck, radiating warmth like a tiny furnace. The presence of many provided additional warmth. Han Xin added a piece of coal to the fire, the flames illuminating her cheeks with a rosy glow. When she touched the wall while applying the insulation earlier, it felt considerably better, at least no longer freezing to the touch. Jiang Yueming was setting a small pot on the coal, where she was boiling water, ready to add noodles. After a busy day, everyone was hungry, and a warm bowl of noodles would surely help to warm our bodies. She paused for a moment, glancing towards the door. Why hadn't Ji Zining returned yet? Should we go check? Just as her words faded, the door creaked open, and Ji Zining burst in, carrying a large cardboard box, her handsome face flushed from the cold. Upon entering, she exclaimed, "Our dormitory is so warm. I was nearly frozen to death outside." Li Yao immediately inquired, "What is the situation outside?" Ji Zining scratched her head. "When I got there, Zhao Chunying and the others were already awake, going door to door in the dormitories to call people. They managed to gather quite a few. And now they're all together, warming up by the engine. It's certainly not as cozy as we are, but it's manageable." She set the cardboard box on the floor and opened the lid to reveal several packs of frozen bread, a package of ham sausages, and a small bag of rock sugar. "They asked me to bring you some supplies. They're frozen solid, perfect for roasting." Li Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that true? Let us roast them over the coal." Han Xin promptly found a metal tray and arranged the frozen sausages upon it. The coal crackled as the sausages sizzled and released oil, filling the room with a delightful aroma. How are Zhao Chunying and the others doing? Liao asked, picking up a sausage and cutting it into small pieces. Is the generator sufficient? It's adequate, though the gasoline is running low. Ji Zining rubbed her cold, reddened hands. They plan to venture out tomorrow during the day to see if they can procure more gasoline. By the way, regarding the 2 barrels of gasoline we have before Ji Zining could finish her sentence, Qin Wenyu swiftly interrupted, don't even think about it. I need that gasoline for our use. Ji Zining's expression darkened, and she fell silent. Liao then posed another question that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. What is the casualty situation outside? Has anyone suffered from frostbite? There were also Ku Xin and Lin Junming, who were already in a state of coma. As the temperature dropped, Liao wondered in her heart, although she dared not voice her concerns for fear of receiving the worst possible response. Ji Zining's expression was somewhat dim as well. At least more than 10 individuals had succumbed to the cold, and they had not yet had the chance to ascertain the exact number. This was merely the female dormitory. The situation in the male dormitory in the adjacent teaching building was likely far more dire. Fortunately, Lin Junming had awakened in time, using his extraordinary abilities to protect them until Zhao Chunying and the others arrived. Liao found it difficult to articulate her feelings. The noodles in the pot bubbled and hissed, steam rising and obscuring the expressions on everyone's faces. She took a bite of a perfectly roasted sausage, the warmth sliding down her throat, yet her heart felt heavy with the knowledge that more than 10 had perished in the cold. And this was only in the female dormitory. It was hard to fathom what the outside world had become. However, Lin Junming's awakening did bring her some relief. She decided to put aside her worries. They were not saviors, merely responsible for their own little corner of the world. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke up. I wish to send some supplies to Lin Junming and the others. Nothing extravagant, just some food and clothing. Would that be acceptable? She whispered a question, to which Qin Wenyin, displaying no emotion, replied, It's your possession, you may manage it as you wish, without needing my approval. Liao immediately broke into a smile. She approached Qin Wenyin and enveloped her in a gentle embrace, her voice soft as she said, Thank you. Qin Wenyin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning her head away. Liao quickly rummaged through the chaotic space, retrieving 2 thick, oversized down jackets, several packs of compressed biscuits, 2 cans of meat, and a small bag of brown sugar. Perfect for warming oneself after waking. I will accompany you, Qin Wenyin declared, rising to add a piece of charcoal to the fire. It's dark outside, and we should tread carefully while also checking if Zhao Chunying and the others require assistance. Liao nodded, stuffing the items into a canvas bag and tightening her coat. Let us make it a swift trip. Jiang Yueming waved her hand, saying, Off you go, lock the door. By the time you return, there will be noodles waiting. The 2 opened the door, and a gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in, chilling them instantly. Liao huddled her neck as she walked forward. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint light emanating from the distant dormitory of Zhao Chunying and her companions, resembling a lighthouse amidst the snowy night. Why is this corridor so cold? The ground is slippery too, Liao shivered, noticing a thin layer of ice on the floor that could easily lead to a fall. Just as she reached the entrance, she spotted Zhao Chunying crouched down, applying ointment to a girl suffering from frostbite. Upon seeing them, Zhao Chunying looked up and smiled. What brings you here? Liao scratched her head awkwardly and said, We came to see if there is anything we can assist with. By the way, I heard that Kursin and Lin Junming have woken up. How are they faring now? There is nothing more to assist with, just now. Jizening has been quite helpful to us. As for those who are resting inside, they have just had some warm water and are feeling much more invigorated. Zhao Chunying gestured towards the crowd, and Ku Xin also awakened, though she lacked the strength to speak. Just as Liao was about to step inside, she noticed Lin Junming emerging, leaning against the wall. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet his gaze remained clear. Liao? He was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? What else could I possibly be doing? Just came to see you, you fool. Liao handed him the clothes, saying, This is the girls' dormitory. So there is certainly nothing here that would fit you. Just make do with this. I wouldn't want you to freeze to death. I wouldn't know how to explain it to Aunt Lin. Lin Junming accepted the down jacket, his fingers brushing against the hidden food packaging inside, his eyes slightly reddening. Thank you, and I'm sorry for everything before. Liao sighed in response. What is the point of saying all this? Just focus on living well. I still want to go home. Lin Junming suddenly broke into a smile. With his handsome and striking features, His smile was nothing short of breathtaking. "Remember to call me when you get home. I too wish to return," he said. Li Yao nodded in agreement. "That is certainly the case. I would never let go of such a valuable asset." Qin Weini surveyed the cramped space, where over 20 individuals were huddled within 2 interconnected dormitories. The floor was cluttered with coal stoves, and some had no choice but to lean against them, each face bearing the marks of fatigue, yet no one uttered a complaint. It was evident that they placed great trust in Zhao Chunying. Indeed, Zhao Chunying led by example, embodying an admirable role model. She picked up a soft, toasted loaf of bread and began to nibble on it with warm water. "We plan to venture outside tomorrow to search for usable firewood and clothing. If you wish to join, please come directly in the morning. Whoever collects the supplies will keep them," she declared with a wry smile. "I must apologize for one thing. I have too many people to support, and the provisions I previously promised you may be somewhat diminished. Rest assured, I will replenish your share when I find more." Qin Weini remained silent. Li Yao glanced between the two, then at Zhao Chunying's disheveled appearance, and let out a quiet sigh in her heart. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Weini spoke up. "There's no need for that. I can forego those supplies entirely." Seeing the shock manifest in Zhao Chunying's eyes, Qin Weini continued, "However, you owe me a favor. When I require assistance in the future, you must not refuse me." The light in Zhao Chunying's eyes ignited gradually, and she stepped forward, grasping Qin Weini's hand fervently, her words imbued with sincerity. "Thank you so much. We will all remember you. Rest assured, when you come to seek my help in the future, I will do everything within my power to assist you." Qin Wenyu gently withdrew her hand, her fingertips glistening white in the cold air. "There is no need for concern. We merely seek mutual benefit," she remarked. Upon finishing her words, she turned to Li Yao. "Let us go. The noodles are bound to be cold." Li Yao nodded in agreement and, before leaving, handed the bag of brown sugar to Zhao Chunying. "This will help the frostbitten. It can ease their discomfort." The two women tread carefully on the thin ice as they made their way back. Unable to contain her curiosity, Li Yao glanced at Qin Wenyu. But the dim light obscured her expression. She longed to inquire why she was willing to relinquish those supplies. Chapter 67. No sneak attacks allowed. Zhao Chunying is a dependable individual. Qin Wenyu interrupted her with a soft voice, emphasizing that during such times, the value of human connections far outweighs that of mere material resources. Li Yao, suddenly enlightened, couldn't help but smile and give a thumbs up amidst the chilly wind, exclaiming, "That's because you are kind-hearted and benevolent." Upon returning to their dormitory, the aroma of steaming noodles greeted them. Jiang Yueming and Ji Zining were gathered around the charcoal fire, engaged in conversation. Upon their arrival, they eagerly beckoned, "Come eat. It's just been served." As Li Yao settled down, Jiang Yueming ladled a spoonful of hot soup into her bowl, commenting, "It seems the snow outside has lessened a bit. The wind doesn't sound as fierce as before." Li Yao, blowing on her noodles, mentioned that Zhao Chunying planned to scavenge for supplies the next day, suggesting that whatever they found would belong to them individually. "Should we join?" Before anyone could respond, Qin Wenyu raised her eyebrows and coldly stated, "Just now, I gave our share of supplies to Zhao Chunying and her group, as they are currently short on resources." Ji Zining immediately looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment. Li Yao quickly added, "He also said that we couldn't possibly use all those supplies anyway. This exchange of resources for a favor will surely prove beneficial in the future." Ji Zining's eyes sparkled with emotion as she suddenly stood up and gave Qin Wenyu a hearty slap on the shoulder, praising, "I knew you were a good person." Qin Wenyu felt the weight of the slap and frowned slightly, her gaze becoming icy, causing Ji Zining to freeze mid-motion. Li Yao promptly intervened, handing Ji Zining a freshly baked bun, saying, "Take it easy, Zining. Is quite delicate." She then turned to Qin Wenyu with a playful grin. "She's just excited." Jiang Yueming joined in the laughter. "Indeed, these days, it's rare to praise someone for being good." Ji Zining, feeling awkward, scratched her head and apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to give supplies to them. I've misjudged you all along." Qin Wenyu's expression grew colder. "I am not performing a good deed. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement." Li Yao quickly settled beside Qin Wenyu, smiling, "Absolutely. A batch of supplies in exchange for a favor is quite a bargain." The room fell silent, yet each of them began to see Qin Wenyu in a new light. Their gazes filled with a hint of admiration. Had they been short on resources, Qin Wenyu's actions would have faced unanimous opposition. However, The reality was that they had an abundance of supplies, and the surplus was simply going to waste. Ji Zining even raised her bowl of noodle soup, declaring, "From now on, I will follow your lead." Qin Wenyu remained silent, sipping her hot soup, though she felt an inexplicable warmth in her ears. Living together with them in this new life seemed quite agreeable. The crackling of the charcoal fire filled the air, creating a cozy atmosphere. As Li Yao munched on her bun, a thought struck her. By the way, regarding tomorrow's scavenging for supplies, we should all go together, right? Even though we have quite a bit of resources left, Zhao Chunying and her group are unaware of that. In their eyes, we seem to have very little. It's time we ventured out a bit. I find Yao Yao's reasoning quite sound. Jiang Yueming added a piece of charcoal to the fire. Tomorrow, I wish to venture outside. I have not stepped out for days due to the incessant rain, and my bones feel rather stiff. Suddenly, Ji Zining rummaged through her bag and produced a small notebook. I just noted down some information. Zhao Chunying mentioned that there might still be unsearched medical supplies in the infirmary. We have sufficient food and essentials, but we are lacking in medicine. We can check it out tomorrow. Qin Wenyu raised her eyes. Let's assess the situation tomorrow. If the snow has not ceased, none of us will be able to go out. We will wait until the snow stops and the ice has solidified before making any decisions. Li Yao nodded like a reed in the wind. All right, we shall follow your lead. As the charcoal fire gradually diminished, the temperature in the room began to drop. Ji Zining spread the remaining ashes evenly. I will prepare the beds. Let us huddle together for warmth tonight. Li Yao immediately responded. Her tone tinged with excitement. That sounds wonderful. If we push our 3 beds together, we should be able to accommodate 6 people if we sleep sideways. This will be my first time sleeping with everyone. Ji Zining arranged the bedding thickly, surrounding it with extra blankets, creating a makeshift tent that radiated warmth within. Li Yao was the first to dive in, carelessly rolling up the blankets. Come lie beside me, Yi. Qin Wenyu felt a bit uneasy. Despite having curled up with others for survival in her previous life, the sight of the smile on Li Yao's face evoked an inexplicable sensation within her. The apocalypse seemed a distant memory. She lay down beside Li Yao, who affectionately wrapped her arm around Qin Wenyu, knowing well that she adored snuggling with beautiful girls. This was a subtle fulfillment of her desire. She waved her hand invitingly. Yuanbao, Boss Ming, and Yu Meiren, hurry over. There's enough space on this bed. With that, Li Yao sighed. Unfortunately, Nuan Nuan insisted on returning to her own space to sleep. Otherwise, it would have been immensely comforting to cuddle with a warm little cat in this weather. Han Xian awkwardly squeezed to the edge of the bed, arms crossed over his chest, eyeing Li Yao with suspicion. We agreed not to sneak attack. Li Yao blinked innocently. Only serious people refrain from such antics. Ji Zining and Jiang Yueming also climbed onto the bed with ease, while Yu Sidong stood silently at the edge, finally mustering the courage to join in. She carefully retrieved the plush shark dog from the upper bunk and, with a feigned sense of grievance, curled up at the edge of the bed, her body rigid. In the darkness, Li Yao's foot suddenly brushed against something warm. Confused, she reached under the covers and pulled out a hot water bottle. What is this? Jiang Yueming chuckled. That's a hot water bottle I filled earlier. I placed several of them in the blankets. Li Yao gave a thumbs up. You are truly thoughtful. After exchanging a few more words, in the comforting environment, surrounded by familiar faces, even those who were not initially tired began to feel drowsy. Even Yu Sitong's stiff body gradually relaxed, and soon, the gentle sound of Han Xian's snoring filled the air. After a while, Yu Sidong gently whispered while holding her plush shark toy, "This is my first time sleeping with someone else." She thought everyone was already asleep, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yueming's voice reached her ears. Me too, but it's rather interesting. Yu Sidong was taken aback. The darkness of the bed concealed everything, easing her taut nerves. She tightened her embrace around the shark toy and spoke softly. As light as a feather, my mother always said that girls should be independent and not cling to others. That was in the past. Li Yao's drowsy voice interjected, as she nestled closer to Qin Wenyu. Now is a special time. Clinging is what keeps us warm. Qin Wenyu shifted slightly to accommodate her, but did not push her away. Though her eyes remained closed, a subtle smile graced her lips. She could sense the steady breaths of those around her. Li Yao's arm draped over her, radiating warmth. The hot water bottle nestled within the blankets slowly released its heat, warding off the chill outside the thick covers. Chapter 68. The sudden appearance of a face. The wind outside had quieted at some point, leaving only the faint echoes of distant sounds, soon swallowed by silence. Yu Sitong curled up at the edge of the bed, listening to the rhythmic breaths surrounding her, and suddenly felt that the plush shark toy was of lesser importance. She quietly shifted towards the center, brushing against Ji Xining's arm, who gently patted her hand as if to say, "Do not be afraid." In the darkness, no one spoke further. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Qin Wenyu thought perhaps this end of the world was not so bad after all. At least, in this moment, she was not alone. It was likely the most peaceful sleep Qin Wenyu had experienced since the onset of the apocalypse. There were no nightmares, no abrupt awakenings, until dawn approached. When she was stirred awake by Li Yao's unconscious kicking, she surveyed the tangled bodies beside her. Li Yao's hair brushed against her chin. Ji Xining embraced Jiang Yueming's arm. Yu Sidong pinned her plush shark beneath her, and Han Xian's snoring had ceased, although his brow furrowed slightly, as if trapped in a laborious dream. Qin Wenyu suddenly smiled and reached to pull the blanket that had slipped down Li Yao's waist back up. Li Yao shivered and opened her eyes. "What time is it?" She raised her hand to stifle a yawn, sitting up to stretch. That was a truly comfortable sleep. "Hey, are you awake?" Qin Wenyu replied with a soft Glancing out the window through the curtain's gap, "It's almost dawn. The snow seems to have stopped." Li Yao immediately perked up, pulling the blanket aside to peer out. "Is that for real? Can we go out to scavenge for supplies today?" Just as she finished her sentence, Han Xian's mumbled voice broke in. "Let us sleep a little longer." Jiang Yueming was also awake, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. "Don't rush. Let us first see how things are outside." She lifted the edge of the blanket and peered out. The snow has indeed stopped. It looks like the sun might come out. The ice should be solid enough. It's reflecting light. Han Xian furrowed her brows, disturbed by the noise, and turned over to sit up. Her hair tousled like a bundle of grass. "It's so noisy." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Yao had abruptly pulled her up, leaving her somewhat dazed. Yu Sitong, clutching a plush shark, sat up and softly suggested, "I'll go boil some water for washing up." She moved gently, as if afraid to awaken anyone, only to discover that everyone was already awake, leaving her a bit flustered. It was then that Li Yao realized that the usually aloof Yu Sitong had such an endearing side. Li Yao quickly donned her outerwear, eager to jump out of bed. "I'll go have a look too." At that moment, Jiang Yueming poked Li Yao's hand. "Yao Yao, could you ask now to bring out the breakfast I made earlier? It's too cold, and I'm too lazy to cook." Li Yao responded affirmatively, lowering her head to murmur to the little cat on her wrist. Truth be told, having a space was indeed wonderful. Otherwise, they would have to struggle to prepare breakfast. Li Yao happily thought, which made her praise Nao's voice even more melodious. With a soft ripple in the space, an array of breakfast dishes appeared on the table, a veritable feast. Jiang Yueming sighed in exasperation. "Just take out a portion. There's no need for so much." Li Yao approached with a smile. "Since it's all out, let us choose what we like, and I'll have Dang Dang put the rest back." On such a cold day, a warm soup was perfect. Li Yao selected a bowl of hot porridge and began to sip heartily. It was simply delightful. After finishing their meal, everyone's stomachs were full, dressed like penguins in the thickest down jackets, hats, gloves, and scarves. Han Xian was also eager to go outside. However, as soon as the door opened, a blast of cold air rushed in, penetrating everyone's bodies. Han Xian shivered and said, "Maybe you all should go. I'll stay back." Before Qin Wenyu could respond, Li Yao couldn't hold back any longer. "This is the apocalypse. You can't live like before. You must face it. At least for the next few months, you'll have to adapt to this cold. If you keep avoiding it, you could freeze to death." Li Yao was frustrated. She poked Han Xian on the forehead. "You silly girl, think about it. You previously said not to kill zombies, and we allowed it. Now you want to go out either. Can you really stay at home every day? Han Xian, we are not your parents, and we have no obligation to take care of you forever, even if we are roommates." Han Xian appeared stunned by her words, looking helplessly at the other roommates. But everyone averted their gaze, unable to assist her. Even Ji Xining nodded earnestly. "Yao Yao is right." Han Xian felt despair wash over her. Jiang Yueming, feeling a tinge of compassion, remained silent, knowing the child was too willful to be neglected. Qin Wenyu stepped forward and exited directly, followed closely by the others. Han Xian, realizing that no one was attending to him, hesitated and glanced back at the dormitory, clenching his teeth before ultimately deciding to follow suit. Li Yao felt somewhat reassured. "Han Xian, even with a system, you still lack courage. Such potential wasted." When Li Yao and her companions sought out Zhao Chunying, they discovered the situation on their end was rather grim, with many falling ill and sneezing incessantly. Only a handful of individuals, scarcely a dozen, were available to venture out for supplies, among them Lin Junming, who leaned on an umbrella. The previous night had been exceedingly cold, resulting in frostbite for them. Zhao Chunying's expression was somewhat somber. These are the only ones who could come out. We only visited the supermarket before. Today, I plan to primarily check the medical office. Li Yao exchanged a glance with Qin Wenyu, confirming that the main objective for the day was indeed the medical office. However, given that it was located on the first floor, it was likely already inundated. Li Yao hesitated before speaking. There's no choice. We need too many medications. We can only take a look. Let us find a way out, Zhao Chunying replied. A seemingly simple step outside posed a challenge for everyone. Initially, they had traversed through the window at the end of the corridor, but after a night without use, the window had completely frozen over, immobilized by ice. No wonder it was so cold. The corridor was filled with ice and snow. The biting wind left Li Yao's mind numb, and after a moment of adjustment, she barely acclimated. It's freezing even before we step outside. It must be minus 40 or 50 degrees out there. Not exaggerating. She had bundled herself up like a bear. If she wore any more layers, she would be unable to move. The ice was so thick that they would have to find a way to break through it. Zhao Chunying struck the ice with a stick and organized everyone to take turns hacking at the heavy layer. Unfortunately, after a considerable effort, they had only made a small dent in the ice. Ji Zining sighed softly. Let me handle this. Armed with a fire axe, she swung forcefully at the ice. And after several strikes, the ice shattered with a loud crack. Let us see just how cold it is outside. Just as Li Yao was about to step out, a face suddenly loomed large before her. Startled, she let out a terrified scream. Chapter 69, I will protect you. The face was pale and gaunt, with deeply sunken eye sockets encased in a thin layer of ice. Its lips were a shade of dark purple, and a semi-frozen dark substance clung to the corners of its mouth, clearly frozen in place outside the window. It pressed directly against the shattered ice, its black, frozen eyes fixated unblinkingly on Li Yao. The sudden appearance of such a visage, even for someone unafraid of zombies like Li Yao, rendered her motionless with fear. Don't move. Qin Wenyu reacted swiftly, pulling Li Yao behind her. The zombie outside seemed to be startled by the sound, its head jerking slightly, emitting raspy noises from its throat, while bits of ice fell from its lips. It yearned to raise its hand and claw at the window. Yet its arm felt as though it were frozen to its sides, permitting only the most peculiar and limited writhing. Indeed, it was frozen, moving with excruciating slowness. Qin Wenyin spoke in a low voice. Ji Zining, break through more of the ice. I shall handle it. Ji Zining complied, and the fire axe fell once more, shattering the remaining ice layer. The zombie, now unimpeded, lunged forward, its movements slow and laborious, akin to a scene played in slow motion. Qin Wenyin raised her hand, delivering a forceful strike to its head with a shovel. A crack echoed, reminiscent of a frozen radish being shattered, as the zombie toppled backward, crashing into the snow and sending icy dust into the air. It was only then that Li Yao regained her composure, thumping her chest and gasping. That nearly frightened me to death. How can it still move in such a frozen state? No matter how low the body temperature drops. As long as the creature is not entirely lifeless, the instincts of a zombie remain. Qin Wenyin gazed outside, observing that such frozen zombies were plentiful. Everyone should exercise caution. Han Exine swallowed hard, his previous fears slowly morphing into a flicker of excitement. It seems these creatures are not so difficult to deal with after all. Li Yao shot him a disapproving look. That's only because it's frozen. Wait until the sun rises and the ice melts. And let us see if you dare to utter such words again. As she spoke, Ji Zining had already cleared the ice shards from the windowsill and was the first to leap outside, landing firmly on the thick ice, the snow barely reaching her ankles. The snow is quite deep. Tread carefully, she advised, glancing back. One by one, they jumped down, and as their feet touched the ground, an icy chill surged up from their soles. Li Yao could not help but stomp her feet. This snow is excessively thick. It feels as though one could sink to their thighs. Thankfully, she had applied heat packs in advance. Otherwise, she would surely freeze. Jiang Yueming adjusted her scarf, burying half her face within. Let us head to the infirmary. The sooner we find the medicine and return, the better. This ghastly weather might just make us ill. The group moved like a line of penguins, stepping cautiously on the ice, leaving behind a trail of footprints varying in depth, soon to be obscured by the snowflakes blown in by the wind. Upon reaching the front of the supermarket, they beheld several similarly frozen zombies sprawled on the ground below, some maintaining an outstretched pose, others curled in corners, resembling eerie ice sculptures. Liao furrowed her brow. I don't recall there being this many zombies before. Why have they all suddenly appeared? Qin Wenin pointed to a zombie partially encased in ice, its upper body exposed while its lower half melded with the icy layer. It's quite simple. They were previously submerged in water, and with yesterday's drastic drop in temperature, some zombies attempted to claw their way up. The sun had begun to rise, casting blinding reflections off the ice, yet it felt devoid of warmth, still bitterly cold. The distant buildings were blanketed in snow, creating an expanse of white that rendered direction almost unrecognizable. This way, the infirmary is near the experimental building. Zhao Chunying indicated a direction and stepped forward. The ice was treacherously slippery, and each person moved with utmost caution. As Liao walked, she suddenly slipped, on the verge of falling, but was swiftly caught by Han Xian beside her. Be careful, Han Xian's voice emerged muffled from behind her mask. Liao, also donning a thick mask, replied, Thanks, Yuanbao. The group struggled to navigate the icy surface, the biting wind causing their scarves to flutter and frost to form on their eyelashes. Gradually, a round white dome came into view. This must be the experimental building, right? I can't quite recall. Jiang Yueming hesitated to speak. Liao glanced around and spotted the familiar lighthouse atop the dome. Indeed, this is the experimental building. We're roughly on the 4th floor, and since it has 5 floors, it's quite a feat to even see the top, Liao remarked, feeling somewhat exasperated. Although they could finally exit now that the ice had solidified, everything outside appeared remarkably unfamiliar. Well, finding a way in is already a blessing. I hope the infirmary hasn't been completely flooded, she mused. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Surely we won't have to excavate the ice, right? With such a thick layer, regardless of whether it's frozen solid underneath, breaking through it would be a monumental task. Zhao Chunying suggested cautiously. Let's see if there's a way in first. Perhaps the water inside isn't too high. Ji Zining nodded and took the lead toward the experimental building, the ice creaking beneath their steps. The closer they approached, the more they could discern the outline of the building encased in ice. The entrance on the 1st floor was entirely submerged, leaving only a small portion of the 4th floor window exposed, its glass adorned with intricate frost patterns resembling a spider's web. Liao swallowed hard. This isn't about finding the infirmary. It feels more like we're headed to dig for medicine in an ice cellar. Even before they reached their destination, she was already disheartened. They were not ill yet. Seeking medicine could cost them dearly, and such a venture seemed unwise. Just as everyone was caught in a dilemma, Han Xian stepped closer to peer through the glass of the experimental building. Liao watched, her head suddenly illuminated by a faint green glow. What is happening? It seems like it's not frozen too deeply inside. I think we should take a look. Han Xian exclaimed with excitement. Liao exchanged a knowing glance, realizing that her system must have assigned her another task, for Han Xian would not typically behave this way. However, it was fortuitous. They had several exceptional individuals among them. Liao felt her confidence surge. All right, let's give it a try. Qin Wenyu decisively surveyed the group. Ji Zining, break the 4th floor glass. Without questioning why, Ji Zining brandished a fire axe and began to vigorously strike the glass, soon creating a sizable hole. Zhao Chunying observed from the side, letting out a soft sigh. The residents of their dormitory were indeed extraordinary. She wished to recruit them for her own purposes, yet alas, such talents could not be retained. The glass on the 4th floor was forcefully shattered. Zhao Chunying took the initiative and said, I'll go in first to scout the path. Zining, alert me if you sense any danger. Ji Zining nodded in response. Zhao Chunying deftly entered the laboratory building and switched on her flashlight. Ji Zining and the others followed closely behind. Liao also wished to proceed first, but was pulled back by Lin Junming, who tugged at her sleeve. Lin Junming raised an eyebrow and remarked, Considering those few garments, you should stay behind me. I shall protect you well. Chapter 70. Extraction of a New Dimension. Liao rolled her eyes dramatically and replied, Never mind, I'll walk alongside my roommate. With that, she directly joined Qin Wenyu and vaulted into the laboratory building. It appeared to be a storage room, cluttered with delivery boxes, but the floor was surprisingly dry, merely covered by a thin layer of ice. Liao's eyes brightened. The water in the laboratory seemed not to have flooded as deeply. Following the main group, She noticed no signs of ice until they reached the stairwell on the second floor. It seemed the building had excellent insulation. Skeptical, Liao discreetly collected some useful items. The chaotic space had now expanded, allowing her to store many more things. No longer restraining herself, she added some wooden tables and benches, which could serve as firewood given the biting cold. However, the good fortune was short-lived. Upon reaching the second floor, they finally encountered a thick layer of ice in the stairwell. The ice layer on the second-floor stairwell was astonishingly thick, resembling a transparent wall that effectively sealed the door leading to the infirmary on the first floor. Encased in the ice were various discarded items, including an overturned trash can, scattered experimental reports, and even a half-shoe lying on the ground, tightening the hearts of those who beheld it. It was clear that they would need to break the ice. Zhao Chunying frowned, though it was already better than she had anticipated. Li Yao felt similarly. The visible bottom of the ice layer provided her with a measure of encouragement. As she contemplated where to begin, she noticed Han Xian lost in thought, staring intently at the ice. After a moment, the green light above her head flickered again, and after a brief hesitation, she suggested, "What about trying over here?" Li Yao suddenly understood, her envy intensifying manifold. How did Han Xian's system possess such precise location capabilities? Ji Zining wasted no time. There was essentially only this one route. She brought down her fire axe with force. With a resounding clang, the ice surface shattered into spiderweb-like cracks, but did not break through completely. After a series of strikes, the ice finally cracked open a hole, revealing that the base was not as solid as expected. With the collective efforts of everyone, they swiftly carved out an ice tunnel. Once opened, they descended to the first floor, where they busily struck and shifted the ice in the corridor. The temperature within the ice seemed to be frozen in time, perhaps even warmer than above. As Li Yao chipped away, she stealthily kept an eye on Han Xian. After a while, Han Xian, as if equipped with a positioning device, could not resist pointing to a specific spot and whispered, "Boss, why not try here?" Ji Zining has always been decisive and never questions the rationale behind actions. She simply follows Han Xian's directives with unwavering determination. Soon, she diligently began to excavate the area as instructed by Han Xian when, unexpectedly, a sign fell before them. Medical room? Li Yao swiftly approached and picked up the sign, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She gazed at Han Xian with shining anticipation. With this navigational marker, Wu Ti returning home become a breeze. Han Xian, caught off guard by her fervent gaze, instinctively recoiled. It truly is a medical room. How splendid. If we proceed further, I fear we may lose our way. Zhao Chunying exclaimed joyously. Ji Zining, undistracted by their chatter, gripped her fire axe tightly and aimed at the door, delivering a series of powerful strikes. They say great strength yields miraculous results, and Ji Zining epitomized this notion. With a resounding crack, it was uncertain whether the lock or the door itself had succumbed to her force. The door swung open, and Ji Zining thrust her arm into the interior. With determination, she pushed the door wide. The sight that greeted her was one of chaos. The medical room lay in disarray, with medicine shelves toppled and glass vials scattered across the floor, some frozen and shattered, creating a perilous carpet of shards. The ice inside the room was not thick, barely reaching half her height. Li Yao stretched her arm, feeling as though she could almost touch the ceiling. The most prominent feature was the figure, swathed in a white coat, lying motionless on the examination table, resembling a specimen preserved in ice. "Be cautious," Qin Wenyu whispered, leading the way as she swept the beam of her flashlight beneath the table. A hushed rustle revealed a shadow lurking beneath, claws scraping against the icy surface with a harrowing sound. It was a zombie, half embedded in the ice, its arm feebly flailing. Qin Wenyu swiftly dispatched the creature with a decisive strike. "There may be other zombies within the laboratory. Exercise caution," Zhao Chunying noted, "since it hasn't frozen inside. Let us split up and aim to gather as much as we can." Qin Wenyu nodded in agreement. Li Yao followed Jiang Yueming towards the inner medicine cabinet, the crunch of glass beneath their feet echoing in the silence. She bent down to retrieve an intact brown vial, her eyes lighting up upon reading the label. It was iodine. Without hesitation, she tucked it into her backpack, but the moment it entered, it vanished into the chaotic void. Unnoticed, there are antibiotics and lamotrigine. These are essential medications. Li Yao exclaimed, her excitement akin to that of a little hamster collecting treasures, continuously tossing items into her bag. Everyone busied themselves, weapons at the ready for any unforeseen danger. As Li Yao rummaged, she suddenly felt a jolt. Turning around, she found herself face to face with the examination table, upon which lay a woman clad in a white coat. Li Yao paused in shock and approached. The woman appeared frozen in place, her hands crossed over her chest, as if in slumber, a name badge pinned to her front displaying a bespectacled middle-aged woman, Zhou Lan. The school doctor. It's the school physician, Li Yao murmured softly. A sudden wave of sorrow washed over her as she scratched her face, covering the woman's visage with her white coat. She pondered the state of the world, uncertain of how it had crumbled and whether the departed could find peace. However, for those still living, it was imperative to strive even harder. She plunged back into her busy tasks, with her own space. She didn't have to limit herself to only the essential items like others did. Li Yao stuffed everything she could find into her bag, secretly transporting it to Nuan space. Qin Wenyu and her companions noticed and provided cover for her. Li Yao, herself unaware of the extent of her acquisitions, found the space overflowing with items that Zhao Chunying and the others could not carry away. Regrettably, she gazed longingly at the instruments, yearning to take them as well. Yet their size posed a risk of detection if she attempted to move them. With a sigh, she resigned herself to packing the medicines. At that moment, she suddenly heard Han Xin exclaim in astonishment. Is this the drug registration book? It contains the location of the warehouse. There's a pharmaceutical storehouse beneath the experimental building. How wonderful. Before Li Yao could revel in her excitement, she turned her head just in time to see Yu Sitong standing beside Han Xin, her head flashing with messages. New dimension is being randomly selected. Random dimension is interstellar. The live broadcast will commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Host, a new dimension? What about the old one? Was it recycled? Chapter 71. Reporting. Li Yao's mind raced as she focused on the messages flashing above Yu Sitong's head. An interstellar dimension? She had barely grasped the previous martial arts dimension, and Lu Feng had just embarked on his journey to the western regions. How could a new one emerge so soon? Yao, what are you staring at? Jiang Yueming followed her gaze, seeing only Yu Sitong engrossed in a medicine box, finding nothing unusual. What are you daydreaming about? Let us hurry over and study this registration book together. Li Yao snapped back to reality, hastily shaking her head and walking over. Though her peripheral vision couldn't help but glance at Yu Sitong again. Live broadcast countdown. 3, 2, 1. Live broadcast screen activated, automatically connected to the light brain. With a viewership of 10 people. What does this mean? Last time there were at least a kilometer's reach, now only 10 viewers? Moreover, over with Lu Feng, she noticed Yu Sitong's expression was similarly dazed, evidently taken aback by the initiation of a new dimension, her movements in packing the medicines becoming somewhat rigid. 11. What kind of live broadcast is this? Why is there a strange recommendation page on my light brain? 11. Is this a retro live broadcast? It seems quite interesting, though the visuals are too dim. I'll watch to see what it's about. Cauliflower. Boring. Read. Dismiss. Interstellar's mightiest man. Where is this? In an icy wilderness. Filming a documentary? Little star. Their clothing looks so retro. Is it from the ancient Earth era? The champion of leisure fishing. What is that girl holding? A brown bottle that resembles an antique. Li Yao glanced down and realized she was gripping a bottle of iodine, feeling both amused and exasperated. Was this truly an ancient relic? If so, then those spicy strips must be genuine artifacts. Could the host please clarify what dimension we are in? It appears to be in the direction of Yumerin. There should be a small door. Jiang Yueming pointed toward Yu Sitong. Li Yao looked up to see Yu Sitong taking a deep breath, her expression betraying no signs of unease. Is it this way? Li Yao noticed the barrage of comments floating overhead. YISNT, the host responding. Is the mic off? She couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The ancient folks from the previous dimension had no grasp of live streaming protocols and had tipped in confusion. However, the inhabitants of this interstellar dimension might be a different story, and she wondered if they might create some unforeseen complications. What are they pointing at the host for? Where are they headed? Can the host please explain? If not, I'm leaving. Yet, Yu Sitong remained utterly unperturbed, showing no inclination to provide any explanations. The others were oblivious to the comments, leaving only Li Yao feeling anxious. We should be cautious. The underground warehouse will undoubtedly be colder. We mustn't get frostbite. And what if there are zombies inside? We must tread carefully to avoid injury. I know. Since when did you become so chatty, Yao? Han Xin replied impatiently, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This outing had instilled her with immense confidence, leading her to feel somewhat inflated. Li Yao found the situation amusing. Nevertheless, the one who had threatened to leave had yet to depart, while the quieter individuals had made their exit, leaving only a handful of people in the live stream. Better to be verbose than to get hurt, Li Yao remarked, giving Han Xin a gentle pat on the arm. Her gaze inadvertently drawn back to the top of Yu Xidong's head. This host has been ignoring everyone. Could it be that the comments are disabled? What is the purpose of going to the underground warehouse? Treasure hunting? Quite intriguing. Yu Xidong appeared undeterred as she pushed open the small door that Jiang Yueming had mentioned. The hinges creaked ominously, stirring up a cloud of dust. Inside was indeed a narrow passage, shrouded in darkness, with only the faintest hint of damp, chilly air. I'll go first. Ji Zining brandished a fire axe and stepped forward, the beam of her flashlight dancing across the walls of the passage, revealing mottled water stains and cracked plaster. Li Yao followed closely behind Yu Xidong, her attention fixated on the flickering comments. This passage looks quite dilapidated. Is the infrastructure of ancient Earth really this poor? Upon closer inspection, the hostess' eyes and brows are rather attractive. It's a pity the mask obscures her full face. She must be a beauty. As they ventured deeper, the passage grew increasingly constricted, the icy surface beneath their feet transforming into frozen ground, creaking with each step. Li Yao was too preoccupied to monitor the comments, carefully watching her footing. Han Xin, holding a register for reference, suddenly halted. It should be just ahead. The register states the warehouse door has a password lock. As soon as the words were spoken, Ji Zining's flashlight illuminated an iron door, which indeed bore a rusted combination lock, its numerical keys encased in a thin layer of ice. What could the code be? Zhao Chunying leaned in for a closer look. Han Xin pointed to the last page of the registration book. It seems the digit following 05 has been worn away and is illegible. This must be a 4-digit code. Shall we try each possibility? Almost instinctively, Li Yao began to contemplate the various combinations. What are you thinking? It's faster to just act, she remarked. However, Ji Zining, without hesitation, raised the fire axe in her hand and forcefully struck the combination lock. After a few blows, the password door swung open. Li Yao silently gave her a thumbs up. Indeed, great strength yields miraculous results. Wow, that guy is incredibly strong. But this door is quite shoddy, someone commented. What guy? Clearly. That's a girl. A dashing sister. Count me in. Ji Zining, flashlight in hand, pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment she advanced halfway through the threshold, the beam of her flashlight was abruptly obstructed by something, and a foul stench assaulted her senses. Reacting swiftly, she jerked back, only to see a zombie lunging out from behind the door, its claws grazing her arm and sending ice shards flying. Watch out. Qin Wenyu's voice followed closely, her short blade already drawn, glinting coldly as it plunged into the zombie's eye socket. The zombie moved much faster than before, clearly not completely frozen, emitting a hoarse growl as it reached for Qin Wenyu. Ji Zining could not allow it to succeed. She swung the fire axe, striking the zombie at the neck with a resounding crack, causing its head to tilt unnaturally before it collapsed. Li Yao felt her heart leap to her throat, just as she was about to step forward, only to be yanked back by Jiang Yueming. Be careful. At this moment, Han Xin had entirely lost his earlier bravado. Curling up behind Li Yao, trembling, the warehouse was dimly lit, and where the flashlights beamed past, 2 more zombies could be seen huddled in the corners, slowly raising their heads, their murky eyes glowing green in the darkness. 2 more. Li Yao tightened her grip on the entrenching tool, shielding Han Xin and Jiang Yueming behind her. Yu Xidong had retreated to the entrance at some point, clutching a found iron rod, her gaze vigilantly fixed on the movements within the warehouse. The barrage of comments above her head began to flare up again. What the hell is that? It looks disgusting. I'm reporting this. Chapter 72. Zombies also have abilities. Is this the zombies from ancient Earth? Our textbooks mention them. This performance group has done a remarkable job. It's like watching a drama. I can't believe it. Why can't I report it? Reporting is pointless. Isn't the Interstellar Coliseum more brutal than this? If you're underage, just exit. Don't ruin this interesting live stream for the rest of us. Li Yao paid no attention to the comments, her focus entirely on the 2 zombies that were slowly rising. Their movements were not particularly swift, yet they exhibited greater agility than the previous one, evidently having avoided the freezing conditions within the warehouse. Allow me. Qin Wenyu flexed her wrist and quickly advanced, wielding her entrenching tool with force against the zombie's head. With a resounding clang, Her strike failed to penetrate. Qin Wenyu's pupils constricted in disbelief. Is it truly a level 2 zombie? Have they evolved so rapidly? These two zombies were entirely unaffected by the weather. One, moving with remarkable speed, circled behind Qin Wenyu, while the other, resembling an impenetrable wall, withstood several of her attacks with ease. Seeing the dire situation, Ji Zining promptly charged toward the left zombie with her fire axe. As the zombie straightened, it was struck on the shoulder, producing a dull thud. The one on the right seized the opportunity to lunge at Qin Wenyu, its claws nearly grazing her face. As she sidestepped to evade, she retaliated by swinging her entrenching tool horizontally, striking the level 2 zombie squarely in the chest. With a loud thud, the zombie was pushed back 2 steps but remained unscathed, emitting a ferocious growl before lunging again. This creature's hide is too thick. Liao gasped in horror, gripping her entrenching tool tightly, eager to assist, but restrained by Jiang Yueming. Yao Yao, don't go near it. That's a level 2 zombie. Meanwhile, Yu Sitong stirred, raising her hand to unleash a water orb that blocked the speedy zombie's assault, effectively joining the fray. Qin Wenyu, without needing further encouragement, summoned vines to ensnare one of the zombies. However, the speedster's movements were too quick for her to land a hit, while the strength zombie easily broke free from her vines. When Yu Sitong's water orb struck the speedy zombie's back, it instantly froze into a shell, momentarily slowing its movements. In that brief interval, Ji Zining swung her fire axe, forcefully crashing it down upon the icy shell. With a crack, the shell shattered, and the speed zombie howled in pain, turning to pounce on Yu Sitong. Yu Sitong, with a steely gaze, swiftly conjured 2 water orbs, one blocking its path, the other freezing its ankle, their coordination seamless. On the other side, Qin Wenyu's vines were torn apart by the strength zombie. Undeterred, she altered her strategy, allowing the vines to grow wildly beneath it, forming a dense web. The strength zombie stumbled forward, caught off balance, and Qin Wenyu seized the moment to thrust her dagger into the back of its skull, finally piercing through its tough hide, black blood gushing forth. One down. Liao couldn't help but exclaim, though she kept her entrenching tool firmly in hand, eyes scanning the surroundings in fear of more zombies emerging. With only one speed zombie remaining, the situation appeared more manageable. Ji Zining's fire axe compelled it to dodge left and right, while Yu Sitong's water orbs acted like precise projectiles, consistently intercepting its path as it turned. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Wenyu unleashed her vines once more. Ji Zining would not let this chance slip away. She raised her fire axe high, slicing down with the rush of wind. Clang! The axe embedded deeply into the zombie's skull, causing it to convulse twice before falling utterly still. The warehouse fell silent once more, with everyone gasping for breath. Yu Sitong leaned against the wall, her complexion slightly pale, evidently exhausted from the continuous release of water orbs. Qin Wenyu's arm was still bleeding. She deftly grabbed a roll of gauze and began to wrap it around her wound. The injury occurred when she inadvertently scraped against a nearby shelf while evading a zombie. Yet there was no risk of infection. Liao felt a pang of sympathy and promptly stepped forward to assist. Was that an ability just now? Can ancient earthlings really wield such powers? This wasn't mentioned in the textbooks. One comment exclaimed. Another added, this is definitely not staged. The speed at which that water orb froze, and those vines, it was a genuine energy reaction. A third person expressed doubt. I retract my report. What kind of bizarre place is this live stream? Could it genuinely be set in ancient Earth? I couldn't discern any acting elements. The barrage of comments erupted above Yu Sitong's head, yet Liao paid no heed, rushing to support the slumped Yu Sitong. Are you all right? She inquired. I'm fine. Just a bit tired, Yu Sitong replied, shaking her head. It's probably because it's my first time using my abilities. To be so formidable on your first try, what a remarkable talent you possess, Liao said as she helped her move toward the crates, discreetly handing her a piece of chocolate. Quick, replenish your energy. Yu Sitong unwrapped the candy and took a bite, finally regaining some color in her cheeks. She glanced at Qin Wenyu's arm, frowning slightly. Is the wound deep? Should we use some anti-inflammatory medication? It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Qin Wenyu waved her hand dismissively, though her gaze drifted to the depths of the warehouse. We cannot linger here. The appearance of second-tier zombies indicates that there may be even more dangerous entities nearby. She paused before adding, the commotion from our earlier struggle was too loud. We need to tidy up and leave quickly. At that moment, Han Xian, who had finally regained his composure, his legs still trembling like noodles, volunteered to carry a medical box. I'll take this. Since they were all comrades in the warehouse, Li Yao no longer felt the need to hide anything and swiftly released Now, who began to scavenge everything in sight. Antibiotics, antipyretics, gauze, take as much as possible. Now, can you fit that shelf into the space? The little cat mewed, and in an instant, everything vanished. After collecting all the items, Now squatted beside two zombie corpses, licking its tongue, its dark eyes fixated unblinkingly on the zombies. Sweetheart, you can't take that, Li Yao teased, reaching out to scoop up the little cat. Once we finish packing, we must leave promptly. Yu Sitong rested against a crate, while the barrage of comments above continued to refresh rapidly. What is the host eating? Those brown chunks look delicious. One viewer remarked. Are all ancient Earth psychics this powerful? That girl controlling the vines is so cool. Another added. I believe it now. This is undoubtedly a genuine live stream. Please share the coordinates. I want to visit ancient Earth. A third exclaimed. Li Yao was taken aback by the viewers' shifting focus. Just moments ago, they were astonished by the abilities, and now they were fixated on chocolate. Naughty must be observing the crystal cores of the second-level zombies, as there should be crystals within. Qin Wenin approached the corpse of a zombie, unsheathed a small knife, and pierced its skull, extracting a gray crystal the size of a fingernail. Is this the crystal core? Li Yao leaned in for a closer look. She had a clear view of the larger crystal core last time, as it had been consumed by Naughty. This is an energy crystal core. Although small, its energy is remarkably pure. Qin Wenin repeated the process, retrieving another crystal core and casually handing one to Yu Sitong. She held it in her hand, attempting to absorb its energy. Chapter 73. Li Yao is injured. Yu Sitong noticed the barrage of comments and hesitated before extending her hand. As her fingertips grazed the crystal core, she felt a faint warmth coursing through her. Instantly, she appeared revitalized, indeed recovering some strength. Upon opening her hand, the crystal core had vanished. With one crystal remaining, Qin Wenin waited briefly before tossing it in front of Ji Zining. Ji Zining paused, then reached out to catch the crystal core. For me? Qin Wenin raised an eyebrow. Of course it's for you. Aren't you a power ability user? This one is precisely from a strength zombie, maximizing your absorption benefits. After speaking, she continued on her way. Ji Zining tightened her grip on the crystal core. Her heart stirred with gratitude. Thank you. She traced her fingertips over the surface of the core, mimicking Yu Sitong's actions as she gently pressed it against her skin. The icy crystal made contact, and a dense power began to penetrate from her fingertip to her palm. It was unlike the warmth Yu Sitong had felt. It was akin to grasping a piece of mystic iron steeped in a hot spring, heavy and scalding. A soft moan escaped her throat as she felt her arm muscles tense, as if countless steel wires were abruptly tightening beneath her flesh. The shoulder that had previously ached and strained now swiftly returned to normal, brimming with a sense of strength. Ji Zining clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking. It was extraordinary. She felt invigorated, capable of battling 10 second-level zombies without fatigue. Li Yao couldn't help but laugh. Let us not encounter 10 second-level zombies. We wouldn't stand a chance. Yet oddly, she felt an inexplicable sense of oppression in this room, as though someone were watching them from the shadows. Li Yao shivered. We should finish up and head back quickly. Just as Qin Wenin was about to reply, her peripheral vision caught sight of the ventilation shaft in the corner. A corner of the rusted iron mesh had been pried open at some point, and something appeared to be writhing in the dark gap. She abruptly raised her hand. Pressing it firmly on Ji Zining's shoulder, her voice lowered to a whisper. Don't move. Ji Zining's clenched fists tensed instantly as she followed Qin Wenin's gaze to the vent. Li Yao's laughter abruptly ceased, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. The sensation of being watched became increasingly palpable, akin to a cold serpent's tongue licking her skin. Suddenly, a gray shadow burst forth from the ventilation shaft, reeking of decay, and lunged directly at Li Yao's face. Ji Zining reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping to collide with Li Yao while simultaneously unleashing a powerful punch at the shadowy figure. The impact of his fist against the hard bone emitted a dull thud, sending the creature sprawling against the wall, where it finally came into view. It was a half-meter-long mutated rat, its sharp incisors stained with dark crimson blood. It's a mutant rat. Qin Wenin frowned, immediately warning, be careful. Its teeth are venomous. We must retreat at once. Ji Zining kicked aside an obstructive metal cabinet, bellowing. charged towards the staircase. Li Yao, being pulled forward by Yu Sitong, caught a fleeting glimpse of Qin Wenyu wielding a spade to sever their rear. While the iron mesh of the ventilation duct had been completely dislodged, 7 or 8 mutated rats were descending the wall. One gray shadow darting straight for the nape of Qin Wenyu's neck, with several more mutant rats blocking her front, leaving her no time to turn around. Watch out. In a moment of impulsivity, Li Yao shook off Yu Sitong's grip and lunged towards Qin Wenyu. At that instant, Qin Wenyu stood upright, and the two collided, staggering a step back. The mutant rat missed its target but swiftly pivoted midair, its sharp claws barely grazing Li Yao's back. Even more perilous, as Li Yao retreated. She lost her footing and collided heavily with a steel corner, pain blurring her vision and a metallic taste rising in her throat. Yao Yao, Yu Sitong exclaimed, reaching out to assist, but was forcibly pulled away by Ji Zining. Don't stop. The horde of rats is coming. Qin Wenyu, already swinging her spade to cleave through 2 advancing rats, had the blade smeared with the foul blood of the creatures. She glimpsed Li Yao clutching her back, her complexion ashen. Gritting her teeth, she passed the axe to Ji Zining. Take them and go. I'll hold them off. The swarm of rats surged from behind, a mass so dense it was dizzying to behold. Li Yao could not abandon Qin Wenyu to face this alone. We leave together. Despite the excruciating pain, she pushed forward, the wound on her back akin to salt being rubbed in, each movement agonizing. She could feel the warmth of liquid trickling down her waist, soaking the hem of her down jacket. Gritting her teeth, Li Yao grasped Qin Wenyu's sleeve tightly. Ji Zining had already kicked open the corridor door and turned back to shout, Qin Wenyu, stop the chatter. Qin Wenyu glanced at the encroaching swarm and then at the faltering Li Yao, ultimately stomping her foot in determination, turning to hoist Li Yao's arm over her shoulder. Let us go. The 4 of them stumbled into the stairwell as the rats behind emitted high-pitched shrieks. Just as the horde was about to swarm into the stairwell, a piercing cat's yowl suddenly erupted. Now, having appeared behind them unbeknownst, transformed into a fearsome ball of fur, its claws bared menacingly. The yowl resonated with a suppressed fury, momentarily halting the mutant rats in their tracks. It's now, Han Xin exclaimed with delight. The black cat, usually curled in Li Yao's embrace, now had its fur standing on end like a burst of flames, arching its back menacingly towards the rat horde, emitting a low, threatening growl from its throat. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Wenyu propelled Li Yao down the stairs, while Ji Zining swung a spade to cleave through several elusive rats. Turning back, she witnessed Now pounce fiercely upon the foremost mutant rat. Its movements were as swift as a fleeting shadow, and its sharp claws rent the rat's belly, emitting a howl imbued with an uncanny intimidation. The previously frenzied rats hesitated, forming a brief stalemate at the staircase's entrance. Ji Zining clicked her tongue in astonishment, but dared not linger, hastening to follow the others. Li Yao leaned against Qin Wenyu's shoulder, a dull pain in her lower back intensifying with each passing moment. Straining to glance upwards towards the top of the staircase, she could only discern dark figures rolling amidst the gray haze. Don't mind me, go help now. Silence, Qin Wenyu replied with an unyielding firmness. It's merely a cat. It won't perish. She possesses spatial abilities and can escape if need be. Nevertheless, her pace quickened, nearly dragging Li Yao down the stairs. Li Yao, leaning heavily against Qin Wenyu, felt a rising urgency. Now was so small, scarcely larger than a rat. She longed to assist, but was besieged by waves of pain surging through her back, forcing a muffled groan from her lips. Hold on, Qin Wenyu exclaimed, her voice tinged with rare urgency. We can tend to your wounds once we reach the dormitory. The footsteps ascending the staircase were a chaotic flurry, and though Li Yao trembled with pain, she resolutely clenched her teeth in silence. Just as they rounded the corner on the 2nd floor, they collided with several hurried figures rushing upwards. It's Zhao Chunying and the others. Han Xin shouted urgently, Run. There's a horde of mutant rats upstairs. The trio accompanying Zhao Chunying brandished their weapons, their expressions shifting dramatically upon hearing the warning. Spotting the blood seeping from Li Yao's back, Zhao Chunying immediately gestured. Lin Junming, cover our retreat. You all clear the path. Quickly evacuate the experimental building. Ji Zining had already positioned herself back-to-back with Lin Junming, wielding her spade with ferocity, sending several pursuing mutant rats flying. No time to linger. Hurry and get Li Yao out of here. Without further ado, Qin Wenyu half-supported, half-carried Li Yao down the stairs. Zhao Chunying and Chun Yang forged ahead, clearing the obstructive debris, as the stairwell echoed with the clashing of weapons, the rats' shrieks, and their own hurried breaths. Li Yao, jolted by the tumult, felt her consciousness waver. In a daze, she glimpsed Now leaping overhead, its dark form like a bolt of lightning, accurately striking a mutant rat. "Come back," she shouted in alarm, fearing others would notice Now, but the searing pain in her lower back caused her vision to blur momentarily. "We're almost there," Qin Wenyu urged, and at last, they burst forth from the experimental building. At the moment they touched sunlight, the rats inexplicably retreated. Scuttling back into the depths of the laboratory, Qin Wenyu and the others exhaled in relief, daring not to delay further, and swiftly escorted the increasingly disoriented Li Yao back to the dormitory. Qin Wenyu kicked the dormitory door open, carefully laying Li Yao on the bed. Jiang Yueming immediately rummaged for the first aid kit, her hands trembling as she struggled to open the bandage packaging, prompting Han Xin to swiftly take over and assist in tearing it open. The abrasion on her back was shallow, yet the impact on her lower back against the steel rebar had resulted in a severe subcutaneous hematoma. Qin Wenyu lifted the blood-stained down jacket of Li Yao, her brow furrowing in concern. The area around the wound was tinged with shades of purple, and the blood that had seeped out was partially congealed, adhering to both clothing and skin. "Let me handle this," Ji Zining squeezed in, holding a bottle of iodine solution. "First, let's rinse it with saline to prevent infection." When the cold liquid made contact with the wound, Li Yao flinched violently, trembling from the pain. Qin Wenyu pressed down gently on her shoulder, her voice soft as silk. "Just endure a little longer, it will be over soon." At that moment, a shadow darted through the door. It was Now. Its fur was a disheveled mess, and dark red stains adorned the corners of its mouth. It dashed straight to Li Yao's bedside, circling the foot of the bed twice before suddenly looking up at Qin Wenyu and letting out a meow, then scratching at the floor with its paw. "What does it intend to do?" Jiang Yueming inquired. Before she could finish her sentence, Now's back arched, emitting a strange whimper from its throat. In an instant, a pool of clear spring water appeared before her, the droplets seeming almost animated as they leaped upward, forming a water sphere the size of a fist before plopping down onto Li Yao's back. It was spring water. Li Yao's back, once marred by a grayish toxin, gradually transformed back to a normal reddish hue. A collective sigh of relief filled the room. Some of the excess spring water dripped from Li Yao's back onto the bed, prompting Han Xin to hastily grab a nearby bowl to catch it. This spring water was invaluable and must not be wasted. However, on the other side, after completing its task, Now appeared to have exhausted all its strength, shaking its head before collapsing, its small body curling into a dark mass. Now? Li Yao stirred awake, attempting to rise, but was gently restrained by Qin Wenyu. "Rest for now, you can trust me with this." Qin Wenyu cradled the cat, noticing its weak breathing and cold paws. It had just used its abilities in the experimental building and had likely overexerted itself. She placed Now beside Li Yao's pillow and focused intently on treating the wound. Ji Zining, adept in her actions, swiftly applied iodine to the wound and wrapped it with bandages, her movements both quick and steady. Li Yao could not help but murmur, Now, such a tiny kitten. I truly worry for its well-being. And Now used the spring water to save you. Qin Wenyu interjected, her fingertip brushing against Li Yao's feverish skin. After a brief pause, she added, "Once you feel better, it will awaken." After the wound was tended to, Li Yao soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. Han Xin tucked Now under Li Yao's blanket, still holding a half bowl of the spring water they had collected. "What should we do with this?" "Let us set it aside. It will surely be useful at some point," Qin Wenyu replied, gazing out the window toward the stillness of the experimental building, the sunlight glaringly bright and overwhelming. She nodded in agreement, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the scratches on her entrenching tool. The recent swarm of mice arrived in such an inexplicable manner. It seems the commotion cannot be concealed any longer, and I wonder if anyone witnessed it. Li Yao was roused by a waft of enticing fragrance. As she cracked her eyelids open just a sliver, a flurry of messages floated before her eyes. 11 Yao has finally awakened. Quick, look at the camera. Little Apple, she is so adorable. Though her complexion appears a bit pale, look at the cat. Look at the cat. It has been ages since we encountered such a delightful little feline. Oh dear, my mind is filled with images of enormous mutated beasts. Hee hee. Everyone is preparing to feast on hot pot. It smells so delicious. We were just waiting for Yao Yao to wake up. By the way, their bond is truly enviable. She wiggled her fingers. The dull ache in her lower back had significantly eased, though any slight movement still caused tightness. A soft purring sound came from beside her. Nuan Nuan was curled up in her arms, sleeping soundly, her glossy fur meticulously groomed, showing no trace of her previous disarray. Awake? Qin Wenny's voice emerged from the corner of the table, where she was diligently peeling potatoes with a small knife. On the countertop lay several packets of compressed biscuits and half a bag of dehydrated vegetables. Alongside a small iron pot perched atop a makeshift stove ignited by an alcohol block, Liao propped herself up, noticing the dormitory bustling with activity as everyone busily organized the ingredients. What are you all doing? Liao was momentarily taken aback as the messages erupted in laughter. Little Ku, so adorable. I simply can't handle it. This is a secret. I adore them so much. I could watch this live stream for a lifetime. Jiang Yueming approached with a bowl of water, her eyes sparkling. I know you love hot pot, so I waited for you to wake up, but since you're injured, we can only have clear broth today. Liao took the water and sipped, feeling a warm current slide down her throat, relaxing her entire being. She leaned down to poke at Nuan Nuan's ears, the little creature sleepily nudging her palm without waking. Eating hot pot without spicy broth lacks excitement. But clear broth it shall be. I shall lend a hand. She attempted to throw off the covers to get out of bed, only to be swiftly restrained by Qin Wenny. Lie still. Your only task is to wait for the feast. But I'm fine, Liao protested, only to be interrupted by Han Xin handing her a packet of kelp knots. Yao Yao, could you help me tear this kelp? It won't strain your back. 11 The group pet is confirmed. Haha. I love pig treasure. By the way, the streamer is quite beautiful. Swoon. Chapter 75. The streamer's upgrade. Liao couldn't help but chuckle, obediently sitting at the edge of the bed to tear the kelp knots. As her fingertips brushed the dry, hard kelp, memories of enjoying hot pot at home with her mother flooded back. Her mother would always soak the kelp until plump, insisting it was essential for flavor. She glanced down at Nuan Nuan nestled in her arms, who had somehow awakened, her round, dark eyes fixated on the kelp in Liao's hands, her tail gently sweeping the bedsheet. Finally awake, how do you feel? Tired? You've worked exceptionally hard today. I'm prepared to treat you to 2 cans. Nuan Nuan, the little cat, drew closer to Liao, gently brushing her delicate pink nose against Liao's hand and giving it a gentle lick. Then, she repeatedly nudged Liao's hand with her forehead, as if to convey, I am relieved that you are well. Liao's heart softened profoundly. My sweet baby, I am perfectly fine, so do not worry about me. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? She tenderly stroked the cat's head, softly inquiring. Meow? Although it was merely the language of cats, Liao astonishingly found herself inexplicably understanding its meaning, as her mind translated it into the soft, endearing speech of a little girl. I want soup, hot pot, and canned food. Is that what you desire? Liao playfully squeezed its tiny paw. I will prepare some radish, cabbage, and meat for you shortly, all right? Nuan Nuan seemed to comprehend, meowing in response and snuggling closer into her embrace. The barrage of comments erupted fervently. Ah, it's so obedient. How can it be even more well-behaved than a robotic cat? Xiaoyu, Yao Yao and the cat are inseparable. I will express my admiration first. Muyu Hua, I truly wish to join them for hot pot. How can it smell so delightful? The nutritional supplement in my hand suddenly feels less appealing. Did people in ancient Earth eat so well? Lightning, don't exaggerate. This is just a photography studio, and the aroma is simulated. No way, how can you say that? I swear this is a genuine ancient Earth livestream. Muyu Hua, you are correct. It is a photography studio. Sigh, don't block my view of the streamer. Liao couldn't help but smile. The water is boiling. Can we add the base ingredients now? Han Xin exclaimed excitedly. Just a moment. Let Yao Yao sip some warm water first. Jiang Yueming brought a cup of warm water, carefully offering it to Liao's lips, earnestly advising. You must drink more water for your wounds to heal quickly. Liao chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, taking small sips while watching everyone bustling around the little iron pot. The aroma grew increasingly rich, and her stomach began to rumble. All right, let's add the base ingredients. Han Xin eagerly tore open the package of clear broth, and a wave of exquisite fragrance instantly filled the air. Liao inhaled deeply, feeling as if the discomfort in her lower back was alleviated by the enticing scent. Nuan Nuan, too, was drawn in by the aroma. Sitting upright and pawing at Li Yao's arm, letting out soft purring sounds. Li Yao chuckled as she gently pressed it back into her embrace. Wait until it's cooked before you eat. There's no need to rush. The comments continued to express envy. Xia Yuzai, help, I want to eat hot pot too. Oh, this atmosphere is simply delightful. A small happiness amidst the apocalypse. Lightning. This is too unrealistic. Eating hot pot in the apocalypse? Have you never read a post-apocalyptic story? Mu Yuhua, you are right. Yao Yao, let me assist you. Qin Wenyu approached, extending a hand to help Li Yao rise. Li Yao shook her head, cheerfully declaring, I'm fine. I'm not that delicate. I was injured before, and it didn't hinder my work. I can manage on my own. She is far from being disabled. Li Yao, with an indomitable spirit, rose to her feet. However, as she descended from the bed, a searing pain struck her back fiercely. Li Yao winced in agony. Qin Wenyu, with a sense of helplessness, extended her hand, allowing Li Yao to lean on her as they slowly made their way to the table. Do not push yourself. Previously, Jiang Yueming only had a minor scrape, but your injury is significantly more severe. With Qin Wenyu's assistance, Li Yao was carefully maneuvered to the edge of the table. As she sat down, she gasped in discomfort, quickly adjusting her posture to alleviate the strain on her lower back. Han Xian had already added kelp and frozen tofu into the pot, where white bubbles churned upon the surface, releasing a delectable aroma that wafted into the air. Ji Zining handed over an enamel bowl, saying, I'll serve you some soup from the first pot to warm your stomach. Just as Li Yao was about to receive it, the lively Now suddenly leaped out from her arms, nimbly jumping onto the table and squatting beside the pot, intently gazing at the bubbling broth, its tail flicking like a tiny flag. Looking up at Li Yao with its bright black eyes, it unmistakably expressed its desire to eat. Li Yao couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, just as she intended to scoop Now back into her arms. Qin Wenyu had already picked up a piece of soft-cooked radish with chopsticks, blowing on it to cool it down before offering it to Now. Warning, eat a little. Don't burn yourself. Now grabbed the radish and jumped down from the table, settling at Li Yao's feet to munch contentedly. Watching this scene, Li Yao couldn't suppress her laughter. Qin Wenyu, who earlier proclaimed that it was merely a cat, now took care to cool its food. This girl, truly tough on the outside but soft-hearted within. What are you daydreaming about? Drink your soup. Qin Wenyu thrust the bowl of warm soup into Li Yao's hands, the bowl radiating a gentle warmth that was just right for her hands. Li Yao took a spoonful of the soup, savoring the delicious flavor as it slid down her throat, bringing a soothing comfort to her insides. The pain in her lower back seemed to diminish slightly. She couldn't resist taking another couple of sips. No, it didn't feel like an illusion. She raised her head instinctively to glance at Jiang Yueming, who was smiling yet watching her with a tense gaze. It dawned on her that perhaps some miraculous technology was at play. It seemed to be some healing concoction, truly. The culinary skills were extraordinary. As the barrage of comments flooded in, filled with pleas for a food-related connection, Li Yao squinted at the screen and noticed a multitude of donations appearing, densely packed. However, unlike the previous realm where one could donate tangible items, in this realm, the donations were all in virtual currency. System, the host is valued at 100. Current upgrade progress is 120-100, upgrading to a novice broadcaster. System, the host donations exceeded 1,000 star coins, unlocking the shop. System, food connection activated, connection quota, 10. The comments momentarily paused, and then an eruption of astonished exclamations followed. The fortunate individual selected began to type furiously, expressing their astonishment with fervent keystrokes. At that moment, Han Xian and Ji Zining were embroiled in a playful tussle over the last package of luncheon meat, their antics nearly toppling the pot. Li Yao observed them, her smile deepening with amusement. The entire room, warmed by the steam of the hot pot, radiated a cozy ambience. As Li Yao savored her meal, she added more ingredients for the others, her smile becoming increasingly radiant. However, just then, a sudden knock echoed through the warmth of the dormitory. Li Yao swallowed a piece of frozen tofu, jolted by the heat. Chapter 76. Safe Zone. The knock sounded particularly jarring in the snug dormitory, causing Han Xian and Ji Zining to pause in their competition for the luncheon meat. Who is it? Ji Zining whispered, instinctively grasping a shovel from the table. A slightly urgent female voice called from outside. It's me, Chen Kursen. Zhao Chunying sent me. Qin Wenyu gestured for Han Xian to lower her makeshift weapon and briskly flung the door open. Chen Kursen stood at the threshold, sweat glistening on her forehead, clutching a gray windbreaker. The rescue team has arrived. They're downstairs. They brought plenty of supplies, including winter clothing, and they mentioned organizing us to the safe zone. Her words landed like stones tossed into still water, plunging the dormitory into an immediate silence. Rescue team? Safe zone. Is this for real? Finally, there is hope? I told you, the ancient earthlings wouldn't remain in despair forever. Huh, the plot thickens, doesn't it? You all are too synchronized. This sensation of shared taste is absurdly theatrical. Surely, these are just paid actors. Liao tightened her grip on the soup bowl, instinctively glancing at Qin Wenyi, whose brow furrowed, clearly sharing her surprise. A rescue team? Where did they come from? Qin Wenyi inquired directly. I heard they were dispatched by the city, with trucks downstairs registering names. Chen Kursen replied, her peripheral gaze sweeping over the hot pot, tactfully avoiding further questions. Zhao Chunying sent me to call you. Hurry down to collect supplies. There are canned goods and cold medicine, and they said they would register everyone. Those with abilities can receive more supplies. The last few words pricked at Li Yao's heart like a needle. Instinctively, she pulled Nao Nao closer to her chest. The little one seemed to sense something amiss and nuzzled into her palm. Ability registration? What will happen to Nao Nao's ability? Will it be exploited? I'm so worried. Surely, it's a legitimate rescue team? Don't frighten yourself. Ji Zining had already risen. I'll go take a look. Let us go together, Qin Wenyi insisted. Turning to Li Yao, can you manage? Li Yao was about to nod when a dull pain shot through her lower back, yet she still managed to stand. Supporting herself on the table. I'm fine, I'll join you. She needed to ascertain whether this so-called rescue team represented hope or yet another complication. Cautiously, she brushed Nao Nao's face with her wrist. Nao Nao obediently vanished into her embrace. Chen Kursen urged them. Hurry, many people have already gone down. I still need to notify others. Understood. Qin Wenyi reached out to extinguish the alcohol stove. The warm, gentle heat gradually dissipated, and the lingering aroma of the hot pot in the dormitory felt almost surreal in this apocalyptic setting. Li Yao, supported by Han Xian, followed the others as they made their way outside. 3 military green trucks were parked at the base of the dormitory, their beds piled high with bulging canvas bags. A few individuals clad in camouflage stood by the trucks, busily recording information in their notebooks. We are the advance team sent from the city's safe zone, declared the leading man in a booming voice, holding up a map. The safe zone was located at the exhibition center in the eastern part of the city, with reinforced walls and military presence. This was the route map. He distributed several photocopied maps to the crowd that had gathered around him, stating that those willing to go should follow the designated paths. Our only duty was to relay the message and distribute supplies. We needed to move to the next location by afternoon. A stir arose among the crowd. We have to go on our own. Aren't you providing an escort? Someone shouted. We're short on personnel, the man replied expressionlessly. Those who wish to go should collect their supplies and prepare quickly. Those who do not want to go are not compelled. Li Yao, holding on to Han Xian's arm, gazed at the crumpled map, feeling a heaviness in her heart. This was far from the rescue she had envisioned. It felt more like a burdensome chore. Glancing at Qin Wenyi, she noticed that there was no hint of surprise on her face, as if she had anticipated this all along. Indeed, Qin Wenyi had returned from a past life, having likely experienced all of this before. What is going on? We have to go on our own. This is utterly unreliable. Little fish. But it makes sense. They can't take everyone. The technology is so poor at this time. These ancient trucks. How I wish we had a spaceship. Lightning. We should still head to the safe zone. There will be more people and lively activity. Zhao Chunying squeezed to the front to take the map, studying it intently for a while before whispering with those nearby. Not voicing their intentions, they directed everyone to line up for supplies. Qin Wenyi glanced over and gently urged Li Yao and Han Xian. You should go. I want to register. Li Yao understood that she wished to conceal her abilities and said nothing further. After retrieving their supplies, she headed straight back upstairs with the others. The occupants of room 603 walked in silence ahead of them. After a while, Li Yao quietly asked, What are your plans? Qin Wenyi turned her head slightly. I'm not going. She did not mention where she intended to go. Li Yao thought of the little cat in her space, biting her lip as she made a resolution. I don't want to go either. There will be too many people there, and it's likely I would inadvertently expose myself. If you don't mind, may I stay with you? Qin Wenyi nodded. Li Yao then let out a sigh of relief. Ji Zining pondered for a moment before saying, I want to go to the safe zone first and contact my master. Qin Wenyi was not surprised. Though Li Yao felt a twinge of regret, would they really part ways at this moment? Yu Sitong spoke up, I'm not going. I want to find an opportunity to return home. Jiang Yueming shook her head, I want to go home too. As for Han Xian, who already resided in the city, he had no desire to venture into the safety zone. I wish to return home, to see my parents. I wonder how they are faring now, Han Xian said, wiping away his tears. Before they could re-enter the house, Zhao Chunying approached from behind and addressed Qin Wenyu and the others. The exhibition center is not far from here. It used to have an underground parking lot, making it quite defensible. I believe we could go there. But we should first visit a nearby mall to stock up on food and medicine, as the journey may take longer than anticipated. Qin Wenyu shook her head, stating, we do not intend to go to the safety zone. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Chunying's eyes. Why not? Where do you plan to go instead? Qin Wenyu chose to remain silent. Yet Li Yao spoke up, we plan to return home. Upon hearing this word, Zhao Chunying found herself at a loss for words. A quiet sigh escaping her lips. Well, I wish you a safe journey. By the way, since you wish to return home, you will undoubtedly need more supplies. Why not accompany us to the mall to gather some provisions? Zhao Chunying suggested, shifting the topic. Qin Wenyu pondered for a moment. That is feasible. When do you intend to set out? Zhao Chunying smiled, somewhat bashfully. We hope to go right away, gather supplies today, and head to the safety zone tomorrow. What are your thoughts on this?